Chapter 351, 4th place. Influence. Zhou Zhou looked at the victory notification in front of him and could not help but smile. He actually obtained 75 ranking points at once, allowing his total ranking points to reach 140 points. It seemed that the higher the ranking lord, the higher the ranking score he would obtain. He did not need to rank one after another and slowly accumulate ranking points to increase his ranking. Still, he looked at heaven-chasing city, which had already become ruins in the distance and gradually turned into a phantom before disappearing. Zhou Zhou's expression was serious. The heaven-chasing lord was indeed the third-ranked lord of all races. Its strength could be said to be the first among all the lords he had encountered. The heaven-chasing lord was already so strong. How strong would the Great One Lord and the True Lord, who were firmly above the other party, be? Zhou Zhou pondered. It seemed that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to defeat all the lords and reach the top of the lord ranking. However, this path was not far for him. There were only 2 opponents left after all. Then, his gaze landed on Wu Xin, who was in the middle of the greedy wolf avatar. At this moment, Wu Xin's expression was calm and high-spirited. Obviously, he was also quite satisfied with his attack just now. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Wu Xin, who had already recovered to his peak strength, was undoubtedly the second strongest combatant after Nazario. After that, he did not stay any longer and left the Lord battlefield with the soldiers. Blazing Sun Army's base. Zhou Zhou, 150,000 soldiers, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others appeared out of thin air. Let the soldiers rest for a while. Prepare for the ranking in the Lord battlefield later. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun and Wu Xin said in unison. Then, the 2 of them went to arrange for the soldiers. After the 2 of them left, Zhou Zhou clicked to continue ranking as he opened the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking. And then, he saw his name immediately. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 215 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 1 St. Chaos Gods Race Great 1 Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 195 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 150 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 3 RD. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 140 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 4 TH. 4th place. And I'm only 10 ranking points away from 3rd place. Then I can steadily enter the top 3 as long as I win another round of the Lord ranking. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. These 75 ranking points were not for nothing. It actually made him jump from 7th to the 4th place. The other lords would probably be dumbfounded when they saw his sudden leap, right? That was indeed the case. A mythical tier advance grade lord was the focus of the lords of all races. All the lords were extremely familiar with the lords of each rank. Therefore, when the ranking of the Lord of the Blazing Sun suddenly increased from 7th to 4th, all the lords of the myriad races who were paying attention to the rankings were immediately stunned. Extreme Dragon City. 5 silver Extreme Dragon race members soared in the sky. On the throne in the center of the Extreme Dragon City lived an Extreme Dragon race that was more than 1,500 meters tall. It was the Extreme Venerable Lord. At this moment, it seemed to be resting with its eyes closed, but it was actually diving on the Dragon Race World channel and reading the comments of the other pure-blooded dragons. There were not many pure-blooded dragons in the myriad worlds. For example, the Extreme Dragon race. There were less than 1,000 of them in all of the Extreme Dragon race. Therefore, the Supreme Will placed all the pure-blooded dragons in a world channel. In this world channel, other than the Extreme Dragon race like the Extreme Venerable Lord, there were also fire dragons, elven dragons, lava dragons, golden dragons, and other pure-blooded dragons. When the Dragon World channel first opened, all the pure-blooded dragons were very excited. There were very few dragons after all. A pure-blooded dragon might not even encounter another pure-blooded dragon even after living for hundreds or thousands of years. This Dragon World channel could finally allow them to see their relatives. But soon, the Dragon Race's world channel changed. This was because most dragons were unruly. In addition, bloodline suppression was useless through the world channel. Therefore, even an extreme venerable lord with a noble bloodline would be scolded by the other dragon keyboard warriors on the world channel. The extreme venerable lord did not hold back its status. Often, it would personally scold other pure-blooded dragons when they scolded it. As time passed, the Dragon Race World Channel was about to become a place of dispute. At this moment, the extreme venerable lord had just scolded a pure-blooded dragon troll and was in a good mood. But soon, its mood darkened again when the news appeared. Did you see that? That human lord's ranking just suddenly increased, jumping from 7th to 4th. It's fake, right? How can his ranking increase so much directly? Look for yourself if you don't believe me. Stupid dragon! Who are you scolding? I'm just scolding you. So what? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm a noble radiant spirit dragon. How dare you scold me? So what if you're a radiant spirit dragon? If you have the ability, turn into light and hit me, stupid. Give me the location of your territory if you have the guts. FCK your effing *SS. Facing this sudden cursing scene, many pure-blooded dragons were used to it and even watched it with relish. Of course there were also some pure-blooded dragons who were surprised by the news and immediately opened the myriad races Lord battlefield ranking. The extreme venerable lord was one of them. When it heard that a lord of a human race had reached 4th place, it had a bad feeling. When it opened the rankings of the myriad races Lord battlefield and saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun in 4th place, its dragon face immediately turned ugly. Previously, it had even said unpleasant words to this human lord, mocking him that he would definitely lag behind all the top lords in the future. It did not expect. In the blink of an eye, the other party had raised his lord rank to 4th place. It swept its gaze around and quickly landed on the ranking score behind the heaven-chasing lord. The extreme venerable lord's dragon eyes widened. It clearly remembered that the heaven-chasing lord's ranking score was 190 points. Why did it drop by 40 points now? Could it be? It suddenly thought of a possibility and its gaze lingered between the names of the heaven-chasing lord and the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Could it be that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had defeated the heaven-chasing lord, so his ranking score suddenly increased so much and reached 4th place? Thinking of this, it immediately fell silent. It seemed. This was the only reason why there was such a huge change in their scores. Lord of the Blazing Sun. The extreme venerable lord muttered this name and frowned. The reaction of the lords of all races was more or less similar to that of the extreme venerable lord. Among them, the lords of the cerulean planet naturally had the greatest reaction. Many cerulean planet lords observed the changes in the Lord of the Blazing Sun's ranking every day. Many cerulean planet human lords immediately noticed it now that his ranking had suddenly increased so much. Then, they sent this news to the World Channel without hesitation. Soon, the World Channel became lively. Chapter 352, 3rd place. The Taiyan Kingdom is attacking. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Dragon God Lord, the Insect Mother Lord, and other top lords were all alarmed by this news. When these top cerulean planet lords opened the rankings of the myriad races Lord battlefield and saw the ranking of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the thoughts that appeared in their minds were the same as the other lords. How did he do it? Even though the other normal lords were also very curious about this matter, they were relatively far from the Lord of the Blazing Sun after all, so they were more curious about something else. That was, where could the Lord of the Blazing Sun of the cerulean planet end up in the end? Could he take another step forward and enter the top 3 of the Lord ranking? Or even 1st place? At this moment, the news of the Lord of the Blazing Sun defeating the heaven-chasing Lord and coming to 4th place on the Lord ranking of all races spread at an unbelievable speed. There was even news of local forces in the high continent. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou had finally matched up with an opponent. This time, his opponent was an old friend. It was Lord Father, whom he had defeated yesterday. Lord Battlefield Cold Moss Snowfield. When Lord Father stood in Lord Father City and saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun standing on the opposite side of Blazing Sun City, its expression immediately turned ugly. I've queued for more than 3 hours. Why is it him again? He was extremely depressed. Originally, he had been defeated by the other party before. He had just found out that the other party had defeated the heaven-chasing Lord and arrived at the 4th place on the Lord ranking. After knowing this, Lord Father knew that he was even less of a match for this human Lord. The other party could defeat the heaven-chasing Lord after all. It had already proven that the other party had the strength of the top 3 lords of all races. He might even be comparable to the Great One Lord and the True Lord. Lord Father thought that its territory was very strong, but it did not think that it could compete with the top 3 lords of all races. He did not expect to encounter him again. At this moment, it suddenly saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun standing on the city wall in the distance on Blazing Sun City, waving at him with a smile. Lord Father's face darkened. He did not even summon his mechanical army from reality and directly disappeared into the air with Lord Father City. On the city wall of Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou looked at the text notification in front of him in shock. The Machina race Lord Father has surrendered. You have defeated the Machina race Lord Father, mythical tier advance grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 ranking points. Ranking system notification, your current ranking score is 160. Please continue ranking and obtain a ranking score to increase your ranking. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your ranking score will drop. He actually surrendered without fighting. Zhou Zhou was surprised. He was a mythical tier advance grade lord after all. How could he surrender just like that? Then, he thought for a moment and smiled. It was good to choose not to fight. It saved their time. The strength of his territory had increased again after all. If it was said that it was a little strenuous to deal with Lord Father last time, this time, he could easily deal with him. Lord Father's action of taking the initiative to surrender was considered a wise move. He opened the rankings of the myriad races Lord Battlefield and looked at the top 4. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 215 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 1 St. Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 195 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 160 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 3 RD. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 150 points, Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, 4 TH. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He was finally in 3rd place. He suddenly sighed. At the beginning of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event, when he saw the first 3 lords, he had always felt that they were unattainable. He felt that he would definitely not be able to obtain the rewards of the strongest lord of the myriad races in this event. But now, his strength has already undergone a tremendous change compared to before. He was already competing for the position of the strongest lord of all races. Thinking about his experience along the way, it was really unbelievable. He took a moment to relish in it before leaving the Lord battlefield with the soldiers and continued to rank and match. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel expectantly, taking advantage of time between the matches. As expected, at this moment, many lords of Cerulean Planet on the World Channel were discussing fervently about him being in the top 3 of the myriad races Lord Battlefield. Big Boss Blazing Sun is awesome. Big Boss Blazing Sun's decade-old fan came uninvited. Big Boss Blazing Sun's greatest of all time. I've decided that if the Lord of the Blazing Sun comes to attack my territory one day, I can directly surrender to Big Boss Blazing Sun and offer my territory with both hands just based on what happened today. Previous poster, you're talking as if you can defeat Big Boss Blazing Sun if you don't surrender. Ridiculous. Isn't Big Boss Blazing Sun too strong? Previously, I thought that extraordinary tier elementary grade was Big Boss Blazing Sun's limit. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Big Boss Blazing Sun had already reached the top 3 and was on par with the True Lord and the Great One Lord. To be honest, this is no longer a problem with the mythical tier unique Lord talent. That's right. Logically speaking, every low-level race will have their own mythical tier, the only Lord talent holder. However, our Big Boss Blazing Sun is the only Lord of an ordinary race who can really reach the top of the Lord ranking. This is something saying. There are so many people talking. No one should be able to see what I say. I want to be the dog of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Woof. Zhou Zhou closed the World Channel in satisfaction. 3 hours later. Zhou Zhou, who had been waiting for a long time, finally welcomed today's 3rd ranking. This time, his opponent was the Primordial Emperor Lord, who was ranked 8th in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. This Primordial Emperor Lord was said to be the incarnation of the innate original spirit essence. He was naturally good at controlling all the elemental energy. His bloodline level was second only to the top races like the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race. It did not surrender facing the Lord of the Blazing Sun even though it knew that the other party was one of the top 3 lords. Instead, it chose to fight with all its might. However, be it the extraordinary tier Greedy Wolf Avatar, the Diamond tier Advance grade Wu Xin, the White Platinum tier Elementary grade Nazario, the Yellow Gold tier Intermediate grade Augusta, or the 100 new Army Extermination Knights who had joined the Blazing Sun Army. They were all crushing the other party in terms of strength. In the end, Zhou Zhou's side defeated the other party without even using the Aurora Kingdom Tower. This Lord Battlefield ranking also allowed Zhou Zhou's ranking points to advance further, reaching 180 points. It basically stabilized his 3rd place. Just as he wanted to continue ranking, the soldiers stationed in Kingdom Beginning City suddenly transmitted urgent information. A fog monster army of about 500,000 suddenly appeared in the territory of Kingdom Beginning City. Their goal was also quite clear. It was Kingdom Beginning City. When Zhou Zhou found out about this, he quickly reacted. The Taiyan Kingdom had sent an army over. Chapter 353, Inexplicable Panic. It's finally here. When Zhou Zhou heard this news, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that it would come, on the contrary, he was afraid that it would not. Zhou Zhou could naturally deal with them calmly if they came. He might become suspicious instead if they didn't come. The Taiyan Kingdom would not silently suffer without retaliating after all. He immediately decided not to rank. In any case, he was already ranked 3rd, and there were still 3 days before the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. These 3 days were enough for him to fight for the title of the strongest lord of all races. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to seize the last 3 days to increase his strength again and prepare to face the True Lord and the Great One Lord. Staying on the Lord Battlefield would not be beneficial to his strength. These 500,000 troops of the Taiyan Kingdom were undoubtedly a chance to increase his strength. His insight defection was still useless today after all. It could be used on these attacking fog monster army. Where are they now? What characteristics do those monsters have? Zhou Zhou asked the sentinels who delivered the information. That group of fog monsters is about 200 kilometers away from Kingdom Beginning City. They will arrive in about half an hour at that speed. Those monsters are corpse-type undead monsters. As for the corpse type, it's a humanoid monster with 4 arms and a single horn. They wear an iron mask on their faces, so I can't see their exact appearance," the sentinels said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, putting aside the other party's combat strength. However, there was still time from the distance they were at. Jing Hongzhi had already established the spatial teleportation array between Blazing Sun City and Kingdom Beginning City. If he wanted to lead troops to Kingdom Beginning City, he could do it in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou immediately ordered Bai Yun and Wu Xian to reorganize the military equipment and prepare to head to Kingdom Beginning City. At this moment, Li Ye and her maid, Yu Jiao, walked over. "Are you going on another expedition?" Li Ye said in surprise. "Yes, the Taiyan Kingdom sent an army over to take back my Kingdom Beginning City. I have to go over and deal with them." Zhou Zhou nodded. "How many monsters does their army have? What kind of monsters do they look like?" Li Ye immediately asked nervously. "There are about 500,000 fog monsters. As for their appearance, they're corpse-type fog monsters wearing masks," Zhou Zhou said. "About 500,000. Corpse fog monsters wearing masks. Could it be the Faceless Corpse King army?" Li Ye seemed to have thought of something and her face suddenly turned pale. "You know about this army?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "I know. The Taiyan Kingdom once sent this army to fight our Aurora Kingdom's Aurora army. The Aurora army is a subordinate army of our Aurora Kingdom's strongest army. In the end, our Aurora army suffered a crushing defeat with the same number of troops. These fog monsters of the Faceless Corpse King army have extremely hard bodies. Moreover, they are extremely crazy when fighting without fear of death. The soldiers of the Aurora army are no match for them at all. Looks like you've really made King Taiyan want to kill you." She took a deep breath and her expression became hard. "But don't worry. I'll go find my father now and ask him to send troops to support us," she said. "No need. Even though 500,000 fog monsters are a lot, I can deal with them." Zhou Zhou shook his head. Li Ye looked at Zhou Zhou and did not say anything. She did not know where her good friend's confidence came from. That was an army of 500,000 fog monsters. Even if one was very strong and the development speed of the territory was extraordinary, it was impossible to deal with an army of this level, right? However, she hesitated and did not say anything. She knew that this friend of hers never did anything unprepared. Maybe he really had the confidence? Zhou Zhou could also see the hesitation in her eyes. However, he did not explain. It was useless to say anything about this. He could just prove it with practical actions. "Oh yes. Have you gotten the 1000 diamond tier Aurora crystals?" Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this and asked. "I've got them." Li Ye came back to her senses and asked. Speaking of this topic, a smile finally appeared on her face. 1000 diamond Aurora crystals. If they were to obtain it through the corpses of the honorable subjects, they would need at least 20,000 corpses. She did not expect to obtain them just by handing 10,000 honorable subject corpses to Zhou Zhou. With these 1000 diamond tier mist cores and the corresponding construction resources, it was enough to build 100 diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Kingdom towers. As long as they had these Aurora Kingdom towers, the pressure on their Aurora Kingdom would definitely be greatly reduced. "I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the main battlefield of the Aurora Kingdom with you today. I'll go when I have time in the future." Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. He wanted to say that he would go tomorrow. However, when he thought about how tomorrow was the day the final battlefield opened, he was worried that something would happen, so he did not say anything. "I know. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, you must let me know immediately. Even though our Aurora Kingdom is now surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, we can still spare a portion of our troops to support you," Li Ye said seriously. "Thank you." Zhou Zhou looked at her serious face and smiled. "You don't have to be so polite with me." Li Ye smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at her. He suddenly remembered that he had accidentally heard Leah say that she liked him. Like. Zhou Zhou thought about it silently and shook his head in self-deprecation. Coming to this chaotic world, it was already not easy to live with his subjects. If he was really tempted, wouldn't he make the other party a widow if he died on the Lord battlefield one day? It was better not to implicate the other party. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly, but he did not show it on the surface. What do you want to do next? I'm prepared to return to the Aurora Kingdom first and tell my father about these 1000 diamond tier mist cores so that he can feel more at ease. In the past few days, my father's hair has turned white because of the surrounding enemies. Father shouldn't be that worried with these 1000 diamond tier mist cores. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Leah smiled. Then I'll send you. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. There's no need. Go take care of your Kingdom Beginning City first. Don't let those guys take back Kingdom Beginning City. Leah smiled. Of course not. Zhou Zhou said confidently. Leah looked at his confident expression and smiled and nodded. Then, she bade farewell to Zhou Zhou and walked towards the city gate with Yu Jiao. Zhou Zhou watched them leave. Suddenly, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt inexplicably panicked and anxious. Leah! Zhou Zhou blurted out. In the distance, Leah was stunned. Then, she stopped and turned to look at Zhou Zhou. What happened? It's nothing. Come back soon. Zhou Zhou was silent for a moment before saying. Come back soon. Leah was stunned. Then, she thought of something and her fair and smooth face suddenly blushed. Why did these words sound so much like what a husband would say to his wife when they came from Zhou Zhou's mouth? She suddenly let one's imagination run wild. Then, she did not dare to face Zhou Zhou. She nodded shyly and turned to walk quickly towards the city gate. Zhou Zhou looked a little embarrassed when he saw Leah's flustered expression. What was wrong with him? Why was it like a man and woman in love who wanted the other party to return as soon as they separated? He was clearly just friends with her. Could it be that he really wanted to fall in love? He shook his head and forgot about this inappropriate idea. He walked into the teleportation array with Bai Yun and the others and disappeared. Chapter 354, Yellow Gold Tier Insight Defection. Black Wind Demon Spear. Kingdom Beginning City. On the spatial teleportation array. As soon as Zhou Zhou and the others appeared, he seemed to sense something and looked southwest. What a strong militant aura! Zhou Zhou frowned. It seemed that that direction should be the direction of the Mist Legion. The Mist Legion formed by 500,000 mist monsters was indeed extraordinary. He could actually sense it from so far away. In the time that followed, Wu Xin and Bai Yun led 150,000 soldiers and began to set up defenses around Kingdom Beginning City. As for the remaining 30,000 soldiers, they naturally stayed in Blazing Sun City to guard his base camp. At this moment, Zhou Zhou arrived at a secret chamber in the Lord Manor. He took out 1000 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and prepared to upgrade his Lord Talent. He first fused these 1000 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments into a yellow gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Then, he chose to use it and a text notification appeared. As you have 4 white silver tier Lord Talents at the same time, Monster Ranch, Insight Defection, Return to the City, and Embrace of the Conqueror, please choose one to advance. I choose to advance to Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. The other white-silver level Lord Talents were also very good. However, among them, the one he liked to use the most was undoubtedly the Lord Talent, Insight Defection, which could allow him to freeload off his subordinates. Therefore, he chose Insight Defection. In the future, if he had extra yellow gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, he could level up to return to the city or Monster Ranch. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, a familiar warm feeling came from between his eyebrows. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your white silver tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection, has been upgraded to yellow gold tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Your mythical tier Lord Talent effect is as follows. Lord Talent, Insight Defection, white platinum tier. Insight Defection, a Lord's exclusive talent. You can activate the Insight Defection talent to turn 5% of the enemy Lord's forces into your loyal subordinates when you fight the enemy Lord head-on. Lord Talent Hint 1, the minimum number of enemies for Insight Defection is 1 unit, and the maximum number of enemies for Insight Defection is 300,000 units. The minimum loyalty of enemies after Insight Defection is 89 points. Lord Talent Hint 2, currently, the upper limit of the feudal lord faction that you can induce Insight Defection is epic tier elementary grade. This upper limit can grow. Lord Talent Hint 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Zhou Zhou looked at the yellow gold tier Lord Talent Insight Defection. The more he looked at it, the wider the smile on his face grew. After reading it thoroughly, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The upgraded Insight Defection not only increased from 8% to 12%, but it also increased by 4%. Moreover, its upper limit had increased from 100,000 to 300,000, and its loyalty had increased to 89 points. If it increased by a little more and reached 90 loyalty points, it would basically be equivalent to half a dead loyal citizen. Zhou Zhou guessed. He estimated that after raising the Insight Defection to white platinum tier, he should be able to increase the loyalty of his subordinates to 90 points. However, he definitely could not improve it now. He only had 4 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. He could not fuse the white platinum tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal to upgrade the Insight Defection. The matter of upgrading Insight Defection could be discussed in the future. As for raising the upper limit of the Insight Defection to epic tier elementary grade, he did not have to worry too much about it. Because as far as he knew, the Taiyan Kingdom was only an extraordinary tier advanced grade kingdom level faction. The white silver tier Insight Defection before leveling up was enough. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, he closed the Lord Talent interface and looked at his remaining Lord Talent crystal fragment. 74 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 145 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 7 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 3 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 4 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragment. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. When the blessing of the war god reached diamond tier in the future, he could directly use these 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade to legendary tier. Then, he put away these Lord Talent crystal fragments and went to the city wall to wait quietly. A moment later. Rumble. The ground shook slightly, and a grey corpse chi gradually appeared in the distance. As time passed, the tremors and corpse chi became more and more obvious. Soon, 500,000 faceless corpse kings appeared in front of all the soldiers in Kingdom Beginning City. Just as the sentinels had reported. The soldiers of the Faceless Corpse King Corps were all corpse-type undead monsters with iron masks. The leader was a black-armored general riding a black horse. It led the 500,000 Faceless Corpse King Corps behind it and surged towards Kingdom Beginning City like an ocean of corpses. When the soldiers of Blazing Sun City saw this scene, they only felt that their eyes were filled with densely packed Faceless Corpse King Corps soldiers. They were filled with the pressure of numbers. They arrived about 5,000 meters in front of Kingdom Beginning City and stopped. The black-armored general in the lead rode his black horse forward for a distance before stopping. "Surrender, or die," it said coldly. On the city wall of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou ignored him and looked at his attributes. Monster name, Zhou, Hero unit, Scarlet Lord. Hero title, Black Wind Demon Spear. Fate level, Extraordinary Tier Heroes Fate level. Territory, Taiyan Kingdom. Strength level, Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description, one of the 3 extraordinary scarlet heroes of the Taiyan Kingdom. It is good at using an extraordinary tier intermediate grade arms, Black Demon Spear. At the same time, it can control the power of the wind element and attach it to its Black Demon Spear to increase its combat strength. Its combat style is crazy. Sometimes, it even slaughters allies. It is feared and even hated by many higher UPS in the Taiyan Kingdom. Loot's drop rate, 80 extraordinary tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade hero skills Wind Demon Boisterous Dance, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade hero skill Mad Will, 300 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade Black Demon Spear, drop rate, 10%, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade skill book Extreme Wind Blade, drop rate, 5%, 1 True Faith tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate, 3%, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade skill book Black Tornado, 1 extraordinary tier advanced grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, drop rate, 0.001%, 3 Black Iron tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 355, Faceless Corpse King Core's Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriage. Scarlet Hero. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He could understand why the other party sent 500,000 members of the Fog Army. However, he was a little surprised that a Scarlet Hero was actually sent. Was there a need to go all out? At this moment, he suddenly realized that Wu Xin, who was beside him, was also staring at the Scarlet Hero. His eyes were slightly red and he was panting slightly. His expression was completely different from usual. Brother Wu. My lord. It took Wu Xin a few seconds to react. This Black Wind Demon Spear is the Scarlet Hero who injured you back then. Zhou Zhou guessed something and asked. It's indeed this guy. Wu Xin was silent for a few seconds before nodding with a bitter smile. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and came to a realization. No wonder Wu Xin, who had always been calm, was so emotional. It turned out that the enemy who had harmed him for his entire life had arrived. Well, if not for this guy, old Wu might still be in a high position in the Aurora Kingdom. Why would he take the initiative to retire and come to his small territory to be a general? If it wasn't for the turning point in his life, it would be equivalent to ruining old Wu's life. If it was him, he would also hate the other party for the rest of his life too. Brother Wu, are you confident in dealing with him if you control Greedy Wolf Avatar? Zhou Zhou asked. Wu Xin was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, My lord, there's no need to fight this Scarlet Lord one-on-one. Just let everyone attack together. He could tell that the Lord did not want anyone else to interfere so that he could personally take revenge and vent the anger in his heart. Even though he had become younger, he was still the great general who had been in charge of the army for more than 50 years. As a general, the first thing he would think of when he encountered an enemy was to gang up on them. Bullying the weak was the true essence of military affairs after all. As long as the other party died. No matter what method it was. The resentment accumulated in his heart would naturally be resolved. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He looked at the faceless corpse King Core in the distance and his gaze landed on a faceless Black Iron tier advanced grade corpse. Monster name, Faceless Corpse. Strength level, advanced grade. Monster description, soldiers of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment of the Faceless Corpse King Core in the Taiyan Kingdom. As undead creatures, they are not afraid of death in battle. At the same time, their bodies are tough. Ordinary sharp weapons cannot pierce through their bodies. Loot's drop rate, 8 Black Iron tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron tier advanced grade death mask, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Hardened Skin, Drop Rate, 5%, 1 Shallow Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, Drop Rate, 2%. His gaze landed on the Green Bronze Tier and White Silver Tier Faceless Corpse Elite, the Yellow Gold Tier and White Platinum Tier Faceless Corpse Boss, the Diamond Level Faceless Corpse King Lord, and the last Faceless Corpse King Legion Commander. He discovered that the spoils of war of these monsters would increase as their levels increased. Not only would the quality of the original spoils of war increase, but there would also be additional loots such as Fight to the Death Will, Corpse Blood Arrow, Corpse Fire, and other skill books, as well as faceless corpse armor and weapons. Zhou Zhou was not too interested in these fancy spoils of war. He would only be a heartless skill-learning machine after the war. However, the spoils of war of the Faceless Corpse King piqued Zhou Zhou's interest. This was because it had 9 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments in its spoils of war. After using the King of Loots to upgrade it, it would have another 9 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. The other loots were nothing more than extraordinary tier skills and equipment. Zhou Zhou could not use it yet. He could let epic tier experts use them in the future. He had come to terms with it now. Loots like high-level equipment and skills that dropped from monsters. While he could not use it, the powerful subordinates beside him would be able to use them. If he could not use it himself, he would just let them use it. Not only could it be used as a military reward, but it could also increase their strength. In any case, he did not need to make a move. He did not have much need for these high-level skills and loots. After looking at the loots, Zhou Zhou looked at the Black Wind Demon Spear Zhou. He took out a white platinum tier intermediate grade saber that had been lowered by the tree core gem and slashed at the other party. Chaotic Blade Chi. A 4 to 5 meter long chaotic saber chi shot out from the saber and shot towards the flag of the Faceless Corpse King core. It was so fast that it arrived in front of the flag in the blink of an eye. But in the next second, a black shield suddenly appeared around the flag, protecting it. After the chaotic blade chi hit the black shield, it was instantly stuck on the spot. When Zhou saw this, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He had already used his own strength to protect the army flag. How could a low-level yellow gold tier human lord break its protection? Crackle! At this moment, it was as if something was dissolving. Zhou and the faceless corpses looked at the chaotic blade chi again. The chaotic blade chi was gradually disintegrating and cutting the black shield. Soon. Puff! Crack! The chaotic blade chi pierced through the black shield at the cost of dissolving more than half of it. It directly cut off the flag of the Faceless Corpse King core inside the shield and completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, the Faceless Corpse King core immediately fell silent. After a long time. Everyone, attack! Destroy this city! Leave no one alive! Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, and his body started to tremble. The army flag behind him was actually cut off in front of him. Moreover, it was cut off under his protection. This was a great humiliation to him. He must make the enemy pay with their despair and wails. On the city wall of Kingdom Beginning City. When Zhou Zhou saw the flag being cut off, a smile appeared on his face. While he did not know that the black shield came from the extraordinary tier Scarlet Hero, he could sense that it was not ordinary. Still, his chaotic blade chi was even stronger. Or rather, his chaotic blade chi was better at decomposing and cutting. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at the chaotic energy on the arms in his hand and fell into deep thought. The cutting and decomposition ability of the chaotic blade chi. Why does it feel like the shepherd's god race's nomological powers? Zhou Zhou muttered. Before he could think further, he saw the battlefield where the Faceless Corpse King core was in the distance, change. 1,000 Faceless Corpse elites pushed out 100 grey war machines that looked like catapults. However, what they placed were not stones, but turbid crystals emitting rich elemental energy. Zhou Zhou looked over, and a text notification appeared. Alchemy Technology Product, Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriage. Grade, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Product Effect, place a Chaos Energy Elemental Stone in the cannon case and project it out. The range is 1000 to 50,000 meters. After the mixed energy primeval stone lands on the ground, the chaotic elemental energy inside will be disrupted, causing a large explosion in the range and causing damage to enemies or buildings and other things in the range of the explosion. Product Description: an alchemical technology product from the Goblin Technology Group. It's a famous siege weapon in the Taiyan Kingdom. Siege weapon. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 356, Using Insight Defection. Good God! This was much stronger than his Mist Energy Cannon. The Mist Energy Cannon was a yellow gold tier advanced grade, and its maximum range was only 5,000 meters. On the other hand, the Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriage was diamond tier elementary grade. Its maximum range reached an astonishing 50,000 meters. It was 10 times more powerful than the Mist Energy Cannon. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others naturally noticed the 100 Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriages. They immediately realized that the Supreme Barrier could not withstand the other party's attack. After all, Kingdom Beginning City was only a white platinum tier elementary grade territory. Its city walls and Supreme Barrier would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of this diamond tier elementary grade Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriage. Once these 100 Chaos Energy Airdrop Gun Carriage were successfully fired, their city walls would definitely be damaged, and many soldiers would definitely die. Just as the other party was loading the Chaos Energy Elemental Stone. Howl! A divine wolf's howl sounded. Then, a blood-colored divine wolf that was 700 to 800 meters tall suddenly crossed the city wall and landed in front of the faceless corpse king core with a bang. It was Wu Xian's greedy wolf avatar. Behind it, Nazario, Augusta, Maris, Feng Luo, and the 100 army extermination knights jumped down one after another. Then, they either flew in the air or stood on the ground to juxtapose with greedy wolf avatar. Are you surrendering? Zhou's gaze landed on greedy wolf avatar and Nazario before he sneered. These guys seemed to be quite strong, especially greedy wolf avatar and Nazario. They even made him feel a certain sense of danger. But so what? This was a battle between lords. In front of its 500,000 faceless corpse king army, these guys were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Surrender. You're the one who should surrender. At this moment, a voice came. Zhou looked over towards it. A young man wearing general armor and riding the warhorse, blinding light, slowly appeared between the eyebrows of the greedy wolf avatar. It was Wu Xian. Why do I feel that you look a little familiar? Zhou looked at the other party's appearance and frowned. Do you still remember Maple Forest City? I'm Great General Wu Xian, whom you injured on the battlefield of Maple Forest City. Wu Xian said coldly. Zhou was stunned. As an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Scarlet Hero, its memory was naturally extremely good. With the other party's reminder, it immediately remembered who the other party was. It was stunned for a moment before sensing the other party's genuine hero aura again. Its expression immediately darkened. You're actually not dead yet. It doesn't matter. I'll just kill you again. But you're really... Wasn't it good to die previously? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou could no longer suppress the madness in his brain. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body emitted two strange auras, black and red. Then, he seemed to have gone crazy. He left the team alone and charged at the greedy wolf avatar with his spear. Is this guy crazy? Seeing this scene, not only did the soldiers in Blazing Sun City think this way, but even some of the soldiers of the Faceless Corpse King Corps could not help but have the same thoughts. Only the monsters who were familiar with the Black Wind Spear Demon were not very surprised to see this scene. The Faceless Corpse King was one of them. Destroy them. Strip their skins and turn them into our companions. It roared and ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, 500,000 faceless corpses immediately held their weapons and charged at the greedy wolf avatar and the others. Even so, they did not make any sound and could only hear their dense footsteps on the ground. Feng Luo and I will block the Black Wind Spear Demon. The Army Extermination Knight is in charge of destroying the 100 Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage. Your Highnesses Nazario and Augusta, please try your best to destroy these soldiers of the Faceless Corpse King Corps. Wu Xin, who had the morale of the desired military morale, quickly began to give orders. The next second, the greedy wolf avatar opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red army extermination light ball that shot towards the Black Wind Demon Spear, Zhou Zhou. Boom! The two collided in the blink of an eye. Even though Zhou Zhou was crazy, it was precisely because of this that its combat strength increased greatly. Facing this extraordinary tear attack, it raised the black demon spear in its hand and swung it forcefully. Snap! A pitch-black spear light left the spear and shot out, colliding with the army extermination light ball in the blink of an eye. Rumble! There was a huge explosion in the air, and a strange red and black sun seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The next second, Zhou Zhou actually rushed out of the center of the explosion. His entire body was wrapped in an even thicker blood-colored and black aura. His eyes were filled with madness as he stabbed at the greedy wolf avatar. The greedy wolf avatar and Feng Luo were not afraid at all. One of them fought Zhou Zhou while the other supported him. Beside him, Nazario, Augusta, and Maris had already eliminated these faceless corpse monsters in the 500,000 faceless corpse king corps. As for the 100 army extermination knights, they also rushed towards the 100 chaos energy airdrop gun carriage. A huge battle began just like that. On the city wall of Kingdom Beginning City, lines of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou when the battle began. An official battle has been discovered. Battle mode has been activated. Virtual battlefield has been established. Battle points are being calculated. Prompt: after the battle ends, the Army's battle point function will be calculated and obtained a corresponding number of battle points according to the performance of the Blazing Sun Army. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the Army and unlock more Army functions. A virtual screen appeared in front of him. On this virtual screen, there were two colors of light spots. They were white and red. The number of white light spots was only about a quarter of the number of red light spots. It represented the Blazing Sun Army, and the red was the Faceless Corpse King Corps. There were big and small light spots, representing the strength of each light spot. At this moment, these light spots were moving on the virtual screen. From time to time, light spots would disappear from the virtual screen. Zhou Zhou also realized that he could click on these white light spots and know the details of them. He could even chat with them and issue army quests. As for the red light spots representing the Faceless Corpse King Corps, they naturally did not have these functions. Is this the function of the virtual battlefield? With this virtual battlefield function, it will definitely be much more convenient to command on the battlefield in the future. Zhou Zhou thought after reading it. Then, he did not understand more obscure functions of this army's battle point for the time being. Instead, he came to the city wall and raised his right hand to the entire battlefield, aiming his palm at them. The newly upgraded yellow gold tier Lord talent, Insight Defection, was immediately activated. Boom! An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the entire battlefield. The next second, the bodies of the more than 60,000 faceless corpse monsters in the Faceless Corpse King Corps suddenly stiffened. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They turned around and attacked their companions beside them without hesitation. A total of more than 60,000 faceless corpses was not a small number compared to 500,000 faceless corpse monsters. Their sudden civil war immediately caused the Faceless Corpse King Corps, which was originally attacking together, to become chaotic. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The Faceless Corpse King also saw the internal strife in its army. It roared with widened eyes. Then, its voice was drowned out by endless killing cries. Nazario and Augusta, who were in charge of destroying these monsters of the Faceless Corpse King Corps, were not surprised when they saw this scene. They had followed their lord for a long time and naturally knew that this was their lord's method. They did not hesitate and continued to slaughter the Faceless Corpse King army. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent notification: there are a total of 33,021 Black Iron Tier Faceless Corpses, 15,542 Green Bronze Tier Faceless Corpse Elite, 8,133 White Silver Tier Faceless Corpse Elite, 3,312 Yellow Gold Tier Faceless Corpse Bosses, 1,528 White Platinum Tier Faceless Corpse Bosses, 112 Diamond Tier Faceless Corpse Lords, and one Extraordinary Tier Faceless Corpse Deputy Commander has betrayed their Lord faction and become your loyal subordinate. Zhou Zhou smiled. The 12% Insight Defection ratio directly gave him 61,648 Faceless Corpse monsters. Among them was even an Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Faceless Corpse King Deputy Commander. This Insight Defection. Simply awesome. Chapter 357 Unparalleled Fierce General Army Extermination Night. Dragon Transformation. This Insight Defection had not been upgraded in vain. Zhou Zhou thought. In one Insight Defection, he directly obtained more than 60,000 monster soldiers. He had already begun to recruit more soldiers than he did from the monster ranch every day. It would be awesome if I had such an army every time I came to Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. If that was the case, he would have at least 100,000 more soldiers a day. In less than a week, the number of his soldiers would reach 1 million, and he would have a military strength comparable to an entire beginner kingdom. He fantasized for a few seconds before his gaze landed on the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was a little special. Even though the Faceless Corpse King Corps had an absolute military advantage and had a lot of experts, they were not weak either. The Greedy Wolf Avatar and Feng Luo were fighting the Black Wind Demon Spear, Zhou Zhou. This Zhou Zhou was indeed an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Scarlet Hero. He was actually not at a disadvantage against two of them. It had to know that it was facing two Diamond tier heroes. Even though Feng Luo only had the strength of a Diamond tier elementary grade, Wu Xian, with the enhancement of the Greedy Wolf Avatar, had the true strength of an extraordinary tier. Even so, the other party could still fight back and forth. It could be seen how strong the other party was. As for Nazario, Augusta, and Maris, there was nothing much to say. Not only were the three of them strong, but they could also fly. Facing the Faceless Corpse King Corps, which could not fly and could only release long-range attacks like Corpse Fire and Corpse Bloodbone arrows on the ground, it could be said to be a dimensional reduction attack. Especially for Nazario, who was good at range attacks, its All Things Burn ability could cause thousands of Faceless Corpse monsters to spontaneously combust with a thought. Moreover, the 50,000 Kingdom-level combat class Violent Storm Spirit in Kingdom Beginning City was also constantly releasing the Kingdom-level combat skill Death Storm, drawing a large number of Faceless Corpse monsters on the battlefield into the storm formed by the wind and lightning elementals to kill them. Every round of strangulation by more than 50,000 Violent Storm Spirits could kill 70,000 to 80,000 Faceless Corpse monsters and injure more than 100,000 Faceless Corpse monsters. This was the power of a Kingdom-level combat class. Even though these Faceless Corpse monsters had sturdy bodies and were not afraid of death in battle, they were at most high-level soldier types. Facing the Kingdom-level combat class, the Violent Storm Demon Spirit, who was standing far away on the city wall and releasing its skills, they were completely helpless. They could not even rush to the city wall and could only be stopped by the Death Violent Storm. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 100 Army Extermination Knights. At this moment, each of the 100 Army Extermination Knights rushed towards a Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage. As an important war machine of the Faceless Corpse King Corps, the Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage was surrounded by more than 10,000 high-level faceless corpse soldiers. At this moment, they were protecting the 100 Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage as cannon carriages. The weakest among them was at the white-silver tier, and the strongest was already a diamond tier faceless corpse king lord. However, the army extermination knight was not afraid at all in the face of such a powerful artillery formation. They held the black meteor hammers and swung them in the air, spinning continuously. As their speed increased, they actually formed a battlefield wonder that was like a black tornado. All the faceless corpse monsters near the black whirlwind were easily separated from their flesh by the meteor mace. Then, they were either seriously injured or died. At this moment, the black meteor hammer in the army extermination knight's hand had become another meat grinder on the battlefield. However, there were also some faceless corpse king lords who quickly thought of a way to restrain it after seeing the black whirlwind created by the army extermination knight. That was to forcefully hug the black meteor hammer at the price of a portion of the dead faceless corpse soldiers. This plan had indeed succeeded. However, the army extermination knight, whose meteor hammer whirlwind had been interrupted, did not care when it saw this scene. Instead, it used its powerful strength to pull its meteor hammer back. Then, he held the meteor mace in his hand and jumped into the phalanx of cannon carriages. He began to kill these high-level faceless corpse soldiers with his hammer. Giant mace technique. The huge black meteor mace was swung vigorously by the knights of the extermination army. At this moment, not a single faceless corpse soldier in the huge artillery formation was a match for the army extermination knight. Even the diamond tier faceless corpse king lord, who personally tried to kill the army extermination knight, was easily repelled by the army extermination knight. This combat strength. It was even stronger than the meteor mace whirlwind. The faceless corpse king lord was stunned. It, a diamond tier lord tier monster, actually could not defeat a white platinum tier advance grade human soldier with help and even let the other party kill in its phalanx? It realized again how extraordinary the other party was. The army extermination knight's next performance told these faceless corpses what it meant to be stronger instead of the strongest. A portion of the white platinum tier faceless corpse bosses wanted to release corpse bloodbone arrows to attack the army extermination knight from afar. In the end, when the corpse bloodbone arrows they released landed on the tall army extermination knight, they were either directly blocked by their armor or only caused some skin to break on the surface of the army extermination knight's body. Then, it healed in an instant. Some of the weaker corpse bloodbone arrows did not even break the skin of the army extermination knight after landing on it. They only left some white marks on its body before returning to normal in an instant. When the army extermination knight saw the effect of these attacks, it grinned, its face filled with arrogance and ferocity. Did they really think that their days in the Night Temple were for nothing? They had the virtuous Titan race bloodline, Empire-level combat talent Iron Blood combat body, Empire-level combat talent War Madman, Empire-level combat skill Immortal Blood, White Platinum tier Advance grade Self-Restoration, White Platinum tier Advance grade Diamond Physique, White Platinum tier Advance grade Spirit Resistance, White Platinum tier Advance grade Physical Damage Immunity, White Platinum tier Advance grade Elemental Damage Immunity. All kinds of abilities were prepared for the battlefield. Just as he had displayed. Every army extermination knight was an unparalleled fierce general who looked down on everyone on the battlefield. On the city wall of Kingdom Beginning City, Zhou Zhou looked at the 100 army extermination knights who easily destroyed the high-level faceless corpse monsters that protected the Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage. Then, they easily smashed the 100 Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage. He could not help but smile. It's too fierce. It's like entering a no-man's land. Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh. Even though he had already seen it on the Lord battlefield. However, at that time, the other party's military strength was not as much as the faceless corpse king corps, so the army extermination knight's strong performance was not very obvious. On the current battlefield, the strong performance of the army extermination knight was immediately obvious. Judging from the performance of these 100 army extermination knights, those who did not know better would think that they were heroes. As expected of an Empire-level combat class soldier in the name of Extermination Army, it lived up to its reputation. Lucaier's resurrection was not in vain. Not only did it bring him an extraordinary tier hero inheritance slot, but it also gave him 100 brave and peerless army extermination knights. This deal was not a loss. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and looked at the entire battlefield. On the current battlefield, even though the Faceless Corpse King Corps had a lot of troops, because of the internal strife caused by the Incite defection previously, coupled with Nazario, Augusta, Maris, the Violent Storm Spirit, the Army Extermination Knight, and the frontal attack of the forces of Blazing Sun City. Therefore, both sides were in a balanced state of war. For the time being, it was impossible to tell who was at an advantage or disadvantage. However, as time passed, with the attacks of the Violent Storm Spirit and other experts who were good at range attacks, the advantage of the Faceless Corpse King Corps would quickly dwindle. On the other hand, the experts on their side could continue fighting. When the time comes, the advantage would naturally lean towards the Blazing Sun territory. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and relaxed a little. The scales of victory are already leaning towards us. Then I'll stretch my muscles too. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something. He would do it if he wanted to. Zhou Zhou flew into the sky first and closed his eyes to feel the bloodline power in his body. An invisible pressure gradually spread from his body and gradually spread in all directions. Suddenly, he suddenly opened his eyes, which actually emitted an astonishing resplendent golden light. At the same time, the pupils in his eyes actually stood up into golden dragon eyes. Roar! A dragon roar shook the surroundings. Zhou Zhou was enveloped in golden light. After the golden light dissipated, a golden dragon that was 400 to 500 meters tall flew in the air. Its entire body was extremely thick, and there was a golden vertical horn on its dragon head. At the same time, its body was covered in a golden metal dragon armor, making it look like a heroic dragon warrior. Chaos Human Race Talent Dragon Transformation. Racial Skill Golden Dragon Armor. Chapter 358, Moonfall. Killing Zhou. The golden dragon Zhou Zhou looked down at the battlefield below. When he saw the stunned Nazario and Augusta, he could not help but laugh in the voice of a dragon. It's me. Zhou Zhou used the army's battle point system to send a voice transmission to all the soldiers and subordinates. It's my lord. I thought it was His Highness Nazario and His Highness Augusta's people. Me too. The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they revered Zhou Zhou even more as they continued to fight the enemy. My lord, you also have the bloodline of my dragon race in your body. Nazario and Lord Augusta asked curiously at the same time. Yes, I just obtained it not long ago. Zhou Zhou replied. Then, he did not say anything else and swooped down on the battlefield. Then, with a bang, he landed between 100 to 200 faceless corpse monsters. The ground shook violently. More than half of the surrounding faceless corpse monsters died, and the other half were also severely injured and could not stand up to fight. After that, Golden Dragon Zhou Zhou controlled his golden dragon body to barge through the faceless corpse monsters and kill them. He did not need any equipment or skills. With the incomparably sturdy golden dragon body and incomparably sharp golden dragon claw, even casually waving them was his strongest equipment and skill now. Awesome! Zhou Zhou felt that he was playing an unparalleled mowing game. He felt so happy killing them. Even though his strength was at the yellow gold tier elementary grade, after dragon transformation, a yellow gold tier elementary grade golden dragon was enough to kill diamond tier elementary grade and below. Which meant, at this moment, the only enemies that could really threaten him on the entire battlefield were extraordinary tier enemies. They were the Faceless Corpse King Legion Commander and the Black Wind Demon Spear, Zhou. However, he also knew this, so he had been fighting around Nazario. This way, even if the Faceless Corpse King Legion commander or the Black Wind Demon Spear Zhou Zhou suddenly attacked him, Nazario could save him immediately. This was also why he dared to suddenly fight. Half an hour later, under the joint efforts of the Golden Dragon Zhou Zhou, Nazario, Augusta, the Violent Storm Spirit, Feng Luo, Maris, and the other experts of Blazing Sun City, the 500,000 Faceless Corpse King Corps only had more than 100,000 Faceless Corpse monsters left. Other than the allies who had been instigated, the remaining Faceless Corpses had all been destroyed. Zhou Zhou returned to the army to provide support. The Legion commander gathered the remaining soldiers of the Faceless Corpse King Corps and roared at Zhou Zhou, who was still fighting crazily. In an emergency it couldn't care less about the hierarchy. If they didn't hurry up and ask for help, they would be wiped out. These guys were too terrifying. Especially Nazario and the violent storm spirits on the city wall that could release death storms. The former was clearly at the white platinum tier elementary grade, but it had suppressed it, the Legion commander of the extraordinary tier intermediate grade, to the point where it could not raise its head at all. This was ridiculous. I did not know. As a dragon hero with a low-tier deity level fate level slot, Nazario's true combat strength was enough to kill an extraordinary tier elementary grade normal race hero. Even though it was an extraordinary tier intermediate grade, it was not a hero after all. It naturally could not resist Nazario. As for the violent storm spirit, even though most of its strength was yellow gold tier and white platinum tier. However, the kingdom level combat class were extremely good at range damage. Among the 300,000 Faceless Corpse King Corps that had already died, a quarter was destroyed by Nazario, and the remaining quarter was destroyed by Augusta, Maris, Feng Luo, the Army Extermination Knight, and other experts of Blazing Sun City. The last half were all destroyed by the violent storm spirit. It could be seen how terrifying this kingdom-level combat class violent storm spirit was. On the other side, Zhou Zhou, who was fighting crazily, also heard the Faceless Corpse King Legion commander's cry for help. It gritted its teeth, and the madness in its eyes subsided slightly. It did not expect the 500,000 troops it brought to be inferior to the subordinates of the human lord in terms of consumption. However, it did not have time to think too much. It had to return to help first. Otherwise, if he really let a Faceless Corpse King army be destroyed here, even if it was one of the only 3 extraordinary tier heroes in the Taiyan Kingdom, it would still have to suffer a very harsh punishment. It was about to leave. However, Wu Xin and Feng Luo naturally would not allow this to happen. The greedy wolf avatar opened its bloody mouth and a blood-red army extermination light ball quickly condensed before shooting towards Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's heart suddenly rang with alarm. It dodged sideways and narrowly avoided the army extermination light ball. "You're courting death." Zhen suddenly turned to look at the greedy wolf avatar with a ferocious expression. But in the next moment, roar! A dragon roar sounded. It was Nazario's dragon roar. The next second, the ground suddenly darkened. Right on the heels of that, everyone suddenly noticed that a meteorite with a diameter of 500 to 600 meters fell from the sky with an incomparable pressure. It was Nazario's growth-type draconic spell, Meteorite Descent. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Then, panic appeared in the hearts of every soldier. But soon, Zhou Zhou's voice appeared in the hearts of the Blazing Sun City soldiers, telling them not to panic. That was Nazario's attack. The soldiers of Blazing Sun City immediately felt at ease. Was it His Highness Nazario's attack? Then it was fine. Soon, the meteorite flew down and landed where the Faceless Corpse King Corps Legion commander was. It was also the place where the soldiers of the Faceless Corpse King Corps gathered the most in the entire battlefield. Rumble! The ground shook violently. The illuminate of the meteorite falling spread in all directions with the landing point as the center. In the blink of an eye, it affected everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. However, Nazario had extremely strong control over his meteorite descent. This Illuminate destroyed at least 70,000 to 80,000 Faceless Corps King Corps soldiers, including the Legion commander of the Extraordinary Tier Intermediate grade. However, not a single Blazing Sun City soldier was injured. On the other side, after seeing this scene that could be said to be destructive, even if Zhou Zhou focused on the battle in front of him again, it could not help but be dazed for a second. It was this second that Wu Xin caught it. Howl. A divine wolf howl that seemed to come from the stars sounded. The world suddenly darkened. An illusory blood-colored full moon suddenly appeared in the sky and fell towards Zhou Zhou. Greedy wolf moon howling arrays killing move moon fall. Zhou Zhou's expression changed, and he felt a strong sense of danger. It wanted to escape, but it realized that the blood-colored moon was releasing an extremely strong gravitational force, preventing its body from moving at all. It could only watch as the blood-colored moon approached and drowned it. On the battlefield, Zhou Zhou looked at the corpses of the Faceless Corps King Corps soldiers around him with a bored expression. What a pity! He had yet to have his fill of killing. Were all killed by Nazario's meteorite descent. At this moment, a kill notification appeared in front of him. Your subject Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin used the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array to kill the Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Black Wind Demon Spear Zhou Zhou, Kingdom Level Scarlet Hero. Promotion Energy plus 4 million. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin and all the members of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array who set up the array have obtained an additional 80 million promotion energy. Your subject Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin's hero biography has been updated. This battle has ended. Calculating the battle points obtained by the Blazing Sun Army in this battle. Chapter 359, Biography Update. Green Bronze Tier Kingdom Army. Rumble. Zhou Zhou felt a gentle and majestic energy produced out of thin air in his heart. Then, it instantly surged into various parts of his body, strengthening his body and soul. After a long time, the effect of the enhancement slowly stopped. Zhou Zhou also came back to his senses. He opened his attribute panel. As expected, he had already advanced to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Moreover, he could feel that he was not far from the yellow gold tier advanced grade. Good God! Killing an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Scarlet Hero directly gave me 840 million promotion energy points. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Then, he suddenly thought of something and opened the virtual battlefield. He found the light spot representing Wu Xin in the Greedy Wolf avatar and pulled up his information. He realized that the other party's strength had indeed increased from Diamond Tier Advanced Grade to Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou was delighted. An Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade hero. This was the symbol of the top combat strength of the kingdom. Previously, he had none in the Blazing Sun territory. He finally had it now. Then, he looked at Bai Yun and realized that she had also advanced from White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. As for the other soldiers who formed the Greedy Wolf avatar, their strength had also increased to a certain extent. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The death of Zhou Zhou, the Black Wind Demon Spear, directly fed his subordinates. He suddenly thought of something and his heart stirred. Zhou Zhou still remembered that the other party had the Extraordinary Tier Hero Inheritance Secret Manual in his body. Wouldn't he obtain a higher level Hero Inheritance Secret Manual when he extracted the other party's loots? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou was immediately tempted. After a few seconds, he calmed down and looked at the notification at the back. Brother Wu's hero biography has been updated. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He had never paid much attention to this hero biography. He did not expect there to be a change at this time. He opened Wu Xin's attribute panel. Subject, Wu Xin, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Dragon Horse Spear General. Position, Extraordinary Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Strength Level, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade, 75%, Golden Dragon Bloodline, Epic Tier Advance Grade, 25%. Skill. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Epic Tier Advance Grade. Hero Biography, 1. He was a great general who fought countless battles for the Aurora Kingdom of the human race before becoming a hero. He protected countless human citizens and made countless fog monsters fear him. He was a horseman for his entire life and still had his heroism. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, human race reputation +2000, high continent reputation +1. 2. Under the blessing of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Dragon Horse Spear General and became the 4th generation Dragon Horse Spear General. The hero's personal reputation rating +1, human race reputation +10,000, high continent reputation +3. 3. During his tenure under the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he once controlled the Wolfy Wolfling Moon Array and another human hero to kill the Scarlet Hero Zhou Zhou, Black Wind Demon Spear and his reputation sword. Personal reputation +5, reputation rating amongst the humans and 30,000, reputation in the high continent +5. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 3rd hero legendary tier information. What's the use of this hero biography? He asked doubtfully. Then, he thought for a moment and decided to ask the Supreme Will. In the end, the Supreme Will really gave him a reply. Supreme Will notification: the more content there is in the hero biographies, the easier it is to upgrade the hero's fate level slot. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. A hero biography actually had such an ability? Then he would have to pay more attention to this in the future. Finally, his gaze landed on the last text notification. Are we going to settle the battle points? Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. A moment later, a new text notification appeared. This battle has been recorded. Battle settlement completed. Your Blazing Sun Army, Black Iron Tier Army, has obtained 300 battle points. The Blazing Sun Army has been upgraded to the Green Bronze Tier Army. Black Iron Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been upgraded to Green Bronze Tier Army Enhancement Braveness. The Army's battle point function has been updated. It directly upgraded to Green Bronze Tier. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He opened the Army interface and looked at the current Army information and Green Bronze Tier Army buff Braveness. Blazing Sun Army, Green Bronze Tier Kingdom Army. Current maximum number of soldiers accommodated, 167,886/1.5 million. Current battle points, 200/1,000. Prompt: you can obtain the corresponding battle points by completing the battle. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock more army functions. Army Enhancement, Braveness. Buff level, Green Bronze Tier. Buff effect: your legionaries will be even braver when fighting on the battlefield. At the same time, your overall strength will receive a 20% enhancement. Zhou Zhou was even more surprised. Even though the upper limit of the Green Bronze Tier Kingdom Army had increased to 1,000 battle points, the upper limit of the number of soldiers it could accommodate had increased from 1 million to 1.5 million. The Green Bronze Tier Kingdom Army's buff, Braveness, had also increased from 10% to 20%, increasing the strength of the Blazing Sun Army by more than 10%. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This battle was not in vain. The gains were perfect. At this moment, the greedy wolf avatar in the distance suddenly disintegrated, revealing the 100,000 soldiers inside. At this moment, their faces were pale, and their auras were very weak. Some of them could not even stand and fell on the spot. Zhou Zhou frowned when he saw this. Then, he floated into the air and landed beside Wu Xin. "Greetings, my lord," Wu Xin said respectfully. At this moment, his face was a little pale even though he had just broken through. However, the smile on his face was also very obvious. "How's General Wu?" Zhou Zhou asked. There were soldiers around, so he did not call him Brother Wu like usual. My lord, don't worry. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Wu Xin said. Are the soldiers also exhausted? Zhou Zhou pointed at the 100,000 soldiers who were also pale. Yes. It's a little too tiring to fight that black wind demon spear Zhou. Especially the final greedy wolf howling moon array killer move Moonfall. It almost consumed more than half of the soldier's essence, chi, and spirit. That's why they're like this. But my lord, you don't have to worry. Let the soldiers have a good meal and go back to sleep. They'll be full of vigor the next day. Wu Xin explained. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, feeling that this battle was still a little difficult. Then, he asked curiously, why haven't I seen General Wu use the Moonfall before? The greedy wolf totem is extremely mysterious and contains countless mysteries. I've studied it for many days and only comprehended this array formation killing move today. That's why I used it so late. Wu Kula smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. So that was it. His gaze landed on the corpse of the black wind demon spear Zhou. At this moment, this corpse had already been crushed to pieces by the greedy wolf howling moon array's killing move Moonfall. Its original appearance could not be seen at all. However, Zhou Zhou was not afraid in the face of the other party's tragic state. Instead, his eyes were burning. This was the first extraordinary tier hero he had killed in his territory. He could not wait to extract loot from this guy's corpse. Thinking of this, he went to the other party's corpse and placed his hand on it with no hesitation. Chapter 360, Hero Inheritance Ghost God General. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 96 Epic Tier Mist Cores, 360 Origin Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Skill, Unparalleled Ghost God, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Skill, Ghost God Military Morale, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Equipment, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Technique, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Ghost God Violent Storm, 1 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Advanced Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, 3 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Whoosh! Zhou's corpse immediately turned into a large number of loots and dropped. Zhou Zhou was immediately delighted when he saw the loot's notification. The extraordinary tier Advanced Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual had really become an epic tier Advanced Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Awesome! He suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to check the loots one by one. The first was the epic tier Mist Core. He had synthesized a mist core of this level through the Heavenly Mist treasure bag before. However, this was the first time it had dropped in reality. He took a few glances before placing the Origin Crystals, Scarlet Crystals, and the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment into his spatial ring. Then, he looked at the 2 hero skills. Hero Skill, Unparalleled Ghost God. Level, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Skill Effect, the Ghost God General will release its own Ghost God power and be possessed by the Ghost God. During the possession period, the Ghost God General's body will increase greatly depending on the Ghost God General's strength. At the same time, the Ghost God General's strength realm, physical defense, restoration, nerve reaction ability, logical thinking ability, lethality, and destructive power will greatly increase. Moreover, every attack of the Ghost God General will carry the power of the Ghost God during the possession period and can attack enemies further away. At the same time, the Ghost God General can ignore the negative effects of any injuries on its body during the possession period until its Ghost God power is exhausted. It can use the unparalleled Ghost God again after the Ghost God power restoration recovers by 50%. Hero skill, Ghost God military morale. Level, Epic tier intermediate grade. Skill effect, the soldiers under the command of the Ghost God General will be in a state of compliance at all times during war. No matter what orders the Ghost God General gives, the soldiers under the command of the Ghost God General will obey them completely regardless of distance. During the battle, the Ghost God General and his soldiers will immediately enter the state of the Ghost God's heart. In the state of the Ghost God's heart, the Ghost God General and his soldiers will be in an absolutely calm state. Nothing can shake the minds of the Ghost God General and his soldiers. Moreover, it will greatly weaken the effect of pressure, illusion, mental enchantment, and other abilities. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. These two hero skills were undoubtedly top-grade hero skills. The former could allow a hero to become a Ghost God General who could take the head of an enemy general in an army of 10,000. The latter was a high-end version of Wu Xian's desired military morale. Zhou Zhou immediately thought of letting Wu Xian use this Ghost God military morale. As for the unparalleled Ghost God, Zhou Zhou thought of the 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo. This type of hero skill was a perfect match for a martial arts hero like Feng Luo. When the time comes. With the hero skill unparalleled Ghost God and Feng Luo's superb martial arts combat skills, Zhou Zhou could already imagine how astonishing the other party's combat strength would be on the battlefield. As for level, it was not a problem. The level of hero skills represented the upper limit of their level, not the learning level of the skill. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the 2-meter-long halberd with a black dragon and a blood dragon tattooed on it. Equipment name, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Equipment grade, Epic tier intermediate grade. Equipment effect 1, Demon Slaying Demon God Demon Slaying Halberd's lethality to fog monsters increases by 300%. Equipment effect 2, Ghost God Evil Spirit. When the user uses the Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, their body will be filled with Ghost God Evil Spirit. Life forms with weak resistance will feel as if they have seen a ghost god in the human world when they see the user. At best, they will feel fear in their hearts, and at worst, they will die from fear. Equipment effect 3, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. After the user obtains the recognition of the Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, they will automatically inherit a combat method from the Ghost God. After mastering this combat method, it can greatly increase the combat power of the Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Equipment effect 4, Ghost God on Earth. Sacrifice the Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd and summon a low-tier deity-level Ghost God to reappear in the world. You will bear the consequences. What a fierce weapon! Zhou Zhou was secretly shocked after reading its attributes. He had seen more than 10,000 weapons and equipment. However, in terms of ferocity and ominousness, this demon-slaying halberd could be ranked first. Especially the equipment effect, the words "you will bear the consequences" described by Ghost God on Earth. Just looking at them made one feel fear, as if releasing the Ghost God would cause a huge disaster. However, even so, this equipment was indeed enviable. Putting aside the last Ghost God, just the plus 300% lethality against the fog monsters effect alone tempted Zhou Zhou. This equipment has to be given to a reliable person to use. Zhou Zhou pondered. For some reason. At this moment, he thought of that child, Xiao Xian. The other party's blessing of the God of Fortune might be able to deal with this ferocious weapon. However, he thought for a moment and finally dismissed this idea. Xiao Xian was still a child after all. As an adult, he did not dare to gamble, nor did he want to. At most, he would seal this weapon. In any case, no one in his territory could use it for the time being. As for the subsequent epic tier intermediate grade skill book, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, it was the Ghost God combat technique inherited by the Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. It was similar to the Dark Bone King's saber technique inheritance he had obtained previously. However, Zhou Zhou did not learn it because the level of skill learning was too high. He would give it to anyone in his territory who broke through to the epic tier intermediate grade in the future. Then, he looked at the last skill book. Skill name, Ghost God Violent Storm. Skill quality, epic tier intermediate grade. Skill description, summon a black tornado formed by the power of the ghost god to surround the user. Any enemy who approaches the tornado will fly uncontrollably into the violent storm and be strangled to death by the power of the ghost god if they are weaker than the summoner. An ordinary attack skill. Zhou Zhou took a look and put it away since he was not tempted. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the final epic tier intermediate grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, epic tier intermediate grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the hero inheritance of the ghost god General Sen Luo. Introduction, as a demon, the ghost god will kill you, ghost god General Sen Luo. It's indeed the hero inheritance of the ghost god General. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself when he saw that his guess had come true. Chapter 361, Ghost God General Inheritance. Military Merit Quests announced. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Previously, when he looked at the information of the two hero skills, Unparalleled Ghost God and Ghost God Military Morale, it mentioned the hero, Ghost God General. At that time, he thought that the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual that dropped this time was probably the hero inheritance of the Ghost God General. Looking at it now, it was indeed it. Who should I give this Ghost God General's hero inheritance to? Zhou Zhou pondered. Among his subordinates, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and Nazario already had their own hero inheritance. Even though Maris could accept this hero inheritance, it was a Divine Kingdom soldier type to begin with. Moreover, its offensive methods were all soul attacks. It did not match the close combat method of the Ghost God General. Augusta needed the Dragon Hero Inheritance as a spectral dragon. It could not accept the hero inheritance of this Ghost God General. Zhou Zhou suddenly had a ridiculous idea. He actually did not know who to give this incomparably precious hero inheritance to because he did not have a suitable candidate for it. Tisk tisk. It was a little like Versailles. Then, Zhou Zhou quickly thought of another candidate. That was the extraordinary tier Faceless Corpse King deputy commander he had instigated when he had just incite defection. As an extraordinary tier combatant, if he gave this hero inheritance to the other party to use, there would immediately be an extraordinary tier hero in his territory. There was no need to worry about loyalty. The other party's loyalty was reversed after all. The starting point was 89 points. In 3 days, the other party's loyalty could increase to 90 points with the help of the Peace and Prosperity Lord talent. It was comparable to half a dead loyal citizen. Still, the Faceless Corpse King's deputy commander had just arrived in his territory after all. He had no other contributions other than the civil war just now. Giving the other party the hero inheritance immediately would make the other subjects feel that it was unfair. Moreover, Zhou Zhou valued loyalty and qualifications more. The longer he followed him and made more contributions, the more he would value them. Even though the starting point of loyalty of the subjects who had just arrived in his territory was very high, Zhou Zhou was not very willing to give them a lot of benefits without making a great contribution. Zhou Zhou pondered. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. He opened the army interface, opened the military merit system, and issued military merit quests. The quest's target was very simple. As long as a military professionals or combat professionals in his army had a total of 100,000 military merits, they could obtain the Ghost God General's Hero Inheritance Secret Manual for free and become the 5th hero in his territory. After Zhou Zhou assigned the military merit quests, he placed this Hero Inheritance Secret Manual in the army warehouse and set it to have had more than 100,000 military merits to exchange for it. The keywords here were have had. Which meant, if the military merits that soldiers once had already been spent to increase their own strength, they could also be calculated as military merits. This would also be relatively reasonable. Currently, other than generals like Bai Yun and Wu Xian, the soldiers with the highest number of military merits in his army were a white platinum tier elementary grade sword shield soldier. The other party's total military merits had already reached more than 80,000. If the other party worked hard for the next 2 days, he might be able to satisfy the exchange conditions in 2 days. Zhou Zhou did not care much about such matters. It was his ability to exchange for it. If the other party was overtaken by the soldiers behind them, that was also the ability of the other soldiers. Zhou Zhou naturally would not interfere. It was a fair competition. Then, he looked at the military merit quests he had assigned and could not help but smack his lips. As kingdoms that had been established for hundreds of years, the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom only had 3 heroes. He did not even establish a kingdom, but he already had 4 heroes that already existed, an empty epic tier hero inheritance, and 2 extraordinary tier hero inheritances from the Night Temple. All of this was almost brought to him by his Lord Talent. Thinking of this, his Lord Talent was indeed ridiculously strong. However, he calmed down when he thought of the hundreds of elven heroes in the Elven Empire. He still had a long way to go. It was not like he would stop developing just by developing it to a kingdom. This small result was nothing to be proud of. At the same time, just after Zhou Zhou issued the military merit quests, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and all the Blazing Sun Army soldiers immediately learned of the existence of the military merit quests. Their eyes immediately turned red when they saw the rewards for the military merit quests. It was actually the hero inheritance that all life forms in the world yearned for the most. As living beings of the high continent, they naturally knew the meaning of heroes. It was also because of this that they were even more shocked by their lord's actions. If other kingdoms obtained a hero inheritance, who wouldn't be cautious and bestow it to trustworthy subordinates? However, their lord actually publicized this precious hero inheritance openly and even gave each of them a fair chance to compete. How much trust did he have in them for him to do this? Thinking of this, the loyalty of all the Blazing Sun Army soldiers began to increase crazily. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and the other generals in front of him with a smile. It's just a military merit quest. Why is everyone looking at me like that? He smiled. Everyone was speechless. Just? You're saying that a military merit quest that concerns the hero inheritance is just a simple quest? Is this the Lord's level? It seems that we are too narrow-minded. All right. There's nothing to discuss about this. I took out this hero inheritance just to excite our soldiers. With this military merit reward from the hero inheritance, I believe our soldiers will be even more heroic in battle in the future and will be even more loyal to our territory. In short, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Zhou Zhou said. Aren't the military merit requirements a little too low? It's an epic tier hero inheritance after all. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before saying. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Our surroundings are not safe. We can't make too many plans for the future. Therefore, if you have any means to increase your strength, it's better to cash out as soon as possible. Don't think too much about the future. He said. Not to mention anything else. Zhou Zhou did not know what the opening of the final battlefield tomorrow would be like. However, with its name and the nature of the Supreme Will, it was definitely extremely dangerous. Honestly, if not for the fact that the hero inheritance of the Ghost God General was too precious, it would be a waste to use it rashly. He wanted to use it now for his subordinates to prepare for the final battlefield tomorrow. I understand, my lord. Bai Yun nodded. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. By the way, Bai Yun, this is for you. Feng Luo, this is for you. Zhou Zhou took out the Ghost God Military Morale and Unparalleled Ghost God Skill Books and handed them to Bai Yun and Feng Luo. The two of them took the 2 skill books with surprise. Then, they were stunned when they realized that they were hero skills. Grab hold of these 2 hero skills well. Don't disappoint me. Zhou Zhou looked at their expressions and smiled. Yes, my lord. Feng Luo knelt on one knee. I will definitely not disappoint you, my lord. Bai Yun was the same. She was equally excited. Apart from that, she was also a little flattered. During this period of time, she honestly said that her performance was not very outstanding among the crowd. Nazario was the number one combatant of the Blazing Sun territory, so its importance was needless to say. Feng Luo had mastered peerless martial arts, and his performance on the battlefield was also very outstanding. Meanwhile, Wu Xin was able to control the greedy wolf Howling Moon Array and control the greedy wolf avatar to kill on the battlefield. It could be said that Wu Xin had been the most glorious recently. And what about her? In front of the other three heroes, all she could do was to use her bow and arrow to silently kill more enemies for her lord or be Wu Xin's assistant in the greedy wolf avatar. Other than that, she did not have any outstanding performance. It was also because of this that Bai Yun had been feeling guilty during this period of time. She knew that her lord valued her the most and invested the most resources in her. However, her performance was inferior to Wu Xin and the others. She was not jealous of them. However, she would feel that she was a little useless and let down her lord. On the other side, Zhou Zhou's six senses were astonishing. He quickly sensed Bai Yun's emotional fluctuations. He didn't say anything. He only told Feng Luo to leave first, and then looked at Wu Xin. General Wu, I didn't reward you with this reward just now. Are you dissatisfied? Zhou Zhou suddenly said. Chapter 362, Distribution. Breaking through 200,000 soldiers. My lord, don't underestimate me. How can I be such a narrow-minded person? Furthermore, ever since I joined the Overlord has done me many favors. It's all thanks to my lord that I can recover my health and even regain my youth. With such a favor, how can I be dissatisfied with the lord because of some rewards? Wu Xin said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Wu Xin did not disappoint him. Even though Wu Xin was already dead loyal, logically speaking, even if she really did something unfair to him, he would definitely be loyal to her. There was no need for him to ask such a question. However, Zhou Zhou felt that it was precisely because the other party was dead loyal that he had to care more about his feelings. After all, they were on the same side. Even if it was incite defection. It was also impossible to induce a dead loyal citizen like Wu Xin to join incite defection. Even though those two hero skills are not bad, they either don't match your fighting style or can only be used as icing on the cake. If there are suitable loots in the future, I will naturally give them to you. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, Wu Xin saw that Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi seemed to have something to talk about, so he took his leave. Bai Yun, don't be anxious. Just do as you think. We all believe in you. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and patted her shoulder. He looked at her approvingly and then left. There were some things that didn't need to be said too much. Otherwise, it would give the other party too much pressure. Bai Yun wasn't the kind of person who would only work hard if she felt pressured. He believed that the other party had his own plans. On the other side, when Bai Yun heard Zhou Zhou's words, she could not help but stare blankly at Zhou Zhou's departing figure. Then, her lord's words before he left sounded in her mind, and her expression gradually became determined. The lord hasn't given up on me yet. If I give up on myself first, how can I live up to the lord's nurturing? Don't worry, Bai Yun. You know how to become stronger, you know how to become Sir's right-hand man. Bai Yun muttered to herself as her expression became more and more determined. She stood on the spot for a while before returning to the Blazing Sun army. On the way back, she saw someone waiting for her. It was Wu Xin. Teacher. Bai Yun said in surprise. This is for you. Wu Xin took out the greedy wolf totem and handed it to Bai Yun. Bai Yun was stunned. Why did you give it to me? She could not help but ask. I have already grasped the control method of the greedy wolf howling moon array. Even without this greedy wolf totem, I can still set up the greedy wolf howling moon array. It's even possible to create a stronger military formation. Wu Xin said proudly. He was a genius in military formations. Even though the greedy wolf howling moon array was indeed profound, after he developed the killer move Moonfall, this greedy wolf howling moon array was no longer a secret to him. Thus, even without this greedy wolf totem, he could indeed set up the greedy wolf howling moon array. Thus, even without this greedy wolf totem, he could indeed set up the greedy wolf howling moon array. She knew that her teacher was very strong and was extremely talented in military formations. In the past, due to his injuries, he lost his fighting spirit and took the initiative to hide his brilliance. Now, not only had Wu Xin recovered his health, but he had also returned to his peak youth. He was no longer able to muddle through like before and took the initiative to completely shine. But even so, to be able to grasp this greedy wolf howling moon array in such a short period of time was far beyond Bai Yun's imagination. Congratulations, teacher! Bai Yun congratulated him. Wu Xin smiled and did not say anything. Then I will try this greedy wolf totem. Bai Yun took the greedy wolf totem. She looked at the blood-colored greedy wolf statue in her hand with a thoughtful expression, as if she was thinking about something. Wu Xin thought that Bai Yun was worried that she would not be able to use it well. He smiled and comforted her. You have been my assistant in the greedy wolf avatar for the past 2 days. Together, we will control this greedy wolf avatar. You know all the steps. With your aptitude, you should be able to master the greedy wolf howling moon array after just one try. Don't worry too much. Bai Yun was stunned for a moment before nodding. Wu Xin nodded and left without saying anything else. Teacher seems to have misunderstood me. Bai Yun thought to herself as she watched Wu Xin leave. She indeed wanted to use this greedy wolf totem to increase her strength. But not by controlling greedy wolf avatar. Instead, he borrowed this greedy wolf totem to walk a path that could truly increase his strength. Her path was not a military formation. That was her teacher's path. Not hers. She understood this very well. However, he only had some clues about this path at the moment. It would not be too late to tell the Lord and the others when there were real results. Then, she took out the Ghost God Military Morale skill book that the Lord had given her. Ghost God Military Morale. It should be able to help me walk the path I want. Bai Yun thought to herself. Then, he turned around and left. On the other side, as Zhou Zhou walked back, he was thinking about Bai Yun. Actually, he had originally wanted to give the Ghost God Military Morale to Wu Xin. But it was just as he said. Wu Xin had the desired military morale to begin with. Giving the Ghost God Military Morale to the other party could only be considered icing on the cake. In fact, there was not much obvious improvement. As the official Legion commander of the Blazing Sun Army, Bai Yun was the one who needed this hero skill the most. That was why Zhou Zhou changed his mind and gave the Ghost God Military Morale to Bai Yun. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly saw the deputy commander of the Faceless Corpse King Corps and the remaining soldiers of the Faceless Corps walking towards him. Greetings, my lord. The deputy commander of the Faceless Corpse King Corps said respectfully. How many soldiers do you have left? Zhou Zhou asked directly. Reporting to my lord, after the battle just now, we still have 41,979 soldiers left. Among them are 22,369 black iron tier faceless corpses, 10,346 green bronze tier faceless corpse elites, 6,925 white silver tier faceless corpse elites, 2,178 yellow gold tier faceless corpse bosses, 149 white platinum tier faceless corpse bosses, 11 diamond tier faceless corpse king lords, and myself. Chi reported. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The number of casualties was still acceptable. In addition to the Blazing Sun Army, there is also a monster army in the Blazing Sun territory. It specializes in recruiting fog monsters like you. You should have seen it when you were fighting on the battlefield. Join the monster army and serve me from now on. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Che Chi said excitedly. Monster army. As soon as he heard this name, he knew that it suited him very well. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the 40,000 soldiers and calculated in his heart. He realized that he already had 228,872 soldiers under his command. It had exceeded 200,000. He thought. Then, he suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. He wondered what the expression of the king, who was far away in the capital of the Taiyan kingdom, would be when he heard that the army and heroes he had sent out had been wiped out. Chapter 363, The King of Taiyan Putting All Eggs in One Basket. In the royal palace of the Taiyan kingdom. The Taiyan kingdom and the scarlet ministers looked at a blood-red jade stone placed in the middle of the hall. At this moment, this jade stone had already been broken into 3 pieces and could no longer recover to its previous state. Zhou Zhou's life jade shattered. In other words, he has already died at the hands of that human lord. The faceless corpse King Kor didn't send back any news either. They probably died there. Do you have anything else to say? King Taiyan looked at the scarlet ministers with a dark expression. Disbelief appeared on the faces of the scarlet courtiers, but when they looked at the blood-red life jade and felt the genuine aura of Zhou Zhou on it, their expressions became solemn again. Your Majesty, has this news been confirmed? Did our General Zhou Zhou really die at the hands of that human lord? Your Majesty, has this news been confirmed? Did our General Zhou Zhou really die at the hands of that human lord? Previously, he had told His Majesty that he was just a lord of a myriad race. Moreover, he was a lord of a human race. He could easily get a general to bring some soldiers to deal with him. At that time, King Taiyan insisted that General Zhou Zhou bring the faceless corpse King Kor. Even though he did not say anything on the surface, he felt that His Majesty was too cautious. He did not expect to hear the news of General Zhou Zhou and the faceless corpse King Kor being destroyed together today. How could he not be shocked? At the same time, it and the other officials felt very heavy in their hearts. Scarlet heroes were an important combat force of a kingdom. It could even be said to be the pillar of the country. As a beginner-level Crimson Kingdom, the Taiyan Kingdom only had a total of 3 such pillars. As a beginner-level Crimson Kingdom, the Taiyan Kingdom only had a total of 3 such pillars. Even though they really didn't like the lunatic Zhou Zhou, the importance of the other party was there. No matter how much they disliked it, they did not want the other party to die so carelessly. It was that human lord who did it. Before the faceless corpse King Legion commander died, he sent back the scene of their battle. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look yourself. The human lord doesn't have many troops, but they're all elite soldiers. Moreover, they have endless experts. They're completely comparable to our kingdom's top army. King Taiyan said. Then, he looked at the ministers and suddenly sneered. Previously, you said that I was too cautious. Now, the hero I sent and the 500,000 strong army were all destroyed by that human lord. What else do you have to say? That's our scarlet hero and an entire faceless corpse King Kor. Towards the end, the Taiyan kingdom roared angrily in front of the officials. The ministers were silent as if they were exchanging pleasantries. The ministers were silent as if they were exchanging pleasantries. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't be so angry. However, who would have thought that a mere human lord could actually develop to the extent of being able to resist or even destroy their own army in half a month? At this moment, King Taiyan was still panting heavily. He looked at the ministers angrily, clearly still angry. After a long time. What do you think? King Taiyan's voice calmed down. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the destruction of our scarlet heroes and the faceless corpse king's army. We have to take revenge. Previously, we underestimated the other party's strength. That's why we suffered such a huge loss. Now that we know how strong the other party is, there wouldn't be any accident for us to deal with him seriously. The military affairs chancellor stood up and said. But what about the main battlefield with the Aurora Kingdom? Even though we don't want to admit it, that human lord is indeed powerful. If we want to defeat him with an absolute advantage, we have to transfer some troops to that human lord from the frontal battlefield. But we're about to force the Aurora Kingdom to a dead end. If we retreat now, won't we be giving them a chance to catch their breath? Another minister objected. That human lord only used half a month to develop to such a powerful level. If we let him continue to develop, wouldn't he become another Aurora Kingdom in the future? Therefore, I feel that we have to deal with that human lord first. That's right. Don't think that just because the lords of all races have just started to develop, their threat is small. How can it be so simple to be chosen by the lord of all races who is valued by the supreme will? No, conquering the Aurora Kingdom is Artean Kingdom's 100-year plan. If we stop now and let the other party recover at this time, wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? The Scarlet Courtiers argued endlessly. King Taiyan, who was sitting on the throne, was also very hesitant. After a long time, it took a deep breath. I've decided. Let's deal with the Aurora Kingdom first. After dealing with the Aurora Kingdom, we'll do our best to deal with that human lord. I have a premonition. If that human lord grows up, his threat will not be inferior to the Aurora Kingdom. So, this king has decided. Gather all the troops and war resources of Artean Kingdom. From now on, launch a full-scale attack on the Aurora Kingdom. It held up 2 fingers. 2 days. I want to take down the capital of the Aurora Kingdom in 2 days and see that old man Li Yuangan's head. You can only win this battle. You can't lose. It said resolutely. Yes. The ministers were shocked by His Majesty's decisiveness. They did not expect a lord of the human race to force him to make such a huge decision. Your Majesty, what if that human lord continues to attack our territory? A minister asked. Get the surrounding lords to defend against the other party's attack. We'll stall for as long as we can. If it really doesn't work, there's no harm in giving it all to the other party. After I deal with the Aurora Kingdom, I can free up my hands to deal with the other party. At that time, I'll make him spit out as much as he can eat now. King Taiyan said coldly. The ministers clicked their tongues. His Majesty would actually make such a desperate decision? However, under this huge change, there would also be great opportunities. As long as they could survive this period of time and successfully take down the Aurora Kingdom and that human lord, the development of their Taiyan Kingdom would completely enter the acceleration channel. Becoming an intermediate-grade Crimson Kingdom was just around the corner. By the way, do you have a solution to the Diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora Kingdom tower that appeared on the main battlefield recently? King Taiyan suddenly said. While the Diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora Kingdom tower had just appeared in the city of the Aurora Kingdom, there were very few of them. However, after using it once or twice, they realized how powerful and terrifying this Diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora Kingdom tower was. If the Aurora Kingdom was really equipped with a large number of Diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora Kingdom towers, the situation of the 2 countries on the main battlefield would definitely be rewritten. Therefore, it had already become a thorn in the side of the Taiyan King and the other Scarlet Ministers. Your Majesty, we have found the source of the Diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora Kingdom tower and have formulated a plan. If nothing goes wrong, there will be news tonight. The military intelligence minister stepped forward and said respectfully. The King of Taiyan nodded. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened, and even the scarlet fog had begun to fill the air. On the battlefield of Kingdom Beginning City, under the operation of the 10 yellow gold-tier advance-grade Conqueror's blast furnaces, a large number of spoils of war had already turned into 10 small mountains that were 30 to 40 meters tall. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought when he saw this. It was time to buy more Conqueror's blast furnaces. Under the operation of the 10 Conqueror's blast furnaces, it took nearly 5 hours to completely extract all the spoils of war from the corpses of more than 460,000 faceless corpse King Corps soldiers. After half a day, other than constantly transporting corpses to the Conqueror's blast furnace, the soldiers did nothing else. It was a waste of time. Originally, he had planned to conquer the ownerless Scarlet Lord territory on the map that Wu Tu had given him yesterday. From the looks of it, there was no time left. Moreover, after today's battle and transporting corpses, the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted. They also needed to rest to prepare for the counterattack of the final battlefield tomorrow and the Taiyan kingdom that could arrive at any time. Let's see if there's time tomorrow to obtain a territory token to increase the level of the territory. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. Half an hour later, Bai Yun walked over with the statistical battle list. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Chapter 364, Group Advancement. Li Ye's death. The 460,000 corpses of the Faceless Corpse King Corps were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. There were a total 140 Epic Tier Mist Corps, 3,120 Extraordinary Tier Mist Corps, 65,430 Diamond Tier Mist Corps, 162,350 White Platinum Tier Mist Corps, 1,018,920 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Corps, 1,507,810 White Silver Tier Mist Corps, and 2,951,360 Green Bronze Tier Mist Corps. 620 Origin Crystals, 1,204,210 Skill Books and 1,257,960 Equipment. More than 2,060,000,000 units of basic materials. 248,963 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, 151,601 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, and 62,130 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals. 54 Alchemy Pharmacist Recruitment Books. 35 Alchemy Technician Recruitment Books. 120 Mount Contracts. 6 Empire Level Combat Class Army Extermination Knight Classification. 12 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Apart from the above loots, in this kingdom beginning city defense battle, after eliminating more than 460,000 Faceless Corpse King Corps soldiers, a total of 137,628 people broke through. Among them, 52,639 people were promoted to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 40,213 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to the Green Bronze Tier. 25,487 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 15,975 people advanced to the Yellow Gold Tier. 3,314 people broke through to the White Platinum Tier. In addition, Nazario had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Bai Yun had broken through to White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Spectral Dragon Augusta had broken through to Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the summary of the strength of the soldiers at the bottom of the loot list. Now, he had a total of 143,256 soldiers from the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army under his command. Among them, there were 55,487 Black Iron rank soldiers. There were 68,190 Bronze soldiers. There were 58,134 Silver soldiers. There were 39,578 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. There were 7,471 White Platinum Tier soldiers. 11 Diamond soldiers. 1 Extraordinary Tier soldier. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he saw the name list. This was only a breakthrough on the battlefield. When he returned to Blazing Sun City later and passed through the Triumphal Arch, it would be another wave of improvement. A moment later, the battlefield was completely cleaned up. Zhou Zhou led all the soldiers and returned to Blazing Sun City through the spatial teleportation array. Then, he led all the soldiers through the triumphal arch again, and another 30,000 soldiers broke through Redi.cm. However, most of the soldiers who broke through were at the yellow gold tier and below white silver tier. There were only a dozen or so soldiers who had broken through to the white platinum tier level, so there was no need to elaborate. Just as he was about to return to the Lord Manor and upgrade all his yellow gold tier elementary grade skills to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade skill book, Aliyah suddenly reported to him that Li Ye's maid, Yu Jiao, had come to find her. Yu Jiao? Just herself? Zhou Zhou was stunned and asked. Yes, my lord. Aliyah nodded. Then, she hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, Yukiao doesn't know what happened. Her eyes are red. She won't say anything no matter what I ask. She only said that she wants to see my lord. Yu Jiao's eyes were red? Could it be that the little girl who usually smiled sweetly and mischievously was crying? For some reason, when Zhou Zhou heard this news, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Li Ye's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be? Without any time to think, Zhou Zhou immediately walked out of his room and quickly walked out of the Lord Manor. He saw Yu Jiao standing there alone, looking at him with red eyes. Big brother Zhou, the princess has been assassinated. When Yu Jiao saw Zhou Zhou, it was as if the tense string in her heart had finally been broken. She could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. The cries were desperate and moving. When Zhou Zhou heard this news, he was stunned. Li Ye was assassinated. The girl who was always thinking about saving her country. Dead. However, he quickly remembered that he had a way of revival and immediately regained most of his composure. Zhou Zhou quickly walked up to Yu Jiao and grabbed her shoulder, making her look at him. Don't cry. I have an idea. Tell me, when was Li Ye assassinated? Zhou Zhou asked. What he didn't notice was that even though he knew that he had the means to revive the other party, there was an irrepressible anger and ruthlessness in his voice. An invisible pressure spread out, making Zhou Zhou's surroundings as cold as an abyss. However, this pressure cleverly avoided Yu Jiao. Otherwise, Yu Jiao would probably be crushed to death by his pressure in an instant. Her Highness was assassinated about half an hour ago. Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao didn't see the other party clearly. However, Yu Jiao heard from the Ministry of Justice that the assassin is an assassin from the top assassin organization in the Taiyan Kingdom, the Shadow Puppet Society. The Shadow Puppet Club's shadow puppet fiends can hide in the shadows of life forms and wait for an opportunity to assassinate their targets. The people from the Ministry of Justice said that the assassin hid in Her Highness's shadow. When Her Highness wasn't paying attention, he suddenly appeared from the shadow and pierced Her Highness's heart from the back, causing Her Highness to die immediately. Then, he snatched Her Highness's spatial ring. Yu Jiao cried as she spoke. Spatial ring? What was in Li Ye's spatial ring? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and remembered the 1000 diamond tier aurora crystals he had given the other party this morning. Could it be that the other party was here for the aurora crystal? That's not right. Zhou Zhou suddenly realized something and his expression turned ugly. The other party was here for the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Kingdom tower that he had sold to the Aurora Kingdom. With that thought, it made sense. Only items that were related to the outcome of the war between the two countries would make the Taiyan Kingdom suddenly attack the princess of the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou fell silent. This was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Li Ye's heart had been pierced by an assassin. He had thought that if Li Ye's body was 70% complete and her brain and heart were not destroyed, he could ask Carol Molly to revive her with the small resurrection spell. However, Li Ye's heart had been pierced, so the minor resurrection spell was useless. The only way now was to find a Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal and use the Great Resurrection spell to revive the other party. As for whether it was worth it, Zhou Zhou had never thought about it. Li Ye was a friend he acknowledged. If he wanted to save his friend, so be it. There was no *t reason like whether it was worth it or not. If he had done everything from the perspective of benefits, he would not have used Bai Yun until now and always regarded her as his most valued general. He would not have given the calamity crossing spirit pill to Nazario after obtaining it, instead of giving it to Augusta, so that its strength could be raised to the yellow gold tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and looked at the sky. There was still about half an hour before the sky turned completely dark. There was still time. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately turned to look at Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others. Wu Xian, Nazario, Che Chi, bring 500 white platinum tier soldiers and follow me to the Aurora Kingdom. Yes. The three of them said in unison. Bai Yun, before I return, you will be in charge of protecting the territory. I'll leave behind a bloodbat avatar. If you encounter any emergency, you can contact me through the bloodbat avatar. Zhou Zhou knew that the other party had already obtained the greedy wolf totem. In times of danger, he could control the greedy wolf avatar and possess the peak combat strength of an extraordinary tier. Therefore, he was very confident in her defense of the city. Moreover, he still had returned to the city. If he encountered danger or when the final battlefield started tomorrow, he could immediately bring everyone back to reinforce the city through return to the city. Therefore, he did not have to worry about anything happening during the time he was away. Then, he made some arrangements. After everything was arranged, he looked at Yu Jiao. You know how to find Li Ye's body as soon as possible, right? He asked. I do. Yu Jiao immediately said. She had already treated Zhou Zhou as her last straw to clutch it. Take me there. Yup. Chapter 365, to the Aurora Kingdom's capital. High up in the sky on Nazario's back. Zhou Zhou, Wu Xian, Che Chi, Yu Jiao, and 500 white platinum tier soldiers were standing there. Nazario, who was already at the white platinum tier intermediate grade, was already more than 600 meters tall. It was naturally easy for him to carry more than 500 people. The spatial teleportation array is there. At this moment, Yu Jiao suddenly pointed at a spot below. There was no need for Zhou Zhou to speak. Nazario automatically retracted his dragon wings and dove towards the spatial teleportation array below. As for Zhou Zhou and the others, they did not feel like tilting at all under the strange force. Soon, Nazario was getting closer and closer to the spatial teleportation array. Everyone also saw the spatial teleportation array clearly. Two teams of yellow gold tier soldiers were guarding here. The leader was a white platinum tier advance grade Aurora Knight riding on a white horse. When he saw Nazario swooping down and the people on his back, his expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to call for everyone to defend. At this moment, General Wu, it's me. Yu Jiao shouted and took out a white jade token from the brocade pouch at her waist. The Aurora Knight was stunned. Then, he took out a white jade token from his chest. He saw that this white jade token was currently emitting a faint gentle white light. Boom! Nazario landed heavily on the ground. However, the people behind it did not feel any bumps. General Wu, please quickly activate the teleportation array to Sunshine City. Yu Jiao held the token and said. The Aurora Knight with the surname Wu did not hesitate when he heard this. He directly asked the soldiers to open the spatial teleportation array and adjust the array. The adjustment of the array formation was completed in no time. Yu Jiao, the spatial teleportation array is ready. You guys are going to... General Wu hesitated. Then, Nazario carried them directly to the teleportation circle. Right on the heels of that, the teleportation circle lit up, and Nazario, Zhou Zhou, and the others immediately disappeared. General Wu was dumbfounded. He directly rode a pure-blooded dragon to Sunshine City? The spatial teleportation array of Sunshine City was in the city. Wasn't Yu Jiao and the others afraid of causing panic? At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the outstanding young man standing on the dragon's back. The other party should be the leader of this pure-blooded dragon race. Who is he? He actually made Yu Jiao, who had always followed the rules, do such a reckless thing? Yellow Gold Tier Regional Territory Sunshine City. Zhou Zhou had once come here to purchase aurora crystals. However, he had come obediently last time. This time, his appearance alarmed the residents of the entire city. His appearance alarmed the residents of the entire city. When Nazario, who was more than 600 meters tall, appeared in Sunshine City, all the subjects in the city were shocked. Panic followed. Fortunately, Yu Jiao took out the token in time and informed the city lord of Blazing Sun City, Wu Balian, who had rushed over. When Wu Balian found out about this, he immediately sent someone to inform the crowd. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou and nodded. So it's because of the princess. That really can't wait. Go to Ziluo City. I'll apply to the capital so that your journey will be smooth and you won't be questioned too much. He said. Even though he knew that Zhou Zhou and the others wanted to go to the capital, there was nothing he could do. The spatial teleportation array in their kingdom did not have the kind of teleportation array that could lead straight to the capital. Therefore, if he wanted to go to the capital, he could only teleport to the capital like now. However, Wu Balian looked at Zhou Zhou, who was standing on Nazario's back, as well as Wu Xin, Che Chi and the 500 white platinum tier soldiers behind him. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. If you want to go to the capital, then go to the capital. Can you not do such a thing? Look at how frightened your subjects in Blazing Sun City are. Those who know will think that you're going to the capital to help. Those who don't know will think that you're going to attack the capital. Wu Balian complained. It was true. Under Zhou Zhou's feet, Nazario, Wu Xin, and Che Chi were all extraordinary tier combatants. If they wanted to cause trouble in the capital, unless the heroes of the Aurora Kingdom made a move, no one would be able to control them. Wu Balian's words made sense. However, when Zhou Zhou heard this, he only said lightly, I just want to protect myself. You don't trust us that much. Wu Balian was speechless. Zhou Zhou looked at him and said seriously. Li Yi died in the capital. City Lord Wu, do you really think that the capital of the Aurora Kingdom is still safe? Wu Balian was stunned. Then, he thought of something and his expression changed. Zhou Zhou glanced at the other party and roughly knew what he was thinking. There was probably a spy from the Taiyan Kingdom in the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. Otherwise, how could Li Yi have easily spread the news of the origin of the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower? How could she have been arrogantly assassinated by the shadow puppet demon in the capital? To Zhou Zhou, the capital of the Aurora Kingdom could be said to be a rather dangerous place. That was why he brought Wu Xin, Nazario, the ruler, and 500 white platinum tier soldiers to protect himself. Of course, even without Li Yi, based on Zhou Zhou's personality, the first time he came to the capital of the Aurora Kingdom, he would arrange some protective measures for himself. It was just that he wouldn't be as arrogant as he was now. In Wu Balian's silence, Zhou Zhou and the others used the spatial teleportation array to arrive at the next city. In the next hour or so, Zhou Zhou and the others kept going to and fro the various spatial teleportation arrays. After passing through 16 spatial teleportation arrays, they finally arrived at the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. In the capital of the Aurora Kingdom, the rain continued to drizzle. Some of the subjects in the capital walked quickly in the rain, while others strolled leisurely in the rain, enjoying the current weather. However, most of the subjects in the capital were whispering at this moment, discussing the major events that had happened today. Have you heard? His Majesty's only daughter, Princess Fenjiu, was assassinated and died. How could this be? Doesn't that mean that His Majesty does not have any more descendants? That's right. Sigh, thinking about it, His Majesty is also pitiful. He is clearly conscientious and worrying every day. He only wants to fight for a good future for the kingdom, but his children have left him one by one. They either died on the battlefield or were killed by the assassins of the enemy country. Now, His Majesty has become alone again. Now that our kingdom is surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, and now that His Majesty's children have all died, could it be that the heavens want us to perish? Don't talk nonsense. Wait. What's that? That's a dragon. Just as the subjects in the capital were having mixed thoughts, a crimson dragon more than 600 meters tall suddenly appeared outside the capital. It was Nazario. It looked down at the subjects in the capital before retracting its gaze. Then, after Zhou Zhou and the others jumped down from its back, it spread its dragon wings and flew into the sky to circle around. Chapter 366, I'll give you the entire Aurora Kingdom. Even though there was a no-fly zone in the capital, with Nazario's strength that was comparable to an extraordinary tier hero of the normal race, it could naturally ignore it. However, the capital was not a normal place after all. Zhou Zhou did not want to be too rude and make everyone here panic, so he asked Nazario to fly into the sky and observe his location in the capital. It would not be too late to save him if anything happened to him. At the entrance of the capital, when Zhou Zhou, Wu Xian, and Che Qi arrived, they saw a guard standing there early. When he saw them, he hesitated for a moment before walking over quickly. Are you the Lord of Blazing Sun City? His gaze lingered between Zhou Zhou and Wu Xian. Wu Xian had already returned to his youthful appearance. If he was not an old man, he would not be able to recognize the current Wu Xian. As for Che Qi, the faceless corpse king lord, he did not find it strange. In this world, there were many extraordinary tier people who had the means to control the fog monsters. Some were temporarily controlled, and some were permanently controlled. Therefore, he was not surprised that there was a fog monster beside them. That's me. Zhou Zhou said. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. The guard looked at Zhou Zhou for a long time before nodding. Then, he began to lead the way for the two of them and Che Qi. He actually remembered Zhou Zhou's appearance before he came. However, Zhou Zhou's appearance and temperament had undergone an obvious optimization after he obtained his talent celestial appearance. Therefore, he did not recognize him for a moment. He only barely confirmed it when Zhou Zhou spoke. A moment later. Royal Palace. In the Fengjia Palace. This was Li Yu's princess bedroom, and Fengjia was also Li Yu's princess title. When Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, they saw an old man with white hair and beard lying in a crystal coffin, looking at the woman inside in a daze. It was the current emperor of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuangan. Seeing this scene, Wu Xian, who was beside Zhou Zhou, trembled. Your Majesty! He cried out. After saying that, he immediately realized that he had been rude. He immediately knelt on one knee to Zhou Zhou in shame. His true lord was beside him now. How could he call someone else His Majesty? Zhou Zhou shook his head and reached out to help Wu Xian up. You've worked with the king for decades. You look like a monarch and subject, but you're actually brothers. So what if you subconsciously call him Your Majesty when you see him like this? I'm not someone who doesn't know how to be human. There's no need to do this. He said. He still trusted his dead loyal subjects very much. Naturally, he would not blame Wu Xian for a mere Your Majesty. Thank you, my lord. Wu Xian said gratefully. At this moment, when Li Yuangan heard Wu Xian's voice, he also looked at him shakily. You are Xiao Wu. His voice was hoarse. At this moment, his eyes were dim and lifeless, and his face was filled with wrinkles and age spots. He did not look like the wise and benevolent king rumored by the people. Why are you like this? Wu Xian's body trembled again and he could not help but ask. He, little Wu, you've become younger. It's good to be young, it's good to be young. When I see you, I think of the time when the two of us rode together. How high-spirited we were then. Cough cough. Li Yuangan's voice was very weak and low, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Towards the end, he coughed softly. He was really too weak. He was so weak that he almost had no strength to cough. Your Majesty, how did you become like this? Zhou Zhou also frowned. How could he not tell that this king of the Aurora Kingdom was probably at the end of his rope? However, according to his previous understanding, even though King Li Yuangan was already old, he was still energetic. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with so many things every day. I just sent all my Aurora Kingdom energy into my daughter's body. I want her to open her eyes again and call me Father. Li Yuangan muttered. Aurora Kingdom's energy? What's that? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. At this moment, Wu Xin approached and explained in a low voice. My lord, the Aurora Kingdom's energy is the origin energy of the Aurora Kingdom's human race. However, only the Aurora Kingdom humans with extremely pure bloodlines can master this energy. And the essence of the Aurora Kingdom's energy is actually the lifespan of the Aurora Kingdom's human race. The king probably wants to give his lifespan to Princess Leia in an attempt to revive her. At this point, Wu Xin sighed. But she's already dead. What's the point of inputting his lifespan now? You must be the Lord of the Blazing Sun, Zhou Zhou, whom my daughter often mentions, right? The appearance of a dragon and phoenix, the pride of a celestial. No wonder my daughter likes you so much. What a pity. My daughter is already dead. At this moment, the decrepit Li Yuangan looked at Zhou Zhou and said. After saying that, he staggered and fell to the ground because he was weak. I have had 4 sons and 1 daughter in my life. They were all destroyed by the war. Yet I'm still alive. The war. What did it bring us? He muttered to himself in a daze. Zhou Zhou did not answer. To Li Yuangan, he was the answer himself and did not need anyone to answer him. He silently walked over and came to the side of the crystal coffin. He looked at the figure sleeping quietly in the crystal coffin and suddenly felt pity and hatred for war. But so what? He was just a pitiful worm involved in the war. All he could do was take care of himself, the people he loved, and the people who loved him. If possible, then he would do his best to constantly become stronger, so strong that he could end this war that would affect all races in the future. And then, returning to the hometown that he had been thinking about. Your Majesty, give me Li Ya's corpse. I can resurrect her. Zhou Zhou suddenly said. The Fenjiao Palace was silent for a while. Really? Li Yuangan trembled as he came in front of Zhou Zhou and grabbed his shoulder. I've already revived many people. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to my territory to take a look. Leia is my friend. I won't let her die like this. Zhou Zhou said. Li Yuangan looked at him. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, his voice shaking the entire Fenjiao Palace. He did not look like an old man on the verge of death at all. After a while, the laughter stopped. Li Yuangan looked at the drizzle outside. He suddenly made a decision. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. If you can revive my daughter and avenge her, I'll give you the entire Aurora Kingdom. How about it? His dim yellow eyes were actually staring at Zhou Zhou like tigers and wolves. Chapter 367, Information from the Urgent Orders Soldier. In the Fenjiao Palace, Zhou Zhou was not the only one who did not react when Li Yuangan said this. Even Wu Xin and Che Qi were stunned. He was willing to give up the entire kingdom personally as long as he saved one person's life? What kind of dream king was this? Really? Zhou Zhou was silent for a few seconds before asking. He did not say that he did not accept it. This was a kingdom-level remuneration? Which fool wouldn't accept it? Of course. Li Yuangan said without hesitation in the face of Zhou Zhou's question. Your Majesty, can you specify your request? Zhou Zhou asked. Okay. Actually, it's just as I said. On the one hand, you have to revive my daughter without any problems. On the other hand, I'm not asking you to destroy the entire Taiyan kingdom to avenge my daughter. As long as you can destroy the shadow puppet society in the Taiyan kingdom, this condition will be fulfilled. After completing the two above conditions, I can bring you to the location of the Aurora Kingdom's kingdom token and let you occupy it. You can become the new Aurora Kingdom king or whatever king you want to be. How is it? Are you satisfied? Li Yuangan stared at Zhou Zhou as he spoke. If others heard his words, they would definitely think that Li Yuangan was crazy. How could he believe that Zhou Zhou really had the ability to revive Li Yi and avenge her vendetta? However, Li Yuangan felt that this handsome young man with an extraordinary aura in front of him could do this. This confidence was not without reason. He had just learned something before Zhou Zhou arrived. The troops sent by the Taiyan kingdom to attack the Blazing Sun territory suffered an unprecedented defeat. Not only was the 500,000 faceless corpse king corps collectively destroyed. Even the Black Wind demon spear Zhou, whom he had high hopes for, had died in the hands of this lord in front of him. That was a genuine extraordinary tier scarlet hero. Only 3 could be found in the entire huge Taiyan kingdom. Moreover, every scarlet hero was regarded by the Taiyan kingdom as the extremely important foundation of the country. Now, he was killed by a lord of the human race who had just arrived in the high continent for more than half a month. How could this not be unbelievable? However, that was the truth. It could be seen how strong the Lord of the Blazing Sun was. This was only the Lord of the Blazing Sun who had developed for more than half a month. What if he gave the other party another half a month, half a year, or even a year? Then it might be easy to destroy the Taiyan kingdom. This was also the reason why Li Yuangan dared to make such a condition. He believed in Zhou Zhou's future. It was precisely because he believed it that he made up his mind to give the kingdom away to save his daughter. On one hand, it was because the Aurora Kingdom was the greatest capital he had. He believed that Zhou Zhou would definitely be tempted. On the other hand, it was because of Li Yuangan himself. He was a little tired of war. He, who no longer had children, wanted to hand this burden to a reliable human junior. Zhou Zhou naturally met this condition perfectly. Then I promise you. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation after confirming that the other party was not lying. He had the intention to save Li Yi to begin with. Now, there was also a huge benefit. No one would refuse. Still, Zhou Zhou could not help but look at Li Yi, who was sleeping in the crystal coffin. He wondered what she would think when she found out that the price of his resurrection was the entire kingdom. On the other side, when Li Yuangan heard Zhou Zhou agree, he seemed to have unburdened himself and heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though he was conscientious and worthy of the responsibility on his shoulders when he was the king of the Aurora Kingdom. However, it was fate. Not only did the Aurora Kingdom not get better because they were surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, but their situation also became more and more difficult. The news he heard every day in the palace was either that some territory had been captured, or how many soldiers they had lost and how many subjects had died. Towards this, Li Yuangan, who loved his people like his children, had actually been suffering in his heart. If the Aurora Kingdom could be controlled by the Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him, no, it should be said that the future king of the Blazing Sun would be in charge. Its situation would definitely be much better, right? Li Yuangan thought leisurely. Then, he saw Zhou Zhou looking at Li Yi. His gaze was filled with worry and concern. Li Yuangan smiled. His daughter had not liked him for nothing. If little Yi revives, marry her. Li Yuangan suddenly smiled. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before shaking his head without hesitation. I don't have any plans to get married yet. Li Yuangan could not help but persuade him further, but he stopped seeing Zhou Zhou's determined expression. Just as he was about to talk about something else, his vision suddenly darkened, and his body swayed, about to fall. Zhou Zhou was quick to react and immediately supported the other party. "Your Majesty, you don't have much time left. Don't be too excited." He frowned. He thought for a moment and took out 2 blood honey king cakes from his spatial ring and handed them to the other party. "Your Majesty, eat these 2 desserts first. It can help you recover and increase your lifespan. It can also allow your body to recover to its peak. Li Ye's resurrection is not a problem. Don't be gone when Li Ye revives. Like little Wu." After Li Yuangan regained his consciousness, he looked at the 2 desserts that emitted a strong fragrance and said in surprise. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "What do I need to exchange for such a precious treasure?" Li Yuangan said. "There's no need to exchange. Take it as a gift from me." Zhou Zhou shook his head. It was just the blood honey king cake, not the blood honey royal cake. It was not worth mentioning to him. Li Yuangan smacked his lips and was surprised by Zhou Zhou's generosity. However, he did not say anything and took it and ate it on the spot. A moment later, Li Yuangan, who had already recovered to his middle-aged appearance, held a mirror and looked at his young self in it. He felt his energetic body and was stunned. He had really recovered to his peak state. The dessert given to him by the Lord of the Blazing Sun was really so magical. He looked at Zhou Zhou again and suddenly felt that he had become unfathomable. No wonder he could destroy the faceless corpse King Kor and kill the Black Wind Demon Spear Zhewu, causing the Taiyan Kingdom to suffer such a huge loss. A casual move was already so extraordinary. "Your Majesty, since the matter is settled, I won't stay any longer. I have something important to do in my territory tomorrow, so I have to return to my territory immediately. If your Majesty doesn't mind, I want to bring Li Ye along. This way, when I can revive her, I will immediately revive her." Zhou Zhou said. "It's already so late and the world is already filled with scarlet fog. Why don't you stay for the night before leaving?" Li Yuangan said. "There's no need. I have a way back." Zhou Zhou shook his head. Li Yuangan saw his determined expression and looked at Li Ye in the crystal coffin. In the end, he nodded. At this moment, report. An urgent soldier with 9 command flags on his back rushed into Fenjiao Palace and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the Diamond Tier regional territory Xiu City has been captured. The 4-armed Mara King Taro and the Ice Soul Arrow Demon Wuxin is leading the 6 armies of the Taiyan Kingdom to attack the capital with a total of 2.13 million fog soldiers. They've already broken through many territories along the way, and more than 100,000 soldiers have died. With their marching speed, they will probably arrive outside the capital city in 2 days at most." The soldier said anxiously. "Is the Taiyan Kingdom crazy? 2 million fog soldiers. Don't they care about the other territories under their command?" Li Yuangan, who had just recovered to his peak, frowned. Even though he was shocked and even a little panicked when he heard this news, he naturally would not show it in front of others with his shrewdness. Zhou Zhou also narrowed his eyes. "For now, yes. It's precisely because the Taiyan Kingdom has extracted most of the troops from the various territories in the country that they can gather so many troops." The soldier said. "This is going to be done in one go." Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 368, Intimately Interdependent. Zhou Zhou's anticipation. "Is there anything else?" Li Yuangan asked. "Not at the moment." "Then leave. Report to me immediately when you have the latest information. Including but not limited to the real-time location of their advance, the change in military strength, the offensive route. This king has to know everything at all times." Li Yuangan was a little panicked at first, but he had completely calmed down now and immediately ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldier immediately said and retreated respectfully. "Nephew, what do you think? Li Yuangan turned to Zhou Zhou and said. Your Majesty's kingdom is going to perish. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Li Yuangan was speechless. Then, he shook his head. You're really direct. Then nephew, do you have a way to break out of this situation? He asked bluntly. How many troops does His Majesty have now? How are they compared to these 2 million fog soldiers? Zhou Zhou asked. Diamond Tier Regional Territory Zhou City is the main battlefield where we fought the Taiyan Kingdom previously. We've arranged a large number of troops to guard that place. Now that that place has been breached, I'm afraid all the soldiers guarding there have been sacrificed. In addition to the number of deaths mentioned by the urgent soldier just now, I still have about 500,000 troops under my command. In terms of combat strength, our 500,000 Aurora Kingdom soldiers are similar to the 500,000 Fog soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom. Li Yuangan thought for a moment and said. The difference in military strength is too great. I have no choice. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Li Yuangan did not say anything. He just stood on the spot and pondered quietly. A moment later. I have an idea. He suddenly said. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou. I will send all the troops of our kingdom to resist the Fog army of the Taiyan Kingdom. During this period, the internal territory of the Taiyan Kingdom will definitely be empty. If you attack now, you will definitely be able to take the opportunity to occupy a large number of territories and cause the Taiyan Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. At that time, if the Taiyan Kingdom chooses to retreat, the Aurora Kingdom's predicament will naturally be resolved, and you will obtain a large number of benefits. What do you think? Li Yuangan asked. What if the Taiyan Kingdom doesn't choose to return to aid them? Zhou Zhou asked. If the Taiyan Kingdom doesn't choose to return to help, it can only mean that the fate of tomorrow isn't with our Aurora Kingdom. At that time, I would have no other way out. I will go to the battlefield myself and die on the battlefield guarding the kingdom's territory with the soldiers. Li Yuangan said coldly. Their Li family's children had all died because of the war. So what if he was added? Zhou Zhou praised him in his heart. There was a reason why this emperor could be praised by countless Aurora Kingdom citizens. Not to mention other advantages. This courage alone surpassed many emperors in history. I understand what your Majesty means. However, I might not be able to go to the Taiyan Kingdom to conquer their empty territory immediately tomorrow. I just mentioned that something big will happen in our lords tomorrow, so I might not be able to care about the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said. He still did not know what would happen in the final battlefield tomorrow. Therefore, it was not good for him to agree to Li Yuangan's request. Li Yuangan fell silent. After a while, he smiled. It's fine. When the time comes, we just do our best to do what we should do. Leave the rest to fate. He said. He had no other choice even though he felt a little helpless saying that. He had done his best. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He stood on the spot and pondered quietly. Not far away. Wu Xin and Che Qi were also thinking of a way to break out of the situation. Li Yuangan shook his head when he saw this, feeling that there was not much hope. The difference in military strength was too great. All strategies were useless in the face of absolute strength. Forget it. He only hoped that he could kill more soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom in the next 2 days. Li Yuangan thought to himself. Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou looked up at Li Yuangan. Why? Li Yuangan asked. Your Majesty can secretly transmit the internal emptiness of the Taiyan Kingdom to the Titan Kingdom in the north and the Nether Bark Kingdom in the east. At that time, they will definitely send troops to the Taiyan Kingdom to take one's share of the loot. At that time, the 3 forces would be gathered in the Taiyan Kingdom. If the Taiyan Kingdom did not withdraw their troops and return to help, the destruction of the country would probably only be an instant. When the Taiyan Kingdom withdraws their troops, the Aurora Kingdom's predicament will resolve itself. Zhou Zhou said. Li Yuangan frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head. What if the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom invade the Aurora Kingdom instead of the Taiyan Kingdom after I spread the news? Our Aurora Kingdom looks weak and easy to bully compared to the Taiyan Kingdom after all. At that time, our Aurora Kingdom will be destroyed faster if the three countries attack together. We might not even be able to last a day. Zhou Zhou shook his head in the face of Li Yuangan's doubts. That won't happen. It's precisely because the Aurora Kingdom is weak that the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom will leave your Aurora Kingdom alone and invade the Taiyan Kingdom. Because even if the Aurora Kingdom survives, it won't pose any threat to them. On the contrary, if the Taiyan Kingdom's invasion is successful and their strength increases greatly, the next targets will definitely be the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom. There's a phrase in my hometown, intimately interdependent. This is the logic. Therefore, I'm certain that the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom will definitely invade the Taiyan Kingdom after they find out. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that the commanders of the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom are all useless people, they just want to share the Aurora Kingdom. They didn't expect the consequences of the Taiyan Kingdom becoming stronger. The Taiyan Kingdom won't sit back and do nothing. Now that the Taiyan Kingdom has already taken such a desperate move, how can they allow other factions to share their food with him? Not to mention the faction of the Supreme Will. At that time, the Taiyan Kingdom will help you deal with the invaders of the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom. Li Yuangan fell into deep thought. A moment later, he looked up at Zhou Zhou and was even more surprised. He was really a natural talent. This military perspective that jumped out of the predicament to look at the overall situation was simply born for the world of the High Continent. It was rumored that this Lord of the Blazing Sun had an extraordinary Lord talent. However, after hearing what he said just now, Li Yuangan was certain that he could still rise in this world even without his Lord talent. Apart from that, I can also add another aid to your majesty. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said again. What kind of help? Li Yuangan was a little curious. Let me keep you in suspense. However, I'm afraid my subordinates and I will have to stay at His Majesty's place for the night. When the army of the Taiyan Kingdom attacks tomorrow, please tell me their location in time and let me take a look at the main battlefield. At that time, His Majesty will naturally know my methods. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was naturally talking about the incite defection that he would refresh tomorrow. That was more than 2 million fog monster army. If this wave of incite defection came, how many subordinates would he have out of thin air? Okay. Li Yuangan agreed without hesitation. However, his curiosity did not weaken, it became even stronger. I'll go to the main battlefield with you tomorrow. Even this king has only experienced such a huge battle that concerns the life and death of the country a few times in my life. At that time, I can see with my own eyes what your help is. You won't mind, right? Li Yuangan smiled. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. The incite defection caused too much commotion. It was not easy to hide, so he did not have any thoughts of hiding it. He could see it if he wanted to. In this world, it was not a disadvantage to show off more of his strength and methods. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Li Yuangan went to prepare for the battle tomorrow and secretly transmit news to the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was also led by a maid to his residence to rest. Your Majesty. Li Yu's death. Zhou Zhou wanted to remind the other party before he left, but before he could finish, a cold glint flashed across Li Yuangan's eyes. You want to talk about the traitors in the capital, right? This king has already cleaned it up. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding to himself. Well, others were not stupid and would naturally think of what he could think of. He turned around and left with the maid without saying anything else. Wu Xian, Che Chi, Nazario, and the 500 white platinum tier soldiers he brought would also have their own residences. Chapter 369, The final battlefield is about to start. In the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. in the Tianhe Palace. This was one of the top 5 palaces in the palace. Li Yuangan had arranged for Zhou Zhou to live in it. In the palace, Zhou Zhou stood in front of the crystal coffin and looked at Li Yi. After a long time, he waved his right hand and put the coffin away. Then, he came to the entrance of the hall and quietly looked at the drizzle outside. Amidst the pattering rain, Zhou Zhou gradually calmed down. At this moment, a line of blood-red text notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. The final battlefield will officially begin at 6 AM tomorrow. All lords who are interested in participating in the final battle, please enter the battlefield on time. For more information about the final battlefield, please check the Lord Battlefield, the final battlefield option. Zhou Zhou perked up. There was finally movement in the final battlefield. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock? Zhou Zhou thought as he opened the Lord Battlefield. Then, at this moment, he saw that the final battlefield, which had been showing a grayish-white color previously, had already lit up at this moment. Moreover, strange patterns of blood and fire surrounded the words. He clicked his tongue in wonder and clicked on the final battlefield. The battlefield had yet to open. However, a rectangular blood-colored caption suddenly appeared. Zhou Zhou looked over. Prompt: please log in after 6 o'clock tomorrow. The following is a description of the specific activities in the final battlefield. 1. The final battlefield is a chaotic battlefield for lords of all races. On the final battlefield, all lords of all races enter with their true bodies. Once they die, they will not be able to revive unless they have a resurrection tool. 2. The lord can bring all the subordinates of the territory to the final battlefield. Non-territorial subordinates and items cannot be brought to the final battlefield. 3. After lords of the myriad races log into the final battlefield, they can plunder all their ranking points by killing other lords. After the end of the final battlefield, the ranking points could be calculated. After the calculation, it could be converted into his ranking on the Lord Battlefield. Lords of different rankings will receive a gift bag from the final battlefield after the battle ends. 4. The battlefield area of the final battlefield will gradually shrink as time passes. Lords outside the range of the final battlefield will automatically clear all their ranking points and will gradually be deprived of their vitality and die. 5. There are extremely rare items on the final battlefield that can be obtained, but all final items are guarded by fog monsters, and can only be obtained by killing fog monsters. The final battlefield was divided into 2 categories. One can only be used on the final battlefield, while the other category can be brought into reality. They may be resources, equipment, cards, subjects, special building blueprints, race divine artifacts, strange items, ranking points books, and so on. Zhou Zhou carefully read through the 10 activity instructions of the final battlefield. His gaze fell on the 3rd activity description. There was no doubt. This event description was the most important. As long as you kill the lords of the other races, you can plunder all the ranking points on them. And ranking points can be converted to ranking after the event ends. I want to check my ranking points, Zhou Zhou said. The next second, a text notification appeared. Your lord rank is mythical tier advance grade, 160 points. Value of mythical tier advance grade 10 billion ranking points. 160 points worth 1.6 billion ranking points. Your basic ranking points for the final battlefield are 11.6 billion yuan. Zhou Zhou looked at the astonishing number of ranking points and fell into deep thought. Therefore, if he was accidentally killed by another lord, even if none of his subordinates died and he was the only one who died, his 11.6 billion points would all belong to the other party. At that time, it would be settled in 3 days. The other party directly became a lord with 160 points as a mythical tier advance grade, or even higher. Good God! I'm the fat sheep. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's face darkened. However, he also realized the meaning of the existence of the final battlefield. If the Lord battlefield is only to test the strength of the lords of the myriad races, in that case, the final battlefield is not only a test of strength, but also a test of the Lord's luck, experience, and mentality. This is a test of the Lord's ability in all aspects. It can make a lucky low-level lord stand at the top of all lords in the blink of an eye. It might also make a powerful lord lose everything in the blink of an eye, making everything he has become the growth food of other lords. What a dangerous final battlefield! Zhou Zhou frowned. In the face of the final battlefield, even though he had the mentality of wanting to fight for the strongest lord of the myriad races, he was a little afraid. After all, even if he didn't go to the final battlefield, he was still a mythical tier advance grade lord. After the settlement, there would also be his own mythical tier advance grade, the final battlefield gift bag. If he went, what if he was unlucky and encountered the number 1 true lord or great one lord? What if he was eliminated? Even with Carol Moley's resurrection ability, he wouldn't die. However, his ranking would also be instantly cleared to 0. The accumulation of all his previous lords on the battlefield would also disappear. If it really came to that, his heart would ache to death. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but hesitate. A moment later, he gritted his teeth. Go. There's already a huge gap between me and the other top lords of the myriad races. If I don't seize every opportunity I come across. After the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Dragon race grasp the power of their civilization, it will be even more impossible for me to catch up to them. When the time comes, as the Lord struggles for supremacy develops, the gap between me and them will only grow larger and larger. In the end, my subjects and I will either die at their hands, or enslaved by them. Even if there are other outcomes, I don't think it will be any better. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. Let's take a look at the final battlefield. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. However, even though he had already made up his mind to barge into the final battlefield, he knew that if he really encountered something unacceptable on the final battlefield, he would not force it. Seize all the opportunities in the final battlefield within his capabilities. This was the basic principle of all Zhou Zhou's actions, including the operation in the final battlefield. After thinking it through, Zhou Zhou calmed down. He opened the world channel and looked at what the other lords of Cerulean planet were talking about. Not surprisingly, they were all discussing the matter of the final battlefield tomorrow. Chapter 370, Going to the Snow River City. F***CK. The final battlefield? No, it's time to escape. This wonderful sense of déjà vu, I'm going to take out my camouflage uniform. Old silver coins and Voldemort mode, activate. To think that you guys still have the mood to joke. This is a matter of life and death. How is this a matter of life and death? You can choose not to go. If I don't go, I'll fall behind the other lords. What's the difference between that and death? Are you guys going to the final battlefield tomorrow? Go. In any case, I can enter and exit at will. It's just that I'll have time to prepare. It's not a big problem. I'll treat it as seeing the world. If I'm lucky and encounter a few heavily injured lords of other races, I'll kill them and obtain their ranking points. Then, I'll directly take off. I think so too. With the strength of my territory, it's too difficult to slowly rank up on the Lord battlefield. The other people of foreign races on the Lord battlefield are all abnormal. I'm at my limit. However, the final battlefield is different. This place doesn't just test strength, hehe. I already have a premonition that a group of old silver coins and Voldemorts will appear on the final battlefield. In any case, I don't plan to go. I'm already at the green bronze tier elementary grade. I've completed the basic goal of this event. Why should I go out and have a death wish? I don't plan to go either. There are so many opportunities in the high continent. I don't believe that without the benefits of the final battlefield, I'm weaker than the lords who participate in the final battlefield. Me too. Regardless of whether you guys are going or not, I plan to go anyway. Forget it, I'll go to the marketplace to buy some supplies first to prepare for the final battlefield tomorrow. That's true. I'll go take a look too. In the territory of the Insect Queen Lord. At this moment, the Insect Queen Lord was also reading the activity description of the final battlefield. After reading it, her half-human half-insect body trembled in excitement. The Lord's true body will enter the final battlefield. The Lords of the myriad races who can survive until now are all extraordinary. There must be a large number of Lords of intermediate and high-level races among them. If I kill them, how many bloodline genes of high-level races will I obtain? My Zerg gene bank will definitely expand greatly because of this. At that time, I'll be able to nurture stronger, more capable, and more promising subordinates of the Zerg. Ha 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 ha. The final battlefield is simply a supreme treasure land prepared for me. The more the Insect Mother Lord thought about it, the more excited it became. She looked at her territory. More than 200,000 strange-looking insects were densely covering the ground as far as the eye could see. However, they were not very strong even though there were many of them. Most of them were at the black iron and green bronze tier. White silver tier ones were rare. This was because it would take more and higher energy to create insects above white silver tier. With the level of the planet it had conquered, it could not satisfy its needs for the time being. After collecting all the resources on this planet, it's time to go to the next planet. As she thought about the final battlefield, she also thought about her future developments. The Dragon God Lord's territory. The final battlefield. What a coincidence! It's a good opportunity to test out the fallen King Dragon I've just summoned from the giant dragon mystic realm. The Dragon God Lord thought. Then, he looked at a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in the distance. Actually, it wasn't a mountain peak. It was actually the spine of the fallen King Dragon resting there at the moment. The appearance of the final battlefield undoubtedly ignited the flames of ambition in the hearts of countless lords. The billions of lords among the lords of the myriad races began to rub their fists in preparation for the opening of the final battlefield tomorrow. On the other side, Zhou Zhou also turned off the World Channel. Even though the lords were discussing, most of them were arguing over whether to go or not. However, it was obvious that there were far more lords who wanted to go than lords who did not. Those who could survive until now were all capable lords. Those who were capable would usually not let go of the opportunities they encountered. The final battlefield was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. After all, the lords on this battlefield were all participating with their real bodies. Furthermore, they definitely brought shocking war resources to prevent them from losing because of insufficient firepower. Under such circumstances, once they killed an enemy lord, even a weak lord could obtain a large amount of resources. Unlike the lord battlefield, after the battle, the corpse would automatically disappear. Other than the promotion energy, not even a strand of hair would fall out. In addition, he could freely log into and out of the final battlefield. Many lords would have the confidence to charge into the final battlefield. As for the danger, wasn't the high continent dangerous anyway? Lords had seen many dangers. Naturally, they would not choose to retreat just because there was danger. The final battlefield will probably be a meat grinder for the next 3 days. Zhou Zhou looked at the drizzle outside and thought. At this moment, he saw that Ling'er and Nongqinglan had also sent him a message. The former asked if he wanted to participate in the final battlefield, while the latter said that he would listen to Zhou Zhou's orders. If Zhou Zhou asked him to participate in the final battlefield, he would go. Zhou Zhou thought about it and replied to Ling'er first, asking her if she wanted to go herself. What surprised him was that Ling'er actually wanted to participate in the final battlefield herself. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you confident? Spiritual Medicine Lord, my strength has increased a lot during this period of time. I also have some opportunities. I think I might be able to give it a try. Big brother, what do you think? Lord of the Blazing Sun, then give it a try. Let me know if you need anything. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, Big Brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, go and prepare. Spiritual Medicine Lord, okay. It's good to try more things out. I can't protect you all the time. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he replied to Nongqinglin, telling him not to participate in the final battlefield. In addition, he got the other party to prepare some food and send it to Blazing Sun City. Now that the number of soldiers and subjects under his command was increasing, his need for food was also increasing. Fortunately, Nongqinglin, the lord of a subordinate territory with the agricultural expert Lord Talent, had already built a large amount of farmland in his territory and produced a large amount of rice-type food. Some of these grains were purchased by their Shenyang territory, while the rest flowed into the market from Sand Gold City. Due to its excellent taste and rich nutrition, it was already somewhat famous in the Aurora Kingdom. Nongqinglin even found Zhou Zhou for this rice and asked him to give it a name. Zhou Zhou had eaten this kind of rice before. Without much thought, he named it Blazing Sun Rice. And so, the first specialty of Jiaoyang City, the Blazing Sun Rice, was born. Speaking of which, after chatting with Linger and Nongqinglin, Zhou Zhou found Wu Xian again. Then, through the Blood Bat avatar, he told Wu Xian and Bai Yun, who was far away in Jiaoyang City, about tomorrow's the final battlefield. The three of them chatted until midnight before going to rest. The next day, 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Zhou woke up early. HR walked out of Tianhe Palace after washing up. He saw Wu Xian, Che Qi and Li Yuangan, who had recovered his youth, waiting for him. Your Majesty, Zhou Zhou said politely. The monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom has reached the Diamond Tier territory 350,000 kilometers away from the capital Snow River City. Snow River City is currently being defended. Let's go now. Li Yuangan went straight to the point. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the three of them and the monster led the soldiers to the location of the spatial teleportation array. Chapter 371, Insight Defection that surprised Zhou Zhou. 1. Snow River City. Zhou Zhou and company had just walked out of the spatial teleportation array when they heard deafening battle cries and cannon fire outside. Among them were the monsters of the monster army and the soldiers from Snow River City. At this moment, Snow River City's city lord, Zhang Zhe, had already received the news that the Aurora Kingdom's king was about to arrive, so he had been waiting here for a long time. When Li Yuangan, Zhou Zhou and the others appeared from the spatial teleportation array, the other party immediately walked over. Greetings, Your Majesty, City Lord of Snow River City, Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe said respectfully. He was wearing a snow-white official uniform with golden edges. His face was kind, and his hair was black and white. There were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was clearly old. At that moment, the elder one looked at Li Yuangan in front of him with a surprised expression. According to the news from his friends in the imperial court, after His Majesty found out that his only daughter, Princess Fenjiu, had been assassinated, he was very depressed. In less than a day, his hair and beard had turned white. After he learned of this news, he was originally very worried about His Majesty's physical and mental condition. However, when he saw His Majesty in front of him now, how was he like what his friend said? Not only was his hair jet black, but his skin was also glowing. He even looked much younger than before. If not for the fact that he had followed His Majesty for decades and was certain that the Emperor in front of him was the one he was familiar with, he almost thought that His Majesty had been replaced. At this moment, Li Yuangan saw his old minister looking at him in surprise. Naturally, he knew what the other party was surprised about. Even though he was experienced, he could not help but feel happy. Restoration was good. How long has the war been going on? How's the war going? He didn't think too much about it. Li Yuangan asked directly. The battle had just begun. However, the enemy has a large number of forces and is very well equipped in all aspects of war. Even though I ordered everyone in Snow River City to become soldiers and barely gathered 200,000 soldiers, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off for long. Your Majesty. It's too dangerous here. I feel that as long as Your Majesty is safe, the Aurora Kingdom will never be destroyed. Therefore, I implore Your Majesty to prioritize the king's physique and the kingdom and return to the capital to oversee the rear. Towards the end, Zhang Zhe said solemnly. Li Yuangan shook his head. I know your intentions, but I have my own plans. By the way, I brought a young friend with me this time. Where is he? He looked at the spot beside him and realized that Zhou Zhou, Wu Xian, and Che Qi had already left. Your Majesty. I'm on this side of the wall. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in Li Yuangan's mind. Mental communication? He still had such a strange method? Li Yuangan was surprised. Then, he told Zhou Zhou's location. When Zhang Zhe heard this, he immediately brought his emperor to the city wall of the Snow River City. On the walls of the Snow River City, when Li Yuangan and Zhang Zhe came up, they saw Zhou Zhou standing in front of the city wall and looking at the battlefield outside. They also looked over. All kinds of fog monsters that were like a vast sea surged over from all directions, surrounding the Snow River City and attacking continuously. At this moment, the Snow River City gave Zhou Zhou the feeling that it was a lone boat sailing on the boundless sea. It was possible that they would be blasted into the bottom of the sea by accident, the tsunami formed by these 2 million fog monsters, and die. Zhou Zhou secretly held his breath. Was this the pressure of a million-level war? Previously, he had seen the scene of 500,000 faceless corpse king corps besieging Kingdom Beginning City. At that time, he thought that his endurance was already strong enough. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he realized that his knowledge was still a little lacking. Compared to these 2 million fog monsters, 500,000 was really nothing. As for the 200,000 militia that Snow River City barely managed to gather, they were even less intimidating on the battlefield. Defeat? It was only a matter of time. Your Majesty, since you're here, I'll leave the command of this place to you. Zhang Zhe said respectfully. In his early years, he had followed Li Yuangan to battle everywhere. Naturally, he knew that His Majesty's military talent far exceeded his own. Seeing this scene, His Majesty would definitely take over the command. However, to his surprise, Li Yuangan shook his head. Then, his gaze became resolute. There's nothing to command. All soldiers and citizens, let's fight to the death. His voice was cold. All the living beings who had fought with the fog monster knew. Other than a few factions that were willing to accept captives and traitors, most of the factions would not show mercy to the living beings of the high continent. Once the war started, the outcome was either defeating the fog monster faction and surviving, or being killed by the fog monster faction. It was almost impossible for the fog monster faction to pity him and let him leave or surrender to the fog monster faction and survive. Therefore, Li Yuangan did not hesitate at all. In any case, they would die if they fought, and they would die if they surrendered. Then what reason was there to not fight to the death? Zhang Zhe naturally knew about this matter, so he agreed without hesitation. Then, he sent someone to the soldiers to convey His Majesty's intentions. At this moment, Li Yuangan suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou. The meaning in his eyes was very simple. Where's the help you promised yesterday? Zhou Zhou also saw the other party's gaze and naturally knew what he meant. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, please allow me to send my soldiers out of the city to fight. Also, let my soldiers enter and exit Snow River City freely. Don't let the Supreme Barrier stop us. That's your soldier. You decide. Li Yuangan said. Then I'll find the right time to open the city gate later. At that time, your soldiers can rush out. Zhang Zhe immediately added. He became curious. What did His Majesty and this young man want to do? There's no need to open the gates. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, he looked at Wu Xian. When Wu Xian saw Zhou Zhou's gaze, he immediately got the 500 white platinum tier soldiers he had brought over. After seeing the 500 white platinum tier soldiers, Li Yuangan had long known of their existence, so he was not surprised at all. However, Zhang Zhe was very surprised. 500 white platinum tier soldiers. Even in the entire Aurora Kingdom, it was considered a powerful force. This young man seemed to be extraordinary. What was he going to do? In a while, you'll jump off the city wall and charge into the battlefield for 30 breaths. In 30 breaths, immediately return to the Snow River Giant City and come to me. Take care of your own safety. There's no need to kill too many people in this battle. The most important thing is to protect yourself and return safely. Zhou Zhou ordered. His inside defection could only be used when his forces fought against the enemy forces. Therefore, they had to send troops to kill. These 500 white platinum tier soldiers were all elites among his soldiers. As long as he did not have a death wish, it was not a problem for him to do such a small thing. Yes, my lord. The 500 white platinum tier soldiers immediately said respectfully. Chapter 372, Inside Defection that surprised Zhou Zhou, 2. It was the duty of soldiers to obey orders even though they did not know what their lord wanted to do, they only cared about doing it and naturally did not think too much about it. Then, they jumped onto the city wall. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the other soldiers of the Snow River City, they directly jumped off the city wall that was more than 100 meters tall. Boom! 500 white platinum tier soldiers landed on the ground. Some soldiers directly withstood the impact of the fall with their bodies. There were also soldiers who controlled the power of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth and landed lightly. For a moment, many soldiers and fog monsters on the battlefield looked at this group of mysterious soldiers who had suddenly arrived on the battlefield. The 500 soldiers did not care about their gazes. They landed on the ground and charged forward. Under the nurturing of the military merit system, their various skills and methods had long exceeded the range of ordinary soldier types. It could be said that, excluding the professional skills they already had, each of them had at least 10 to 20 non-class skills exchanged from the military merit system. These skills, it was enough for them to face all kinds of dangerous situations. Naturally, this included the current situation. Therefore, in the eyes of the other soldiers of the Snow River City, these 500 soldiers were simply like divine soldiers descending from the sky. Not only was his strength terrifying, there were also all kinds of methods. It was even a little fancy. They even saw a soldier using a crossbow. When the fog monster approached and wanted to engage in close combat, he casually threw the bow and arrow to the ground. Then, he took out a snow-white saber from his waist. At the same time, his entire body was quickly covered in a layer of grayish-white stone armor. Then, he engaged in close combat with the fog monster. In the end, he slashed it to death. Then, he picked up the crossbow and continued to shoot. Well, as a poison crossbow soldier, in order to prevent himself from being ambushed by the enemy, it was very reasonable for him to learn Gust's chaotic slash to counterattack and also learn the stone armor technique to save his life, right? On the walls of the Snow River City, when Li Yuangan and Zhang Zhe saw the battle between the 500 soldiers, they looked at each other. This little guy was too rich. Was the skill book free? The two of them muttered in their hearts. These types of soldiers. Even Li Yuangan, as the ruler of the kingdom, could not nurture it. After all, he did not have that many skill books for the soldiers to learn. At this moment, they saw Zhou Zhou raise his right hand in front of the city wall. Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Inside Defection. Activate. Boom. Invisible fluctuations that only Zhou Zhou could see instantly enveloped the 2 million foggy monsters around the Snow River City. The next second, the bodies of more than 200,000 fog monsters stiffened. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They began to pretend to fight while quietly retreating. It was still very obvious that more than 1/10 of the fog monsters had suddenly stopped attacking. Not only were the two scarlet heroes guarding the back stunned. On the Snow River City, Li Yuangan and Zhang Zhe, who had also noticed this change, were also stunned. The enemy's attack has suddenly weakened. What's going on? Both of them were stunned. Then, they thought of something and suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou, who was standing in front of the city wall. An unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. Did he do that? However, he only raised his hand. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 124,765 Black Iron Tier Fog Monsters, 57,912 Green Bronze Tier Fog Monsters, 31,632 White Silver Tier Fog Monsters, 18,231 Yellow Gold Tier Fog Monsters, 5,712 White Platinum Tier Fog Monsters, 112 Diamond Tier Fog Monsters, and 5 Extraordinary Tier Fog Monsters have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou looked excited. Before he came, he had already made a big estimate in his heart and knew how many targets he could incite to Insight Defection this time. However, when this moment really came, he could not help but feel excited. This was a total of 241,369 subordinates of the Fog Monster. His Blazing Sun Army and Monster Army only had a total of 220,000 soldiers. This Insight Defection was more than what he had. It was ridiculous. I didn't wake up at 3 in the morning to instigate Insight Defection in vain. I've made a killing this time. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed. This trip to the Aurora Kingdom was not in vain. After he returned to the territory, he would farm the monster ranch again. At that time, his military strength would completely exceed 500,000. This number was already half the military strength of a standard beginner kingdom. I'm getting closer and closer to the strength of a basic kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, the 500 soldiers jumped back onto the city wall. Reporting to my lord, the mission is completed. They said respectfully. Well done. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Did you do this? At this moment, Li Yuangan's surprised voice sounded behind him. Only after hearing His Majesty's words did Zhang Zhe realize that this extraordinary young man was the hot topic of discussion recently, the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. As a lord of a foreign land, he was able to become famous in his kingdom. From the looks of it, there was indeed a reason. Zhang Zhe sighed. I did it. This is what I meant by small help. However, I can only use this help once a day. If I want to use it again, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. If your Majesty can resist until tomorrow, I can do it again then. Zhou Zhou said. No matter what, he had to fleece this kind of goodwill a few more times. No problem. I've already secretly sent the news to the Titan Kingdom and Nether Bark Kingdom. If there are no surprises, they'll be here today. With their help, it's still easy to last until tomorrow. Towards the end, Li Yuangan couldn't help but laugh. He would never have thought that the savior of his kingdom would become his archenemy. Then please give the order to activate the spatial teleportation arrays. I'm going back with my subordinates. Zhou Zhou said. Sure. Li Yuangan nodded regretfully. He really wanted to stay with this young man because the other party had really given him too many surprises. However, the activities of the Lord of all races set up by the Supreme Will could not be underestimated. He could not ruin the Lord of the Blazing Sun's plans. Then, he ordered the various places to activate the spatial teleportation arrays. Wherever they passed, they were all allowed to pass without any reason. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou bade farewell to the two of them and went down the city tower. Then, he did not immediately rush to the spatial teleportation array. Instead, he left the Snow River City and flew in an empty direction. In an uninhabited wasteland outside the Snow River City, the 240,000 fog monsters that had been incited by Zhou Zhou's incite defection were gathered here. They were led by 5 powerful extraordinary tier fog monsters. "Greetings, my lord." When Zhou Zhou and the others appeared, the 5 extraordinary tier fog monsters immediately said respectfully, "Did you have a smooth journey? Did the 2 scarlet heroes notice your departure?" Zhou Zhou asked. "It went well. And because the 4-armed Mara King Taro and the Ice Soul Arrow Ghost Wuxin extended the battle line, we chose to avoid their gazes and leave from the battlefield behind the Snow River City, so they didn't notice us for the time being. But as time goes on, they should find out soon enough." An extraordinary tier intermediate grade 3-headed demon flood dragon deputy commander said respectfully. It was the most powerful fog monster among the 5 of them. He was also their leader for the time being. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. There was no time to lose. It was time to leave. With these 200,000 new subordinates, I should be safer if I participate in the final battlefield, right? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he willed. A black ship appeared in the sky. It was the Black Ghost. Yesterday, when he planned to use incite defection, he had asked Wenye to come over. It was all for this moment. "Wenye, bring us all into the spaceship and return to the Snow River City," Zhou Zhou ordered. "Yes, my lord." Wenye's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. Then, it put everyone and the monsters into the spaceship and returned to the Snow River City. Then, it used the spatial teleportation array to return to Blazing Sun City. Chapter 373, White Silvertear Lord Talent Gift of the Machina. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou and company finally returned to Blazing Sun City. When he got off the spaceship, he saw batches of subordinates of the fog monsters flying down from the spaceship. Then, Wuxin sent people to lead them to the monster army base in the city. Zhou Zhou looked at the many subordinates of the fog monster and then at the black ghost in the sky. Then, he frowned slightly as if he had discovered a problem. The black ghost was a little small. He thought. The limit of the black ghost could accommodate 200,000 people to live and survive in the spaceship for a year. Just now, he had placed 240,000 subordinates of the fog monster into the spaceship and filled it up. Not to mention that there were more than 200,000 soldiers in his territory. Obviously, the current Black Ghost was already starting to be unable to meet the needs of his troops. Should I upgrade Black Ghost to elementary grade? He couldn't help but think. The Black Ghost was undoubtedly the most convenient means of transportation for him. With the Black Ghost, the efficiency of him conquering other territories had increased by at least 10 times. Therefore, it was not impossible to upgrade it. In any case, it was only a creation of the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Gift of the Machina. It would not take many Lord Talent crystal fragments to advance to the White Silver Tier. Then, he looked at his Lord Talent crystal fragments and realized that he had exactly 157 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. He could indeed fuse them into a White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine crystals. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he first asked Wu Xian to make arrangements for these recruits. Then, he began to call out in his heart. Wenye! Wenye is here, great lord! Wenye replied immediately. Zhou Zhou fell silent for a few seconds as though he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he said. You know that you're here because of my Lord Talent too, right? Now, I have a chance to increase my Lord Talent regarding the Black Ghost. But will you still be here after I level up? He had spent a lot of time with Wenye and they had developed some friendship. If Wenye really disappeared because he upgraded his Lord Talent, Zhou Zhou might give up on upgrading. After all, he only wanted better transportation. This kind of question was not a judgment question with only one option. For example, on the World Channel, Zhou Zhou remembered that a lord had said that the neighboring country where his territory was located was a kingdom established by the intelligent life forms of the Machina race. He might be able to find another way to solve this problem if he thought of a way himself. Therefore, since this could be done, then why did he have to make Wenya disappear? There's an 80% chance that Wenya will continue to exist. There's still a 20% chance that Wenya will be replaced by a higher-level intelligent life form. After Wenya found out about Zhou Zhou's problem, she immediately replied concisely. Can't you be sure? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Are you worried about me, my lord? Wenya suddenly asked. Yeah, why? Zhou Zhou was stunned before saying. It's nothing. Wenya just feels very happy. There was a happy smile in Wenya's voice. Then, she said. Wenya suggests that the Lord upgrade his Lord talent. Because 80% is only Wenya's conservative estimate. This success rate might be higher. Okay. Wenya had already said so. Zhou Zhou was not a hesitant person. Upon hearing this, he returned to his Lord manner. In the Lord manner. In the study. Zhou Zhou took out 100 green bronze tier Lord talent crystal fragments and placed them on the table. Then, he fused them into a white silver tier Lord talent origin divine crystal. Then, he chose to use it. A text notification appeared. As you have 3 green bronze tier Lord talents at the same time, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Gift of the Machina, and Fighting God Full-Time Master, please choose one to advance to. I choose to advance to the Gift of the Machina. Zhou Zhou's gaze paused on the Lord talent of Fighting God's Full-Time Master for a few seconds before he decided. Even though it was good to be a Fighting God Full-Time Master, Zhou Zhou had not even used the 2 free classes that came with it, so he naturally did not need to level up for the time being. Speaking of which, this Lord talent was really difficult to choose. If only it could change class at will. If that was the case, Zhou Zhou would now take up 2 class jobs and use it. Unfortunately, it could not be replaced at will. There were such restrictions. Zhou Zhou naturally couldn't choose 2 classes to take on the job. He would think about it when he met someone suitable in the future. In any case, he was not in a hurry to use them. Just as Zhou Zhou was thinking, a text notification appeared. Lord talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, a familiar warm feeling came from between his eyebrows. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your green bronze tier Lord talent, Gift of the Machina, has been upgraded to white silver tier Lord talent, Gift of the Machina. Your mythical tier Lord talent effect is as follows. Lord talent, Gift of the Machina, white silver tier. Gift of the Machina, there is a green bronze tier advance grade spaceship, Starry Night, from the machinery race in your territory. It is a gift from the Machina race to the lords who participated in the fight for the position of Lord of all races. It also represents the friendship between the Machina race and you. Specific talent effect 1. The Starry Night is a testament to your friendship with the Machina race. Your diplomatic relationship with the Machina race has reached friendship. This function will be activated after establishing the kingdom. Specific talent effect 2. The Starry Night is the crystallization of technological wisdom of the mechanical clan, possessing an extraordinary superior intelligent life. Starry Night Goddess, a white silver tier advance grade folded space function, a white silver tier advance grade space warehouse, a diamond tier advance grade spaceship defense, a white platinum tier advance grade flight speed, a diamond tier advance grade life detector with anti-reconnaissance radar, diamond tier advance grade stealth, extraordinary tier advance grade positioning transmission, extraordinary tier advance grade research institute function and extraordinary tier advance grade automatic repair function. Specific talent effect 3. Starry Night uses the mist cores as its energy source. 1000 green bronze tier mist cores can allow Black Ghost to operate at full power for 24 hours. After reading it, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on a series of functions on the Starry Night. It had everything that the Black Ghost had, and they were all upgraded versions. It also had things that Black Ghost didn't have. For example, the White Silver tier Advanced Grade Space Warehouse, Diamond tier Advanced Grade Space Invisibility, Extraordinary tier Advanced Grade Teleportation, Extraordinary tier Advanced Grade Research Institute functions, and so on. Moreover, there were a total of 10 of them, not just one. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Not bad. He didn't level up in vain. However, there was no joy on his face. Then, she saw Zhou Zhou walk out of the study without a word. He came to the center of the courtyard and looked up at the sky. "Wenye," he said. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. "Wenye is here, great lord." Wenye's voice suddenly sounded. She was still as gentle and moving as before. Not only that. Zhou Zhou could hear a special feeling in these simple words. It was as if he was not listening to an intelligent life form but a real girl. Then, Zhou Zhou remembered that the other party's intelligent life level had already increased from the original Diamond tier Advanced Grade to Extraordinary tier Advanced Grade. It was normal to have a sense of real life. "How are you feeling now?" When Zhou Zhou said this, a smile finally appeared on his face. He was glad. He was glad that he had not lost his friend, Wenye. Chapter 374, Astonishing Increase. 500,000 military forces. Wenye feels very good now. Wenye has already reached the level of an extraordinary tier Advanced Grade intelligent life form. I can already do what I couldn't do previously. For example, some low-level technological products. My lord, if you encounter one and feel that it's useful, you can send it to me. As long as it doesn't exceed Wenye's level, Wenye can analyze the other party's internal technology principle and manufacturing method and completely replicate it. The Extraordinary tier Advanced Grade Research Institute function in the Starry Night was specially born for this. In addition, Wenye's Starry Night has also made great progress in spatial technology. The Starry Night under Wenye's command can accommodate 1 million soldiers for a year. Moreover, Wenye's new spatial warehouse can also accommodate 100 billion units of basic resources. Wenye's Diamond tier Advanced Grade Space is invisible. It can allow Wenye to hide in space. This way, unless the enemy has a way to sense space or explore space, they will never discover the Starry Night wearing the space invisibility cloak. In addition, Wenye's Extraordinary tier Advanced Grade Positioning Teleportation is also very useful. As long as the teleportation anchor is set up at the destination in advance, the Starry Night can quickly be teleported to a place with a teleportation anchor as long as it's less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from this destination. In addition, the Starry Night also has some small functions and new facilities. The Lord can slowly experience and understand these in the future. Wenye briefly explained her new ability. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. So this was what Wenye's new functions were like. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. First, let's talk about the function of the Research Institute. After hearing Wenye's words, Zhou Zhou immediately thought of using Wenye's Research Institute function to analyze the firearms he had obtained from the military industry lord. After all, it was not good to be controlled by others in terms of firepower. If he could master the craftsmanship of making firearms, he would not have to find the military industry lord to make them in the future. Military firearms were something after all. It was more at ease to use the products he created. Other than firearms, Zhou Zhou could also pay attention to whether there were any other technological products from the Cerulean planet when he visited the marketplace from now on. Then, he could buy it and hand it all over to Wenye so that she could analyze and replicate it to increase the technological foundation of his Blazing Sun region. Then, he thought for a while and suddenly asked. Wenye, then can you analyze the Starry Night? Then, let our territory create the Starry Night in bulk. Sure. My lord can also arrange some manpower and resources for me. This way, Wenya can build a Starry Night spaceship factory and set up one or more industrial assembly line facilities that can build the Starry Night spaceship. This way, the Lord's territory will have an endless supply of Starry Night spaceships. Wenya said calmly. However, these calm words made Zhou Zhou even more surprised. Wenya could even analyze the Starry Night's main body. Moreover, he could build a Starry Night spaceship factory that could continuously produce Starry Night spaceships. Oh my god! Zhou Zhou never expected that the White Silver Tier Lord talent gift of the Machina would give him such a huge gift. Coupled with spatial invisibility, spatial warehouses, and an increase in the upper limit of life forms, these were what Zhou Zhou needed the most at the moment. This leveling up was simply a huge profit. So, Wenya, are you controlling these 10 Starry Nights alone now? Zhou Zhou calmed down after a long time. Then, he suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask curiously. Yes and no. I have been assigned a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Artificial Intelligence, the Star. They have the ability to handle matters no less than a truly intelligent life form. They will help me manage these 10 Starry Nights and handle daily matters. And I'll take care of it when I'm needed. This way, we can save the Starry Night's resources to the greatest extent in case of emergencies. Wenya trailed off. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue and nodded. He remembered that Wenya was a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade intelligent life form when she was still the Ghost Princess. He did not expect that after advancing to the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade, the Starry Night Goddess, she could casually create 10 intelligent programs comparable to intelligent life forms. It seemed that Wenya had really benefited a lot this time. I'll bring you to the final battlefield in a while. Just bring one Starry Night. Zhou Zhou thought for a few seconds and said to Wenya. If there was a spaceship like Starry Night on the final battlefield, it would be a great convenience whether it was escaping or chasing after the enemy. Yes, my lord. Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou first went to the golem lair to collect the 126 golems that had entered. Then, he led his men to clean up the Time Ruins and Monster Ranch. With the effect of the perfect loots and his titles, he obtained a total of 233,179 green bronze tier mist cores, 99,635 white silver tier mist cores, 51,223 yellow gold tier mist cores, and 28,726 white platinum tier mist cores. 102,312 soldier type class change certificates. 4,179 sword shield soldier recruitment book. 4,002 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 4,401 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 13,563 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 17,500 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. 17,500 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. 45 Proof of Legion fragments. 39,631 True Faith tier Scarlet crystals. 5,712 Pious tier Scarlet crystals. 4,336 Fanatic tier Scarlet crystals. 12 White Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier mount contracts. As for loots such as the Light Drawing Crystal, the Tree Core Gem, and the Elemental Gem, there was no need to elaborate. He threw the excess loots into the marketplace and sold them. Zhou Zhou took a look at the deal that had been announced yesterday. As expected, it was already sold out. He looked at the transaction results. 7,531,697,123 black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. More than 7.5 billion black iron tier mist cores. My god! If he handed it to the heavenly mist treasure bag, it would be equivalent to 75 legendary tier mist cores. The 1 million skill books and 1 million equipment yesterday did not disappoint him. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. However, from another perspective, it could also be seen that the lords indeed valued the final battlefield. Then, he stopped thinking and took the 44,029 recruitment books he had just obtained to the location of the Gate of Summoning. Half an hour later, all the new soldiers were summoned and joined the Blazing Sun army under him. At this point, the number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou officially exceeded 500,000, reaching 514,408 soldiers. It was comparable to the strength of half a basic kingdom. It was even more than the Aurora Kingdom's current military strength. Moreover, the quality of their military strength might even surpass the Aurora Kingdom's. Chapter 375, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade, 36 Forging Styles. The excited Carter Kim. From now on, I can be considered to have a foundation amongst the kingdoms. Zhou Zhou looked at the 500,000 soldiers he controlled and sighed. Once upon a time, when he first found out that the Taiyan Kingdom was not far from his territory and that the Aurora Kingdom, as his neighbor, could not resist the Taiyan Kingdom, he was extremely worried. That was because once the Aurora Kingdom was destroyed and occupied by the Taiyan Kingdom, then the next step was for the Taiyan Kingdom to clean up the surrounding lord factions of the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun territory would inevitably become the target of the Taiyan Kingdom. It was for this reason. That was why he would open the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower to the Aurora Kingdom. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the Aurora Kingdom hold on for a while longer so that he could stall for time. And now, he had 500,000 elite soldiers under him. There were also 2 heroes with extraordinary tier combat power, Wu Xin and Nazario. There were also Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, and other trump cards. With this strength, even if the Taiyan Kingdom came in full force, he would have the strength to fight. The shadow that shrouded his head was finally dispersed by him. How could he not be happy? At this moment, he suddenly saw the marketplace function blink. He opened it and realized that the transaction he had just posted had been sold out. He had directly obtained more than 250 million black iron tier mist cores. This made Zhou Zhou raise his eyebrows. So fast! In the past, even though such transaction involving the transfer of soldier types was sold very quickly, it was far inferior to today. It seemed that the opening of the final battlefield had already made many lords unable to sit still. Zhou Zhou did not mind. He put these black iron tier mist cores into the heavenly mist treasure bag and looked at the Gate of Summoning again, preparing for today's daily summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. After more than half an hour, only then did 725 new subjects walk out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X7. The 725 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to step forward and realized that he had summoned 40 professionals this time. Among them were 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade cavalryman, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade water element mage, and 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade bowman. There were also 5 yellow gold tier elementary grade Pudeo soldiers, 3 yellow gold tier elementary grade martial artists, and 3 yellow gold tier elementary grade heavy earth shield soldiers. The rest were green bronze tier and black iron tier life professionals and combat professionals. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Had his luck exploded today? Under normal circumstances, he should only be able to summon 24 professionals. The other professionals that he summoned were all freeloaders. He did not expect to summon 40 professionals in one go today. Moreover, yellow gold tier professionals were all combat professionals and military professionals. Could it be that the Gate of Summoning knew that he was going to battle on the battlefield of the end today, so it specially sent him a friendly aid? Zhou Zhou thought to himself in amusement. However, he knew. Naturally, it was not what he thought. It was most likely because his luck had really exploded that he summoned so many professionals in one go. He didn't mind. He now had more than 57,000 yellow gold tier professionals in the army. Therefore, he was no longer as excited as before when facing these newly summoned yellow gold tier soldiers. He asked a soldier to bring these military professionals to join the Blazing Sun army. Then, he went to the lord's shop alone. In front of the lord's shop. Old Zhou. Let's look at today's new stock. Zhou Zhou looked at Zhou Zhenmin, who was cooking like a family man, and said with a toothache. No matter what, the lord's shop was a unique mythical tier lord talent. However, this shop owner's behavior made Zhou Zhou, who came here every time, feel like he had come to an ordinary small shop. The next time he came, if a wife who claimed to be his wife suddenly appeared beside old Zhou, he would probably not find it funny at all. Coming. Zhou Zhenmin washed his hands, took off the apron around his waist, and hurried over. Then, he took out 3 items from under the counter. When he saw the first item, Zhou Zhou fell silent. That was because it was the pudeo used by a black iron tier elementary grade pudeo soldiers. In order to prevent himself from seeing wrongly, Zhou Zhou specially looked at its attribute information and realized that it was indeed an ordinary black iron tier elementary grade pudeo. Zhou Zhou. What else could he say? This was the characteristic of the lord's shop's products random. Zhou Zhou could not decide either. He took a deep breath and looked at the other 2 items. He hoped that these 2 items would not disappoint him. The second item was a book. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. Treasure, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade 36 Forging Styles. Treasure Grade, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Treasure Effect, after using it, you can obtain the inheritance of the blacksmith class from Master Military Craftsman Jibin Vela and immediately become an Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Blacksmith. Treasure Description, a product from the Lord's shop. It contains the skills of an Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Master. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he gasped slightly. Good God! A book could actually directly create an Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Blacksmith. What a ridiculous treasure! He wondered how those master blacksmiths who had worked hard their entire lives to become Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade would feel when they saw this treasure. As for the source of this Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade 36 forging styles, Zhou Zhou thought for a long time before remembering it. He had taken in a talent attracted by reputation rating some time ago. His name was Carter Kim and he was a yellow gold tier advance grade blacksmith with the bloodline of a mountain giant. Among the other party's abilities was the Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade 36 Forging Styles skill. At that time, the other party was still a little shy. However, at that time, Zhou Zhou did not care about the other party's personality. He even handed over all the blacksmith work in the territory to the other party and let him be in charge of the planning and development of the blacksmith professionals in the territory, as well as the manufacturing and repair of the soldiers' equipment. And the other party did not disappoint him. Now, the manufacturing and repairing of all the equipment of his soldiers were done by him and the blacksmiths under his command. And it was done quite well. Not only was there no problem at all, but there were also occasional innovations that made the soldiers' armor, weapons, and other equipment stronger. In less than half a month, the other party had become the leader in the hearts of all the blacksmiths in his territory. Furthermore, the blacksmith's profession level had also reached white platinum tier advance grade. It was said that recently, the blacksmiths in the territory were preparing to establish a blacksmith guild that belonged to the Blazing Sun territory. Carter Kim was the only candidate in their hearts for the president. Regarding this matter, Zhou Zhou naturally would not interfere. Because Carter Kim was also one of his dead loyal subjects. He was naturally willing to support his own people. Zhou Zhou looked at the inheritance book and called someone over to call Carter Kim over. Soon, Carter Kim came over. "Greetings, my lord," Carter Kim said respectfully. He was from the gnome race and looked delicate and gentle. If he wasn't the other party's lord, who would have thought that not only did the other party have the wild mountain giant bloodline in his body, but he also had a passionate heart that was passionate about swinging sledgehammers? Zhou Zhou did not waste any time and directly handed the treasure to the other party. He was not interested in being a blacksmith. After all, he didn't even have much time to cultivate as a martial artist. How could he have the time to be distracted by other things? Handing it to Jibinvella's last disciple was the best choice. When Carter Kim took the book in a daze and saw its ability, he was stunned. "My lord, this... He was still a young man, but when he suddenly saw this inheritance book, he immediately became a little incoherent. Chapter 376, Zhou Zhou's first mount. Dragon Horse, Blazing Sun. This is a treasure I just obtained recently. But don't let your imagination run wild. I didn't get it from your teacher," Zhou Zhou said. Usually, if such an inheritance book appeared, it meant that either the original person had already given up or might even be dead. Only then would such an inheritance appear. The most typical example was the heroic spirit inheritance of the Night Temple Heroic Spirit Hall. Of course, there were also very few cases where such a legacy book could be created. For example, if a life form was willing to spend most of their life forcefully writing an inheritance book, it was also possible. Or some extremely expensive secret technique. However, this inheritance book naturally did not belong to the above situation. Carter Kim heaved a sigh of relief. "Take this inheritance book and use it. Extraordinary tier experts have appeared in our territory. Therefore, we urgently need an extraordinary tier blacksmith. Control it well. Don't disappoint me." Zhou Zhou patted the other party's shoulder. Even though he could use the Lord talent of the King of Lutes to obtain extraordinary tier equipment by killing diamond tier enemies, this method was ultimately unstable and too random. It was not as practical as having a true extraordinary tier blacksmith in the territory to specialize in making equipment. The other party was not old, but from what he had done previously, Zhou Zhou was still willing to entrust him with important tasks. "Yes, my lord. I will not let you down, my lord." Carter Kim knelt on one knee and said excitedly. As a blacksmith, he naturally knew how precious such a treasure was. Moreover, the Lord actually gave this treasure to him without hesitation. It could be seen how much trust the Lord had in him. He must not disappoint his Lord. Carter Kim thought silently. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He helped him up and chatted with him for a while before letting him leave. When he turned around, he realized that old Zhou had gone back to cooking. "Zhou Zhou." He shook his head, unconcerned, and looked at the third item. It was a skill book. However, it was not an ordinary skill book. It was a hero skill book. Heroic skills. Can I learn even if I'm not a hero? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. Then, he picked it up and looked at it. Hero skill, Summon Dragon Horse. Level, Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Summon Dragon Horse. Skill effect, the user awakens the Golden Dragon bloodline in his body and summons a dragon horse with the Golden Dragon bloodline as his mount to fight with the user. Summon Dragon Horse? Isn't that the same as Wu Xin's hero skill Dragon Horse Summon Blinding Light? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. But then again, he had yet to have an official mount. Nazario and Augusta were both willing to let him be a dragon knight. But Zhou Zhou had always treated them as friends, so he rarely flew on them unless it was an emergency. Most of the time, he used mechanostriders that could fly to travel. Or they could travel directly with the soldiers. It did not expect. This time, the merchandise directly gave him a hero skill. If he could really master this hero skill, it would be a good help to him. Whether it was riding on the road, flying in the air, or fighting alongside its master, the dragon horse was quite powerful in all three aspects. Still, I'm not a hero. I can't learn this hero skill, right? Zhou Zhou looked up at Zhou Zhenmin. When Zhou Zhenmin heard this, he chuckled as he added salt. Normally, it wouldn't work. However, this is the Lord's shop. The goods that appear in the Lord's shop are all prepared for you, Lord, so you can naturally learn them. I see. You are putting too much salt in it. Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Zhenmin looked at his half-empty salt bag and then at the stainless steel pot that was sprinkled with salt. His face froze. How much are these three goods? Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. The first product is worth 10 black iron tier mist cores. The second item is worth 10 extraordinary tier mist cores and 1 extraordinary tier territory token. The third item is worth 20 extraordinary tier mist cores and 2 extraordinary tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhenmin decisively gave up on the dish and walked to the counter. So cheap. Compared to the previous two items. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion. However, when he thought of the hundreds of legendary tier mist cores in his heavenly mist treasure bag, Zhou Zhou felt a little helpless. To think that he had prepared so many legendary tier mist cores. He thought that he could buy them all. What a waste of my sense of anticipation. I want the inheritance book that has already been taken away and this hero skill book. Zhou Zhou took out 33 legendary tier mist cores and placed them on the counter. Thank you for your business. Zhou Zhenmin chuckled and put away the mist core. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. He directly learned this hero skill. After he finished learning, he suddenly had a feeling that his bloodline seemed to be connected to something. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. Gradually, his body emitted a faint golden light. Golden dragon scales and golden light appeared on his body. Soon, the golden light suddenly left his body and formed a golden door that was 3 to 4 meters tall in front of him. A dragon horse that was emitting a dazzling golden light and covered in golden dragon scales jumped out and landed beside Zhou Zhou. Then, it circled around Zhou Zhou as if it was trying to please him, occasionally letting out a cheerful cry. When Zhou Zhou opened his eyes, he saw this scene. He smiled and stroked the dragon horse. When the dragon horse saw this, it stood quietly on the spot and allowed its master to stroke it. Wu Xian's dragon horse is called Blinding Light. You shall be called Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's resplendent figure and immediately thought of this name. At the same time, just as he finished naming, the hero skill summoning dragon horse in his skill pane immediately blurred for a second before turning into hero skill summoning dragon horse Blazing Sun. When Blazing Sun heard his master's words, he cried out excitedly again. At the same time, he kept stepping on the ground with his golden hooves. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this name. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he mounted his horse and rushed towards the army base. Legion base. After Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, the Blazing Sun under his command immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Is this the Lord's mount? It's similar to Lord Wu Xian's Blinding Light. Why do I feel that his lordship's horse is better looking than Blinding Light's? The light on Blinding Light's body is not as dazzling as this horse. It does seem brighter. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others also saw Blazing Sunday. Xiao Xian had come with them. My lord. This should also be a dragon horse, right? Moreover, it's also a dragon horse with the golden dragon bloodline. Wu Xian marveled. He, who had the bloodline of the golden dragon, could feel it. The potential of this dragon horse should be much higher than his Blinding Light. Zhou Zhou, who had already dismounted from his horse, nodded with a smile as he held the reins. This dragon horse is so beautiful. Xiao Xian looked at the Blazing Sun with sparkling eyes. It's called Blazing Sunday. Zhou Zhou smiled. He looked at Xiao Xian and suddenly had an idea. This little guy was the possessor of the Blessed Star talent. If he brought it to the final battlefield, it might have an unexpected effect. When he thought of this, he immediately asked if the other party was willing to go with him. Xiao Xian was naturally adventurous. He immediately nodded in excitement and agreed. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Xian and asked, "Are the soldiers ready?" "Everything's ready." Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others immediately said solemnly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Next, they were just waiting for the final battlefield to open. He opened the world channel and read the Lord's message while waiting for the final battlefield to open. At this moment, more lords on the world channel had already decided to go to the final battlefield. Only a few lords were still conflicted. Just like Zhou Zhou, these lords who were preparing to go were all nervous, excited, and expectant as they waited for the battlefield of the end to begin. Time passed slowly. When 6 o'clock arrived, Zhou Zhou clicked on the icon of the final battlefield in the Lord Battlefield function without hesitation and prepared to enter it. Chapter 377, The Final Battlefield. A line of blood-colored text appeared. Please choose the territory subordinates and territory props you want to bring along. The next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It showed the territory subordinates and territory items that he could carry. That includes his 500,000 soldiers, Carol Moira from the shelter of the Goddess of Life, various supplies, such as health potions, energy potions, golden corpse water, mist energy cannons for war machines, and even the fragments of the chaos energy airdrop gun carriage that he had previously seized. Is it like the Lord Battlefield? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he began to choose the subordinates and items he wanted to take away without thinking too much. First of all, the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army had to be brought along. However, he naturally would not bring all 510,000 soldiers. After all, he still had to leave some soldiers to protect Blazing Sun City and Kingdom Beginning City. After thinking for a while, Zhou Zhou chose to bring 300,000 soldiers. Among them were 100,000 Black Iron Tier soldiers, 100,000 Green Bronze Tier soldiers, 50,000 White Silver Tier soldiers, 40,000 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers, 10,000 White Platinum Tier soldiers, 100 Diamond Tier soldiers, and 5 Extraordinary Tier soldiers. A total of 300,105 soldiers. These were most of the elite soldiers under his command. The remaining 200,000 soldiers stayed behind to guard Blazing Sun City and Kingdom Beginning City. They were in charge of protecting his territory and dealing with unexpected situations. Then, he chose the 800 clergy of the shelter led by Carol Molly. They were responsible for the soldiers' treatment and resurrection. After them were Nazario, Augusta, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and the other elites of the Blazing Sun. After that, Zhou Zhou chose a large number of subordinates and items, such as the Starry Night, the Mechanostrider, the Faith Divine Crystal, the Alchemy Telescope, the Life Potion, the Energy Potion, and other items, to prepare for any unexpected situations that might occur in the final battlefield. In the end, he searched for a long time and realized that there was no Aurora Kingdom Tower. It seems that the Aurora Kingdom Tower has been recognized as a territory building by the Supreme Will. It can't leave the territory and be brought to the final battlefield. Zhou Zhou thought regretfully. If the duration of the final battlefield was longer, Zhou Zhou would have wanted Zhao Chong to guard the final battlefield and create the Aurora Kingdom Tower on the spot. However, 3 days was too short. He could only give up on this idea. Then, he checked the territory subordinates and leaders' props he brought one last time. After confirming that there were no missing people and props, he clicked on the confirmation below. The next second, a text notification appeared. Entering the final battlefield. At the same time, Zhou Zhou, Nazario, Augusta, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and the group of soldiers and supplies suddenly disappeared. The final battlefield. A blood-red sun hung high in the sky. Heaven and earth were covered in blood. On the ground, the remains of countless machines, the skeletons of living beings that were in a miserable state, and the blood-filled black and red river of blood. When Zhou Zhou and the others descended into this world, they saw this spectacular scene. What a strong smell of blood! Bai Yun frowned slightly. She was now a general who had experienced hundreds of thousands of wars. In the face of an ordinary bloody scene, she could already be indifferent. But in this world, it was naturally not something that could be created by a simple battle between hundreds of thousands of life forms. It was probably only the death of trillions of life forms that could create such a blood-colored world. In front of Bai Yun, Zhou Zhou was looking at the text notification in front of him. You have already relocated to the final battlefield. The final battlefield's ranking has been activated. Your Lord Battlefield rank is Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 160 points. Conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Your basic ranking points for the final battlefield are 11.6 billion yuan. It's starting. Zhou Zhou looked at his basic ranking points and thought to himself. With a thought, he summoned the rankings of the final battlefield. He looked over. Original Spirit Race True Lord Level, 12,150,000,000. The final battlefield ranking, 1 St. Chaos Gods Race Great 1 Lord Level, 11,950,000,000. The final battlefield ranking, 2nd. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun Level, 11.6 billion. Ranking on the final battlefield, 3 RD. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord Rank, 11.5 billion. The final battlefield ranking, 4th. It's temporarily the same ranking as the Lord Battlefield. However, after today, it should change drastically. Zhou Zhou thought. He closed the rankings and looked around. Soon, he saw something. He took a dozen steps forward, then squatted down and picked up a blood-colored crescent-shaped weapon from under his feet. This weapon was very complete and looked like it had been left behind by an expert. The blood on it made Zhou Zhou feel a faint pressure just by approaching it. This battlefield had probably been around for countless years. However, the blood still had a suppressive aura. It could be seen how terrifying the owner of the blood must have been when he was alive. However, before Zhou Zhou could take a second look, he saw the weapon that looked like a crescent moon shovel gradually disintegrate into countless powder. It passed through the gaps between his fingers and landed on the ground. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He got the soldiers to check the blood-colored weapons scattered around him and found that these blood-colored weapons could still remain the same when no one touched them. However, once a life form picked it up, it would immediately turn into dust and dissipate. What a pity! If these weapons and equipment can still be used, just picking up these weapons and equipment will be enough to make me rich. After Zhou Zhou knew the results of the soldiers, he felt that it was a pity. Hey! At this moment, he looked at a forest in the distance. With his powerful 6 senses, he could clearly sense that there were about 10,000 life forms gathered in the forest. However, the other party seemed to want to hide himself, so his vital signs were hidden very well. If not for the fact that his 6 senses from the chaos human race were too powerful, he might not have discovered them. There are about 10,000 unknown lords there. His strength is average. Destroy them. Zhou Zhou transmitted his voice to Bai Yun and Wu Xin. Since he had come to the final battlefield, Zhou Zhou did not intend to be soft-hearted. What's more, the other party did not choose to retreat quietly. Instead, they hid there secretly. It was not impossible that they did not have the intention to secretly find an opportunity to ambush them. Even though the possibility was very small. However, Zhou Zhou naturally did not want to tolerate a group of people of foreign race life forms wandering under his nose. He would kill anyone if he had to in this place unless it was a life form of the same race. Zhou Zhou would not show mercy. One of them had the ghost god military morale and the other had the desired military morale. Upon hearing their lord's order, they naturally communicated with their subordinates through mental communication without hesitation. Then, 5,000 yellow gold level violent storm spirits suddenly summoned wind spirits and thunder spirits and began to control the wind and thunder. Not long after, a total of 5,000 death violent storms suddenly descended in the area Zhou Zhou had specified. Hoo. Right on the heels of that, a large number of screams and wails could be heard as blue blood splattered everywhere. Blue-skinned life forms that were 2 to 3 meters tall were swept up by the violent storm and died in it. Lines of kill notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 378, Blue Blood Race. Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Chaos Human Bloodline. Your subject Violent Storm Spirit Zhou Zhou killed a Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Blue Blood Clan member. Promotion Energy plus 40. Loots Condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject's Violent Storm Spirit Zhou Zhou has received an additional 800 points of promotion energy. Your subject Violent Storm Spirit Sun Angsuan killed a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Blue Blood Race member. Promotion Energy plus 200. Loots Condensed. Blessing from God of War, your leader Storm Spirit Zhou Zhou gets an extra 4,000 points of promotion energy. Your subject Violent Storm Spirit Wang Han killed a Yellow Gold Elementary Grade Blue Blood Lord Lan Yu, Lord of all races. Plus 3,000 promotion energy. Loots Condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject Violent Storm Spirit Wang Han has received an additional 60,000 promotion energy points. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully killing the Lord of the Blue Blood Race, Lord Lan Yu, Lord of all races. The Lord's rank is Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. You have obtained 5,000 basic ranking points in the final battlefield. Soon, the more than 10,000 blue blood life forms were all killed by the Violent Storm Spirit. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he looked at his ranking. Naturally, there were no changes. He walked forward and came to the corpse of a Blue Blood Clan member who was obviously much taller than the other Blue Blood Clan members. Zhou Zhou looked at him. A text notification appeared. Item Name, Blue Blood Lord Lan Yu's corpse. Item Level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Item Effect, contains unextracted loots. Item Description, Lord of the myriad races killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Loots Drop Rate, 5 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Core, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Origin Crystal, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Equipment Jade Spirit Spear, Drop Rate, 10%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book Flying, Drop Rate, 5%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book Shadowless Spear Skill, Drop Rate, 4%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Bloodline Blue Bloodline, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Shallow Faith Tier Elementary Grade Skill Crystal, Drop Rate, 1%, 1 Racial Growth Skill Book Telekinesis, Drop Rate, 0.01%, 1 White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Racial Talent Sphere, Drop Rate, 0.0001%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%. After Zhou Zhou saw the spoils of war, a smile appeared on his face. It was actually a race lord with bloodline loots. It might just be a Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade bloodline, but there would still be meat on a mosquito's leg. The final battlefield was dangerous, but if he was lucky, it would be a top-grade treasure land for him. After all, the lords who dared to come here more or less had some ability or were from extraordinary races. And a lord of such an extraordinary race was the best nourishment for him to increase the level of his chaos human bloodline. Zhou Zhou placed his hand on his corpse. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 6 Mist Cores, White Platinum Tier, 1 Origin Crystal, 1 Equipment, 3 Patterned Blood Jade Spear, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, 1 flying skill book, white platinum tier elementary grade, 1 multiple shadowless spear skill book, white platinum tier elementary grade, 1 blue blood race bloodline, white platinum tier elementary grade, 1 faith divine crystal, true faith tier, 1 race skill book telekinesis. Enhanceable, 1 race talent ball, diamond tier advance grade, 7 lord talent fragment, green bronze. Whoosh! The lord of the blue blood clan, who had just entered the final battlefield, turned into countless loots and dropped at Zhou Zhou's feet. He began to inspect the loots. Among them were the Mist Core, Origin Crystal, Faith Divine Crystal, Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, Skill Book and other items. Needless to say, Zhou Zhou put them away. Zhou Zhou only valued the blue blood race bloodline and the blue blood race skill and race talent. He looked over. Bloodline name, blue blood race bloodline. Bloodline level, white platinum tier elementary grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the white platinum tier elementary grade bloodline blue blood race bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken some of the blue blood race's racial abilities during the growth process. Prompt: by fusing 100 white platinum tier elementary grade blue bloodline, you can obtain 1 diamond tier elementary grade 3rd class blue bloodline. Chaos Human Race's bloodline optimization notice: after the Chaos Humans absorb it, they can remove the characteristics of the blue blood race's physique that is slightly heat resistant. Racial skill name, telekinesis. Skill quality, enhanceable. Skill description: a life form of a race with this racial skill can transform the mental strength in their minds into telekinesis that can control matter in reality and move things through space. Treasure name, racial talent sphere intermediate grade mental potential. Treasure grade, diamond tier advance grade. Treasure effect: after using it, you can greatly increase your current mental strength and obtain intermediate grade mental potential talent. This talent can allow your mental potential to far exceed ordinary living beings. Every time you make a breakthrough in mental strength, you can always obtain a higher upper limit of mental strength. Treasure description: the racial talent of a 3rd class blue-blooded noble. After using it, you will have the racial talent of that race. Note: this talent's breakthrough buff will last until you break through to diamond tier advance grade. Intermediate grade mental potential. When Zhou Zhou saw this race talent, he was immediately pleasantly surprised. He had already grasped elementary grade mental potential a long time ago. However, for a long time after that, he did not have any channels to obtain the subsequent high-level potential talent. As time passed, he almost forgot about this talent. He did not expect to meet her today. But even so, he did not learn it. This was because he was about to absorb the bloodline of the blue blood race. At that time, he would naturally awaken the intermediate grade mental potential talent. Talents could not be stacked with enhancement. Therefore, he gave up on studying. Wouldn't it be better for him to awaken directly? At this moment, the soldiers on the battlefield were using the 1000 yellow gold tier advance grade Conqueror's blast furnaces that they had purchased not long ago to retrieve their loots. In less than a moment, the extraction of the 10,000 blue blood corpses was complete. He did not say much about the other loots. Just the blue blood race bloodline, racial talent and racial skill alone had dropped 11,236 copies. Zhou Zhou first fused 100 portions of the blue blood bloodline and obtained a 3rd class blue blood bloodline of the lower diamond level. Then, he fused 9,900 portions of the blue-blooded race's bloodline and obtained a 2nd class blue-blooded race bloodline that was inferior to the extraordinary tier. If he wanted to improve further, he would need 990,000 portions of the blue blood race's bloodline. Zhou Zhou naturally did not have that much blue blood bloodline, so he chose to absorb it directly. You have absorbed 1 portion of 2nd class blue blood noble bloodline, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Your 6 senses ability has been strengthened. You have awakened extraordinary tier advanced grade second class blue-blooded noble talent advanced mental potential. You have awakened extraordinary tier advanced grade second class blue-blooded noble talent low-level telepathy. Your racial talent advanced mental potential, extraordinary tier advanced grade, has been enhanced by the chaos human bloodline and has been upgraded to special mental potential, epic tier advanced grade. Your racial talent low-level telepathy, extraordinary tier advanced grade, has been enhanced by the chaos human bloodline and has been promoted to advanced telepathy, epic tier advanced grade. You have mastered the enhanceable racial skill telekinesis. Chapter 379, Special Mental Potential. Advanced Telepathy. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and silently felt the transformation brought about by this bloodline. After a long time, he opened his eyes. He looked around and had an idea. The next second, countless weapons and equipment within a radius of 1,000 meters floated up and quietly floated in the air. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. His mental strength had now reached the standard that could be used in actual combat. He could even rely on the telekinesis transformed from his spiritual power to support himself and fly. He could also control a large number of items to float in the air like now. He had another thought. These floating weapons and equipment fell to the ground one after another and collapsed into countless sand and dust that blew away with the wind. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the text notification displayed by the bloodline upgrade. He frowned slightly after reading it. An extraordinary tier elementary grade bloodline can only increase my chaos human race bloodline by a small level to reach the intermediate yellow gold tier grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. It was a little ridiculous. It was an extraordinary tier bloodline after all. Why was the improvement effect so bad? It seemed that he still had a long and difficult way to go before he could improve his chaotic human race bloodline. However, he did not care about the increase in the chaos human bloodline level. The racial talent and racial skills that he had awakened during the process of absorbing the second-class blue-blooded noble bloodline were quite good. He had just experimented with telekinesis. Its skill profile information was similar to the telekinesis profile information he had seen previously, but it was naturally much stronger compared to third-class blue-blood nobles and ordinary blue-blooded blood clansmen. As for the talents of the other two races, they had also received a huge increase. Race talent name, Special Mental Potential. Race talent grade, Epic tier advanced grade. Treasure effect, after using it, you can greatly increase your current mental strength and obtain elementary grade mental potential talent. This talent can allow your mental potential to far exceed ordinary living beings. Every time you make a breakthrough in mental strength, you can always obtain a higher upper limit of mental strength. Introduction, the racial talent of a second-class blue-blooded noble. Later on, due to the influence of the chaos human bloodline, it was greatly promoted. It has higher potential and stronger abilities. Note, this talent's breakthrough buff will last until you break through to Diamond tier advanced grade. Race talent name, Advanced Telepathy. Race talent grade, Epic tier advanced grade. Race talent effect, when you focus on a certain life form, you can clearly sense what the other party is thinking. Introduction, the racial talent of a second-class blue-blooded noble. It is also the most common method they use to rule other normal race subjects. Under the influence of the chaos human bloodline, they have been greatly promoted, and their perception effect has greatly increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The final battlefield was indeed a treasure land for him to increase the level of his chaotic bloodline, race talent, and racial skills. He had just arrived here and had already raised his bloodline by a small level. Moreover, he had obtained such a practical racial ability. 3 days later, his improvement would probably be incomparably shocking. Still, there was a prerequisite here. He had to survive in this world. If he accidentally died in this bloody world, then everything would be empty talk. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou's excited mood gradually cooled down, and he resumed his cautious state. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over with a list of loots. Zhou Zhou took it and glanced at it before returning it to the other party. I don't need a list of reports without a fight. When we return to the territory, just give me a general report list. He said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. These guys are really unlucky. I didn't even have time to use my abilities before they died. Feng Luo walked over with a smile. He had just gone to help retrieve the loots, so he knew that these blue bloods were good at spiritual strength. In the end, they died before he could even fight them head-on. Feng Luo wanted to laugh at the thought of it. This is the result of overestimating one's capabilities. Zhou Zhou said calmly. The surrounding generals nodded. What do you think of our next move? Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and Wu Xian and asked. Bai Yun pondered for a few seconds and said, I feel that this is a dangerous place that we have never set foot in before. It's best if we stay here for the time being. Then, we'll send troops to investigate the surroundings. After we understand the surrounding environment, we'll make plans. Zhou Zhou nodded. He also felt that Bai Yun's method was the most reliable. The other generals had no objections. Seeing that they had a unanimous opinion, Zhou Zhou called Wu Tu over. Greetings my lord. Wu Tu said respectfully. He had returned last night with a map of the surrounding area that he had explored during this period of time. However, today was the opening day of the final battlefield. Zhou Zhou only took a few glances at it and did not look at it anymore. The current Wu Tu was already a white platinum tier advanced grade cartographer. Moreover, after he had changed his profession to the violent storm spirit, his strength was now at the white platinum elementary grade. In addition, the heavenly army under his command had already reached 5,000 men. He could be considered an important general with both strength and power in Zhou Zhou's territory. Wu Tuesday. I order you to lead all the soldiers of the heavenly army under your command to investigate the environment within a radius of 50 kilometers. Don't be too far away from us. If there's any danger, come back immediately. If you encounter an enemy, try not to clash with them. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Wu Tu said respectfully. There was no fear on his face. He, who had drawn countless regional maps for his lord, had long developed a calm mentality. Even if the final battlefield looked strange and terrifying, he would not be afraid of it. Zhou Zhou nodded. A moment later, 5,000 white silver tier elementary grade mechanostriders broke away from the soldiers and ran in all directions. Because Wu Xian had activated silent march for them, they did not even make a sound as they ran. Soon, they completely merged into the final battlefield. Even though Wu Tu is still young, I feel that he is becoming more and more reliable. Bai Yun exclaimed when she saw this scene. Wu Tu and his heavenly army contributed greatly to the development of our territory today. Wu Xian added. The others nodded. Zhou Zhou agreed in his heart. Wu Tu and his heavenly army could be said to be the profession guides to conquer their territory. Without a guide, they wouldn't dare to recklessly attack other regional territories, so they naturally wouldn't have their current achievements. Chapter 380, Fortuitous Encounter, Item suspected to exist in the final battlefield. Half an hour later, Wu Tu and the others returned with a map. My lord. This is the map we just made. Wu Tu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou took it and opened it. He realized that it was a map that covered a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It sounded like an exaggeration. However, Zhou Zhou knew that the white silver tier elementary grade mechanostriders' speed had already reached 2,000 km per hour. At a glance, this data was very normal. Zhou Zhou looked at the map in front of him. This map had a detailed map of the surrounding terrain and a red dot. This red dot was about 200 km away from where they were. On the information labeled beside this red dot, it showed that this was the location of a lord of a myriad race. The other party came from a race called the Zheluo race. Zhou Zhou, who had the inheritance of the dragon race, knew that this was a normal race. The only characteristic of the race seemed to be that it was easier to adapt to different survival environments. And according to the description on this map, there were only about 5,000 subjects on the other side, and the strongest among them was only a white silver tier advance grade. There was even less to worry about. Still, there's only one foreign race lord within 1,000 kilometers. The final battlefield is really big. Fortunately, I brought the Starry Night over. Otherwise, I'd have to spend most of my time traveling. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Let's go. Get rid of this lord. He pointed at the red dot. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others naturally had no objections. Then, everyone boarded the Starry Night and flew straight to where the lord of the Zhou race was. The Starry Night was extremely fast. In less than a minute, it arrived where the Zhou race was. After that, Zhou Zhou did not alight from the spaceship. He only let 10,000 silver rank soldiers take action and easily dealt with the people of foreign races lord. The other party's lord was at the white silver tier elementary grade, so Zhou Zhou only obtained 100 basic ranking points in the final battlefield. When they were extracting their spoils of war, Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's spoils of war. As expected, not even a single bloodline loots was left behind. It was a very standard normal race. The loots were not of much value. Zhou Zhou did not even care about them. When he returned, he could sell them at the marketplace. Actually, the spoils of war of this lord of the Zhou race were already not bad compared to other people of foreign races. However, Zhou Zhou's power was developing too quickly and he had too many good things. Therefore, he looked down on the other party's spoils of war and treated him as a poor lord. After spending about 15 minutes cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Zhou called the 5,000 soldiers back to the Starry Night. Inside the Starry Night, in the command room. My lord, which direction should we go next? Bai Yun asked. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. Actually, he could go in any direction. After all, he could not tell which direction was dangerous for the time being. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. At this thought, Zhou Zhou called someone over. My lord. Xiao Xian was extremely happy when he heard that his lord had called him over. Come here. Come to me. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. Xiao Xian did not think too much about it and went straight to his lord's side. My lord, what's the matter? He asked curiously. We're discussing which direction we should head in next right now. Tell me what you think. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the people present were stunned. It was such an important matter, yet he wanted a child to give an opinion? Wasn't this too childish? Many generals could not help but think. If not for their extremely high loyalty, they would probably be dissatisfied at this moment. However, they did not say anything because of their high levels of loyalty. Instead, they chose to believe that their lord had a reason to do so. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others, who knew a little about Xiao Xian's abilities, could vaguely guess what Zhou Zhou wanted to do. Xiao Xian did not think too much about it. When he heard Zhou Zhou's words, he took the map from Zhou Zhou's hand without thinking and looked at it curiously. The path here is strange. It doesn't look like a good place to travel. We should not use it. Even though this place is flat. It's too ordinary. It's not easy for us to come to this alternate world. We should take a good look around and not go here. Other than a lot of blood grass, there's nothing special about this place. I'm not going. Then, here it is. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up as he pointed at a location on the map. His expression was very certain, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to it. Zhou Zhou looked over and raised his eyebrows. After Wu Xian looked over, he immediately fell silent. This was because the place that Xiao Xian was pointing at was surprisingly a vast and dense forest. Anyone with a little bit of culture would know better than to enter a forest. Moreover, he had brought a total of 300,000 soldiers this time. If these soldiers entered this dense forest, just the speed of their march would be greatly reduced before considering any possible danger. They must not go to this place. Thinking of this, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the other generals looked at Zhou Zhou eagerly. Zhou Zhou did not seem to notice their gazes as he asked curiously. Why here? Because this place looks mysterious. Maybe there will be a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Xian said. A fortuitous encounter? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Okay. Then let's head in this direction. Zhou Zhou ordered decisively. He decided to trust his blessing of the god of fortune and danger prediction. As the owner of these two talents, Xiao Xian's suggestion was relatively more reliable since he did not know where to go. Not to mention that there was a possibility of fortuitous encounters on this path. When the other generals heard this, they were even more shocked. His lordship actually agreed? They had all sorts of thoughts in their minds, but none of them questioned Zhou Zhou's decision. They believed that the Lord must have his own reasons. They only needed to follow. Yes, my lord. The subordinates received their orders and went to arrange their things. I'll slow down as we move forward. You can tell me what you want to do along the way. I'll agree to anything you want if I can. Zhou Zhou said. In that case, what if they really encountered a fortuitous encounter on the way? At that time, if he could not sense it, Xiao Xian would be able to react in time. When Xiao Xian heard this, no matter how young he was, he could feel his lord's trust in him. Even though he had already vaguely guessed why his lord would do this, as a dead loyal citizen, he did not feel disgusted at all. As the lord's subject, what was wrong with searching for treasures for the lord? Not to mention that the lord was usually so good to him. Not to mention that the lord was usually so good to him. And now, without a doubt, this was the moment. All right. My lord. Xiao Xian agreed without any hesitation. Zhou Zhou smiled. A moment later, Wu Tu returned with a new map. It was a map in the direction of the dense forest. After Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the map, he quickly saw a red dot. This red dot was different from the one that represented the lords of the myriad races. This was a red dot representing the territory of the fog monsters. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he suddenly thought of the fifth battlefield description of the final battlefield. 5. There are very few items in the final battlefield that can be obtained, but all final items are protected by fog monsters. Only by killing fog monsters can you obtain them. Could it be that there's a final item in this fog monster faction? Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. Chapter 381, Bloodseeker Archmage Guise. The final blood crystal? Zhou Zhou thought for a while before his gaze landed on the description beside the red dot. In the end, he realized that this fog monster faction was actually a Scarlet Lord with the strength of a Scarlet Lord. Moreover, it had a yellow gold tier regional territory and controlled more than 80,000 fog monster subordinates. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and asked Wenya to fly towards the Scarlet Lord's territory. It was just the territory of a yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord. With his current strength, he would have the guts to slowly attack a kingdom-level Scarlet Lord faction. Not to mention a Scarlet Lord faction of this level. Yellow Gold Tier Regional Territory Crimson River City. When Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, they saw a city surrounded by a blood-colored moat standing there. In the city, fog monsters wearing scarlet cloaks were floating here. If one did not look at the scarlet fog aura emitted from their bodies, this scene looked quite harmonious. However, when the starry night appeared in their vision, they suddenly looked at it in unison like mad dogs that had smelled meat. Every monster's face revealed a manic and crazy killing intent. It's the smell of life forms. Those lords are here. They actually dare to appear in our territory. They're really tired of living. The Lord faction of the Supreme Will and the Fog faction were natural mortal enemies. They had lived here for countless years. However, when Zhou Zhou and the others appeared, they immediately awakened the hostility from the depths of their bodies. They spontaneously flew out of the city. Soon, more than 80,000 fog monsters flew into the sky. This scene was quite spectacular. Among them, the weakest was at the green-bronze tier, and the strongest was already at the diamond tier. They took out their staffs and chanted softly as they aimed at the starry night. Blood condensed from the air, forming spears, arrows, daggers, blood bullets, and so on in front of them. The next second, these blood weapons shot towards the starry night. Once such a large number of attacks landed on the starry night, it would probably be damaged or even completely destroyed. At this moment, roar! A dragon roar sounded. Then, Nazario flew out of the starry night. It looked at the rain of blood soldiers released by the 80,000 fog monsters, and flames flashed in its dragon eyes. All things burn. The next second, a third of the densely packed 80,000 blood weapons suddenly combusted and exploded on the way. This explosion implicated the other 20,000 blood weapons and directly obliterated them in midair. Right on the heels of that, 2 greedy wolf avatars also appeared in the light released by the starry night. They descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang, causing the ground to tremble. These 2 greedy wolf avatars were each formed by 150,000 soldiers. Even though it did not reach the maximum value of the soldiers that the greedy wolf avatar could accommodate, they had also reached the extraordinary tier limit because the soldiers were very strong. One of these 2 greedy wolf avatars was controlled by Bai Yun, who controlled the greedy wolf avatar. The other greedy wolf avatar was completely created by Wu Xin with his understanding of military formations. After the 2 greedy wolf avatars landed on the ground, they opened their bloody mouths and condensed a blood-red army extermination light ball that shot at the fog monsters. There was a loud bang. 4,000 to 5,000 fog monsters were killed by the explosion of the 2 army extermination light balls. After they were attacked, they immediately glared at the 2 greedy wolf avatars. Then, they changed their targets and released spells again to attack the 2 greedy wolf avatars. The starry night in the sky had naturally flown elsewhere to dodge the remaining spell attacks. Nazario flew beside the spaceship and was in charge of protecting it. It was also because of this scene. These fog monsters knew that the speed of this spaceship was extraordinary and that it was protected by experts. It was almost impossible for them to hurt this spaceship. In addition, this spaceship did not look threatening. Since that was the case, it was better to deal with these 2 seemingly strong enemies first. In the starry night, Zhou Zhou looked at the fog monsters fighting the 2 greedy wolf avatars. He scanned for a long time before his gaze finally landed on a monster. Monster information appeared. Monster name, Bloodseeker Archmage Guise, Regional Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, the final battlefield, the Lord of Crimson River City. He is good at controlling his blood to turn into all kinds of weapons to attack the enemy. He is violent by nature and is extremely greedy and hateful of the aura of life forms. Loot's drop rate, 20 diamond tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 80 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 diamond tier advanced grade blood magic staff, drop rate, 20%, 1 diamond tier advanced grade skill book, blood soldier technique, drop rate, 20%, 1 diamond tier advanced grade skill book, blood seeker clone, drop rate, 10%, 1 gradeless blood mage blood magic experience, drop rate, 8%, 1 true faith tier scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%, 6 black iron tier lord talents. It's the city lord of this Crimson River City. The final blood crystal? What's this? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the final blood crystal in the loots and he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Was it a special loot from the final battlefield? He thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. He would naturally know everything after taking down this territory. At this moment, the war was still ongoing. Even though Zhou Zhou only had 2 greedy wolf avatars on his side and more than 70,000 blood mages opposite him, the attacks of these blood mages were completely ineffective against the greedy wolf avatar. Even though the greedy wolf avatar was 700 to 800 meters tall. However, this did not mean that their flexibility was low. On the contrary, their agility was also quite shocking given their huge size. Facing the sea of blood weapons released by these 70,000 fog monsters, the two greedy wolf avatars only dodged slightly and left a series of afterimages in the air. From there, they easily dodged the range of their spell rain. After landing, the two greedy wolf avatars immediately began to counterattack while the other party was casting spells. Army extermination light balls shot out of their mouths one after another and easily pierced through the place where they were gathered. Each army extermination light ball could easily take away 2,000 to 3,000 fog monsters. Every time the two greedy wolf avatars counterattacked, they could easily take the lives of more than 10,000 blood mages. Soon, as the two army extermination light balls landed on the Bloodseeker Archmage guys, the other party could not dodge in time and exploded with a scream. Your subject Bloodfire Arrow Elf Bai Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin used the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array to kill the Diamond Tier Advance Grade Bloodseeker Archmage guys, Regional Scarlet Lord. Obtained Promotion Energy plus 800,000. Loots Condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject, Bloodfire Arrow Elf Bai Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin, and all the members of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array who set up the array have obtained an additional 16 million promotion energy. Chapter 382, Comprehension of Skills. The source of the final item. A moment later, the battlefield fell silent. Incomplete blood mage corpses were scattered on the battlefield, all of them looking tragic. The greedy wolf avatar controlled by Bai Yun and Wu Xin had already disbanded the array. These soldiers who had just formed the greedy wolf avatar even had abundant stamina to clean up the battlefield. It could be seen how easy the battle just now was for them. On the starry night, Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse of the Bloodseeker Archmage guys that Bai Yun had sent over. The other party's corpse was already incomplete and looked quite miserable. Zhou Zhou was used to this. He placed his hand on it and began to retrieve the loots. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 24 Mist Cores, Extraordinary Tier, 96 Origin Crystals, 1 Blood Wand, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade, 1 Skill Book, Blood Soldier Technique, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade, 1 Skill Book, Multiple Blood Seeker Clones, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade, 1 Blood Mage Blood Magic Experience, Gradeless, 1 Final Blood Crystal, 1 Scarlet Crystals, Pious Tier, 7 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier Green. Bronze Tier, dot. Whoosh. This corpse instantly turned into a large number of loots and dropped on the ground. Zhou Zhou began to inspect the loots. Among them, he naturally put away the mist cores, origin crystals, scarlet crystals, and Lord Talent crystal fragments without even looking at them. As for the blood wand, blood soldier technique, and multiple blood seeker clones, these three loots were all extraordinary tier advance grade and he could not use them for the time being. However, he could use it when he was strong enough in the future or hand it over to the subordinates of the extraordinary tier advance grade in the territory to increase their strength. Finally, his gaze landed on the Blood Mage's Blood Magic Insights, extraordinary tier advance grade, and the two loots, the Blood Crystal of Destiny. They were a book with a blood-colored cover that depicted a Blood Mage's book and a crystal that looked like a blood diamond. He looked at the book first. Treasure Name, Blood Magic Experiences of the Blood Mage. Treasure Grade, Gradeless. Treasure Effect, after learning it, you will automatically master the lifelong experience and theory of an extraordinary tier advance grade Blood Mage. Treasure Description, it records the magical inheritance books of an extraordinary tier advance grade Blood Mage. It can instantly turn an ordinary life form into a blood magic theory in Operation Master. Inheritance type treasure. It's a little similar to the saber technique inheritance of the Dark Bone King I obtained previously. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he chose to learn without hesitation. Even though he was not a blood mage, there was an optimized vampire viscount bloodline in his chaos human bloodline. In terms of talent in blood magic, he was definitely top-notch. Therefore, this extraordinary tier advanced grade blood mage inheritance could be said to be quite suitable for him. Soon, this book that recorded the inheritance of the blood mage turned into red light spots and fused into Zhou Zhou's glabella. He closed his eyes and silently accepted this inheritance of the blood mage. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. What a profound blood magic inheritance! This extraordinary tier advanced grade blood mage has studied blood magic for at least 1,000 years. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Then, he looked at the blood-colored ground under his feet and willed. The next second, blood energy suddenly erupted from the ground. The blood energy rose and finally floated in front of Zhou Zhou, condensing into a pool of scarlet blood. Under his control, the pool of scarlet blood began to change its shape. Sometimes it turned into a blood saber, sometimes into a blood spear, sometimes into a blood mace. All kinds of weapons could be changed at will in his hands. Moreover, the change time was extremely short. It could change from a weapon to a completely different weapon in less than 1/10 of a second. If a low-level blood mage was here and saw such astonishing control, he would probably immediately address Zhou Zhou as a blood magic master in admiration. However, even without the blood mage, the surrounding people could not help but be attracted by Zhou Zhou's exquisite technique when they saw him controlling the blood. After a while, just as Zhou Zhou was playing happily, a line of text suddenly appeared. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill blood soldier technique. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was not too surprised. After all, he had also created the enhanceable skill, Chaotic Blade Chi, when he obtained the Dark Bone King's saber technique inheritance. Now, he had only replicated it again. He looked at the skill information of this skill. Skill name: Blood Soldier Technique. Skill quality: Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable. Skill description: An enhanceable skill created by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. It can create a blood weapon by shaping and modifying the blood. A blood weapon can have a grade and quality comparable to a real weapon according to the amount of energy injected. At the same time, it can also be shaped into a blood weapon or a permanent blood weapon. The former can only exist for a certain period of time before self-destructing. The latter can exist forever until it is forcefully destroyed. It was a good skill. However, it was not of much use to him. After all, he had the King of Loots. He did not lack weapons and equipment at all. Unless he encountered a special situation, he would probably not be able to use this skill. Zhou Zhou did not stop and continued to create skills. He could feel that blood magic could obtain a huge enhancement, perhaps because of the environment here. Since that was the case, he would create more. On the one hand, it would give him more methods. On the other hand, it would be used as a backup. Time passed slowly. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill flesh modification technique. Prompt: You have comprehended advanced blood magic mastery. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill blood explosion. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill blood plague. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill create blood seeker. Prompt: You have comprehended the yellow gold tier intermediate grade enhanceable skill summon male Feis. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou, who had comprehended more than 20 enhanceable blood magic in a row, stopped reluctantly. He could feel it. He could comprehend more skills from the inheritance of the extraordinary tier advanced grade blood mage that he had accepted. However, he stopped because he was worried that this was a battlefield after all. In the future, he could continue to comprehend skills when the surroundings were safe. These newly comprehended skills should be enough for now. He stopped thinking and looked at the final blood crystal. Treasure name, Final Blood Crystal. Treasure grade, Special. Treasure effect, after dripping your blood on it, you can take out an unknown item of destiny. Treasure description, a mysterious creation of the final battlefield. No life form knows its origin yet. There really is a final item. So the item of destiny is produced from something like the blood crystal of destiny. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Chapter 383, The Final Item, The Protection of the Blood Demon God. Zhou Zhou extended his right hand and willed. A blood that emitted a faint golden light automatically condensed on the surface of his index finger. Then, under the control of his telekinesis, it landed on the blood crystal. His current physique could be said to be inhuman. Naturally, there was no need for him to bite his finger to obtain blood. The next second, the blood crystal slowly melted and morphed, finally turning into a blood demon statue. Zhou Zhou looked over. The final item, Protection of the Blood Demon God. Effect, bring it with you and it can increase the power of your own blood magic by 50%. When competing with the enemy in blood magic, this effect will increase by 500 times. This enhancement effect is only effective on life forms below the low-tier deity level. Item description, the final item made by the Bloodseeker God for his spawns. It has always been regarded as a treasure by its owner. What kind of blood mage treasure is this? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. However, other than internal strife, this tool was also quite useful in the final battlefield. In a place filled with blood energy, there would definitely be many enemies who were good at using blood-type abilities. It would definitely be very useful. Zhou Zhou was a master in blood magic, so the protection of the blood demon god would definitely be of the greatest use to him. Therefore, he put it into his spatial ring without hesitation. A moment later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Zhou Zhou and the soldiers entered Crimson River City with all their loot. Then, they realized that the various buildings in Crimson River City were quite complete. Furthermore, there were many buildings. They were not inferior to the cities in the high continent at all. In fact, they were superior. If this was the high continent, Zhou Zhou would probably occupy it without hesitation. However, the opening time of the final battlefield was only 3 days after all. Once the final battlefield closed, they would have to go back. Zhou Zhou immediately felt bored about occupying this place at the thought of this. They went all the way to the city lord residence and found the territory stone tablet. After Bai Yun broke the territory stone tablet, Zhou Zhou successfully obtained a yellow gold tier intermediate grade territory token. I still need 2 more yellow gold tier territory tokens to upgrade my territory to yellow gold tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the yellow gold tier territory token and nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, I haven't upgraded my territory because I didn't want to waste the blueprints and buildings in Scarlet City previously. That's because I couldn't bear to take their territory tokens. We can't delay any longer. If I delay any longer, my glory of the pioneer form might be snatched away by others. Zhou Zhou started to think. This couldn't go on. He had to focus on upgrading his territory. He should not be too reluctant to part with those intact Scarlet Cities. At most, he would send people to use the protection of the Scarlet City that had obtained the territory tokens after obtaining the territory tokens and region tokens. When he obtained more territory tokens in the future, he would put the territory tokens back into the city and let the city buildings restore their blueprint effects. In any case, after the territory leveled up, the low-level territory tokens that he obtained would not be of much use other than buying goods from the Lord's shop. Since that was the case, it was better to use it to resurrect the cities. It could also give the additional territory tokens a new use. This would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately felt that his idea was not bad. A moment later, in the meeting hall, Zhou Zhou was discussing military matters with the generals of his Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army. The generals under him were naturally not the same as before. Ever since the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army were established, under Bai Yun and Wu Xian's review and selection, the generals in charge of various functions rushed out of the army. Currently, there were more than 20 middle and high-ranking generals standing here discussing military matters with Zhou Zhou. Not to mention the low-level generals who were not qualified to come here. It could be said that, apart from the fact that Zhou Zhou's two armies were not kingdom-level territories, the other aspects of his two armies could be considered regular kingdom-level armies. After discussing it for more than 15 minutes, a general asked, "What should we do next?" Everyone looked at Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, and Wu Xian. Zhou Zhou said nothing. Wu Xian looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun said calmly, "I took a look around now that we've occupied this Crimson River city. The defense facilities of this city wall are quite complete, even surpassing our Blazing Sun city. Coupled with our manpower and the mist energy cannons we brought, it's enough to control this city. My idea is to station in this city first and then send the Heavenly Army to patrol the surroundings to see if there are any suitable lords, Scarlet Lords, or other enemies to be our prey. Once we encounter a suitable prey, we have to immediately attack and defeat the other party. Then, we will continuously advance our exploration range. After finding a suitable new base, we will settle in the new base. Then, we will use this to advance step by step and expand our results. This way, our soldiers will have a stable stronghold where they can rest. Once we encounter an enemy attack, we can also rely on the city defense facilities to counterattack. If the enemy suddenly becomes too strong to resist, with this city around, we can also calmly stall for time and return to the real world." All the generals nodded. This was indeed the most stable method at the moment. Zhou Zhou and Wu Xian also nodded. Especially Zhou Zhou. The results of the final battlefield were indeed very important to him. However, it was not to the extent of risking one's life. As long as he was still alive, there would eventually be a chance. If he died, everything would be gone. Hence, Bai Yun's idea coincided with his. However, Zhou Zhou still had something to add. He looked at Xiao Xian, who was seated at the edge. "Little Xiao Xian, are you willing to explore around with the Heavenly Army? I can allow you to command the direction of the Heavenly Army's exploration." Zhou Zhou smiled. Everyone could not help but look at Xiao Xian when they heard this. His lord doted on this child too much. He actually gave such power to him? Could this child be the lord's illegitimate child? Some generals could not help but guess. Xiao Xian did not care about everyone's gazes. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, he immediately jumped down from his stool excitedly and straightened his back. "My lord, leave it to me." Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Wu Xian and 3 extraordinary tier monster generals will go with the Heavenly Army. We must ensure the safety of the Heavenly Army and Xiao Xian. He turned to Wu Xian and said, "Yes, my lord." Wu Xian and the monster generals said in unison. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Half an hour later, the generals finish their discussion and disperse. It'll all depend on little Xiao Xian's performance now. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face as he watched Xiao Xian skip away. Chapter 384, Xiao Xian, I'll choose whoever I point. On the other side. After Xiao Xian left the Lord's residence, he immediately headed to the Heavenly Army's encampment excitedly and found Wu Tu. Wu Tu did not attend this military meeting because he was drawing a map. When he found out that little Xiao Xian was here to join him and had even been ordered by the Lord to command them, he was immediately stunned. Then, he thought of something and suddenly laughed. The scene before him was so similar to his situation back then. Back when he first came to the Blazing Sun territory, the other subjects also thought that he was still a child and could not take on important positions. However, the Lord did not hesitate to trust him and let him lead his troops to draw the map. Now, another child has arrived. Moreover, he was younger than him. His lordship is still the same. Wu Tu sighed in his heart. He immediately accepted Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was stunned when he saw that the other party had accepted him so quickly. Even though he was young, he knew how others would feel when they found out about this. However, the general of the Heavenly Two army in front of him did not even mention anything and directly let him take over the command. Xiao Xian was very surprised by this. He also had a good impression of the other party. However, he did not think too much about it. This is very important, so General Wu and the other 3 extraordinary tier monster army experts will be back soon. Let's wait for a while. Xiao Xian said. Sure. Wu Tu smiled and nodded. Brother Wu Tu, you don't look much older than me. How did you become the great general of the Heavenly Army? Xiao Xian asked curiously. You're so young. Can't you also command the Heavenly Army? Wu Tu said. Xiao Xian was stunned for a moment before he gradually understood. A smile appeared on his face. A moment later, Wu Xin and 3 extraordinary tier monster army experts came over. Then, everyone left Crimson River City without saying anything else. Outside Crimson River City, Wu Tu, Xiao Xian, Wu Xin, 3 experts from the monster army, and 5,000 soldiers from the Heavenly Army were gathered here. Xiao Xian, how many groups should we split into? Which direction should we explore? Wu Tu asked, looking at Xiao Xian. In the past, he had personally arranged this job. However, since the feudal lord had said that the other party would be in charge today, Wu Tu wanted to see what this little brother was capable of. How did brother Wu Tu arrange it in the past? This was also Xiao Xian's first time doing such a thing. He humbly asked. In the past, I divided the Heavenly Army into 10 teams. Each team would send 3 to 5 experienced cartographers and several experts to lead the team. Then, they would explore the unknown area and complete the mapping quests. This is also the most efficient way of distribution. Wu Tu said. Then I'll do it this way too. Xiao Xian immediately felt guilty. Wu Tu was somewhat gratified when he saw this. This little brother did not seem to be the kind of person who was proud of his talents. He thought that the other party would not ask anything and would rashly make arrangements. I have some ideas on the direction of exploration. Wu Tu took out his map and prepared to share his opinions, hoping that his younger brother would take fewer detours. Unexpectedly, this time, he did not even look at the map in Wu Tu's hand and directly took out another map. This map was none other than the one he had given to Zhou Zhou after drawing it. He did not expect his lord to pass it to Xiao Xian directly. How much trust did his lord have in him? Wu Tu clicked his tongue. Then, Xiao Xian's actions stunned Wu Tu and the surrounding people. The other party casually tapped his index finger on the map. Then, he closed his eyes and began to tap randomly. As he tapped, he said excitedly, "Point, point. I'll choose whoever I point at." When Xiao Xian opened his eyes and saw the spot he had blindly chosen, he immediately took out a pen and marked it. Then, he continued to choose blindly. After blindly choosing 10 points, Xiao Xian took the map and looked at the 10 punctuation points on the map. He nodded in satisfaction and handed it to Wu Tu. "Brother Wu Tu, let our 10 teams from the Heavenly Army explore according to the location I marked," he said confidently. The surrounding people fell silent when they saw this scene. Even the 3 experts of the monster army who had just joined widened their eyes at this scene. "Xiao Xian, are you serious?" Wu Tu could not help but say. He was able to become the general of the Heavenly Army because of his young age, because he had rich and comprehensive cartographer knowledge. And what was this little brother doing just now? Was he pointing blindly? He had been a cartographer for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such an absurd method of determining the location. "Brother Wu Tu, don't you trust me?" Xiao Xian pretended to be dissatisfied. Actually, his heart was beating like a drum. However, this was how he made decisions in the past. Moreover, there was a high chance that it would bring him unexpected benefits. He wasn't a professional cartographer. Without professional knowledge, he could only use this method to give his command to the greatest extent. Wu Tu and the others fell silent and nodded. They believed in their lord's choice. His lordship must have made the right choice. Everyone present and the monster general believed in these two words. Wu Tu did not say anything else. He started to arrange the teams, and then began to explore separately according to the location on the map that Wu Tu had marked. Xiao Xian followed Wu Tu and Wu Xin's team. A moment later, 500 mechanostriders descended from the sky and slowly landed on a blood-colored land that they had never seen before. This was a dense forest, but the trees had already withered. There was no green at all. Perhaps it was because the soil that nurtured them was blood soil, but even the trunks of these withered trees were blood red. Wu Tu ordered the soldiers to split up and explore this place. After a long time, the heavenly army that had been sent out to explore returned one after another to report to Wu Tu. Unfortunately, this was a wasteland. Not to mention the lords of the 10,000 races. He couldn't even see a wandering fog monster. Brother Xiao, are you sure there's something good here? Wu Tu looked at him. That's impossible. I feel that something good will happen in this direction. Could there really be an accident? Xiao Xian muttered. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. After all, his talent was only the blessing of the god of fortune, not the arrival of the god of fortune. There would always be situations where nothing good happened. When Wu Tu and Wu Xin heard this, they sighed and did not say anything. Instead, they specially headed to other marked places to explore. At this moment, Xiao Xian suddenly let out a soft exclamation before raising his leg to look at his feet. He was stunned. Then, he pulled out a snow-white arm bone from the blood soil under his feet. There was a blood-colored crystal on the arm bone. Why does this blood-colored crystal look familiar? Xiao Xian frowned. On the other side, when Xiao Xian grabbed the arm bone and discovered the blood-colored crystal on it, Wu Tu and Xiao Xian, who had also seen it, immediately quietened down and looked at the blood-colored crystal in a daze. Wasn't this? Did the feudal lord specially remind them to pay attention to the blood crystal of the end during the meeting just now? This little guy dug it out from under his feet just like that? Ah! 2 hours after the heavenly army went out to explore Crimson River City. In a military tent, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun were discussing today's arrangements. At this moment, a soldier hurried over. My lord, Deputy Commander Wu and the others are back. He said respectfully. Let them in. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. The soldier said respectfully. Then, he left the tent. Soon, Wu Tu, Wu Xin, and Xiao Xian entered the tent and came to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. The three of them said respectfully. However, their expressions were a little strange. Among them, Wu Tu and Wu Xin looked like they were doubting their lives. Only Xiao Xian was acting smug. Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about it and directly asked. How did the exploration go? Reporting to my lord, we've explored a total of 5,000 kilometers in this exploration. In this range, we've discovered a total of 32 Scarlet Lord territories, 16 Lord positions, 2 final blood crystals, an epic tier skill scroll, and a card with unknown abilities. Wu Tu replied with a dazed expression. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he suddenly realized something. Zhou Zhou? Chapter 385, Final Item, Medium-Sized Basic Elemental Gem Mine. At this moment, Zhou Zhou even wondered if he had heard wrongly. However, looking at Wu Tu and Wu Xin's expressions, he knew that he had not heard wrongly. This package contains the results of our exploration. This is the map we completed after our exploration. Wu Tu also came back to his senses and handed over a package and a map. Zhou Zhou took it and did not immediately look at the contents of the package. Instead, he looked at Wu Tu. How did you do it? Even though Zhou Zhou asked that, he already had a vague guess in his heart. As expected, Wu Tu said with a bitter smile. This is all thanks to little brother Xiao Xian. We only followed little brother Xiao Xian's instructions and discovered so much. Then, Wu Tu told him about Xiao Xian's casual punctuation on the map. With a complicated tone, he told her what had happened. Previously, he had thought that Xiao Xian's punctuation on the map was just a reckless act. But after experiencing what happened just now, he realized that the clown was actually himself. Compared to the other party's ability, the cartographer ability that he was so proud of was nothing. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that. How could he not know? It was all thanks to his two talents: danger prediction and blessing of the god of fortune. The former allowed him to sense the location of the fog monster faction and the lord of all races. The latter could allow the other party to vaguely touch the location of treasures like the blood crystal of the end. That was why he did such an incomprehensible thing in front of Wu Tu, Wu Xin, and the others. He had made the right decision to bring the other party to the final battlefield. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at the map. After he opened the map and looked at it carefully for a while, he raised his eyebrows. The position of Lord of all races was not too surprising. They were all lords who could not defeat him. He still did not know how big the final battlefield was after all. However, the battlefield that could accommodate billions of lords was definitely not small. Under such circumstances, as a top-notch lord, the probability of Zhou Zhou meeting other lords who were comparable to or even stronger than him was very small. At the current stage of the final battlefield, as long as he was careful and did not provoke those powerful enemies, it was not an exaggeration to say that he could run amok. It was precisely because of this that it was naturally the forces of the fog monsters that caused him to frown in surprise. He realized that there were actually 2 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord territories among the 32 Scarlet Lord territories on the map. There was even an epic tier Scarlet Lord territory adjacent to the 2 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord territories. Epic tier Scarlet Lord's territory. The Scarlet Lords who had such territories were at least at the epic tier. There might even be epic tier heroes in their territories. Zhou Zhou knew that the current upper limit of his territory should be around the extraordinary tier limit. If he encountered a beginner kingdom, like the Aurora Kingdom and Taiyan Kingdom, he might be able to try a dozen. However, he was probably out of his capabilities against other epic tier Scarlet Lord territories. I definitely can't touch this epic tier Scarlet Lord's territory. I can't even touch these 2 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord territories. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He wanted to take down 2 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord's territories. Zhou Zhou had to use all his strength. In the environment of the final battlefield, it was definitely impossible to use all his strength without holding back. Steady. It was Zhou Zhou's most important goal in the final battlefield. Thinking of this, he looked at Bai Yun and Wu Xin. Now that we know the enemy's location, then send troops out to deal with them. If we encounter a human lord, let's see if we can make him surrender and join our Blazing Sun territory. If he insists on not surrendering, it won't be too late to destroy him. If you encounter a lord that you can't deal with, avoid him first. Especially this epic tier Scarlet Territory faction. Don't touch the other 2 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord territories for the time being. We still have a lot of time. We're not at the stage where we have to fight the enemy to the death. As for the remaining fog monster factions, lord factions of the myriad races, or other types of hostile factions, once you discover that you can destroy it, you can take the initiative to destroy it. Zhou Zhou ordered. The final battlefield was a dark forest. Between the lords of the myriad races, between the lords of the myriad races and the forces of the fog monsters, there was only the relationship between hunter and prey. Once they met, unless he couldn't win, otherwise, he could just attack. As for himself, there was no need for him to join the battle. He would wait for the Lord's corpse to be sent over and collect the loots himself. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun and Wu Xin said solemnly. Then, the two of them left. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on Wu Tu and Xiao Xian. Rest for a while and continue to lead the heavenly army to explore the surroundings. During the exploration, there must be extraordinary tier experts following and protecting you. This is the battlefield of the lords of all races. We have to be careful. Zhou Zhou reminded the two youths seriously. These two people. One was the best cartographer in his territory. He was mature and steady. The other was the only true god-tier talent in his territory. In addition, the two of them were relatively young. When Zhou Zhou looked at them, he more or less had the thoughts of an elder regarding a junior he admired. That was why he cared so much about their safety. Yes, my lord. Seeing that their lord valued them so much, the two of them were immediately touched and replied. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After that, the three of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou returned to his temporary residence in the city Lord Manor. Wu Tu and Xiao Xian also returned to the heavenly army to prepare for the next exploration. In the city Lord Manor. In a study room. Zhou Zhou took out the package that Wu Tu had given him and took out the things inside. Among them were 2 final blood crystals, an epic tier scroll, and a silver card. Zhou Zhou first looked at the silver card. It depicted a mountain of ores that emitted colorful lights. Final item, medium-sized basic elemental gem mine. Effect: after integrating this card into the territory stone tablet, the territory will have a medium-sized elemental gem mine with a resource reserve of 5 million units. Item description: the ultimate resource item. It can allow large amounts of mineral resources to appear in the territory out of thin air. I can actually directly obtain a medium-sized basic elemental gem mine worth 5 million tons. The amount of minerals. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Chapter 386, Small Shelter Talisman and Flesh Location Token. Basic elemental gems were currently the highest level mineral resources he had come into contact with. Previously, he had spent a large amount of mist cores to collect 40,000 basic elemental gems in order to build the special diamond tier intermediate grade building, the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. And this card could actually directly give him 5 million units of basic gem resources. Coupled with the corresponding construction resources and enough Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Hive blueprints, he could even directly build 125 Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Hives. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. The final battlefield was indeed a place filled with danger and opportunities. He had just arrived here not long ago, but he had already obtained such a huge sum of wealth. In this way, even if he did not obtain the position of the strongest lord of the myriad races in the end, just this trip to the final battlefield was already a huge profit. He calmed himself down and looked at the epic tier scroll. Magic scroll name, Death Hurricane. Magic grade, Epic tier advance grade. Magic effect: input energy into the scroll and summon a death hurricane that blots out the sky. The death hurricane will cause indiscriminate and crazy devour to everything within a kilometer. It can cause huge damage to flesh and blood life forms below the legendary tier. It will wander according to the user's wishes until the energy in the death hurricane is exhausted. Treasure description: created by a legendary tier mage. Later on, after an accident happened to the other party, the spatial bag was shattered by the other party before he died. The treasures and items inside drifted everywhere with the spatial turbulence. A small number of treasures entered the real world after a long time, but most of them were still floating in the endless darkness of the void. It actually records an epic tier advance grade spell. Zhou Zhou looked at the magic scroll in surprise. However, after he finished reading it, he frowned. It was actually a magic that attacked indiscriminately. Then this magic was a double-edged sword. If he used it well, he might be able to create shocking results for himself. However, if he used it badly, perhaps even he would be destroyed. After thinking for a long time, he put the scroll away solemnly. I'll worry about that later. In the end, his gaze landed on the 2 blood crystals. He controlled the 2 drops of golden blood and placed them on each of them. Then, the 2 blood crystals slowly melted and morphed, finally turning into a golden amulet and a blood-colored token. Zhou Zhou looked at the golden amulet first. Final item, small protection talisman. Effect: when a living being with a small protection talisman dies in the final battlefield, the life form will immediately revive. Item description: an extremely rare resurrection item on the final battlefield. It is desired by countless creatures on the final battlefield. Note: this item can only be used on the final battlefield. After leaving the final battlefield, this item will temporarily lose its item effect. Good stuff. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though he had Carol Molly and other clerics who had mastered the small resurrection spell and the great resurrection spell, who would complain about having too many methods in this aspect. Even if he didn't need it, he could use it to trade or give it to his friends. In addition, he had another idea. The Lord talent was born because of the Lord. Therefore, when the Lord died, his Lord talent would also disappear. Zhou Zhou could not guarantee it. If he was suddenly assassinated one day, would Carol Molly and the other clergymen of the Shelter of the Goddess of Life disappear at the same time? After all, he had never tried it before and did not dare to try. But if that really happened, this small protective talisman was very important. Moreover, he had to pay attention to finding other resurrection methods in the future to prevent any accidents. For example, items like the Death Immunity Scroll. Then, he looked at the last item. Final item, Flesh Location Order. Effect: using the flesh and blood of a life form as a medium, you can find the current location of that life form. Even if it's billions of miles away, you can still use this tool to find its existence. Item description: a tracking tool with outstanding effects. How useful it can be depends on the user's imagination and strength. It's good stuff, too. Zhou Zhou looked at the last introduction thoughtfully. He did not think too much about it and put it away. This thing might be very useful in the future. Then, he opened his friend list, found Linger, and sent a message. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you in the final battlefield now? Did you encounter any danger? Soon. Linger replied to the message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, I entered the final battlefield in seconds. Hehe, I haven't encountered any danger yet. I'm currently marching alone. Spiritual Medicine Lord, don't worry, Big Brother. Linger is no longer the Linger of the past. As long as I don't encounter a powerful lord, I can handle the situation. Zhou Zhou nodded and relaxed a little. Well, he could have given the Violent Storm Spirit the class change certificate previously. Linger also used this opportunity to nurture a 1,000-man Violent Storm Spirit army. She even used the Violent Storm Spirit army to fight her way up to the White Platinum tier on the Lord battlefield. This level was already considered a very powerful lord among the lords of the myriad races. Unless Linger's luck was really bad and she encountered a very strong lord, there wouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. Just as Linger had said. She was no longer the little girl who only knew how to sell medicinal herbs. With Linger's current strength, it was not a problem for her to crush 80% of the human lords on Cerulean planet. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. He thought about it. He typed to the other party. Lord of the Blazing Sun, bring your men and retreat from the final battlefield. Then, come to my territory to meet me. I have something to verify. Spiritual Medicine Lord, okay. Linger agreed without hesitation and didn't even ask. Lord of the Blazing Sun, okay. After that, Zhou Zhou did not return immediately. Instead, he spent a few minutes arranging the matters here and got the soldiers to camp here to wait for his return. Then, he opened the Lord battlefield, the final battlefield function, and clicked on back. Then, he chose to return alone. A line of text appeared. Back in progress, 60, 59, 58. Zhou Zhou suddenly disappeared when the countdown reached Army Base, Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou suddenly appeared. When the soldiers in charge of patrolling saw their lord suddenly appear, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Zhou Zhou did not say anything when he saw this. Instead, he went straight to the spatial teleportation array. This spatial teleportation array was the exclusive spatial teleportation array that appeared out of thin air after he established a master-subordinate relationship with Ling'er's spiritual medicine city. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Ling'er and the 50,000 soldiers behind her appear from the spatial teleportation array. Big brother! Upon seeing Zhou Zhou, Ling'er immediately ran over to him and hugged his waist with a smile. She looked up at Zhou Zhou. Big brother, I miss you so much. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhou told her the reason why he asked her to come back. I want to see if the lords and subjects of the subordinate territory can follow the army of the lord's territory to the final battlefield. If that was the case, he might have to put the establishment of his lord alliance on the agenda as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Zhou Zhou's Thoughts. Ling'er's eyes lit up when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. Go to the final battlefield with Big Brother? Wouldn't that mean that she could fight alongside Big Brother? She was instantly filled with anticipation thinking of this. Seeing that Ling'er had no intention of objecting, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 50,000 soldiers behind her. You're doing well. He was a little surprised. More than 50,000 soldiers. In the current Cerulean planet, such a scale was already considered a top-notch lord's power level. Ling'er lowered her head in embarrassment. There were originally a few human cities around my territory. However, later on, those human cities were destroyed because of the war. I did not suffer any spillover invasion from the war because my territory was not large. It was also because of the destruction of those human cities that a large number of human subjects became refugees. I used this opportunity to gather about 300,000 human subjects. Then, I picked out some subjects and gave them a class change certificate. Only then did I gather more than 50,000 military professionals. If you hadn't given me so many soldier-type class change certificates, I wouldn't have been able to gather so many soldiers. Ling'er said. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. He was a little envious. He had so many subjects and soldiers because of his lord talent. It could be said that every subject did not appear out of thin air. On the other hand, Ling'er had completely relied on luck to obtain them. There was no way to compare. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Then, he did not waste any time and immediately opened the Lord Battlefield, the final battlefield. A line of blood-colored text appeared. Please choose the territory subordinates and territory props you want to bring along. The next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It showed the territory subordinates and territory items that he could carry. Zhou Zhou looked over. There were also more than 50,000 soldiers, including Ling'er other than the soldiers left behind in his Blazing Sun territory. As expected, Zhou Zhou was enlightened when he saw this scene. He didn't see it in the morning. Perhaps it was because Ling'er and the others had already entered the final battlefield that it didn't appear. Now that Ling'er and the rest were back, it was obvious. Then, Zhou Zhou thought of something and frowned slightly. Being able to bring the subjects of his subordinate territory into the final battlefield meant that he might encounter more than one lord of the other races in the future. He might even encounter a group of them directly. He thought for a while. Zhou Zhou's brows relaxed. So what if he encountered a group of them? With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter the top lords of all races, he was confident that he could defeat them no matter how many other lords there were. At the very least, he could still run. Then, he recalled the master-servant territory contract transaction he made at the marketplace. He had already obtained the young master's territory contract. There was no lack of white silver tier, yellow gold tier, and even white platinum tier master-servant territory contracts. With these territorial contracts, as long as he waved his arms on the world channel, he would guarantee that countless lords of the cerulean planet would want to follow him. After all, in terms of reputation, he could be said to be outstanding among the lords of the cerulean planet. When the time comes, he could also bring a large number of lords to the final battlefield. However, an important question arose. Which lords should he choose to join his Lord Alliance? After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of someone. Nong Jinglin. He was one of the only 2 lords in his subordinate territory. He was also a farmer lord who specialized in life professions. He was not lacking combat power, so he did not need to recruit too many of such lords to join his Lord Alliance. And it was precisely because his combat strength was very sufficient that the development of his territory in the life profession was a shortcoming. Of course, in terms of shortcomings, it was only a shortcoming when compared to the combat strength of his territory. Compared to the other lords of the cerulean planet, it was far superior. I remember that Nong Jinglin seems to know many life profession lords. I can talk to him and rope in a group of life professions to become the lords of my subordinate territory and establish my Lord Alliance. I'll protect their survival, and they'll provide production resources for my territory. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. There were about 600,000 subjects in his territory. Among so many subjects, 500,000 were soldiers. Only a few of them were lifestyle professionals, while the rest were subjects without professionals. This was already a very abnormal proportion. This ratio also caused a serious imbalance in the number of combat-type professionals and non-combat type subjects in his territory. This imbalance also led to a serious shortage of material needs in the early years. Fortunately, with the establishment of Shaijin City and the opening of trade routes, the lifestyle professional subjects and the non-professional subjects had a channel to earn mist core to buy living supplies from the outside world. Coupled with the income from other channels, they were able to support the 500,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun region. However, it was only barely enough to support them. With the Insight Defection Lord talent, as the level of the enemy he encountered in the future increased, the efficiency of expanding his troops in the future would only become more and more exaggerated. Under such circumstances, the number of professionals in his territory had to increase quickly. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have to return to the situation where he supported the entire Blazing Sun territory alone. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou decided to have a good talk with Nong Jinglin. In any case, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others were currently conquering the lords of the myriad races and the fog monster forces on the final battlefield. It would not end anytime soon, so they might as well take this opportunity to do this. After that, he did not immediately look for Nong Jinglin. Instead, he first brought Linger and her army to the final battlefield before handing them over to Bai Yun and Wu Xian. They would then bring Linger to eliminate the other lords and fog monster forces. This way, not only would it increase the efficiency of dealing with the lord of all races and the forces of the fog monsters, but it could also bring Linger up and increase her strength. In any case, to Zhou Zhou, who had more than 11.6 billion basic ranking points, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of ranking points were of little help to his ranking. Since that was the case, it was better to let Linger go and increase her ranking and enhance her power. Zhou Zhou did this because he wanted to make it up to the other party. He had 500,000 soldiers now, and the number of potions he needed every day was simply terrifying. Linger didn't say anything and chose to give silently. Even this little girl could do this. Naturally, Zhou Zhou would not mistreat her. After making arrangements for Linger, he told Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others that if anything happened on the final battlefield, they had to inform him immediately. Then, he left behind a bloodbat avatar and returned to the Blazing Sun territory. Finally, he used the spatial teleportation array to go to Nong Jinglin's territory. In the end, when he arrived, he actually learned that Nongqinglan was not in the territory, but in the original Withered Forest Plains territory of the Blazing Sun territory, leading the farmers to farm. Zhou Zhou had no choice but to return to the Blazing Sun territory. Then, he brought a subordinate of the extraordinary tier monster army to the territory of the Withered Forest Plains. Blazing Sun territory, the original Withered Forest Plains territory. In the sky, Zhou Zhou flew in midair. Beside him was a monster with a triangular head and pitch-black wrinkled skin. The surface of its body flickered with dark blue lightning. Its name was Black Thunder, and it was an extraordinary tier elementary grade monster of the lightning mist monster race. It was one of the 5 extraordinary tier fog monsters that he had turned around after using insight defection this morning. At this moment, it was standing quietly beside Zhou Zhou, silently protecting its lord. It was completely impossible to tell that the two of them were enemies in the morning. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was looking at the scene below. Chapter 388, The Excited Nongqinglan. The originally lifeless territory of the Withered Forest Plains was actually planted with dense golden fruit trees. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of them. They were none other than the Jade Sun Tree. Zhou Zhou had obtained the Jade Sun Tree from the spoils of war of the Withered Tree Demon Lord. As a specialty, it could produce a Jade Sun fruit similar to the effect of the life potion. Not only was the taste excellent, but the treatment effect was also excellent. Moreover, as a specialty of the territory, it also brought astonishing fame and income to the Sun region. Even the Blazing Sun rice created by Nongqinglan was far inferior to the Jade Sun fruit in terms of income. In the various income channels that supported 500,000 soldiers, the income from selling the Jade Sun fruit accounted for nearly 80%. This was also why, even though Zhou Zhou had left Mist Core behind to buy goods from the Lord's shop, Zhang Yuankai still did not tell him about the financial constraints of the territory. Nothing else. The Jade Sun fruit was too profitable. Zhang Yuankai often joked that the Blazing Sun Army was also known as the Jade Sun Army. It could be seen how much his 500,000 soldiers relied on the income of the Jade Sun fruit. And this was not what Zhou Zhou valued the most. What Zhou Zhou valued the most was that the Jade Sun tree had the ability to resist the wind and solidify the sand, improve or even reverse the desert's soil, water, and environment. Along the way, he had planted a large number of Jade Sun fruits in any territory he saw. With the help of the vast amount of Jade Sun fruits, the territory of the Blazing Sun territory had already undergone a tremendous change. One of the most notable changes was that the desert ecological environment had decreased significantly, and more green vegetation had appeared on the land of the Blazing Sun. At the same time, the land in the Scorching Sun territory was also becoming more and more suitable for farming. For example, the scene that Zhou Zhou was watching now. At this moment, Nongqinglan was farming on the land with more than 20 farmers. Even though the number of farmers was small, however, they were enough to farm the entire Withered Forest Plains. This was because they were all using an alchemy technology product called an alchemy multi-purpose farm machine. This kind of alchemy technology product was somewhat similar to the farming machines on the Cerulean planet. However, it was not created with Cerulean planet's technology as the theoretical foundation, but with alchemy technology as the theoretical foundation. It has many functions such as sowing, weeding, deworming, harvesting, and nursing. Not only could it be used to grow food, but it could also be used to grow fruit trees, flowers, or other agricultural uses. With such an alchemical multipurpose farming machine, farmers like Nongqinglan could easily manage hundreds of acres of agricultural land a day. Now that the Blazing Sun region could plant so many Jade Sun trees, this alchemy multipurpose farming machine had contributed greatly. Nongqinglan bought this alchemy technology from the Gnome City on his side. Even though it was slightly expensive, it was still within Nongqinglan's tolerance. In addition, now that Nongqinglan had joined the Sun region, he was even more generous. Therefore, every farmer under him had an alchemy multipurpose farming machine. With the enhancement of the agricultural expert Lord talent, their farmer professionals' level and strength could be said to be increasing at every moment. At this thought, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The alchemy technology of this multi-purpose agricultural machine was not high. He could get one and let Wenya analyze it. As long as they could analyze it successfully and replicate it, they could produce their own alchemy multi-purpose farm machinery in the future. It was impossible to sell them. He could only produce them and digest them internally. The gnomes and dwarfs who controlled alchemy technology were not blind after all. It was said that there was one or even several empire-level factions protecting their interests behind them. If they knew that their products had been pirated and profitable, they might have a large number of powerful enemies out of thin air. That would not be worth it. After watching for a while, Zhou Zhou and He Lei flew down and landed in front of Nong Qinglin. "Greetings, my lord." Nong Qinglin was originally driving the farming machine leisurely. As he worked, he felt the increasing promotion energy in his body. He liked this leisurely life very much. When he saw Zhou Zhou and Black Thunder appear, he was shocked. Then, he hurriedly stopped the farming machine and came to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the other party's farmer level. Yellow gold tier elementary grade farmer. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The last time he looked at the other party's agricultural level, it was only green bronze tier intermediate grade. Good God! It had only been a few days, but he had actually directly surpassed white silver tier and advanced to yellow gold tier elementary grade. It was even more exaggerated than the increase in his strength. Zhou Zhou did not hide his doubts and asked directly. Nong Qinglin immediately replied excitedly. "This is all thanks to the Jade Sun tree seed that our Lord provided us previously. I have the Lord talent of an agricultural expert. I can obtain promotion energy by doing agricultural activities normally. After obtaining the Lord's Jade Sun fruit, we went through farming and discovered that planting this specialty level crop provided us with more than 10 times the promotion energy provided by ordinary crops. After we discovered it, we spent every day planting Jade Sun fruits and blazing sun rice. That's why my farming level increased so much." Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Local specialties that are effective on farmers? He didn't think too much about it and changed the topic. "Is the Lord going to establish the Lord Alliance?" When Nong Qinglin heard this, he immediately trembled with excitement. Before he became Zhou Zhou's subordinate territory, he, like many other lords of Cerulean planet, had thought of these two problems. When would the Lord of the Blazing Sun establish his own Lord Alliance? He wouldn't be a lone lord for the rest of his life, right? Back then, he had watched this matter with the mentality of watching a show. It was naturally different now. Because he was the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate. It was one of their own. Once the Lord of the Blazing Sun announced that he was going to establish the Lord Alliance, with his unparalleled influence, he would definitely have countless lords following him. When the time comes. Dragon Blood Alliance, Undead Alliance, Overlord Association, Cerulean Planet Military Industry Alliance. In front of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's Lord Alliance, they had to call him Daddy. At that time, as the second Lord to become the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate territory, he might even get a high position in the Lord of the Blazing Sun's Lord Alliance. A life profession Lord becoming a high-level member of the Alliance of the strongest Lords on Cerulean planet? Nong Qinglin was excited just thinking about it. Zhou Zhou looked at him speechlessly. With his high-level telepathy, he could clearly sense what the other party was thinking. However, if his Lord Alliance was really established, he would really give the other party and Linger two high-level positions. After all, the other party was loyal enough and could be considered diligent in doing things. He had made a huge contribution to the improvement of the ecological environment of his territory. Zhou Zhou was not someone who would kick someone to the curb when they've outlived their usefulness. Naturally, he was willing to return the favor. "My lord. I'll contact the lords I know who specialize in life professions. Among other things. I should be able to recruit 8 to 10 lords with the life-type lord talent. Nong Qinglin patted his chest and said confidently. Ever since the lords on the World Channel found out that he had become the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate territory, a large number of lords contacted him in private every day to ask him all sorts of questions. Nong Qinglin naturally knew his limits. He would say what he should say and not reveal anything he shouldn't say. Among the lords who were looking for him, most of them were lords who specialized in life professions like him. Therefore, what he said was really not bragging. Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise and nodded. There's no hurry. I'll tell the World Channel that I'm going to establish the Lord Alliance. With that, he opened the World Channel and started typing. Chapter 389, Excited Lords of the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou opened the message. The content was naturally about how he needed to recruit lords who specialized in life profession to establish the Lord Alliance. However, he suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought halfway through. It was very easy to recruit lords who specialized in life professions. With Nong Qinglin around, it was not a problem to recruit 10 to 80 lord talents with life profession. But what should he do after that? Could it be that he had to take the initiative to be a firefighter once they needed help in a difficult situation? In that case, it would be fine if there were few subordinate lords in the Lord Alliance. He had many soldiers and should be able to deal with them. But what if there were thousands of them? He could not be a firefighter every day. Then would he be able to develop? He could be a firefighter. But he had to pay attention to the method. He thought for a while and suddenly thought of an idea. Then, he typed again and sent it directly to the World Channel. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lords of Cerulean Planet, now that the final battlefield has been activated, I'm prepared to establish a Lord Alliance and conquer this battlefield together. Currently, I'm only recruiting lords who specialize in life professions. Lords who are good at this can sign up with my subordinate territory, the Fertile Land Lord. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord, I would like to remind you that if you want to join my Lord Alliance, you have to sign the Master Servant Territory contract and become my subsidiary territory. This way, it will be easier for us to support each other. Secondly, it can also be used as insurance. I don't want to protect an ingrate after all. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord, this condition might be a little harsh, so please consider it carefully. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord. In addition, when signing up, try your best to tell us your advantages in life professions, such as what kind of life profession lord talent you have, or what outstanding life profession subjects or other advantages you have. You can sign up as long as you meet our requirements. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord. If there are too many registrations, I might not have enough Master Servant Territory contracts in my hands, so we might choose the best from them and enter them. Therefore, please don't try your best to hide your advantage. Zhou Zhou was also worried that some outstanding lords liked to develop in a low-profile manner and were unwilling to show themselves. They might be missed by him, so he specially mentioned it at the end. However, his worries were clearly unnecessary. Most of the lords on the World Channel were billions of miles apart, so they were not worried that they would be killed by the other Cerulean Planet lords from billions of miles away after their secret was exposed. In addition, the person who recruited the lords this time to establish the Lord Alliance was the #1 lord on Cerulean Planet, the Lord of the Blazing Sun. To life profession lords, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was already at the top. He could even fight with top lords for the position of the strongest lord of all races. How could an existence of this level take a fancy to the secret of the other smaller lords? Therefore, when Zhou Zhou posted these 3 paragraphs on the World Channel, the lords on the World Channel instantly went crazy. FCK, 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 FCK. Big Boss Blazing Sun is actually going to establish a Lord Alliance. Big Boss. I want to join. screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm shocked. I thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would always be a loner lord. I didn't expect him to suddenly establish a Lord Alliance at this time. Join +1. Big Boss Blazing Sun, even though I'm not a life profession lord, I'm willing to change the direction of my territory's development for you. Boo-hoo, someone is finally willing to take in a life profession lord. Big Boss, I want to join. As a life profession lord, I've finally seen someone willing to recruit a life profession lord today. I'm touched. I want to join too. Why must I sign the master-servant territory contract? Can't I be a peripheral member of the alliance? The more people there are, the more things there will be. It's the same for our surroundings. Just like how I'm staying in this Lord Alliance now. To be honest, there are quite a lot of people and they look quite scary, but it's chaotic internally. The Alliance Master doesn't have much dignity either. He's also dawdling about supporting each other. I don't even want to say it, so I can quite understand Big Boss's thoughts. Since the initial goal of establishing the Lord Alliance is to fight in the final battlefield, why don't you recruit lords who specialize in combat? Previous poster, use your smart brain to think. With Big Boss Blazing Sun's strength, do you need someone to help him when he fights? It's already good enough if he doesn't help. I reckon that Big Boss Blazing Sun is recruiting lords who specialize in life profession because he lacks life profession products. He might even want to form his own logistics organization. It's a pity that the Lord Alliance I wanted to join the most back then was the Lord Alliance of the Blazing Sunday. It's a pity that the Lord of the Blazing Sun never established the Lord Alliance. I joined the Dragon Blood Alliance after that. Is it too late to withdraw from the Alliance now? Leave the Alliance +1. Leave the Alliance +1. Leave the Alliance +1. The higher UPS of the Lord Alliance, who were also watching the show, immediately panicked when they saw this scene. F***ck, he only mentioned that he wanted to establish the Lord Alliance. This hasn't even begun and you're already withdrawing from the Alliance. Wouldn't you suffer a double loss if you weren't chosen in the end? Are you guys stupid? There was no need to be so proactive even if you wanted to be a dog. Some of the higher UPS of the Lord Alliance cursed in their hearts as they shouted for someone to see if anyone in their Lord Alliance had withdrawn. When they realized that someone had really left the Alliance, they cursed even more fiercely in their hearts. They did not dare to scold them on the World Channel. Even though the Lords had recently realized that the Lord of the Blazing Sun might have reduced the frequency of blacklisting Lords because he was busy, no one wanted the candidate to blacklist them next time. No choice. The goods sold by the Lord Alliance every day were too fragrant. They didn't want to bid farewell to the Lord of the Blazing Sun forever just because of some squabbles. At the same time, the Lord of the Blazing Sun also saw the question raised by the Lord on the World Channel. However, he smiled and did not choose to explain. He naturally had the idea of modifying the life profession lords he recruited into his logistics organization. However, other than that, he did want to bring these life profession lords into the myriad races lord battlefield. In the future, when they encountered danger, Zhou Zhou was confident that they would rely on his strength to protect him and not call for help. As for the reason, he would naturally know why he had such confidence after those life profession lords joined. When the time comes, it was guaranteed to surprise them. Then, he hung up a free transaction on the marketplace with the content he had just posted on the World Channel. This way, even if the comments on the World Channel were farmed, the comments here would be seen permanently. Perhaps it was because the fact that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wanted to establish the Lord Alliance was too shocking, the free transaction he posted reached the top of the marketplace in less than a minute. More and more lords knew about this, and the impact of this matter was increasing. The Overlord Lord's territory. Xiang Swiba could not help but frown when he saw Zhou Zhou's free transaction. This guy is also establishing his own Lord Alliance. He muttered to himself. Ever since the Lord of the Blazing Sun reached the third place on the Lord of all Races ranking, no matter how proud he was and how much he thought that he could become the top Lord of all Races with his Lord talent, he had to admit that there was a huge difference between him and the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This difference could not even be made up for in a short period of time. And now, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was going to establish his own Lord alliance. Once he succeeded, there was no doubt that the other party would definitely widen the gap between them. Thinking of this, Xiang Swiba's expression was a little gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly and made cracking sounds. Original Spirit Race. Chaos God's Race. Shepherd's God Race. If only I could eat one from each race. With my gluttonous demon body, I might be able to obtain their racial talent. At that time, I can soar into the sky. At that time, even the Lord of the Blazing Sun wouldn't be able to stop my rise. Xiang Swiba narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Chapter 390, Top-tier Lords Joining. Talk was cheap. He did not even know where the lords of these three races were. Even if he knew, he did not dare to look for the other party rashly. After all, with the strength of their top race, they might easily destroy him when they saw an unfamiliar lord approach. I can only wait for an opportunity that belongs to me. And then leap into the sky. Xiang Swiba muttered to himself. He was not a stupid lord who dared to go out and fool around just because he had a little strength. He also knew how to be like the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who had the heart of an overlord and lived in seclusion. As for the difference between him and the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he could only force himself not to think about it. Otherwise, it would easily damage his confidence. The Military Industry Lord's territory. The Lord of the Blazing Sun has finally established his own Lord alliance. The Military Industry Lord sighed. Even though he had not interacted much with the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he knew from these rare interactions that he was definitely a smart person. Smart people would never fight alone. Therefore, he had expected this. The Lord of the Blazing Sun became the #1 Lord on Cerulean planet without the help of a Lord Alliance. What level will he reach with the help of the Lord Alliance? The thought of becoming enemies with such people in the future is so annoying. I really want to join in. The Military Industry Lord smiled bitterly. The Green Phoenix Lord's territory. A divine bird more than 300 meters tall with wings as green as the sky was standing on a tall building and looking at the world channel. She was the Green Phoenix Lord who had once fought alongside Zhou Zhou on the Lord battlefield. At this moment, she had manifested her Green Phoenix immortal body. Countless citizens were worshipping her from below, their eyes filled with reverence. After the Green Phoenix Lord occasionally showed her divinity like this, she realized that her subjects would increase their loyalty to her. Seeing this, she often manifested her immortal body. However, the subjects gradually became used to it as the frequency increased. However, she was not tired of it. This was because she realized that this could allow her to gradually awaken more of the Green Phoenix race's race inheritance in her bloodline. She gradually began to enjoy the feeling of becoming stronger. Later on, she did not care too much about increasing the loyalty of the subjects. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is finally going to establish his own Lord alliance. My previous prediction was indeed right. The Green Phoenix Lord thought to herself when she saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun's statement on the World Channel. Just like the Military Industry Lord, she felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would establish his own Lord alliance in the future. She was even a little excited that she saw that it was indeed as she had thought. It was like winning a bag of washing powder from the lottery ticket she bought. Unlike most other lords, when the other lords saw that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was constantly becoming stronger, they would more or less be worried that he would be too strong and come knocking on their door one day even if they felt that he was far away and wouldn't be able to hurt them in a short period of time. However, the Green Phoenix Lord did not think so at all. This was because she was infatuated with the feeling of increasing her strength and awakening the ability of the Green Phoenix immortal body. She felt that she was simply like the legendary immortal cultivation. This was indeed the case. Her green phoenix immortal body originally came from the immortal world. When she grew to the extreme, she could completely return to the immortal world with a thought. It would not be a problem for her to become an immortal and an ancestor. At that time, even true immortals would have to call her fellow deist. It was precisely because of this dream that gradually, she did not care much about the Lord's status anymore. She only cared about how to increase her strength and bloodline level faster. Sometimes, she even felt that her status as a lord was a burden on her path to immortality. That was because she had a faint feeling that if she could develop this delicate body to the extreme, the power of the green phoenix immortal body would completely escape the comfort of the territory token and truly belong to her. When the time comes, she would still have the green phoenix immortal body even if she lost her status as a lord. In her current state, she naturally did not care if the Lord of the Blazing Sun was strong. At this moment, she thought of what the Lord of the Blazing Sun had just said and suddenly had an idea. Maybe I can try to become their subsidiary territory. She began to seriously consider the possibility of this. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou announced this free transaction at the marketplace, he went to look at the number of master-servant territory contracts he currently had. He realized that he had a total of 21,531 black iron tier master-servant territory contracts, 295 green bronze tier master-servant territory contracts, 56 white silver tier master-servant territory contracts, 8 yellow gold tier master-servant territory contracts, and 1 white platinum tier master-servant territory contract. Among them, black iron tier master-servant territory contracts were the most common. After reaching the green bronze tier master-servant territory contract, the number suddenly decreased. The reason was: firstly, it was because as long as the lords advanced to the green bronze tier elementary grade, they would have completed the basic goal of this myriad races lord battlefield event. Therefore, many lords did not have the motivation and courage to continue climbing the rankings after reaching the green bronze tier. This created a huge difference in the number of the two. Secondly, the ranking points at the lower end were precious after all, and there were many good things to exchange for. Therefore, very few people would choose to buy useless items like the master-servant territory contract that could not increase their strength in a short period of time. Thirdly, the other top-notch lords had also collected master-servant territory contracts to build their own lord alliance. Therefore, this created billions of human lords. Zhou Zhou only received so many master-servant territory contracts. Moreover, most of the surviving lords have probably already reached the green bronze tier or even white silver tier. This black iron tier master-servant territory contract is probably useless to the lords of all races. However, it can also be used on the local lords of the high continent. Zhou Zhou thought. Countless new lords would appear in the high continent every day. He was not worried that this thing would be useless. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the fertile landlord beside him was flushed with excitement. My lord! More than 2 million lords want to join the Lord Alliance you want to establish. Oh my god, this number! If we absorb them all, we can definitely surpass the Dragon Blood Alliance, the Overlord Association, and the Military Merit Alliance, and become the strongest Cerulean Planet Lord Alliance there is today. He was extremely excited. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. Were so many lords willing to be lords of subordinate territory? He thought that lords were all unruly people. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his friend list was flashing. He opened it and saw a message from the Green Phoenix Lord. Green Phoenix Lord, Big Boss Blazing Sun, can I join your Lord Alliance? I'm also a lord who specializes in life professions. Zhou Zhou, Lord of the Blazing Sun, guess if I believe you. Green Phoenix Lord, really? I just announced that my territory will develop in the direction of specializing in life professions in the future. It's very reasonable for me to call myself a lord who specializes in life professions now, right? Zhou Zhou. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. After Zhou Zhou confirmed that the other party was not joking and really wanted to join, he directly asked the other party's territory level and happily sent her a white silver tier master servant territory contract. He might have previously said that he wanted to recruit lords who specialized in life professions, however, he could naturally make an exception for a top-notch lord like the Green Phoenix Lord. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face after the two of them officially signed the master servant territory contract. He did not expect to have such a surprise as soon as he established the Lord Alliance. He wondered what the final results would be like today. Zhou Zhou thought expectantly. Chapter 391, Sharing Talents. After thinking for a while, Zhou Zhou returned to the notification of the master servant territory contract in front of him. Now that he had already signed the master servant territory contract with the Green Phoenix Lord, the other party was basically half one of his own. Then, he should consider what lord talent he should share with the other party. He thought for a while and did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he wanted to ask the other party a question first. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you can be considered a top lord among the lords of Cerulean Planet. Why do you suddenly want to become my subordinate territory? He could understand why other lords were willing to become lords of his subordinate territory because they were weak and could not deal with the dangers caused by the test issued by reality or the supreme will. As the owner of the epic tier lord talent Green Phoenix Immortal Body, the Green Phoenix Lord could be said to have a bright future. Why was the Green Phoenix Lord suddenly willing to submit to him and become the lord of his subsidiary territory? Green Phoenix Lord, I thought my lord would ask before signing the master servant territory contract. How is it? Now that I suddenly think of this, do you think I might have a bad motive for being willing to become your subordinate territory? Aren't you a little flustered? When Zhou Zhou saw the other party's reply, he narrowed his eyes and did not reply immediately. Flustered? I have the peace and prosperity lord talent. Even if you're the world's largest trader, you have to be loyal to me if you stayed for more than 10 days. Why should I be flustered? On the other side, seeing that the Lord of the Blazing Sun did not reply, the Green Phoenix Lord stopped teasing him and told him the real reason why she had joined him. It was also because her heart was no longer developing in the territory. Instead, she wanted to devote herself to increasing her strength and evolve her Green Phoenix Immortal Body into a complete body. That's why I was thinking of following closely behind heavy-laden wagons. With my lord around, even if I don't care about the territory, the subjects of the territory shouldn't have much of a problem. This way, I can focus on increasing my strength and the awakening of my Green Phoenix Immortal Body's bloodline. The Green Phoenix Lord said. Zhou Zhou. Good God! I've been a hands-off boss for so long, but this is the first time that someone wants to use me as a hands-off boss. However, he was not angry. This was not a bad thing for him after all. Instead, he had obtained a top-notch combat strength for nothing. This also indirectly proved his influence among the lords of Cerulean Planet. Otherwise, if other lords wanted to be left to the Green Phoenix Lord, the Green Phoenix Lord would not fancy them. Lord of the Blazing Sun, what can you do to increase the development speed of your Green Phoenix Immortal Body? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked. Green Phoenix Lord, as long as I constantly increase my strength level, the degree of bloodline awakening of my Green Phoenix Immortal Body will naturally increase. Other than that, some natural treasures that are beneficial to developing my bloodline can also speed up the awakening of my bloodline. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he understood. He directly shared the yellow gold tier blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the war god, with her. As for the complete white platinum tier bodies, they could not be shared. The Lord talent shared with the subordinate territory could not be higher than or equivalent to the Lord talent of the main territory. On the other side, the Green Phoenix Lord was also curious about what Lord talent the Lord of the Blazing Sun would share with her. The lords of Cerulean Planet had been very curious about the Lord talent of the Blazing Sun since a long, long time ago. Was he finally going to reveal this secret today? The Green Phoenix Lord was quite expectant and excited. At this moment, the text notification she had been waiting for appeared in front of her. Your Lord of the main territory has shared with you a yellow gold tier Lord talent blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god. You can check the specific information of this Lord talent. The Green Phoenix Lord was stunned. Blessing of the 10 gods Lord talent? Some lords had already made a rough statistic on the Lord talent of the Cerulean planet on the World Channel. Therefore, a Lord talent summary list appeared. This summary list recorded many Lord talents. The Green Phoenix Lord had also seen this summary list. With her extremely strong memory, she naturally had an impression of this famous blessing of the 10 gods Lord talent. He actually had this Lord talent? She did not care about it being yellow gold tier. She naturally knew that the Lord of the main territory could control crowd control to share the level of the Lord talent. However, she had only just joined the territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. What did she do to earn the right for him to give her the highest level shared talent? Because of her beauty? It was true that she was beautiful, but she believed that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was not a shallow person. She stopped thinking about it and looked at the shared Lord talent. When she finished reading, her eyes widened. After you and your combat-type professionals kill the enemy, you will obtain an additional 1000% promotional energy. 10 times promotional energy. The Green Phoenix Lord was dumbfounded. This is AF *ing yellow gold tier Lord talent? Such a ridiculous yellow gold tier Lord talent? Which meant the development speed of the territory of whoever had this Lord talent would increase by 10 times. Ridiculous. This was the only thought in the Green Phoenix Lord's mind. Then, she was overjoyed. Nothing else. This Lord talent was simply too suitable for her. Her strength would definitely increase quickly in the future with this Lord talent that accelerated his strength growth. Moreover, the awakening of the Green Phoenix immortal body's bloodline would definitely increase quickly. The choice of joining the Lord of the Blazing Sun and becoming his subordinate territory was really going for her. The Green Phoenix Lord felt that this was the wisest decision she had ever made. At this moment, the Lord of the Blazing Sun sent a message. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you satisfied with the shared Lord talent? Green Phoenix Lord, satisfied? I can't be any more satisfied. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I still have to remind you that as lords, the main way for us to increase our strength is still to rely on the subjects. Have you really thought it through carefully giving up your territory's subjects like this? Green Phoenix Lord, I've already thought it through very clearly. Moreover, my lord, you might not know the situation in my territory very well. There are very few professional subjects with combat strength in my territory. Until now, there are less than 500 combat-type professionals among the subjects in my territory. Green Phoenix Lord, so far, I'm the one who resolved almost all the dangers I've encountered along the way single-handedly. Even the Novice Lord test and the Myriad Races Lord battlefield activities were mostly done by me alone. Green Phoenix Lord, therefore, it's better for me to enjoy it alone than to rely on their promotional energy to increase my strength. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall silent when he saw the other party's words. As a top-notch lord, the Green Phoenix Lord actually had less than 500 professional subjects under her command. He seemed to have reached this number on the third day he came to the High Continent, right? This way, it was no wonder that the other party did not believe that her subjects could help her level up and only believed in her strength. He would only believe in his own strength if it was him who experienced such a situation. But then again, the fact that the Green Phoenix Lord's territory could thrive with her abilities alone showed how powerful the Green Phoenix immortal body was. Chapter 392, The Star Alliance. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I understand. Then what are your plans next? Green Phoenix Lord, I naturally followed you to the Lord battlefield and fought in it. This Green Phoenix Lord's thoughts changed very quickly. She had just become the Lord of his subordinate territory and had already called him Lord several times. Lord of the Blazing Sun, then come over now. Just come through the spatial teleportation array. Green Phoenix Lord, All right. Green Phoenix Lord, My lord, can I ask what the effect of the blessing of the War Master God tier in your territory is? Zhou Zhou naturally would not fool her. He directly said that he would obtain 2000% additional promotion energy. When the Green Phoenix Lord heard this, her eyes lit up with envy. An additional 2000% promotion energy. If she could also enjoy it, her growth speed would directly increase by 20 times. Unfortunately, she had yet to completely master the Green Phoenix immortal body. Otherwise, she would definitely give up her status as a lord and directly join the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. On the other side, after chatting with the Green Phoenix Lord, Zhou Zhou sent a message to Ling Er and asked her to return to Blazing Sun City to see her second colleague. Then, he looked at Nongqinglin. The other party was still busy accepting friends and adding them one by one. After Zhou Zhou told the other party what had happened, he gave the other party a shadowless wings and flew back to the Blazing Sun territory with him and Black Thunder. Blazing Sun territory. When Zhou Zhou and the others returned, they saw that Ling Er was already chatting with the Green Phoenix Lord. The Green Phoenix Lord was slender and tall. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her entire body emitted a faint fluorescent light that was filled with vitality. She was wearing a gorgeous green dress and looked natural and unrestrained. Her temperament was also immortal. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Zhou Zhou was also stunned for a moment when he first saw her. However, he was not a pig who could not walk away just because he saw a woman. His expression quickly returned to normal and he walked over with a smile. When Zhou Zhou walked over, the Green Phoenix Lord's sharp perception immediately discovered his existence. However, when she looked over, she was stunned. There was actually such a handsome man in the world. The more she looked at Zhou Zhou, the more engrossed she became. Her eyes were about to turn red. The Green Phoenix immortal robe woven from the power of the Green Phoenix on her body fluttered, as if she was alarmed by Zhou Zhou's handsome appearance. When Zhou Zhou saw the other party's reaction, his footsteps subconsciously slowed down. Then, he realized that the other party must have been stunned by his celestial appearance. He looked at the progress of his celestial appearance talent. Current adjustment progress, 50%. It was only 50% and he already had such a reaction? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Then, he walked towards the other party without thinking too much. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Zhou Zhou reached out his hand to her. The Green Phoenix Lord subconsciously reached out and held it. And did not let go. Zhou Zhou. Girl, restrain yourself. Fortunately, the Green Phoenix Lord quickly came back to her senses. Her face turned red and she pretended to retract her hand casually. I won't waste my breath. Since you're here, I'll bring you to our temporary base in the final battlefield later. We've already figured out the strongholds of some lords and scarlet lords. Go with them when the time comes. As for your Green Phoenix City, you're still the lord there, but I'll send people over to help you manage those things you're unwilling to divert your attention to. Zhou Zhou said. Since the other party wanted to increase his strength, he would give her a chance. In any case, the other party was very strong. After joining her Blazing Sun army, he could increase his strength. At the same time, he could freeload on a territory. Thank you, my lord. The Green Phoenix Lord immediately looked forward to it. He could finally focus on increasing his strength. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, how's your current strength? I'm now at the white-silver tier advanced grade and not far from the yellow-gold tier elementary grade. What about you, my lord? The Green Phoenix Lord said proudly before asking curiously. I'm at the yellow-gold tier intermediate grade. I'm not far from the yellow-gold tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou said. The Green Phoenix Lord was stunned. Her strength was already considered top-notch among the lords of all races. After all races knew the difficulty of lords wanting to increase their strength. She did not expect the lord she had just acknowledged to be so much stronger than her. As expected of the number one lord of the cerulean planet. She clicked her tongue inwardly. Once again she felt that submitting to the lord of the blazing sun was the right choice. By the way, what's your real name? My real name is Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou said. Since they were already on the same side, he had to know the other party's name. However, to his surprise, the other party's body suddenly stiffened when he asked this question. Then, she said unnaturally, "My name is Li Qingluan." Zhou Zhou frowned. This isn't your real name, right? Why was she unwilling to even tell her his name? Was it because her loyalty was not enough? Zhou Zhou looked at her loyalty. 88 points. Zhou Zhou was shocked. This initial loyalty was almost comparable to half of the dead loyal subjects. Then what was wrong with her? The air was silent for a while. Zhou Zhou did not intend to ask further, seeing that the other party had no intention of saying anything. It didn't matter as long as she was trustworthy. Just as he was about to change the topic, he saw the Green Phoenix Lord opposite him turn red and grit her teeth. Then, her voice suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's heart. My real name is Li Qing. Zhou Zhou's expression was strange for a moment, but it disappeared in an instant and returned to normal. However, even this instant change was discovered by the other party. Boo-hoo, that's why I'm unwilling to say it. This is the name my mother gave me after reading White Snake Love. It was pretty good at first. Later on, a certain popular game suddenly had a character with the same name. It made me very embarrassed. That's why I changed my name to Li Qingluan. Li Qing. No, Li Qingluan said gloomily. It's fine. I think your real name sounds pretty good. Zhou Zhou also used mental communication. But if you want me to call you Li Qingluan, I'll respect your thoughts. Let's call you Li Qingluan. Li Qingluan was very determined. Okay. Zhou Zhou agreed. Big brother, big sister Green Phoenix told me that she has some natural treasures. I want to see if I can nurture them with the divine herb garden. At this moment, Ling'er suddenly said. Sure, give it a try. Zhou Zhou felt that there was no problem. Ling'er and Li Qingluan's eyes immediately lit up. After that, Zhou Zhou let the three of them introduce themselves. Zhou Zhou brought the Green Phoenix Lord to the final battlefield to follow his army and clean up the surrounding enemy forces. The only unexpected thing was that the Green Phoenix Lord had used the World Channel's photo-taking function to take photos of Zhou Zhou before setting off. Zhou Zhou did not mind and let her be. After arranging the matter of the Green Phoenix Lord, he returned to the back Blazing Sun territory again and found the busy Nongqinglan. How's it going on your side? Zhou Zhou asked. 14 lords with life profession lord talents have applied to join our Lord Alliance. One of them even has a white platinum tier lord talent as a life profession lord. However, my lord, many people are asking what the name of our Lord Alliance is. How should I answer? Nongqinglan asked curiously. Zhou Zhou already had a plan for this. He said in a low voice. Our Lord Alliance is called Star Alliance. Chapter 393, The Brave Should Be Rewarded. Star Alliance. Nongqinglan nodded and praised, this name is imposing. Zhou Zhou nodded. His territory was the Blazing Sun territory. The blazing sun corresponded to the sun. When people looked up at the sky, if they could see the starry sky of the universe, they could naturally see that what followed behind the sun were the stars of the heavens. This was where the Star Alliance came from. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou did not return to the final battlefield. Instead, he checked on these lords who wanted to join the Star Alliance with Nongqinglan. 2 hours later, under Zhou Zhou and Nongqinglan's elimination method, 295 cerulean planet lords with green bronze tier territory and 14 cerulean planet lords with white silver tier territory were officially chosen by them. They would be the first batch of Lords of the Star Alliance to become members of Zhou Zhou's Star Alliance and the Lord of a subsidiary territory. As for why he did not choose more Lords to join the Star Alliance, it was not because Zhou Zhou was unwilling, but because there were not enough master-servant territory contracts. Now, he had completely consumed the green bronze tier master-servant territory contract. He still had 42 white silver tier territory contracts left. As for the other master-servant territory contracts, none of them were useful. Among them, the black iron tier master-servant territory contract was because there were basically no more black iron tier lords among the cerulean planet lords still alive. This also made it impossible for them to recruit black iron tier lords. White silver tier and above cerulean planet lords were already considered relatively strong lords. Zhou Zhou and the others had only recruited 14 of them. Stronger lords simply did not come to their Star Alliance. If nothing went wrong, the condition of becoming a subordinate territory should have stopped them. Zhou Zhou did not mind. To him, these 309 lords were enough now. He would take it slow in the future. There was no need to be too anxious. During the recruitment process, Zhou Zhou also knew why these life profession lords said that no Lord Alliance would recruit life profession lords like them. Did the other lords not know the value of life profession lords? Of course not. Everyone knew that developing life profession subjects would be extremely beneficial to the future development of their territory. However, this was the High Continent. They were just weak lords who had just descended into the High Continent. Compared to developing a life profession subject, recruiting combat professional subjects with all their might was the most obvious benefit for lords like them. Moreover, combat professional subjects could also play a huge role in the later stages of the Lord of all Races competition. In short, it was definitely not a loss. The cycle required to develop life profession subjects was too long. Not many lords had the energy to develop life profession lords at a time like this. They could not wait that long. Moreover, they could snatch them. With this path, why waste those resources to slowly develop? Therefore, even the military industry lords' military industry alliance only recruited people with experience in the military technology industry in his previous life. As for the life professionals in the High Continent, even though it would definitely help their technology development, it would not be so helpful. Therefore, they did not recruit so vigorously. Until the Lord of the Blazing Sun appeared. Until now, only the Lord of the Blazing Sun had clearly said that he mainly recruited life profession lords to join his Lord Alliance. That was why these life profession lords were so excited. Everything was compared. This comparison revealed the Lord of the Blazing Sun's savior-like behavior towards life profession lords. This was also why there were more than 2 million life profession lords coming to invest even though there were harsh conditions like signing the master-servant territory contract. A moment later, after Zhou Zhou sent all the master-servant territory contracts to them and officially signed them, he set up a private chat group exclusive to the Star Alliance on the World Channel. Then, he asked Nongqinglin and the others to pull in the 309 lords, Linger, and the Green Phoenix Lord. As soon as they entered the chat group, these people began to become active. First, newbies are popping up. Newcomer +1. Brothers and sisters, find newbie pictures here. Is there a female lord? I'm a high-quality uncle lord. I've been single for 30 years and yearn for blind dates. Big Boss Blazing Sun, I'm here. Green Phoenix Lord, tisk tisk, so many newbies. F***CK. It's Big Boss Green Phoenix. Has Big Boss Green Phoenix also joined the Star Alliance? Big Boss Green Phoenix is also the Lord of the Alliance Master's subordinate territory, right? F***CK, a top-notch Lord is willing to join Big Boss Blazing Sun and become a Lord of a subordinate territory. If it's true, it will be big news. Could it be that the Green Phoenix Lord only joined the Star Alliance and did not become a Lord of a subordinate territory? Green Phoenix Lord, don't guess. I joined as a Lord of a subordinate territory. Green Phoenix Lord, come, you like to show photos, right? I'll show you something explosive. This is what our leader looks like. Green Phoenix Lord, Lord of the Blazing Sunday JPG. Green Phoenix Lord, isn't our Lord handsome? I'll be honest. I was stunned at first glance. I've seen many handsome men, but the president's appearance simply surpasses theirs by a few dimensions. Heart, heart, heart. FCK, 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 FCK. Is this our Lord? I'm in love. Let's not talk about how handsome he is. This temperament is the perfect Prince Charming temperament in my dream. Can I woo my Lord? Why is this world so unfair? It's fine if the territory is developing well, but even its appearance is so good looking. Only novels talk about logic. Reality is sometimes unreasonable. Green Phoenix Lord, it's nothing. As a novel author, the president's appearance is slightly inferior to my readers. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Even though he did not care what the Green Phoenix Lord did with his photo, this method was too sudden. He looked at it for a moment, then typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, welcome to the Star Alliance. My idol is here. I've never come into such close contact with Big Boss Blazing Sun. What should we call Big Boss? Prince Charming. President. Hello, Prince Charming. I'm the Lord of Kaeon. Hello, President. My name is Hawkswan. President, do we have an event in the Alliance? Lord of the Blazing Sun, does the final battlefield count? Of course. But President, are you really going to bring us to the final battlefield to fight? We're not afraid of death, but we're lords who specialize in life profession after all. I'm afraid we won't be able to help much on the battlefield. The other life profession lords had the same thoughts. Zhou Zhou smiled and typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, don't worry. Since I want to bring you to the final battlefield, I naturally have the confidence to bring you there. Lord of the Blazing Sun, come over through the spatial teleportation array first. You will understand why I dare to bring you to the final battlefield. The lords were a little surprised. Even the Green Phoenix Lord was the same. The yellow gold tier blessing of the war god was indeed very strong. However, it shouldn't be to the extent that a lord who had always specialized in life professions could immediately fight on the battlefield of the final battle, right? Could it be that their Lord of the Blazing Sun really had a way to make them useful on the final battlefield? The other Lord members thought to themselves. Some lords were still worried. Would the Lord do something bad to them if he asked them to go over? Zhou Zhou saw that there were suddenly fewer messages in the chat group and knew that they were definitely thinking about this. He watched this scene calmly. This could be considered a test for them. If they dared to accept his request and come over to let him test them, he would naturally give them greater benefits. If they did not dare to come over, don't blame him for discriminating. While they would become subjects loyal to him sooner or later with peace and prosperity around, but the brave should be rewarded. Chapter 394, Small Benefits for Joining the Alliance. Sharing Talents. At this moment, the Green Phoenix Lord sent him a message. Green Phoenix Lord, my lord, will you blame me if I post your photo? Boo-hoo, I just saw my lord's face and felt that I shouldn't be the only one who knows, so I sent it. Lord of the Blazing Sun. It's fine. They'll see it later anyway. Green Phoenix Lord, hee. She dared to post the photo because she knew that these alliance members would know the Lord's appearance sooner or later. Green Phoenix Lord, my lord, linger, and I also want to come back and take a look. Can we? Lord of the Blazing Sun, sure. You can get to know your future colleagues. Green Phoenix Lord, we're coming back now. Zhou Zhou said no more. He and Nongqinglan came to the spatial teleportation array and quietly waited for the members of the alliance to arrive. During this period, Zhou Zhou looked at the specific information of the 309 lords again. Lords that could be screened by him and Lord Nongqinglan from more than 2 million life profession lords were naturally not ordinary people. Firstly, among these 309 lords, there were a total of 215 lords with life profession lord talents. The other 94 lords either had special life profession buildings or life profession tools in their territory. There were rare types of life professionals in the territory, such as treasure masters, appraisers, ridge diggers, and soul-calming warlocks. Or there were yellow gold tier and above life professionals in the territory. It was precisely because of this that all of them could be considered elites among life profession lords. It was just that the territory's combat strength was too weak, so its development was quite difficult. Regarding this, Zhou Zhou already had a brilliant way to deal with it. Soon, the First Lord walked out of the spatial teleportation array. The other party was a young girl wearing a long white dress. Her facial features were young and beautiful, and her eyes were lively. She had a strange temperament. She glanced around and quickly saw Zhou Zhou and Nongqinglan. Her eyes lit up and she immediately jogged over. Big Boss Blazing Sun. I'm the Paper Immortal Lord. I've finally seen you in person. She looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes and could not help but open her mouth. Wow, you look even more handsome than the person in the photo. You're cute too. Zhou Zhou smiled. At the same time, the other party's information flashed through his mind. Paper Immortal Lord. Her real name was Zhang Tian. Paper Immortal with White Platinum Tier Lord talent. She was one of the 2 White Platinum Tier Lords recruited this time. She was good at making all kinds of paper-type tools, but most of them were supportive. Therefore, the territory's combat strength was not very strong. Currently, the territory has only developed to the green bronze tier elementary grade. Wait a moment. The other lords are coming soon. Zhou Zhou smiled. Okay. Zhang Tian smiled sweetly. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she took out a puppy made of black paper. Prince Charming. No, my lord, this is a gift from me to you. Zhang Tian said expectantly. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He looked at the paper dog. Item name, Little Dog. Item grade, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, carry it around with you. When a life form with malicious intentions appears within 100 meters of the carrier, the little barking dog will let out a warning bark in the carrier's heart to remind the carrier and lock onto the location of the malicious life form. Item description, a special tool created by the Paper Immortal with a lot of effort. It can warn against malice. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Good God! Near-range danger perception? This tool is not bad. It must have cost you a lot of effort, right? Are you sure you want to give it to me? Zhou Zhou asked. Zhang Tian nodded. Zhou Zhou smiled and accepted it. Then, he handed her 10 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. I don't have anything else on me. You should need this. Zhou Zhou smiled. Zhang Tian took it curiously. When she saw the message, her mouth immediately fell open in shock. Kingdom Level Combat Class Certificate. This. Wasn't this too willful? She only gave him a green bronze tier elementary grade item. Even though she had indeed spent a lot of effort making this tool, it was only a low-level tool after all. It was worlds apart from the value of this kingdom level class change certificate. However, the Lord was actually willing to give her such a precious thing. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Tian, who was originally a little carefree, suddenly became restrained. It's okay. Zhou Zhou patted the other party's shoulder, not minding such a thing. He could obtain 17,500 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates every day. Giving away a mere 10 of them was not even a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, he could befriend a high-level Lord talent holder like Zhang Tian. It was not a loss at all. A moment later, the second Lord member came over. Then, third, fourth, 5th. Half an hour later. There were 500 to 600 people gathered around the huge spatial teleportation array. Among them, 313 were lords, including Zhou Zhou, the Green Phoenix Lord, Linger, Nong Qinglin, and Zhang Tian. The rest were followers brought by these lords. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied seeing that everyone was here. At least there were no lords who did not dare to come. He coughed lightly. "Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, look at me." Zhou Zhou's voice appeared in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. This is just a simple mental communication ability. "Everyone, don't worry," Zhou Zhou said. "Simple?" The lords clicked their tongues. Only their leader, the number one lord of the Cerulean planet, was qualified to say that he did not need to care about a top-grade ability like mental communication, right? Zhou Zhou looked at everyone. With his high-level mental communication ability, he could clearly hear what everyone was thinking. He even heard some special thoughts, causing his gaze to involuntarily land on some of the lords. When these lords saw Zhou Zhou's gaze, they immediately avoided it guiltily. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. "I won't say anything else. Since we've all joined the Star Alliance, we're family from now on. As the Alliance Master, I won't mistreat my own people. In a while, all Lord members can go to the Quartermaster and collect 500 basic military profession change certificates. This is my small benefit for everyone to join the Alliance." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they immediately cheered. 500 basic military profession change certificates. This meant 500 basic military professionals. Only my lord would be so generous, right? Everyone clicked their tongues in their hearts as they believed even more that joining the Star Alliance was the right choice. "Apart from that, I will share a lord talent with you. With this lord talent, I believe everyone will have the courage to follow me into the final battlefield." After saying that, Zhou Zhou immediately opened his lord talent interface. Then, he clicked on one of the 16 lord talents without hesitation and shared it with all the lords present. It was the weakened white silver tier lord talent Insight Defection. Chapter 395, Gold Merchant Lord. This was the source of Zhou Zhou's confidence. With this shared white silver tier lord talent Insight Defection, each of these lords would have an opportunity to instigate an insight defection every day. "You said that your territory lacks combat power and can't protect itself? You don't have the strength to enter the final battlefield to fight? Then, as long as you find an enemy faction and carry out insight defection, you can obtain 8% of the other party's military strength. If they were lucky and found an enemy faction with a large number of soldiers, they might even be able to instigate an insight defection with a maximum of 100,000 soldiers. To these lords, 100,000 soldiers was enough for them to reach the heavens in a single step. Not only would they have the confidence to protect their territories, they would also be able to expand outside. The reactions of these lords also verified Zhou Zhou's thoughts. All these lords looked shocked and ecstatic. The lords who had survived until now were not fools. They naturally knew how shocking the effect of this lord talent was. With this lord talent, even if they developed step by step in the future, as long as nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to grow to a very high level without having to worry about the threat of external enemies. At this moment, they also realized why their lord was so confident that he could bring them to the final battlefield. With this insight defection, as long as they choose the right opponents, the final battlefield would not be a dangerous place, but a base for soldiers that they could take advantage of. Furthermore, the survival and development of the territory would not be a problem in the future. Thinking of this, their gazes towards Zhou Zhou instantly became fervent. This was not their lord. This was clearly the benefactor who had given them a new life. On the other side, the Green Phoenix Lord also knew what their shared lord talent was from their exclamations and low voices. A look of surprise flashed across her face. Why was it different from the lord talent she shared? Could it be he was a lord with multiple lord talents? The Green Phoenix Lord was not a fool and quickly thought of this reason. Thinking of this, she nodded to herself. As expected, his Lord talent was indeed not that simple. No wonder he could sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 Lord of Cerulean Planet and even fight against the lords of all races. As for the multiple Lord talents, she was not that surprised. There were all kinds of Lord talents in the world. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. Among the many lords, there was no lack of lords with multiple Lord talents. For example, among the lords of Cerulean Planet, there was a lord with the title of Gemini Lord. The other party was an extremely rare conjoined human on the Cerulean Planet. The 2 brothers shared a body, and they even had 2 heads. There were no additional limbs or other body parts. Even though his appearance looked a little strange, he had automatically obtained an extraordinary tier Lord talent Gemini after relocation. The talent effect was also very simple. The 2 brothers would each awaken a Lord talent. In fact, these 2 Lord talents could even be used together. Even though the level of the 2 Lord talents was not high, it was enough for the other party to become one of the top lords on the Cerulean Planet. This was not the most exaggerated thing. It was said that when a lord of Cerulean Planet was ranked in the myriad races Lord battlefield, he had once met a lord with the title of 9-headed demon god. The other party's race was the 9-headed snake race. This was a race with a bloodline level. They were born with 9 heads with different stats and 9 wills with different personalities. After coming to the Supreme Continent, they directly awakened the legendary tier Lord talent 9-headed demon god. Lord talent effect: each of the 9 heads has a diamond Lord talent. Moreover, they were all elemental control talents. This meant that it was almost equivalent to an elemental demon god that could control the power of 9 elements to bombard wantonly on the battlefield. The dominance of the battlefield was extremely terrifying. It was said that the other party had already become the strongest lord of the 9-headed snakes. Its status was comparable to that of the Lord of the Blazing Sun on Cerulean Planet. Other than that, there were even more lords with multiple Lord talents. This was why the Green Phoenix Lord felt that it was not strange to have multiple Lord talents when compared with so many lords. However, she would probably re-evaluate if she knew that Zhou Zhou had as many as 16 Lord talents and 2 mythical tier and unique Lord talents. On the other side, after the commotion caused by insight defection talent in the beginning, and some people let their imagination run wild, they quickly thought of something and raised their hands to ask questions. Alliance Master, I have something to ask. The other party was a shifty-looking middle-aged man in his 40s. He was one of the only 2 lords among the 309 lords who had the white platinum tier Lord talent. His name was Gold Merchant Lord. His white platinum tier Lord talent was instant rewards. This Lord talent could allow the other party to obtain a different number of mist core rewards after every successful transaction. The larger the scale of the transaction, the more instant rewards mist cores there would be. The lowest was 1%, and the highest was 5% instant rewards of mist core. This was also a top-notch Lord talent. If he did it well, he could quickly accumulate wealth. When the other party was on the Cerulean Planet, it was said that he was a big entrepreneur who could earn a few small goals every year. It was naturally not a problem to control this talent. Hence, in Zhou Zhou's heart, this was also an outstanding talent. Zhou Zhou planned to let him manage the business development of the Blazing Sun territory when his loyalty reached 90 points. With the funds of the entire Blazing Sun territory as the backing, he could completely develop the Lord talent of instant rewards to the maximum. There was another interesting thing. The other party also knew the value of his Lord talent, so he had recommended himself to other top-notch lords. For example, Dragon Blood Alliance, Overlord Association, Undead Alliance, Overlord Association. However, after the other party found out about his Lord talent, they were only willing to befriend him and were unwilling to let him control a large amount of funds even though they knew that he was a talent. They did not have Zhou Zhou's peace and prosperity talent, so they could not increase his loyalty to them after all. And how could a person whose loyalty could not reach an extremely high level make them feel at ease handing over the authority to the other party? After Zhou Zhou found out about this, he readily agreed that as long as the other party joined his territory, he could hand over most of the mist cores in his territory to the other party within a month. When the time comes, the other party's loyalty must have reached 90 points, or even higher. Naturally, Zhou Zhou would leave it to him. Then, there would be some suppression methods on the surface so that the other subjects wouldn't say anything. Gold Merchant Lord, what's your question? Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he said this, the surrounding lords looked at him. Clearly, they all knew this person. The gold merchant lord asked expectantly, "My lord, can this insight defection talent be used by multiple lords against an enemy faction?" Chapter 396, Zhou Zhou's Request. A portion of the lords revealed strange expressions hearing this. The other lords were stunned for a moment before they reacted. *CK. If that was really the case, as long as more than 10 lords of the Star Alliance came and used them against an enemy faction, wouldn't the enemy rebel in the blink of an eye? What was there to fight? They would be able to directly subdue the enemy without fighting. No. However, Zhou Zhou shook his head at this question. The others could think of it naturally, he could think of that too. He directly asked the Supreme Will without trying it out. The Supreme Will also readily answered the question about the Lord talent that he had given out. No way. Insight defection could only be used on the same enemy faction once a day. On the other hand, enemies who had been affected by the insight defection and had not been instigated by it would be equivalent to having the effect of resistance if they were instigated by other lords again. They would be directly immune to the second insight defection and more times. It could only be used again the next day. Therefore, the way to maximize the benefits of using insight defection was for the lords who had the talent to face a top-notch enemy faction alone and use insight defection. This way, he could maximize insight defection and increase his combat strength. When everyone heard Zhou Zhou's words, pity appeared in their eyes. If they could really instigate insight defection multiple times, their Star Alliance would be invincible. The world would become full of his traitors wherever he went. But even so, this insight defection talent was also a super top-notch lord talent. Everyone. I've already shown my sincerity. Now, it's time to talk about obligations. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone and said. He did not create the Star Alliance to hold a relief party. The main goal was to develop himself. The second goal was to help these lords develop. When the lords heard this, they quietened down and focused on listening to their Lord Alliance Master. They were already mentally prepared for obligations. Anyone who joined the Lord Alliance would have an obligation. Otherwise, why would the Lord Alliance protect you for nothing? They thought of the soldier-type class change certificates and the insight defection Lord talent he shared, and most importantly, the protection from the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. They were already prepared to pay a huge price. Compared to surviving in this chaotic world, what was the point of paying some benefits? Zhou Zhou looked at everyone. You only need to have 3 obligations to join our alliance. First, when I ask you to bring your troops to fight with me or support the alliance's Lord members, unless it's really a special situation, bring your troops to me unconditionally. Sure. Of course. No problem. They all nodded. This was the most basic requirement to join the Lord Alliance. Moreover, they could support the members of the Lord Alliance. Members of Lords like them all had the insight defection Lord talent. As long as they developed for a period of time, they would definitely be able to reach the point of having sufficient troops. It might even reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. When the time came for the Alliance members to support each other, they were actually looking forward to it. Secondly, you have to give me 20% of your territory's profits. You can keep the remaining 80%. Seeing that no one objected, Zhou Zhou continued. 20%? The lords were stunned. It was not that it was too much. On the contrary. It was too little. Previously, they had thought that it would at least be a 30 to 70 split. A 20 to 80 split. Joy appeared on the lords' faces. No matter what. This was a good thing for them. Okay. Lord Alliance Master is merciful. I can completely accept 20%. I have no problem with 20%. All the lords agreed. Under such circumstances, even if some of these lords wanted to reduce the number, they were quickly drowned out by the voices of the other lords. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly when he saw this. 20% was what he decided on after thinking for a long time. Actually, he had also thought of a 30 to 70 split. This ratio should be acceptable to everyone. Most of the other Lord Alliances had the same ratio. However, the Star Alliance was different from the other Lord Alliances. With peace and prosperity in Zhou Zhou's Star Alliance, these people who joined the alliance were destined to become one of his own after developing for a period of time. Therefore, there was not much point in arguing about how much to split with his own people. After all, when the time came, he would raise his arms and shout. Even if he asked them to give everything they had, they, who had high loyalty, would give it without hesitation. Since that was the case, it was better to save more funds and let them develop. That way, they could repay him better in the future. Coupled with the situation of these lifestyle lords, it was not good compared to fighting lords. At this stage, letting them save more funds could also make their situation better. I can only think of these 2 points for the time being. When we develop in the future, I will work with the lords to perfect our Star Alliance. In addition to the alliance, I have another request and a bottom line to tell everyone. My small request is that the Lord talent that I share with everyone not be leaked. Even though the fact that he had many Lord talents would be known sooner or later as the alliance was established, Zhou Zhou still wanted to try his best to prolong this matter. As for the bottom line, it's that there can't be internal strife among the members of the alliance, whether it is openly or secretly. If there's really an irreconcilable conflict, we have to resolve it. In this situation, you can either withdraw from the alliance and resolve it yourselves, or hold an internal meeting of the alliance and hold a public trial. I hope we can build our Star Alliance to be even better. The rest of the time was free time. Zhou Zhou did not say much. He just let the lords of the Star Alliance communicate freely with each other. He walked over and chatted with the lord members to improve their friendship. They were all life-type lords and had just met, so they were not as hostile as the combat-type lords. It was a happy and harmonious scene. Most of the life lords were discussing the collaboration. For example, blacksmith lords would look for lords who needed to forge equipment, physician lords would look for lords who lacked physicians in their territories, lords who had many patients and injuries, architect lords would look for lords who urgently needed to build buildings in their territories. Among them, the gold merchant lord and other vendor lords were especially active. The 300-odd lords in front of them were their future suppliers. They had to serve them well. After Zhou Zhou walked into the crowd of lords, he naturally received the support of everyone. Many lords ran over and communicated with the alliance master enthusiastically, afraid that they would be left behind. This was the alliance master who would protect them in the future. No one was stupid. Other than a few lords who were not good at communication, most of them knew how to build relationships. Zhou Zhou did not refuse. He chatted with them with a smile and looted their lord talent crystal fragments by the way. Chapter 397, Collecting Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Among the 309 lords, 215 of them had lord talents. The lord talent crystal fragment was enough for him to make a killing. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou ended the conversation and returned to his seat. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was not easy to touch each of these 215 people. He muttered in his heart. However, what made him feel good was that the number of Lord Talent crystal fragments provided by the 215 lords was quite abundant. With the help of the Master Thief's robbery gloves, he obtained a total of 678 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 456 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 126 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 18 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, and 4 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. In his hands were 752 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 520 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 133 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 21 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 9 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 4 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and 1 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragment. With these Lord Talent fragments, some low-level Lord Talents could be upgraded. However, the Lord Talent that he mainly wanted to upgrade was naturally the yellow gold tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection, and the white platinum tier Lord Talent, Blessing of the 10 Gods, the Blessing of the War Master God. Zhou Zhou still did not have enough Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade the 2 of them. Therefore, Zhou Zhou still wanted to save them for the time being. When he had enough, he would fuse them together to level up or use them in case of emergencies. Then, he withdrew his gaze from the Lord Talent crystal fragment and called Nong Qinglin over. "Old Nong, go to the warehouse later and get some Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. Then, distribute it to all the lords with Lord Talents. Give out 10 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates to those with Black Iron tier Lord Talents, 50 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates to those with Green Bronze tier Lord Talents, 100 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates to those with Yellow Gold tier Lord Talents, 2000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates to those with White Platinum tier Lord Talents. As for the Green Phoenix Lord, give her 10,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates directly and finally send Linger 20,000 of them. You can also send them an appropriate number if they require more in the future. Also, tell the other members of the Alliance that as long as they contribute to the Alliance in the future, they have a chance to exchange for the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate." Zhou Zhou said. This was a reward for these lords with Lord Talents. It could also be considered as him making up to them for taking away the Lord Talent crystal fragments in their bodies. "Yes, my lord," Nong Qinglin said enviously. However, he did not have any thoughts of being treated unfairly. After all, people with special talents should have special rewards for joining the territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the agricultural land in the current Blazing Sun region. "By the way, do you want to exchange your Lord Talent for Insight Defection?" Zhou Zhou asked. The Lord Talent that he had shared with Nong Qinglin previously was the Blessing of the War God. Today, when he saw that Nong Qinglin knew about the Insight Defection, he was quite tempted and asked casually. "Thank you, my lord." Nong Qinglin was delighted and said hurriedly. Zhou Zhou nodded and changed the Lord Talent he shared with the other party to Insight Defection. Nong Qinglin was overjoyed. "There's one more thing I need you to do," Zhou Zhou said. Then, he whispered into Nong Qinglin's ear. After talking for a while, Nong Qinglin nodded and left. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at everyone. At this moment, everyone was almost done chatting. He said, "Everyone, then let's return to our respective territories now and bring your subordinates over if you are done. In half an hour, we'll set off and enter the final battlefield." "Yes, Alliance Master." "All right, we'll go now. I'm still a little nervous even though I have Insight Defection. With the Lord around, what's there to be afraid of?" Everyone said and bade farewell. Then, they returned to their respective territories through the spatial teleportation array to call their troops over. Only 22 lords looked at each other and avoided each other's gaze guiltily. Then, under Nong Qinglin's invitation, they came to a meeting room in the administrative hall. This administrative hall was originally an exclusive building blueprint for the territory after the territory was upgraded to the white silver-tier elementary grade. When it was built, it was only a white silver-tier elementary grade building. Now that the territory had leveled up, it had automatically advanced to yellow gold tier intermediate grade building. Not only did the area increase by more than 3 to 4 times, but the various internal buildings were also much more complete. In the conference room, after Nongqinglin brought the 22 lords here, they did not speak. They sat uneasily in their seats and looked in the direction of the door from time to time. As time passed, they saw that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had yet to come. The amount of thoughts in their mind gradually increased and their foreheads were gradually covered in cold sweat. Some of the lords were under too much pressure. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Some lords secretly opened their friend list and wanted to send a message to the outside world. However, they were shocked to discover that they could not communicate with the outside world at this moment. The reason was that their good friend communication function was forbidden by their lord. Master-slave territories could actually do such a thing? They were dumbfounded. This was also their first time becoming the lord of someone else's subordinate territory. They had no idea that the lord of the main territory had such authority. It was too late to escape now. Which meant their fates had completely fallen into the hands of their alliance master. Thinking of this, their expressions became even more terrified. At the same time, Nongqinglin, who was standing at the side, did not know why the Lord brought these lords over at first. However, he was not stupid when he saw their guilty expressions. He thought about it and thought of something. His expression gradually turned cold. Traitors! Great! How long has it been since their star alliance was established? There were already so many traitors. When he thought of the rewards, talents, and alliance policies that the Lord had given to these lords, he became even angrier. My Lord treats us with sincerity. Is this how these people repay him? He had really fed his kindness to ingrates. Just as everyone in the conference room was having their own thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. Steady and calm footsteps sounded from the corridor outside. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a handsome man walked into the meeting room. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. Chapter 398, Change of the Heart. When everyone saw their leader enter, other than Nongqinglin, the 22 lords couldn't help but tremble. Alliance Master, you're here. May I know why the Alliance Master has brought us here? If you have any instructions, I, Ma Chenglong, will definitely not refuse. My lord, don't we have to bring our troops over? Some brave lords stood up and said with a smile. As for the remaining lords, they could not take it any more. They sat on the chairs, their bodies trembling slightly. They did not even dare to look at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled. I called you here for something, naturally. With that, he arrived in front of the lord named Ma Chenglong. He looked at her. This was a lord with a green bronze tier lord talent. He was quite active during his free time just now. Moreover, he did not reveal much of a flaw when facing him. Everything was quite natural. How has Dragon Lady Lord been recently? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Panic flashed across Ma Chenglong's face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He looked a little lost and asked in confusion, Lord Alliance Master, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I've heard of the Dragon Lady Lord, but I've never interacted with such a big shot. How would I know if she's good or not? Oh? You've never interacted with her before? Weren't you a fanatical fan of the Dragon Lady Lord when you were on Cerulean Planet? After the Dragon Lady Lord established the Dragon Blood Alliance, you immediately joined her. Furthermore, you were highly valued by her because of your Lord talent. It's just that the Dragon Lady Lord cares more about a Lord talent who has a combat-type Lord talent. You're dissatisfied, but you don't dare to say anything. You can only develop silently in the alliance, thinking that you have to rely on your own efforts to become her trusted aide or even someone closer to her in the future. Today, when I wanted to establish the Star Alliance, the Dragon Lady Lord found you immediately after she found out about this and asked you to secretly join my Lord Alliance to provide them with information. For this, the Dragon Lady Lord even provided you with 10 yellow gold tier life profession talents. Together with the Lord talent, they will be used as proof of loyalty to join my Star Alliance. Until now. Isn't that so? Ma Cheng. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Ma Chenglong, or rather, Ma Cheng, immediately looked at Zhou Zhou as if he was looking at a demon. How could this be? How could this be? How did he know everything? He even knew about the 10 yellow gold tier lifestyle professionals. They were clearly handed over to him by the Dragon Lady Lord today. How did the other party know so much so quickly? Dragon Lady Lord plants a mole in my Star Alliance. Why wouldn't I plant a mole in her Dragon Blood Alliance? Zhou Zhou suddenly said softly. Ma Cheng froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was naturally lying. What mole? It was just that his advanced telepathy ability could sense what the other party was thinking. It had to be said. This ability was really terrifying. Ma Cheng's thoughts were clearly exposed to him when he faced Zhou Zhou just now. This might also be because the other party's mental strength was not very strong and could not resist his advanced telepathy. However, the terrifying aspect of advanced telepathy could be seen. Zhou Zhou said that there was a mole because he did not want to spread the news that he could see through people's hearts. After all, even if they were dead loyal citizens, they still had their privacy. They would also have many scruples facing a lord who could see through people's hearts at any time. Zhou Zhou naturally did not want to see such a scene. Then, he patted Ma Cheng's shoulder and pressed him back to his seat. Then, he came to the next lord. Mountain Lord Zhang Han, if you have time, you can send my regards to the Overlord Lord. I've been looking forward to meeting the Overlord Lord for a long time. Lord Flying Snow Chen Mo, is the Blood Deity Association also interested in my Star Alliance? I'll definitely visit you another day when I have time. Sky Silkworm Lord Yaru, it's said that the Myriad Beast Palace behind you controls an advanced profession called Beast Tamers, so they like to collect all kinds of precious birds and ferocious beasts. Why? Have you taken a fancy to the 2 pure-blooded dragons in my territory? Zhou Zhou walked past the 22 lords one by one and easily saw through their inner thoughts, revealing their backgrounds and goals. After he walked past them once, the entire meeting room fell silent. These 22 lords were pale and terrified. They were afraid of what punishment they would face next. Zhou Zhou looked at the 22 lords and clicked his tongue in wonder. These 22 lords were naturally outstanding for him and Nong Chenglin to be able to pick from the 2 million lords. They either had good lord talents or had the advantage of other life professions. However, such talents were actually sent as spies to join his Star Alliance. It could be seen that the people behind them really valued his sudden creation of the Lord Alliance. However, they did not know that they had the Lord talent, peace, and prosperity. Therefore, these people were destined to become loyal subordinates loyal to him after a while. The actions of those behind the scenes were destined to not achieve their goals. It might even backfire on them. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou sat in the main seat and looked at these people. I've already taken back the Lord talent that you shared. At the same time, I've also turned off your communication methods. I won't let you return before your loyalty reaches 85. As for your territory, don't worry. I'll send someone to take over. I guarantee that nothing will happen. There are only 2 options before you. First option, continue to be your meaningless spies and be executed by me today. Second option, you will be imprisoned in my territory until your loyalty reaches more than 85 points. At that time, I will still treat you equally and even let you contact the people behind you. But what you're going to do is going to change. You have to pass false information to the people behind the scenes. At the same time, collect information from them and hand it to us. If you do well, I'll even reward you. Think about it carefully." After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, someone immediately raised his hand and hurriedly said, "I'm willing to stay here until my loyalty reaches more than 85 points. Me too. Alliance Master, actually, I was also forced. Now that Alliance Master is willing to give me a chance, I've decided to abandon the dark and join the light. I'm sincerely working for the Lord." "Me too. With the first one, there would be a second one." In less than a moment, the 22 lords announced that they wanted to rely on Zhou Zhou. When Nongqinglan saw this scene, he looked down on them. He felt that these people had no backbone at all. They did not even hesitate. Zhou Zhou had already expected this. After all, with the help of peace and prosperity, the initial loyalty of these people was 71 points. This loyalty was already one step away from the threshold of their faction. With a little persuasion, they would be able to find a reason to convince themselves and become true allies. He wasn't lying. He directly restored the incite defection talent of lords whose loyalty had reached 85 and above. He even allowed them to return to their respective territories and bring their troops to the final battlefield later. Seeing this scene, the remaining lords also wavered and officially surrendered to him. In less than an hour or two, the loyalty of these 22 lords had all reached 85 points and above. This gave Zhou Zhou some insight. The changes in the human heart might not be slow at times. Under the pressure of life and death, some people's mentality might change rapidly in a short period of time. This situation was a great example. He did not waste any more time. After all the Lord's soldiers arrived, he brought them into the final battlefield. Chapter 399, Trying out Incite Defection. The Lord's Reaction. The final battlefield. In a white platinum tier Scarlet Lord's territory. This place was ruled by the white platinum tier Scarlet Lord. It had 200,000 blood flame tiger subordinates and was a very powerful Scarlet Lord faction. Originally, this place had been very peaceful. However, when Zhou Zhou and the others appeared, the Blood Flame Lord and his subordinates took the initiative to fight them. Bai Yun and Wu Xin were naturally not afraid at all. They directly controlled the soldiers to form the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array and created 2 Greedy Wolf avatars to attack. Both sides fought with the determination to finish off the other, so the battle reached its climax from the beginning. Behind the battlefield, Zhou Zhou looked at Ling'er beside him. At this moment, Ling'er extended her hand in anticipation. Invisible fluctuations instantly spread to the entire battlefield with her palm as the center. In the blink of an eye, the expressions in the eyes of more than 16,000 blood flame tigers changed. They immediately betrayed their side and bit their former companions. The battlefield became chaotic. When the 2 greedy wolf avatars saw this, they slaughtered the blood flame tigers even more easily. The Blood Flame Lord, who had the strength of a diamond tier elementary grade, could only watch this scene in exasperation, but it could not do anything to counterattack. It did not even know why its subordinates, who it had always been united with, suddenly had internal strife when such a powerful enemy attacked. It must be the doing of that Lord with the blessing of the Supreme Will. The Blood Flame Lord thought angrily. It knew that it could not escape even though it was furious. It simply abandoned its fear of experts and jumped off the city wall to attack the 2 greedy wolf avatars. Then, it was easily ravaged by the 2 greedy wolf avatars. It looked rather miserable. At this moment, screech! A divine bird's cry that seemed to be able to reverberate through the 9 heavens sounded. Then, a green bird flew over from the back of the battlefield and flew towards the Blood Flame Tiger army. It was the Green Phoenix Lord. At this moment, after seeing that Ling'er had used up her incite defection, she no longer had any qualms and directly activated her true body to eliminate these blood flame tigers. She opened her mouth and spat out a green flame with a calm and clean aura. In an instant, it landed on the blood flame tiger army below and began to burn their essence, vital energy and primordial spirit. Soon, More than 10,000 blood flame tigers were destroyed by this divine fire. It was one of the divine power methods grasped by the green phoenix immortal body samadhi divine fire. However, it could be seen that the green phoenix lord could not use this divine fire too many times, so after using it once, it turned to other small spells to continue fighting. Nonetheless, these spells were still far superior to some normal skills. Therefore, these blood flame tigers began to decrease at a visible speed under her attacks. Nonetheless, they were still far superior to some normal skills. Therefore, these blood flame tigers began to decrease at a visible speed under her attacks. There was an additional 10 times the promotion energy bonus. Killing 10,000 fog monsters was equivalent to killing 110,000 fog monsters. She, the Green Phoenix Lord, had never fought such a rich battle. Awesome! Previously, when she found out about the insight defection, she was still a little conflicted. Should she ask the Lord to change her blessing of the war god to the insight defection? However, she had once again become a determined member of the talent party of the god of war. Behind the battlefield. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he could not help but smile. This Green Phoenix Lord's Green Phoenix immortal body was indeed extraordinary. Her group attack ability was not inferior to Nazario at the same level. In some aspects, it even exceeded his expectations. With this Green Phoenix Lord, in the future, other than himself, the Star Alliance would also have a second combat power big shot. In addition, he was also a little emotional about this scene. The White Platinum Tier Lord faction that he had been cautious of not long ago could now be easily dealt with by him. The speed at which his strength increased was not bad. He just did not know how his development speed would be compared to the True Lord and the Great One Lord. Big brother! Big brother! I now have more than 16,000 blood flame tigers as my subordinates. At this moment, Ling'er's excited voice sounded. This is much more useful than the blessing of the war god, right? Zhou Zhou looked at her and smiled. It's useful, but as a human lord, it feels strange to suddenly have so many monster subordinates. Ling'er thought for a moment and said with a strange expression. There was still a smile on her face even though she said that. It could be seen that although she felt that this talent was a little strange to use, she was very satisfied with its effect. This is just the beginning. Get used to it. Zhou Zhou lamented. In the beginning, the number of monsters under him was far inferior to the number of human soldiers because of the monster ranch. However, as the level of his insight defection increased and the level of the enemy monster lords he came into contact with increased, every time he used the insight defection, he instigated a large number of monster subordinates. Now, he had more than 500,000 soldiers under his command. Among them were more than 360,000 subordinates of the monster alone. It had already exceeded the number of human soldiers. In the beginning, Zhou Zhou also felt strange about this. But he had figured it out now. So what if he had more monster subordinates? It was fine as long as his combat strength was strong. Moreover, in this era where the lords of all races fought and fused, it was actually a little inappropriate to focus on developing pure human armies. When Ling'er heard Zhou Zhou's words, she nodded obediently. The Lord talent that she had shared previously was also the blessing of the war god. Later on, her big brother took the initiative to look for her today and asked if she needed to change the Lord talent, insight defection. At first, she was a little hesitant. In her eyes, the Lord talent of the Master God tier was actually quite high quality. Hence, for a moment, she was conflicted about whether to exchange it for this blessing. In the end, she decided to change. This was because she had also understood that compared to the blessing of the war god, insight defection was indeed a top-notch Lord talent that could quickly increase the power and scale of the territory in the early, middle, and late stages. At the thought of this, she envied her brother even more. His brother had both the blessing of the war god and the insight defection. With these two top-notch talents, it was no wonder that his brother could suppress the lords of the cerulean planet and even the lords of the myriad races and become the top lords. On the other side, when Zhou Zhou saw Linger's happy expression, he first smiled before turning to look at the 309 lords behind him. They all looked at Linger with envy and passion. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat as his invisible psychic power spread out. Soon, he heard their inner thoughts. That's great. If only I could replace her and use insight defection here. I'm envious. When will it be my turn to instigate insight defection? I also want to have a group of extremely powerful subordinates so quickly. This insight defection is simply heaven-defying. With a wave of his little hand, he obtained thousands of subordinates. It's like the domineering aura in novels where a group of underlings come to vote. It rhymes quite well. It feels so good to be with Big Boss Blazing Sunday. I was actually hesitating before. Damn, I almost missed this huge opportunity. Chapter 400, Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Scavenger. The lords had many thoughts, but most of them wanted to personally test the specific use of this insight defection talent to satisfy themselves. Zhou Zhou smiled. Everyone. His voice rang in the ears of every lord. Linger is just showcasing the ability for you guys. My soldiers will be bringing you to the territories of the Scarlet Lords or the temporary strongholds of the Lords of the Myriad Races on the final battlefield. Over there, you can use your insight defection talent to your heart's content and recruit your subordinates. However, today is the first day of the opening of the final battlefield. My subordinates haven't explored too many hostile factions. But you don't have to worry about that. We can't find any enemies on the final battlefield for the time being, but would we have to worry about not being able to find any enemies when we return to the high continent and the surroundings of your territories? At this point, you must have many enemies that you want to deal with urgently, right? Then use insight defection on them. But I have two requests. At this point, Zhou Zhou's tone suddenly became serious. First, you can use insight defection, but you're not allowed to use it to commit crimes. You're already members of the Star Alliance now. Every move you make outside represents not only yourself, but also our Star Alliance. I don't want to hear that one day, a member will use insight defection and cause unhappiness and even make enemies for our alliance. Moreover, everyone has to know that we have just arrived in the high continent after all. Our strength is far from powerful, and it's far from the time to use insight defection wantonly. Otherwise, if we provoke some undefeatable enemies, even if you have insight defection in your hands, you will only be destroyed in an instant. You might even implicate the other members of our alliance. Therefore, I will immediately establish an alliance supervisory council to specially supervise this and other matters. If anyone ignores this rule, not only will I expel you from the Star Alliance and withdraw your shared insight defection talent, but I will also personally send someone to take care of you. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone solemnly. The talent of insight defection was indeed a little ridiculous. It could easily arouse the desire in the hearts of life forms. As a sharer of talents, he had to take precautions in advance in order to prevent powerful enemies from coming knocking on his door one day because of this matter. On the other side, when everyone heard Zhou Zhou's words, they were shocked. Some of the arrogant thoughts in their hearts seemed to have been extinguished by a basin of cold water, and they instantly turned cold. These people came to their senses. Yes. The Alliance Master was right. They were far from reaching the level where they could use insight defection at will. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the insight defection that they needed to lie low and use it for a long time. Only then would they have a chance to become a truly powerful lord in the future. They did not want to use insight defection unscrupulously and provoke a powerful enemy one day. In the end, they would be destroyed by a powerful enemy who rushed over. Zhou Zhou heard everyone's thoughts and nodded slightly in his heart. These people were all lords who specialized in life professions. Their desire for war was not that strong, so they were still willing to listen. As for the second request, it's very simple. I want you to send 10% of the Inside Defection's troops to my territory every day. Zhou Zhou said. Everyone looked at each other and said readily. No problem. It's just 10% of the army. What's the big deal? The Alliance Master asked and we agreed. The Inside Defection talent was originally shared by the Lord. Even if you want 50% or 100%, it won't be a problem, what more 10%? Anyway, when we encounter danger, the Lord will save us, right? Hee. Everyone agreed. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he did not show it on his face, but he was happy in his heart. These were 309 lords who had grasped Inside Defection. If he included Linger and Nongqinglin, it would be 311 lords. Even if each of them could only instigate Inside Defection's 1,000 subordinates a day, adding up to 10% of their troops, they could still reach tens of thousands of people. When their strength increased in the future, the level of the enemies they faced would also increase. At that time, the troops they brought to him could reach 1 million or even more in a day. With these additional troops, the military strength of his territory would increase exponentially again. Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to the future nnra.com. A moment later, the battlefield gradually quietened down. All the Blood Flame Tigers and the Blood Flame Lord were destroyed on the battlefield. The soldiers began to use the Conqueror's blast furnaces to retrieve the loots with ease. These lords knew about the Conqueror's blast furnaces, however, all the lords were stunned when a large number of loots were sent out from the Conqueror's blast furnace. The expressions on their faces were even more shocked than when they saw the Inside Defection effect. Zhou Zhou did not explain. Actually, according to the rules, the 100% drop rate of the King of Loot's talent could also be shared. However, Zhou Zhou realized that it wouldn't work when he tried to share it. This was because the King of Loots was a mythical tier unique Lord talent. The main point was this unique. Because it was the only one, it could not be shared, even if it was just a low-level version. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou gave up on the idea. It seemed that he could only enjoy the mythical tier unique Lord talent alone in the future. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse of the Blood Flame Lord in front of him and frowned. This was because he realized that there was no blood crystal or any other item in this Blood Flame Lord's corpse. Don't all Scarlet Lord territories have final items? Zhou Zhou guessed. However, it was useless to guess. He had to look at other examples. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou took the white platinum tier territory token and left for the Scarlet Lord's territory. In the following period of time, just as he had said, Zhou Zhou led the alliance members and began to use Inside Defection to attack the territory of the Scarlet Lords or the lords of the myriad races they had encountered along the way. In just over 2 hours, 8 Scarlet Lord territories and 3 Lord factions of the myriad races were taken care of by them. The lords felt good using Inside Defection. Zhou Zhou was a little depressed. This was because he did not obtain a single final item after dealing with the Scarlet Lords and the Lord of all races. Only then did he realize what extremely rare meant in the introduction to the final battlefield. This was really rare. Even with the King of Loots and his blessing of the God of Fortune talent, he could not obtain many final items. However, even though he didn't obtain any more final items, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. Among the 3 factions that he had dealt with, he had obtained a green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere from one of them. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Scavenger. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will possess green bronze tier Lord Talent Scavenger. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou did not use it immediately. It would not be too late to see what this talent was when he returned to the territory. Chapter 401, Terrifying Violent Storm Attack. Time passed quickly. There were still more than 2 hours before night falls. Wu Tu, Xiao Xian, and the other lords of the 16 races investigated by the Heavenly Army had all been captured by Zhou Zhou. They had also captured 24 out of 32 Scarlet territories, including 5 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord territories, 4 White Silver Tier Scarlet Lord territories, 12 Yellow Gold Tier Scarlet Lord territories, and 3 White Platinum Tier Scarlet Lord territories. He did not have the time to attack the remaining 4 White Platinum Tier Scarlet Lord territories, 2 Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord territories, and 2 Extraordinary Tier Scarlet Lord territories. Firstly, it was because of the planned route. In their planned route, because these territories were relatively far from Crimson River City, they were also arranged to attack last. Secondly, it was because Wu Tu and Xiao Xian had suddenly brought a piece of news that forced them to change their plans. Reporting to my lord, we discovered a huge violent storm group about 3,400 kilometers away from Crimson River City. These violent storms are sweeping towards us like a tsunami. There was still shock on Wu Tu's face. Obviously, he had never seen such a spectacular scene in his life. Xiao Xian was a little terrified. He had the talent danger prediction, so he could sense how terrifying the violent storm was. That was a terrifying sense of danger that he had never felt since he was young. Zhou Zhou also noticed the strange expression on his face. His expression immediately turned serious. "Are you sure that the violent storm is coming for us? How fast is it?" he asked. "I'm very sure. As for their speed, if we don't evacuate now, I'm afraid they'll sweep here in less than an hour." Wu Tu reported. "Reach him in less than an hour over a distance of 3,400 kilometers? Zhou Zhou was shocked. This speed is a little ridiculous. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. With a thought, he passed the news to Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the rest through the Blood Bat avatar. At the same time, he asked them to immediately put down their current attack quests and return to the Crimson River City as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he brought Wu Tu, Xiao Xian, and 2 elementary-grade extraordinary tier subordinates onto a starry night and quickly flew towards the violent storms that Wu Tu and the others had mentioned. The upgraded Starry Night was 3 to 4 times faster than the original Black Spirit. In less than 15 minutes, the Starry Night had flown more than 2,000 kilometers and arrived about 100 kilometers away from the violent storm. At this point, he could not continue forward. This was because from this position, Starry Night had already begun to be affected by the winds of the violent storm. There were already faint signs of imbalance in its body. If it got any closer, the Starry Night might not be able to withstand the terrifying wind pressure of the violent storm and be crushed in an instant. But even so, Wenya was also reminding him that the Starry Night's energy consumption was at a normal rate of 342%. Zhou Zhou couldn't blame the performance of the Starry Night. This was only a White Silver Tier advanced grade spaceship after all. To be able to have such a performance was already quite good. "Turn on the realistic exterior mode," Zhou Zhou said. "Activating realistic exterior mode. Successfully activated." Wenya's voice sounded. The next second, the captain's cabin that Zhou Zhou was in suddenly became transparent. He could clearly see the actual scenery outside, as if he was standing outside. He looked into the distance. One after another, towering and ferocious black-grey violent storms connected together. At a glance, there were thousands of huge violent storms that looked like they could be transmigrated without any gaps. They were as tall as the sky. From Zhou Zhou's point of view, he could not even see the end of their peaks. It was as if they were at the same height as the sky. Terrifying silver lightning bolts shuttled through the violent storms like silver pythons, creating countless thunderous explosions. Gusts swept across the ground, destroying everything in their path. Zhou Zhou had excellent eyesight. He even saw many fog monster factions and lord factions of the myriad races being swept into the endless black-grey violent storm in the blink of an eye because they did not have the time to escape. Amidst their fear and wails, they were swept into the building fragments, blood soil, and other unknown items. Some monster factions and lords of all races also noticed the starry night flying in the sky. However, they did not have time to think. They only wanted to escape. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he could not help but feel shocked. Was this the power of heaven and earth? Any life form below the level of a god spirit would probably be in danger of losing their lives in such a terrifying violent storm. At this moment, he came back to his senses. If nothing went wrong, this violent storm group should be the final battlefield's battlefield area will gradually shrink with time described in the instructions. He did not expect it to shrink in such a way. Zhou Zhou took a look and recorded this scene. Then, he sent it to the Star Alliance's chat group. He decisively asked Wenya to control the crowd, control Starry Night and retreat to Crimson River City as quickly as possible. 7 or 8 minutes later. Crimson River City. When Zhou Zhou returned, he realized that his soldiers, the members of the Lord Alliance, and his subjects had already gathered here. As soon as he alighted from the spaceship, the lords immediately surrounded him. "My lord, what's the video you posted? What a terrifying violent storm! Is that also from the final battlefield? How far away is it from us? Lord, what exactly is that violent storm? Is it approaching us?" The lords said one after another. "Everyone, calm down," Zhou Zhou said. He pressed his hands down, and the lords naturally quietened down. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and asked Bai Yun. "Is there anyone else who isn't here? All the personnel have arrived, and all the supplies have been packed. We can move at any time," Bai Yun said respectfully. He had already told Bai Yun and the others about the migration when he returned, so everything was already arranged. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the alliance members. "You're right. The violent storm is indeed approaching us. Therefore, there's no time to explain too much now. Listen to my orders first. Everyone, enter Starry Night in an orderly manner first. I'll tell you after we enter the Starry Night." When everyone heard this, they obeyed Zhou Zhou's orders obediently even though they wanted to know the answer. Under the arrangement of Bai Yun and the others, they entered Starry Night in an orderly manner. Chapter 402, Scavenger Talent. In the Starry Night. In a large conference room. Zhou Zhou, the general of Blazing Sun City, and all the lords were having a temporary meeting here. After Zhou Zhou told everyone what had happened, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the safe environment around them and the blood-colored scenery that quickly passed them by. "Thank you for your reminder, my lord. We might have died in that city if our lord hadn't discovered us in advance. I didn't expect the environment of the final battlefield to shrink so much. How terrifying! Fortunately, I joined the Lord's Alliance. Otherwise, I would probably only discover the violent storm group when it's right in front of me if I were to barge into the final battlefield alone." Everyone said one after another, their expressions somewhat rejoicing. They didn't have a vehicle like the Mechanostrider or the Starry Night. It was very likely that they would not be able to escape facing the sudden attack of the violent storm. They would be swept to death in the violent storm because they could not outrun the movement speed of the violent storm. How could they be sitting leisurely in the meeting room of the spaceship and watching the Scarlet Lord forces and the Lord forces of the myriad races escape or even be destroyed like how they were doing now? On their first day in the Star Alliance, they deeply experienced the benefits of having the Lord of the Blazing Sun as their backer. The other lords might even happily plan to build a cavalryman unit because they had obtained some horses. As for Zhou Zhou, he had a spaceship. The difference was like the difference between primitive society and modern technology. How could this be justified? They were even more determined that it was the right choice for them to bring their territory and join the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I remember that the specific activities of the final battlefield have been explained in the 7th article. The final battlefield's environment is constantly shrinking during the day. When night falls, it will stop shrinking. It will only continue shrinking when it activates the next day. Now that the violent storm is behind us, it's impossible to stop and continue conquering the territory below. Therefore, I've decided that today's trip to the final battlefield will end here. When night is about to fall, I'll bring everyone and the Starry Night back to the Blazing Sun territory. We'll enter the final battlefield again tomorrow morning. There should be some lords among you who haven't used insight defection yet. You can also return to the Blazing Sun territory now and find an enemy to use it on. In the Starry Night, you won't be interrupted when you return to your territory. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement with Zhou Zhou's decision. In this environment, it was indeed impossible to continue fighting. When they thought about using insight defection on the enemies near their territory after returning, they suddenly looked forward to it. Among the lords, most of them had a long-standing grudge with the enemy forces around their territory. When they returned, they would use insight defection to give them a surprise. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with the Lord members for more than half an hour about the development of the Star Alliance and the next arrangements for the final battlefield. He also temporarily established the Alliance Supervisory Council and established some specific positions within the Alliance. After temporarily resolving these problems, this temporary meeting finally ended. The lords did not waste any time and left the final battlefield one after another. They returned to their territories in reality to deal with matters or use insight defection. Soon, in the huge conference room, only Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Wu Tu, Xiao Xian, and the others were left. My lord, this is the list of today's spoils of war. Bai Yun handed a list of loots to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Today, they had conquered a total of 25 Scarlet Lord territories and 17 Lord strongholds. A total of more than 1.17 million fog monsters and more than 510,000 people of foreign races were eliminated. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest Lord, there were a total 5 green bronze tier territory tokens, 4 white silver tier territory tokens, 12 yellow gold tier territory tokens, 3 white platinum tier territory tokens, 9,526 extraordinary tier mist cores, 249,635 diamond tier mist cores, 507,893 white platinum tier mist cores, 3,508,210 yellow gold tier mist cores, 5,123,360 white silver tier mist cores, and 10,101,1163 green bronze tier mist cores. 2,210 origin crystals. There were 3,801,423 skill books and 4,017,790 pieces of equipment. More than 10,530 million units of basic materials. 743,320 true faith tier scarlet crystals, 451,780 pious tier scarlet crystals, and 183,360 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. 215 alchemy pharmacist recruitment books. 182 alchemy technician recruitment books. 451 mount contracts. 36 Empire-level combat class Army Extermination Knight class certificates. 54 Kingdom-level soldier type class Barbaric Blood Knights. 180 Knight type class soldier types. 312 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Apart from the above loots, in this trip to the final battlefield, a total of 457,776 people had broken through. Among them, 132,671 people were promoted to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 181,293 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 82,360 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 41,301 people advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 20,130 people had broken through to the White Platinum Tier. 1,021 people had broken through to Diamond Tier. In addition, Nazario had broken through to White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Bai Yun had broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Spectral Dragon Augusta had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. He now had 514,420 soldiers from the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army. As for the Lords, 10% of the soldiers who had instigated the Incite defection today would join them tonight. Of these 514,420 soldiers, there were 23,880 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 225,035 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 112,825 of White Silver Tier. 119,240 of Yellow Gold Tier. 32,292 of White Platinum Tier. 1,142 of Diamond Tier. 6 Extraordinary Tier. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after looking at the gains. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that there were more than 1,000 Diamond Tier soldiers was already beyond his expectations. To others, the final battlefield was a bloody meat grinder, but to Zhou Zhou, it was simply a top-grade training ground. Not to mention that he had obtained so many territory tokens this time. With these territory tokens, it would probably be enough to upgrade the Blazing Sun territory to a White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade territory. As for the Kingdom Level Soldier Type Class Aurora Knight Class Change Certificate, Zhou Zhou took a look and realized that it was the Aurora Kingdom Soldier Type. This kind of soldier type used their own Aurora Kingdom energy to engage in close combat. It had the feeling of dual cultivation. Perhaps in terms of long-range attacks, it was inferior to the Violent Storm Spirit. However, in terms of dominance on the battlefield, it was second only to the Empire-level combat class, the Army Extermination Knight. Then, he took out the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere he had obtained today. A text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, Green Bronze Tier? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second. This Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless Green Bronze Tier colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later. He reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. In his Lord Talent column, there was already the 17th Lord Talent Scavenger. He immediately opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Scavenger, Green Bronze Tier. Scavenger, after a long period of scavenging, you have an almost innate sensitivity to the treasures within 1,000 meters of you. You can acutely sense the location of the treasures. At the same time, if the treasures you collected have characteristics such as time limit or endurance, they can be used twice as long. When you extract the spoils of war from the corpses, the drop rate will increase by an additional 5%. This Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 403, Upgrading Territory, 1. This talent is interesting. Zhou Zhou looked at the talent of the scavenger thoughtfully. To Zhou Zhou, the first two effects were the most useful. The first was to be able to sense the existence of treasures within 1,000 meters and know the exact location of the treasures. The second was to extend the usage of the treasure by 2 times. To other lords, the first talent effect might be the best. If Zhou Zhou had obtained this talent when he first came to the High Continent, he would definitely think that the first talent's effect was top-notch. However, to the current Zhou Zhou, who had the King of Loots, he actually did not lack treasures. Therefore, he did not have much feelings for the first talent effect. As for the second talent effect, extending the usage of the treasure by 2 times, he felt that it was a little extreme. He had a feeling that in the future, this talent effect might produce an astonishing effect on a certain treasure at a certain point in time. As for the third effect, which increased the drop rate by 5%, it was naturally the most useless to Zhou Zhou. His drop rate had long been fixed at 100%. There was no difference between 100% and 105% effect. Then, Zhou Zhou closed the Lord Talent interface. Even though the effect of this Lord Talent was not bad, it was only a green bronze tier Lord Talent after all, so Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to it. Then, he took out the yellow gold tier territory token he had obtained today and walked out of the Lord Manor. It was worth mentioning that although there were many fog monsters territories on the final battlefield, Zhou Zhou did not obtain a regional token after dealing with so many fog monsters territorial forces today. In addition, he had seen no vassal relationship between the extraordinary tier and epic tier territories of the fog monsters, nor had he seen a monster kingdom formed by fog monsters. This allowed Zhou Zhou to make an educated guess in his heart. It was likely that only their respective territories existed in the fog monster faction on the final battlefield. As for regional territories or even kingdom-level territories, they probably did not exist in the special land of the final battlefield. One of the basic conditions for establishing a kingdom was to have 30 regional territories, and at least one of them had to be extraordinary tier. There were no regional territories in the final battlefield, let alone establishing a kingdom. The final battlefield is really special. Zhou Zhou lamented. He could sense that there might be a huge secret on that battlefield. However, this secret was probably not something that he could come into contact with now. He stopped thinking and looked at the Lord Manor in front of him. A line of text appeared. "Do you want to upgrade the Lord Manor?" "Yes," he said. The next second, 20 million units of basic materials, 500 yellow gold tier mist cores, 200 origin crystals, and 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord Manor. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The obviously expanded Lord Manor appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. "Congratulations, your Lord Manor has been upgraded to a yellow gold tier advanced grade building. An additional gym has been added. Your territory has been upgraded to yellow gold tier advanced grade territory. Territory stone steel endurance increased to 5 million/5 million. Your territory has expanded to 400 km times 400 km times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic construction blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier advanced grade. Lord Talent notification. The upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can use incite defection on has been increased to epic tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had finally reached the yellow gold tier advanced grade. Previously, because he wanted to preserve the cities in the Taiyan Kingdom's territory, he had never taken away the territorial tokens in those cities. This gave the subjects of Blazing Sun City more places to choose to live. Furthermore, Blazing Sun City was no longer as crowded as before. However, this also made the upgrading of his territory stagnate. Originally, he had thought of conquering ownerless scarlet territories that were not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom to obtain territory tokens to upgrade the territory. Unexpectedly, his trip to the final battlefield had solved his problem. Even though it was a little different from what he had expected, he did not care. It was fine as long as the problem was resolved. Then, he went to the gym. The gym in the Lord Manor was not much different from the gym on the Cerulean planet. They were all equipment and places used for fitness. However, there were two differences. The first place was that this gym was very large. It occupied a huge square area of 5 km 5 km 5 km in the Lord Manor. Moreover, it was 12 stories high. If Zhou Zhou opened this place, it would not be a problem to accommodate 100,000 people here. The second difference was that in addition to normal aerobic equipment, there were also swimming areas, yoga areas, eating areas, ear extraction and foot therapy areas, entertainment areas, fitness education areas. This was actually quite normal. Most importantly, apart from these areas, Zhou Zhou also saw the martial arts area that was specially used to practice martial arts, the soldier training area that was specially used to train the soldiers' offensive and defensive abilities, and the final battle hall that was specially used for personal combat or even military battles. After reading it, Zhou Zhou was enlightened. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level. Construction upgrade, 10 million units of wood, 10 million units of fine sand, 10 million units of metal, 10 million units of stone, 1000 yellow gold tier mist core, 500 origin crystals, and 3 yellow gold tier territory tokens. After Zhou Zhou finished reading and realized that he had all these materials, he continued to upgrade without hesitation. Boom, ready.cm. 40 million units of basic materials, 1000 yellow gold tier mist cores, 500 origin crystals, and 3 yellow gold tier territory tokens disappeared. A golden light that was several times brighter than the newly upgraded territory immediately covered the entire Lord Manor. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The obviously expanded Lord Manor appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord Manor has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier elementary grade building. It has been upgraded to an beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Your Lord's Paradise has a new white platinum tier elementary grade array. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a white platinum tier elementary grade territory. Territory stone steel endurance increased to 10 million/10 million. Your territory has expanded to 1000 km times 1000 km times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic construction blueprint treasure chest, white platinum tier elementary grade. Lord talent notification, the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can use incite defection on has been increased to epic tier advance grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. The notification was not over yet. Chapter 404, Upgrading Territory, 2. Soon, the notification that Zhou Zhou was expecting sounded. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, on becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Race Unique Title, Glory of the Pioneer 3 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer 4. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. I've finally upgraded to White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade and obtained the Glory of the Pioneer 4. Fortunately, I made it in time. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had finally obtained the title. Previously, he was a little worried that this title would be snatched away by others because the leveling speed of his territory had slowed down. Fortunately, it was probably because of the gap between him and the other lords in the early stages that he was not surpassed by the other lords of the Cerulean planet during this period of time and kept the title that he had been longing for. Nao. Then, he looked at the Lord's Paradise in front of him. This building was 4 to 5 times larger than the Lord Manor. Its overall architectural style had not changed. It was still a dignified, luxurious, and heavy architectural style. However, it was very different from the previous Lord Manor. That was the density of elemental energy. Zhou Zhou stood outside the door and took a deep breath. He could smell a large amount of fresh energy being absorbed into his body. It made his spirit jolt and his body relaxed a lot. However, that was not the most important thing. Most importantly, he even felt that in addition to the various elemental energies he had absorbed just now, there was also abundant promotion energy. There was actually promotion energy in this beginner grade Lord's paradise? Wouldn't that mean that he could naturally increase his strength by staying here every day even if he didn't do anything? As Zhou Zhou thought about this, he could not help but absorb the promotion energy here. He even circulated the violet cloud divine technique in his body to accelerate the efficiency of absorbing this energy. A moment later, Zhou Zhou shuddered. Yellow gold tier advanced grade. His strength was originally just a little bit away from the yellow gold tier advanced grade. Now that he had absorbed the promotion energy, it actually allowed him to break through the barrier of his realm and break through to the yellow gold tier advanced grade. As expected of a beginner grade Lord's paradise. I didn't level up in vain. Zhou Zhou felt the astonishing energy circulating in his body and could not help but smile. He did not immediately look at the rewards for upgrading his territory. Instead, he skillfully opened the World Channel. As expected, most of the lords on the World Channel were talking passionately about how he had once again upgraded their territories ahead of all the lords on the cerulean planet and gotten the first place again. However, unlike before, there were more members of the Star Alliance in the discussion this time. Our Alliance Lord is the greatest of all time, our Star Alliance is the best. I knew that no one could compete with you for this title. Other lords, please do your best. Are we just going to watch the Lord of the Blazing Sun steal the limelight every time? Awesome, exciting? Do you think I don't want to? I can't do anything even if I want to. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother is amazing. Military Industry Lord, I just leveled up to yellow gold tier elementary grade territory. I'm impressed. Why is the difference so big? Military Industry Lord, don't be discouraged. Big Boss Blazing Sun has always been in the lead and has long relied on this to obtain countless benefits. Now, he has already widened the gap between him and the other lords, so it's not embarrassing that you can't catch up to Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Having a yellow gold tier elementary grade territory is already very strong. Military Industry Lord, one step ahead, many steps ahead. I can be considered to have experienced it deeply now. Impressive, impressive. Congratulations to Big Boss Blazing Sun for winning the glory of the Pioneer 4 again. Green Phoenix Lord, congratulations, Alliance Master, for obtaining the glory of the Pioneer 4 again. Paper Immortal Lord, Lord Alliance Master is so fierce. Fertile Land Lord, as a member of the Star Alliance, I have to say that I'm honored even though it was our Alliance Master who took down the announcement. Awesome! Gold Merchant Lord, welcome, Lords, to the Star Alliance's business collaboration. Let's get rich together. I'm envious. I want to join the Star Alliance too. Boo-hoo! Zhou Zhou's eyesight was excellent. He could easily find the members of the Star Alliance among the lords who spoke. It had to be said. This feeling of having his own people waving flags and supporting his back was quite comfortable. Compared to when he was on the entire channel's Lord announcement and only Linger was cheering for him on the entire World Channel, he felt much better. He glanced at the Star Alliance's chat group. These alliance members were also excitedly discussing the matter of their territory upgrading to White Platinum tier advanced grade and entering the Lord announcement. Some of the bolder lords even tagged themselves. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, "Good luck, everyone. Let's work hard to upgrade our territory." He did not say anything else. Then, he began to check the benefits of this upgrade. The first was Glory of the Pioneer 4. Title name, Glory of the Pioneer 4. Title quality, Unique title of the race. Title effect 1, You are famous among the Cerulean planet lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 100%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 2. Title effect 2, Your unique title suffix will be added behind your lord title when you speak in any channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3, when you become the first Lord of Cerulean Planet to have a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer V and unlock more title effects. Title description: the Supreme Will is the exclusive title given to the Pioneer among the Lords. Every Pioneer of every race has a higher chance of achieving extraordinary achievements. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He was not too excited. Unlike before, even though he was not lacking soldiers in his territory, he lacked professional subjects and lifestyle professional subjects. Therefore, every time the glory of the Pioneer leveled up, its buff to the Gate of Summoning would make him very excited. However, now that he had the White Silver Tier Lord talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, every time he conquered a territory, new non-professional subjects or even professional subjects would join his territory. Under normal circumstances, thousands of non-professional subjects or professional subjects would join his territory every day. Therefore, his needs in terms of population were no longer as urgent as before. However, Zhou Zhou was still very satisfied with the reward of +5 for class talents of the same level in the territory. His territory level was now Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Which meant, in the future, he would not need to do anything and the number of professional subjects below White Platinum Tier would increase by 5 every day. In the beginning, the talents attracted by his reputation rating were only around the White Platinum Tier. This was almost comparable to the addition of 5 talents with reputation rating. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. The title of the Glory of the Pioneer was displaying more and more astonishing effects as its grade continued to increase. He had to be the first to win the next Glory of the Pioneer V. There will be another reputation rating talent joining my territory tomorrow. I wonder what kind of reputation rating talent he would be. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Chapter 405, Upgrade Requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the Supreme Treasure Chest. Inside the treasure chest was a small golden bottle, and inside the bottle was a familiar golden elixir. Isn't this the Calamity Crossing Pill? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The last time he obtained this Calamity Crossing Pill, it directly raised his Nazario's strength to the yellow gold tier advance grade. He still remembered this clearly. He did not expect to get another one this time. However, when he saw the specific effect of this Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, he realized that this Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill was actually a little different from the one he had obtained previously. Treasure name: Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, Lord Only Edition. Treasure grade: Diamond Tier Advance Grade. Treasure Effect 1, after the Lord of all races absorbs it, his strength will immediately reach the level of White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Treasure Effect 2, after the Lord of all races consumes this pill, the promotion energy needed to increase his strength will be reduced by 90%. This effect will last until the Lord's strength reaches Diamond Tier Advance Grade. Treasure Description: a cultivation medicinal pill created by the immortal Dao civilization's true immortal Calamity Crossing. It has the advantage of greatly increasing one's strength realm by forcefully raising it to a specific realm without leaving any future cultivation problems. It is a pill that is exclusive to the Lord to be consumed. A Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill exclusive to the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. A smile then appeared on his face. While he hoped to obtain pills that could increase the strength of his subordinates, as a lord, he rarely appeared on the battlefield. Strength was very important to him, but it was not to the extent that he urgently needed to increase his strength. Nonetheless, no matter what, it was always a good thing to be able to increase his strength. Not to mention that not only would his strength increase to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade, the promotion energy needed to increase his strength would also become 10% after consuming it. This meant that his path from White Platinum Tier Advance Grade to Diamond Tier Advance Grade would become a smooth one. Good stuff. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate. He took out the stopper and took out the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, Lord's Only Edition, before consuming it. Rumble. After Zhou Zhou swallowed this Calamity Crossing Pill, Lord's Only Edition, he felt the pill melt in his mouth. It carried a bitter taste and instantly turned into majestic gentle energy that surged towards his heart. Then, this majestic promotion energy circulated through his heart and surged into his limbs, bones, and soul, crazily increasing the strength of his physical body and soul. As a lord, Zhou Zhou needed a huge amount of promotional energy to advance his realm. Coupled with his chaos human physique and the various race talents and bloodline abilities he had grasped, his need for promotion energy had reached an incomparably shocking level. It could be said that, among all the lords of Cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou's demand for energy for advancement was the greatest. It could even be more than 10 times greater than the second place. However, even though he needed so much promotional energy, it seemed to be insignificant in front of this magical calamity-crossing spirit pill. No matter how much promotion energy Zhou Zhou needed, this pill could be supplied continuously. It did not look weak at all. Under such circumstances, Zhou Zhou's strength and realm began to increase rapidly. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. At this moment, the Calamity Crossing Pill, Lord-only version, was still providing promotion energy crazily. It only stopped when he was only 10% away from breaking through to the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. A chaotic light flashed in the depths of his eyes before disappearing. Soon, he sensed the pressure emanating from his body and the Dragon Slayer King's wool. However, he retracted all of them with a thought, making him look like an extremely handsome ordinary man. How magical! My strength has clearly advanced by leaps and bounds to this extent, but I feel that I can completely control the promotion energy in my body, just like an old man who has been stuck at the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade for decades or even hundreds of years. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. The treasures that came out of the Supreme Treasure Chest had never disappointed him. Then, he sensed the promotional energy in his body and a strange expression appeared on his face. So this is how it reduces the energy of advancement by 90%. In that case, before my strength increases to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade in the future, after I break through every small realm, I will be given 90% of the promotion energy of my original strength realm. Then, I only need to gather the remaining 10% of the promotion energy to increase my strength. Not bad. It's simple and crude. I like it. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. Then, he temporarily did not look at the other rewards. Instead, he took out a skill book of various levels that he had prepared long ago from his spatial ring. Then, he took out a White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade skill book and replaced all the Gold Intermediate Grade skills in his skill list with White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade skills. Looking at his updated skill list, Zhou Zhou smiled. He felt that he had more confidence in surviving in this world. White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Hundreds of White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade skills. Now, he could be considered a low-level expert in this world. Then, he began to look at the information of the new building Elemental Spirit Array. He realized that it was indeed as he had felt. It could provide a blessed land-level cultivation environment for a lord who lived in a beginner-grade lord's paradise. In the Essence Spirit Array, not only could it provide various elemental energy to a lord, but it could also provide life force, spiritual energy, soul energy, and promotion energy. In such an environment, a lord could greatly increase the strength of his body and soul and finally reach the goal of increasing his strength. It seems that after the lord's territory developed to the White Platinum Tier level, the Supreme will begin to pay attention to the increase in the lord's personal strength. Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Zhou's mind. Then, he did not think too much about it and looked at the requirements for the territory to continue leveling up. Construction upgrade, 100 million units of wood, 100 million units of fine sand, 100 million units of metal, 100 million units of stone, 100 White Platinum Tier Mist Core, 1000 Origin Crystals, 10,000 units of basic elemental gems, 1000 advanced elemental gems, 1 White Platinum Tier City, 10 White Platinum Tier Lifestyle Professionals, 100 White Platinum Tier Military Professionals, 1 white platinum tier territory token. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. When the territory level reached the white platinum tier, there were actually so many requirements to level up. Not only did he need basic materials, origin crystals, mist core, and territory tokens. They even needed high-level elemental gems. They also had requirements for the number of lifestyle professionals and military professionals. Zhou Zhou thought about it and realized that his other requirements could be met, especially in terms of basic elemental gems. He had just obtained a medium-sized basic elemental gem mine that contained 5 million units today. It had already been placed in the territory for A2 to lead its Ox Demon subjects and other Blazing Sun City subjects to mine. He should not be lacking in basic elemental gems for a long time. Which meant he only had high-level elemental gems now and could not meet the leveling requirements for the time being. There were 3 types of high-level elemental gems. They were Thunder Element Gems, Life Element Gems, and Death Element Gems. He did not have to worry about the Thunder Element Gems. This was because the violent storm demon spirit in his monster ranch could produce more than 10,000 Thunder Element Gems every day. However, Zhou Zhou had never come into contact with the Life Elemental Gem and the Death Elemental Gem. Zhou Zhou scratched his head. He originally thought that since his strength had increased so much and he had so many high-level territory tokens, it should be a simple matter to increase the level of his territory. He did not expect twists and turns again. It seems that as the territory level increases, the materials and requirements needed to upgrade the territory have also increased. Zhou Zhou frowned. Chapter 406, Talent Danger Prediction. There were suddenly so many upgrade requirements for the White Platinum tier territory. It would probably start asking for Divine Kingdom tier upgrade materials when he reached the Epic tier, Legendary tier, or even the Divine Kingdom level. It seemed that he had to pay more attention to high-level materials in the future and prepare for the upgrade of his territory in the future. Then, he thought for a moment and opened the marketplace to set up a transaction to buy Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems. Now, it was time to see if the lords of the Cerulean planet could give him some surprises. There were lords all over the Cerulean planet. Perhaps some lucky lords would be able to encounter high-level elemental gems. In addition, it was already late and it was not convenient for him to go out. Tomorrow, he could go to the Aurora Kingdom again and ask King Li Yuangan if he had any Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems. Even though the huge Aurora Kingdom was on the verge of destruction, there should be a high chance of obtaining some high-level elemental gems. After that, he came to the Gate of Summoning and spent 6 million units of basic materials and 6,000 yellow gold tier mist cores to upgrade it to the white platinum tier elementary grade. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier elementary grade building. You can summon plus 100 subjects every day. You will summon 50 professionals from the subjects every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer V, you can summon 1,425 subjects every day. You will summon 55 professionals every day. Moreover, 5 of the professionals will have the same level as your territory. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The number of subjects that the Gate of Summoning could summon was also becoming more and more exaggerated under the enhancement of Glory of the Pioneer V. He was getting more and more satisfied with the benefits of being the number 1 lord of the Cerulean planet. After that, he returned to the side of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise and walked to the Lord's shop. At this moment, Zhou Jinmin was knitting a sweater with a smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to what the sweater would look like after it was knitted. Old Zhou, have my merchandise arrived? Zhou Zhou asked. Zhou Jinmin was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Yes, they're here. He put down his sweater with a smile and stood up. He went to the counter and took out a jade box from under the counter. Then, he opened the box. Inside was a purple crystal that contained his talent. My lord, what do you think? Old Zhou asked. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He picked up the purple crystal and looked at the item information. It was Xiao Xian's talent crystal danger prediction. Talent, danger prediction. Talent effect. This creature has a certain chance of sensing danger before it descends and avoiding disaster. Zhou Zhou looked at the talent crystal and his heart burned. The effect of this talent could be said to be vividly displayed by Xiao Xian in today's final battlefield. It could be said that, with this talent, as long as Zhou Zhou did not take the initiative to court death, it would be very difficult for him to encounter any danger. Even if danger suddenly appeared, he could use danger prediction to obtain a certain preemptive reaction time. Zhou Zhou was not very interested in enhancement products, but he really liked such life-saving products from the bottom of his heart. How much? Zhou Zhou asked. 10 legendary tier mist cores and a low-tier deity level territory token. Of course, my lord can also give me 20 legendary tier mist cores directly. Old Zhou smiled. A pained expression flashed across Zhou Zhou's face. It was a good talent. But it was really expensive. Can't it be cheaper? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. No. Old Zhou shook his head without hesitation. Zhou Qinglan changed the topic just as he was feeling a little disappointed. However, discount cards might appear amongst the products that appear in the Lord's shop in the future. If the Lord is lucky enough to encounter a discount card, he can buy it. At that time, if he encounters expensive products, he can buy them at a lower price. Discount card? Was it similar to the specified subject commodity card? Zhou Zhou thought. He nodded and took out 20 legendary tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag and handed them to the other party. Then, after bidding farewell to Zhou Qinmen, he returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. On the way, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel his heart ache. That was a total of 20 legendary tier mist cores. Even top-notch lords with the heritage of their race might not have 20 legendary tier mist cores at this stage, what more the current lords of the cerulean planet. He had spent it just like that. It might be worth it, but Zhou Zhou could still feel the pain. I have to find other ways to make up for it. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he opened the marketplace and set up a transaction. He took 3 million skill books and another 3 million equipment from his gains in the final battlefield today and threw them onto the market. His territory and the Star Alliance could not digest these skill books and equipment for the time being. In that case, he might as well throw them into the marketplace to prepare the funds for the goods in the Lord's shop tomorrow. After some thought, he called over a starry night and boarded it. "Welcome, my lord," Wenya said respectfully as soon as Zhou Zhou boarded the ship. "Wenya, do you remember what I told you before about mass-producing the spacecraft?" Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. "I remember. Wenya has already started working on it." Wenya immediately replied. "How's it going?" "Wenya has already discussed with Vice City Lord Zheng. We will begin to purchase the materials to build the spaceship factory at the marketplace through Linger and Nongqinglan. After the material acquisition is completed, Wenya can build the spaceship factory immediately and start mass-producing Starry Night or Black Ghost." Zhou Zhou nodded. He was looking forward to it. With a large number of Starry Nights, Blazing Sun Territory's military, life, business, and other developments would definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. In the warehouse are the remains of the Chaos Energy airdrop gun carriage and modern firearms from our cerulean planet. You have to do research at the same time and strive to let Blazing Sun Territory create it alone as soon as possible. Zhou Zhou said. He had come to look for Wenya to discuss this matter. Starry Night had the function of an extraordinary tier advanced grade research institute. Generally speaking, Starry Night could replicate technology below the extraordinary tier advanced grade through research. "Yes, my lord," Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and chatted with Wenya for a while before flying off the spaceship. Beginner grade Lord's Paradise. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was cultivating Violet Cloud True Gust in the martial arts area of the gym. At this moment, Aaliyah hurried over. "Reporting to my lord. The deputy commander of the Starfire mercenary team, Zhang Lanzheng, requests an audience. They said that they have information about the Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom to report. Aaliyah said respectfully. Let him enter. Zhou Zhou said calmly as he focused on circulating the violet cloud true gust in his body. Yes, my lord. Aaliyah nodded, then turned and left. Chapter 407, News about Taiyan Kingdom and Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou circulated the violet cloud true gust in his body. The promotional energy gathered by the essence spirit array around him continuously surged into his body, causing his strength and realm to begin to increase at a visible speed. Previously, Zhou Zhou had not felt it clearly because he had leveled up his territory outside the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Now that he had returned to the martial arts area that was specially used for martial arts cultivation in this blessed land, he immediately realized that this seemed to be the place with the richest promotion energy in the origin spirit array. At the very least, he had felt 10 times or more of the advancement energy outside the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Originally, with the help of the Calamity Crossing Pill, Lord Exclusive version, he was only a step away from Diamond Tier Elementary grade. Coupled with the blessing of the War God and the shocking enhancement of this Essence Spirit Array, he felt that he would probably be able to break through to Diamond Tier Elementary grade tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou felt a little strange. He had experienced the pain of his lord's strength increasing slowly too many times. This was the first time his strength had increased so quickly. He felt that it was unreal. However, he knew that this was normal, so he naturally wouldn't really worry. At this moment, Zhang Lanzheng was led to Zhou Zhou by Aaliyah. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Lanzheng said respectfully. He looked at Zhou Zhou and was secretly shocked. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's entire body was covered in a dense purple mist. In the mist, Zhou Zhou's immortal-like face could be vaguely seen, as if his lord was an immortal from the sky. Unknowingly, Zhang Lanzheng was subconsciously impressed by this scene. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the lord he followed was the most worthy person in the world. Compared to his lord, the other lords he had seen were simply a troll. How's the situation in the Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom? Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and asked. Reporting to my lord. According to our investigation, ever since the king of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuangan, secretly spread the news that the Aurora Kingdom was attacked by the Taiyan Kingdom to the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom, the Titan Kingdom immediately launched an attack on the Taiyan Kingdom. The Titan Kingdom's army has already invaded the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom and has begun to fight the 600,000 monster army that the Taiyan Kingdom has returned to defend. Now, the Taiyan Kingdom only has 800,000 soldiers left in the Aurora Kingdom. Even though this still gives the Aurora Kingdom a lot of pressure, compared to before, the pressure has been greatly reduced. Zhang Lanzheng said. What about the Nether Bark Kingdom? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. In the Nether Bark Kingdom, the new and old popes are currently being replaced. For this reason, they are currently preparing for the god's bestowment ceremony in the country, so all battle activities have temporarily stopped. Even though some cardinals wanted to postpone the god-bestowing ceremony and prioritize dealing with the Taiyan Kingdom after they learned of the Taiyan Kingdom's attack, this opinion was not approved by the other cardinals. In the end, they still insisted on continuing the god-bestowing ceremony. Zhang Lanzheng was obviously prepared for this information. After hearing Zhou Zhou's question, he answered without hesitation. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This was different from what he had expected. But fortunately, they didn't deploy all the Taiyan Kingdom soldiers back to the Aurora Kingdom even though it was different from what he expected. That also relieved the pressure of the Aurora Kingdom's war. It shouldn't be a problem to hold on for another day or two. Moreover, Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. There were only 800,000 Taiyan soldiers left in the Aurora Kingdom. With his current military strength, he might be able to give the Aurora Kingdom a try. He thought for a while and then looked at Zhang Lanzheng. Well done. How many members do you have in the Starfire mercenary team now? What's your current range of operations? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord. Currently, the Starfire mercenary team has already developed to the size of more than 4,000 people. We have also developed some of the territory of the Underworld Bark Kingdom apart from the Aurora Kingdom's territory. As for the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom, due to the extreme aggro of the subjects in their territory, we have temporarily set up some relatively remote adventurer team bases in these two kingdoms. We have also arranged for about 500 people to secretly investigate the information in their countries. As for the further areas, we only heard that there is a Flame Spirit Kingdom east of the Nether Bark Kingdom. It's said that that place is ruled by the volcanic elves. We haven't sent any adventurer team members there to establish a base and investigate the local information due to the distance and the harsh environment. Zhang Lanzheng said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He hadn't bothered about the Starfire mercenary team for a long time. He was already very satisfied with such results. It's developing well. However, we still have to work harder and achieve more results. Our territory is developing very quickly, so we need more information to pave our future development path in time to prevent us from taking the wrong path in the future. In this regard, the Heavenly Army and the Starfire mercenary team must bear this responsibility. Before you leave later, you can go to Vice City Lord Zheng and apply for 5,000 copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate and 10,000 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores. These are the rewards for your development during this period of time, as well as the development funds for the Starfire mercenary team in the future. I want you to expand the Starfire mercenary team to 50,000 members as soon as possible within a month. If you need the support of Class Change Certificate, funds, equipment, manpower, experts, and other aspects, you can apply to Vice City Lord Zheng with your contributions. As long as you continuously produce results, the territory will be able to provide unlimited support for the development needs of your Starfire mercenary team. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Our Starfire mercenary team will not disappoint you, my lord. When Zhang Lanzheng heard Zhou Zhou's words, he was instantly excited. 5,000 Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificates. 10,000 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores. With so many Kingdom-level Class Change Certificates and funds, the Starfire mercenary team was confident that they could become the #1 adventurer team in the Aurora Kingdom in a short period of time. Not to mention the promise that the Lord said he could support infinitely. Unlimited support. Just by listening, Zhang Lanzheng could tell that these words contained a rich and imposing aura. Towards this, Zhang Lanzheng felt that it was great to have such a rich boss. After that, Zhou Zhou and Zhang Lanzheng chatted more about the Starfire mercenary team before Zhang Lanzheng bade farewell and left. Zhou Zhou did not continue cultivating the Violet Cloud True Gust after he left. Instead, he called Aliyah and her sister over. Aliyah, Atli, call Mugu, Zhang Fugui and Carol Moli over. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The two sisters respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. Chapter 408, Improvement on the Lord Talent. A moment later, Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli were brought to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. The three of them said respectfully. Tell me about your improvements. Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. The three of them looked at each other. Then, Mugu stood up and said respectfully. Reporting to my lord, after my territory advanced to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, my strength also increased to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. My various skills also increased to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Moreover, the number of monster ranches that he could manage had already reached 13. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 3,500 to 5,000. The upper limit of the monsters that can be nurtured has also increased to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. Build the 2 monster ranches first. These 2 new monster ranches will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirits before we manage to find a suitable cultivation target. He said. Zhou Zhou had also become picky since the appearance of a monster like the violent storm demon spirit that could drop kingdom-level combat class. This is also because Zhou Zhou had killed many fog monsters and seen thousands of spoils of war. He no longer cared about the drops of ordinary monsters. Only those fog monsters that could drop extremely valuable loots or those that could drop kingdom level or even higher soldier types could catch his eye. Therefore, during this period of time, most of his monster ranch was used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit without adding new fog monsters. Still, Zhou Zhou suddenly had a new idea with the establishment of the Star Alliance. With the spatial teleportation array that could connect the various main territories, he could order the members of the alliance to hunt the fog monsters around their territory and send them to him. Then, he could obtain a large number of samples of monster loots. When the time comes, he could take advantage of it and use the monster ranches to nurture them. This was much more convenient than him trying his luck to choose monsters from the monster ranches alone. However, he did not do this immediately. Instead, he continued to listen to the reports of the three people in front of him. After Mu Gu finished his report, he automatically retreated. Then, Zhang Fugui stood up with a smile. Reporting to my lord. The number of mysterious vendors in our mysterious caravan has now increased from 250 to 500. All the mysterious merchants' abilities have been upgraded to white platinum tier elementary grade. The number of our carriages has also increased from 150 to 300. In addition, each of us was given a mysterious business ring with a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters by the Supreme Will. It can be used to transport a large number of goods. This is the entire improvement of our mysterious caravan. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. It was personally bestowed by the Supreme Will. Who wouldn't be confused by this background? Furthermore, the advancement of the mysterious caravan was within his expectations. In the end, every mysterious merchant obtained a spatial ring that was 10,000 cubic meters. He was very envious. His Emperor of Sand's spatial ring was only 500 cubic meters. The storage volume of any mysterious merchant's mysterious merchant ring was 20 times the size of his spatial ring. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou hesitated. Zhang Fugui looked at his lord's expression and smiled. Then, he suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh, it's a pity that only us mysterious merchant can use our mysterious business rings. Otherwise, we would definitely offer these rings to my lord. After all, my lord is in charge of the entire Blazing Sun territory. Only my lord can bring out the greatest effect of our mysterious business rings." With that, he even took the initiative to take off the mysterious business ring on his thumb. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but take a look. In the end, he realized that this mysterious business ring was like a big thumb ring. Its entire body was black and gold, emitting a faint black and gold light, highlighting the aura of a rich man. At the same time, the exclusive mysterious merchant described in the information of the mysterious business ring also made Zhou Zhou lose interest. Ahem. Since it's given to you by the Supreme Will, use it well. We still have enough power in our territory. Zhou Zhou cleared his throat. This old fellow. How did he know what he wanted to say at a glance? Zhang Fugui smiled and nodded before retreating. Carol Molly walked to Zhou Zhou in a gorgeous red robe with white edges and a red high hat. Reporting to my lord. After our territory was upgraded to the white platinum tier elementary grade, the shelter of the Goddess of Life also upgraded to the white platinum tier elementary grade. We now have 50 clergymen, 50 priests, 100 nuns, and 100 life paladins in the shelter. In addition, the strength of all the clergymen has also increased to the white platinum tier elementary grade. And my strength has also increased from diamond tier intermediate grade to extraordinary tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The shelter of the Goddess of Life had received an astonishing improvement. There were a total of 5,000 white platinum tier professionals. Even if they did not do anything, just camping in the territory could make him confident enough to go out and fight without worrying about any accidents in the territory. Not to mention that Carol Molly had also advanced to extraordinary tier elementary grade. This not only greatly increased her strength. This also meant that if Zhou Zhou could obtain Holy Spirit level faith divine crystals in the future, he would be able to resurrect heroes who were extraordinary tier elementary grade when they were alive. Thinking of heroes, Zhou Zhou naturally still remembered that he had 2 hero inheritances that he had yet to use. One was the heroic inheritance of the Ghost God General. This inheritance was already placed in the military merit exchange system. If a soldier's military merit reached 100,000 points, they could directly exchange for it. The candidates should probably be out within a day or 2. The second was an extraordinary tier heroic spirit inheritance slot at the Night Temple. Zhou Zhou already had a rough idea of the candidates for this spot. After that, he chatted with Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly for a while before the 3 of them left. After the 3 of them left, Zhou Zhou opened the Star Alliance's chat group and posted that he wanted the corpses of various races and fog monsters near their territory. Lord of the Blazing Sun, all lords can come to Blazing Sun City to collect the golden corpse water used to preserve corpses. In addition, after the corpses of the various fog-like monsters found by the lords are sent to me, you can receive mist cores as a reward. Lord of the Blazing Sun, if the monster's corpse is more valuable to me, I will give you an additional reward. This was the first time the lords had received a quest from the Star Alliance. Furthermore, this quest was not difficult and there were rewards, so they did not resist and agreed readily. When Zhou Zhou saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was indeed much more convenient and efficient to have many lord subordinates helping him. At this moment, a notification came from the marketplace. It was because the deal he had announced earlier had been completed. Already? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows in surprise. That was a total of 3 million skill books and 3 million pieces of equipment. How long had it been? All of them had already been sold? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. The final battlefield must have given the lords of Cerulean Planet a sense of urgency, so they wanted to make the best use of their time to increase the strength of their territory. That was why all his goods were sold so quickly. He stopped thinking about it and opened the transaction results. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Trade result, 12,599,651,240 black iron tier mist cores. Chapter 409, Green Phoenix Lord's Territory. The results of the Lords using Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou could not help but rub his eyes. He looked at it a few more times to confirm that it wasn't wrong. More than 12.5 billion black iron tier mist cores. It would be a total of 125 legendary tier mist cores if he were to transform all of them into legendary tier mist cores. Awesome! Zhou Zhou was elated. Great! He should have the financial resources to buy the goods in the Lord's shop in the next few days if nothing went wrong. At this moment, Aliyah walked over again. My lord! Legion Commander Bai Yun and Vice City Lord Zhang Yuankai request an audience. Let them in. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and nodded. Yes. Aliyah said respectfully, then turned around and left. Soon, Bai Yun and Zhang Yuankai came to Zhou Zhou together. Greetings, my lord. The 2 of them said respectfully and led the way. Now that Zhang Yuankai had consumed the Blood Honey King cake, his appearance and condition had completely returned to their peak. Zhou Zhou realized that the other party's mental state was clearly different from before. He was like a wise man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life but was filled with calmness and hope for the future. Reporting to my lord. I've already done my research on the city information of Green Phoenix City. This is the specific situation, my lord. Please take a look. After saying that, Zhang Yuankai handed a document to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. A moment later, he frowned slightly. This document recorded the development of the Green Phoenix City. Just as the Green Phoenix Lord had told him before, her territory indeed only had 412 combat-type professionals, and there were only 32 life profession subjects. There were a lot of professional subjects, a total of 13,241. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, there was only one thought in his mind. Ridiculous. This Green Phoenix Lord really relied on his own strength to forcefully hold up the entire Green Phoenix city. With this strength, to put it bluntly, it was a little difficult to survive the Novice Lord test back then. However, it had actually existed until now. It could be seen how much effort the Green Phoenix Lord had put in to protect this village. Other than this information, Zhou Zhou also saw a message. In the northeast of the Green Phoenix Lord, there was actually an empire-level Lord faction. This empire was called the Blood Hidden Empire. It was actually an empire established by the vampires. It's actually an empire faction of vampires. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The bloodline that his chaos humans had absorbed still contained a vampire Viscount bloodline. If I have time in the future, I can make a trip to this vampire empire to improve my vampire bloodline and chaos human bloodline. Zhou Zhou thought. My lord, when I went to Green Phoenix City today, I discovered that some of the subjects in Green Phoenix City seem to be used to the protection of the Green Phoenix Lord and don't have much thoughts of working hard. How are we going to treat these subjects of Green Phoenix City? Zhang Yuankai asked. Tell those subjects that our Blazing Sun territory doesn't raise idlers. Other than the old, weak, sick, and disabled subjects, or families with only one strong man left, if the other Green Phoenix City subjects are willing to become combat-type professionals, we can provide them with class change certificates for combat-type classes below the kingdom level for free so that they can successfully become professionals. The other subjects who are unwilling to go to the battlefield can help the lifestyle professionals. They're in desperate need of help. Zhou Zhou said. It was impossible to raise idlers. This was not a peaceful era without war. Without the oppression of war, people could freely choose their own way of life. This high continent was filled with war. Danger was everywhere. Either you kill me or I kill you. Even Zhou Zhou was not sure if he could survive the next day. Therefore, when he protected the subjects of Green Phoenix City, he would naturally ask them to contribute to him. This was what he had told his first batch of subjects when he built Blazing Sun City. This was also the common rule of the lords in the high continent. No lord would raise an idler. No subject would think that this rule was wrong. After all, compared to work, it was better than losing his life on the battlefield. Furthermore, Zhou Zhou felt that his soldiers and subjects were already treated quite well. Especially the soldiers. Not only was there a military merit exchange system with rich rewards, furthermore, because of the military formation and the clergymen in the shelter, Zhou Zhou's soldiers had not had a death record for a long time. Even if the soldiers were injured on the battlefield, they could quickly be treated by potions, doctors, or clerics. And all the fees were provided free of charge by the territory. Coupled with the blessing of the war god, it could be said that, as his soldier, there was no danger at all. Going to the battlefield was to increase one's strength and obtain military merits. Zhou Zhou felt that the treatment of his soldiers could not be said to be the best among the endless lords in the high continent, but it should be one of the best. If the subjects of other countries knew about the treatment of the Blazing Sun territory's soldiers, they would probably cry and beg to come. Yes, my lord. Zhang Yuankai said calmly. Clearly, he also approved of Zhou Zhou's handling of the matter. Then, he chatted with Zhou Zhou for a while more before turning around to leave. My lord. I've just led the soldiers to the triumphal arch. Moreover, the lords of the Star Alliance have already brought over 20% of the soldiers after the Insight defection. I've already integrated them into the monster army. Bai Yun reported respectfully. Then, she took out 2 lists and handed them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. The first was about the results of the Insight defection of the Lords of the Star Alliance. These 311 lords who had mastered Insight defection, including Linger and Nongqinglin, had brought back a total of 97,532 fog monsters for his Insight defection. Moreover, more than 40,000 of the monster soldiers were 20% of the troops that the 30 to 40 lords had brought back from the incite defection on the final battlefield. The remaining 200 lords added up to only 50,000 monster soldiers who had incite defection. Zhou Zhou was not surprised by this number. The lord factions of these lord members were relatively weak after all. The strongest enemy factions they could come into contact with were mostly Black Iron Tier and Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord factions. The forces of the Scarlet Lords were at most 5,000 to 6,000. The members of the Lords could only instigate 400 to 500 incite defections and 500 to 600 fog monsters. If he took out 20% of the monsters that had been turned around and handed it to him, it would only be 100 to 200 yuan. With that in mind, 97,532 fog monsters was already a good harvest. Furthermore, this harvest was very easy. He just had to wait for the alliance members to deliver themselves to his door every day. Most importantly, as the alliance masters' strength increased, the enemies they faced would also become stronger and stronger. The number of soldiers who would turn the tables would also increase, and the number of subordinates he would obtain would also increase. Thinking of this beautiful future, Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to it. Chapter 410, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Impatient Lords. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the next report. This was the report list of the soldiers' increase in strength after using the Triumphal Arch. He now had a total of 619,952 soldiers. After passing through the Triumphal Arch, the strength of more than 110,000 soldiers had increased. Therefore, Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army had a total of 43,202 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 241,529 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 142,825 of White Silver Tier. 131,250 of Yellow Gold Tier. 59,633 of White Platinum Tier. 1,513 of Diamond Tier. 6 Extraordinary Tier. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The Triumphal Arch was indeed a good thing. Then, he suddenly thought of something and suddenly opened the attribute panel of the Triumphal Arch. His gaze landed on its architectural effect. Construction Blueprint Effect Triumph Glory. When the Lord and his military professionals subject return victorious after the war and pass through the Triumphal Arch, if the promotion energy in the Lord and his military professionals subject has already accumulated to more than 80%, there is a 50% chance of directly obtaining the promotion energy that is lacking and directly obtaining a breakthrough in strength realm. The promotion energy in my body has reached 90%. Can I use this Triumphal Arch to directly make up for my remaining 10%? Zhou Zhou couldn't help but think after seeing the effect of the Triumph Glory. He did not think for long. He called Bai Yun and left the beginner grade Lord's Paradise, arriving at the Triumphal Arch. Zhou Zhou looked at the holy Triumphal Arch in front of him, took a deep breath, and walked over. The moment he walked to the Triumphal Arch, the Triumphal Arch suddenly lit up with golden light. Then, a gentle energy suddenly surged into his body from all directions and entered his heart. Then, with his heart as the center of operation, it surged into his limbs and bones, strengthening his body and soul strength. Soon. Boom! A comfortable feeling surged into Zhou Zhou's heart as if he had broken through a bottleneck. Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. With the help of the Triumphal Arch, he broke through the bottleneck of the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade and reached the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou was delighted. He actually did it. This was not the end. After the Triumphal Arch assisted him in advancing to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, it stopped providing him with promotion energy. However, at this moment, the medicinal power of the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill hidden in various parts of Zhou Zhou's body seemed to sense that Zhou Zhou had advanced. It immediately turned into majestic promotion energy that surged into various parts of his body and soul, strengthening his physical and soul strength again. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and accepted the enhancement of the energy. A moment later, when he felt that the promotion energy in his body had reached 90% again, this strengthening gradually stopped. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face as he sensed the astonishing power of the diamond tier elementary grade in his body. In less than 2 hours, his strength had increased from yellow gold tier advanced grade straight to diamond tier elementary grade. If others heard this, they would probably think that it was a fantasy. However, it really happened to him. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Then, Zhou Zhou looked up at the triumphal arch. Triumphal arch. A moment later, Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity that the triumphal arch did not send any more promotional energy to improve himself. It seemed that he could only win another battle tomorrow and then return to continue improving his strength through the triumphal arch. While there was only a 50% chance that this kind of triumphal arch enhancement would happen, however, if he was lucky, his strength could break through to diamond tier advanced grade in a few days. At this moment, Bai Yun, who had been watching from the side the entire time, was completely stunned. She clearly remembered that her lord was only at yellow gold tier advanced grade in the final battlefield. She did not expect her lord's strength had broken through to white platinum tier advanced grade when she returned to the territory. Now, he had actually advanced again and directly broke through to the diamond tier elementary grade. She was in a daze. What kind of godly improvement was this? However, it was a good thing that her lord's strength had increased. She did not give it too much thought even though she was shocked. Zhou Zhou saw the expression on Bai Yun's face when he walked from the triumphal arch to her side. He smiled and did not explain. After saying a few simple words to her, he returned to his beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou took out a set of diamond tier elementary grade skill books and learnt them. When he saw the updated skill list, a smile appeared on his face. It felt so good to increase his strength. Zhou Zhou took a look at the transaction he had posted on the marketplace before he went to bed. He discovered that he had bought 103 life elemental gems and 14 death elemental gems, which spent a total of 117 yellow gold tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou shook his head. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Aurora Kingdom tomorrow to ask about these 2 elemental gems. After that, he went to bed to rest. The next day, 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Zhou woke up on time. It was not time to summon his clansmen yet, and the monsters in the monster ranches had not been completely nurtured. On the other hand, the World Channel and the Star Alliance chat group had already become lively. The lords of the Star Alliance were especially energetic. "Did you guys sleep last night?" "I didn't sleep last night. I was waiting to use Insight Defection again today." "Me too. The Insight Defection last night was really satisfying. My territory directly turned around more than 1,000 monsters, including 4 yellow gold tier monster soldiers. All my soldiers added up to only more than 700. Using Insight Defection once had directly doubled my military strength. I'm envious. You probably instigated an Insight Defection on the final battlefield." "It wasn't my turn at that time. When I returned, I could only instigate an Insight Defection on a green bronze tier Scarlet Lord's territory around my territory. In the end, I only instigated an Insight Defection on more than 200 monster soldiers. However, I'm also very satisfied. I tried them out last night. These monster soldiers are so fierce. They're not afraid of death at all when they fight, and they're very strong. Sob sob sob, it wasn't my turn yesterday. I wonder if it'll be my turn today. Is the Alliance Master sleeping now? I wonder when we'll go to the final battlefield again today. He should be resting." Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw the content of the chat. It seemed that after the Insight Defection, these lords began to be enthusiastic about going to the final battlefield. He began to type. "Lord of the Blazing Sun, I have something to do. I'll bring you to the final battlefield after 7 o'clock. Don't be anxious. There will be an opportunity for Insight Defection. Long live the Alliance Master! Is the Alliance Master staying up late too? I hope it's my turn today. Zhou Zhou stopped looking. After closing the chat group, he boarded Starry Night with 10,000 white platinum tier soldiers, 500 diamond rank soldiers, 3 extraordinary tier soldiers, Bai Yun and Nazario, and flew straight to the Aurora Kingdom. Chapter 411, Titan Kingdom's Advanced Gem Resources. In the sky, one Starry Night was speeding towards the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. With Starry Night's current speed, it would only take half an hour at most to travel from Blazing Sun City to the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. In addition, he also wanted to see the current situation in the various regions of the Aurora Kingdom, so he did not use the spatial teleportation array to travel there. Still, when Zhou Zhou sat in the Starry Night's captain's cabin and looked at the situation of the Aurora Kingdom's territory on the virtual screen in front of him, he could not help but fall silent. The city buildings had turned into ruins. Countless corpses of Aurora Kingdom subjects littered the ground. Their deaths were tragic, causing one to feel a chill in their hearts. The closer he got to the capital of the Aurora Kingdom, the more such situations occurred. At the end, Zhou Zhou came to a conclusion that made his heart sink. Most of the cities and subjects in the Aurora Kingdom had probably perished in the war. At the same time, Bai Yun was also behind Zhou Zhou, looking at the virtual screen in front of him. While she couldn't bear to watch, she was also a little puzzled. I can understand why the Taiyan Kingdom chose to massacre the city. The Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord have always been on opposing sides. It's almost impossible for them to coexist after all. But why did they destroy the city like this? Aren't they going to occupy this place? She asked doubtfully. To the fog monsters. Some of the blueprint buildings could also be used. The Taiyan Kingdom's current war strategy should focus on speed. They want to take down the entire Aurora Kingdom as soon as possible. That's why they didn't pay attention to preserving the buildings in the city when they attacked. They should be a little anxious after being attacked by the Titan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said. Bai Yun nodded in realization, but felt a little regretful instantly. In these destroyed cities, every city had a large number of life profession buildings and other types of blueprint buildings. These buildings are arguably the most valuable property in the city. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed just like that. Bai Yun shook her head and stopped thinking about it. A moment later, Aurora Kingdom King's City. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw a huge change in the scene. Not only were there fewer residents, most of the remaining residents also looked uneasy. More than half of the shops in the capital had been closed. It looked rather desolate. It was not as prosperous as the first time he came the day before yesterday. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yi and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. He almost couldn't recognize that this was the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. It should be because the news of the Taiyan Kingdom's offensive had reached the capital that it became like this, right? Zhou Zhou thought. He pursed his lips and his gaze became firm. He wanted to grow stronger and not let this happen to his territory. He then asked Wenya to stop the flying ship in a remote place and let everyone out. Then, it was just like the last time he came. Nazario was responsible for patrolling the sky above the capital to protect himself. 10,000 white platinum tier soldiers and 500 diamond rank soldiers were hiding near the capital's gate, waiting for the signal to rush out at any time to protect them. Bai Yun and the 3 subordinates of the extraordinary tier elementary grade monsters followed him into the capital. The general guarding the capital had obviously received orders from his superiors. When he saw Zhou Zhou arrive, he immediately politely invited him and his subordinates to the palace for a meeting. Zhou Zhou and the others naturally did not refuse. They followed the guardian into the palace and saw Li Yuangan in a palace called the Heaven and Earth Palace. At this moment, even though Li Yuangan still looked young, his expression was serious. He was not much happier about this matter. On the contrary, at this moment, he was not in a good mood facing the increasingly serious war situation in the country. However, when he saw Zhou Zhou, Bai Yi and the others enter, he was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Then, he asked. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how is my daughter? Liya is still asleep. I can't save her for the time being. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystals were not so easy to obtain. Even if he had the mythical tear, the only Lord talent, like the King of Lutes, he still had to rely on luck to obtain it. Li Yuangan's expression darkened when he heard that, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and said, It's fine. Just take it slow. Currently, Zhou Zhou was his only hope of saving his daughter. In addition, he knew that the other party really wanted to save his daughter, so he did not want to give the other party too much pressure. Zhou Zhou nodded and got down to business. Your Majesty, we came here today mainly for two things. The first thing is the special method I used last time. I plan to do it again today. Li Yuangan's eyes lit up. He had not forgotten the magical incident where the other party had only raised his right hand and reduced the pressure of the attack they faced. Second thing. I just want to ask if you have any life elemental gems and death elemental gems here. I can buy them. Zhou Zhou said. Life elemental gems and death elemental gems? Yes. However, most of the gems were used to upgrade my territory. There's not much left. Li Yuangan only thought for a moment before giving an answer. As long as you have it. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Li Yuangan nodded and called an eunuch over. Yuanji, go to the National Treasury and get all the remaining life elemental gems and death elemental gems. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Yuanji nodded and left respectfully. Your Majesty, where did you get these life elemental gems and death elemental gems? Zhou Zhou asked curiously while the other party was getting the gems. This gemstone was plundered from the territory of our Aurora Kingdom during the war with the Titan Kingdom. Under the civilization of the Titan Kingdom's race, there are many rare minerals in the territory that they don't know how to use. As a result, they have wasted a large number of good resources. If it weren't for the fact that their physical talent was too outstanding and completely erased the previous combat strength gap between us, their Titan Kingdom would have long been divided up by the surrounding kingdom-level forces. Li Yuangan shook his head. Are there no life elemental gems or death elemental gems elsewhere? Zhou Zhou asked. No. Li Yuangan shook his head without hesitation. The Aurora Kingdom had been standing in this region for hundreds of years. They could still give an affirmative answer to this matter. What if only the Titan Kingdom had the mineral resources of the life elemental gems and the death elemental gems? Wouldn't it be coveted by the surrounding kingdom-level forces? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The life elemental gems and the death elemental gems were important resources for the White Platinum Tier territory to continue leveling up. Any ambitious lord would not watch helplessly as these resources were right in front of them and not choose to obtain them. Chapter 412, Power Overlord Talent Owner Zheng Yu. It was like this at first. Li Yuangan nodded emotionally and agreed with Zhou Zhou. However, the Titan Kingdom is very strong. Their physical bodies are incomparably strong from birth, and their combat talent is extremely high. At its peak, it could even fight against the three kingdoms, Aurora Kingdom, Taiyan Kingdom, and Nether Bark Kingdom. It even defeated three kingdoms. Even though the other party suffered heavy casualties in the end, the other party's powerful body and natural combat talent made us not dare to act rashly. Later on, our Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom had no other choice. In the end, we chose to fight head-on to plunder the high-level elemental gem resources in their territory. The Nether Bark Kingdom chose to cooperate with the Titan Kingdom and obtain these two high-level elemental gem resources. Actually, the reason for our war is not only because of the high-level elemental gem resources. Apart from the hatred accumulated over hundreds of years of war, the Titan Kingdom itself is a race that loves to wage wars. In addition, they are born to love to devour the flesh and blood of life forms. Therefore, nearly 1 million human subjects are devoured and killed by the Titans every year in the border territories of the Aurora Kingdom. Anger flashed across Li Yuangan's eyes as he spoke. When he was young, he had once led troops out to fight. He had seen an extraordinary tier Titan hero with his own eyes. It devoured more than 100,000 people in an entire town with a single bite. That nightmare-like scene was something he could not forget for decades. After experiencing dozens of similar incidents of all sizes, he decided to make destroying the Titans his mission for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, a hint of self-deprecation flashed across his eyes. He could not even protect himself, yet he still wanted to destroy the other party? The most ridiculous thing was, the reason why the pressure of the war on their side was relieved was all thanks to the Titan Kingdom's support. Fate really made fools of people. So that was how it was. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Li Yuangan's words outlined a strategic relationship map of the four kingdoms in his mind. It seemed that he would have to deal with this Titan Kingdom in the future in order to upgrade his territory. Zhou Zhou thought. At this moment, Eunuch Yuanji came over. Your Majesty, these are all the life elemental gems and death elemental gems in the treasury. He said respectfully. Give them all to the Lord of the Blazing Sun beside you. Li Yuangan said. Eunuch Yuanji was stunned. Then, he silently handed a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked inside after recognizing it as his master. This was a spatial ring with 25 cubic meters. There was a small pile of green gems and a small pile of black gems inside. They were life elemental gems and the death elemental gems. Zhou Zhou counted and realized that there were 512 life elemental gems and 633 death elemental gems. Zhou Zhou was delighted at first, but then he thought of something and frowned slightly. The upgrade requirement for his territory was 1,000 high-level elemental gems each. There were naturally enough thunder element gems. However, the other two elemental gems were still not enough even with these. He opened the marketplace and looked at the transaction he had announced previously. After a night of acquisition, he had already bought 355 life elemental gems and 212 death elemental gems. I still need 133 life elemental gems and 155 death elemental gems. Zhou Zhou calculated in his heart and nodded. At this speed, he might be able to collect all the gem resources in the upgraded territory tonight or tomorrow morning. At that time, he could directly upgrade his territory. I can buy each of these high-level elemental gems with a white platinum tier mist core. Can your Majesty accept it? Zhou Zhou asked. Li Yuangan shook his head. You've done me and my kingdom a huge favor. What are some high-level elemental gems? If you need them, I'll give them all to you. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he agreed and did not refuse. After that, Zhou Zhou and the others did not chat with Li Yuangan about anything else. After knowing that the Aurora Kingdom's war was currently in a diamond-tier regional territory, the Mighty Kingdom, they brought everyone and used the spatial teleportation array to arrive at the Mighty Kingdom. Mighty Kingdom. Spatial teleportation array. A black spaceship with star-like light spots on its surface suddenly appeared above the spatial teleportation array as a silver-white light flashed. It was the Starry Night. Then, the hatch under the Starry Night opened, and a white light shone on the ground. Then, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Li Yuangan, and the others flew down from the spaceship along with the white light. This is the first time I've been on a spaceship in my life. This should be a technological creation of the Machina race, right? After Li Yuangan landed steadily on the ground, he felt a little emotional and asked curiously. Your Majesty, have you seen the technological creations of the Machina race before? Zhou Zhou nodded and asked curiously. I've seen some, but they're all low-end technology. They're not as advanced as your spaceship. As for the Machina race, I've never seen them before. Li Yuangan said. At this moment, a thin bald general with obvious muscles walked over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lord of the Blazing Sun. he said respectfully. And this is? Zhou Zhou asked. His name is Zheng Yu. It's the city lord of the mighty kingdom and one of the generals of my Aurora kingdom. He's not simple. He's the owner of our Aurora kingdom's strongest lord talent, the Power Overlord. The Power Overlord has a diamond tier lord talent. As long as he trains it, his strength can constantly increase. Zheng Yu became a lord as soon as he reached adulthood. More than 30 years have passed. He persists in training his strength every day. In terms of strength, even the 3 heroes of our Aurora kingdom can't compare to this boorish fellow. Li Yuangan smiled. Zheng Yu did not say anything and only scratched his bald head in embarrassment. Call him City Lord Zheng. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he immediately smiled and extended his hand in a handshake. Zheng Yu was stunned. However, even though he had never seen such etiquette before, he still tried to reach out and shake Zhou Zhou's hand. Zhou Zhou smiled. Master Thief's robbery gloves. Activate. A virtual screen immediately appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It displayed the various items that Zheng Yu could steal and the corresponding success rate. There was no doubt. The success rate was above 90%. Zhou Zhou scanned it briefly before his gaze landed on the other party's Diamond Tier Lord Talent fragment. He realized that there were a total of 4 Diamond Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. There was nothing to say. He would steal it directly. After the theft was successful, Zhou Zhou smiled and retracted his hand. Awesome! Now, there were only 6 Diamond Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments left to upgrade the blessing of the War God. This is the etiquette of meeting friends from our hometown. I hope General Zheng doesn't mind. Zhou Zhou retracted his right hand and smiled as usual. Zheng Yu did not feel like he had lost anything at all. He immediately shook his head and said, Lord of the Blazing Sun, you're too kind. How can I mind? All right, let's get down to business. How's the battle going? Li Yuangan interrupted. Your Majesty, we just repelled a round of their offensive. According to the other party's attack habits, the next round of offensive will probably begin in half an hour. Li Yuangan and Zhou Zhou nodded. Especially Zhou Zhou. In half an hour. I wonder how many monster subordinates I can instigate using insight defection this time. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 413, Bai Yun's Arrow, 1. How are the immortal Xiaoyang and the Heavenly Light Knight? Li Yuangan asked. The Heavenly Light Knights are supervising the battle. As for immortal Xiaoyang, because previously, the Ice Soul Arrow Demon Wuxin appeared on the battlefield and wanted to slaughter our soldiers. Later on, immortal Xiaoyang and the Heavenly Light Knight attacked together to stop the other party. However, immortal Xiaoyang was injured by an arrow from the other party's sneak attack. However, it's only a medium-level injury and his life is not in danger. However, immortal Xiaoyang shouldn't be able to enter the battlefield again for the time being. Zheng Yu said. Xiaoyang is injured? Where is he now? Li Yuangan immediately asked anxiously. Immortal Xiaoyang and the Heavenly Light Knight were 2 of the 3 heroes of the Aurora Kingdom. There was also a hero called the Dark Spirit Mage who was killed by the joint sneak attack of the other party's 3 Scarlet Heroes in a previous battle against the invasion of the Taiyan Kingdom. The death of the Dark Spirit Mage had already made Li Yuangan extremely sad. He did not expect to receive this news again. How could he not be anxious? Immortal Xiaoyang is resting in a temporary residence. I can bring His Majesty there. Zheng Yu said. Li Yuangan nodded and was about to walk away when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhou Zhou and asked, Do you want to go with me? I can introduce you to Immortal Xiaoyang. Let's meet again next time. I still have something urgent to do. I'll leave immediately after using my methods here. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Li Yuangan shook his head regretfully. It was unknown if it was a pity that he did not bring Zhou Zhou to see Immortal Xiaoyang or if it was a pity that he could not see Zhou Zhou's magical methods again. Zheng Yu, you don't have to accompany me. Just find a trustworthy subordinate who knows the location and bring me there. As for you, accompany this Lord of the Blazing Sun first. As for military decisions, you will decide everything before I return." Li Yuangan said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zheng Yu nodded and sent someone to call over an adjutant and asked him to bring Li Yuangan to Immortal Xiaoyang's residence. "Lord of the Blazing Sun, what do you need? You can tell me whatever you want. There's nothing I can't do in the mighty kingdom." Zheng Yu patted his chest. Zhou Zhou smiled at him and did not make things difficult for him. "Then General, please bring me to see those fog monsters. Then follow me to the city wall to take a look. They should attack in half an hour. At that time, you can look at them however you want, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Even if you want to charge into the enemy army to take a look, I, Zheng Yu, can protect your life as long as the other party's hero doesn't appear." Zheng Yu said confidently. "Thank you, General." Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, Zhou Zhou and the others followed Zheng Yu to the city wall. Soon, everyone arrived at the city wall. Everyone looked up and saw that the huge ground was filled with corpses. There were humans and fog monsters. The blood of both sides mixed together, making the current battlefield even more bloody. "How's the enemy's strength now?" Zhou Zhou asked calmly. "Currently, the Taiyan kingdom still has 600,000 troops left in our mighty kingdom. And our mighty kingdom gathers the entire military strength of the Aurora kingdom. There are a total of 200,000 of them." Zheng Yu replied. Zhou Zhou frowned. "Why are the casualties so heavy? The Aurora kingdom still had about 500,000 men strong the last time he came. 300,000 soldiers died in a day." Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and felt the cruelty of war. "Lord of the Blazing Sun, don't worry. Even though our Aurora Kingdom's military strength is far less than the other parties. But this is the district of our Aurora Kingdom after all. Whether it's the terrain, resources, war machines, morale, and other advantages, we're far superior to the other party. Therefore, even if we only have 200,000 troops, in my opinion, as long as nothing unexpected happens, we won't have a problem stopping the other party for another week." Zheng Yu said firmly. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding. No matter what the final truth was, having such confidence was better than nothing. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou chatted with the other party about more things about the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom, including the characteristics of the heroes of the two kingdoms. Soon, half an hour passed. Wu Qi, Takama, Sashiko. All kinds of furious roars sounded from the edge of the battlefield tens of thousands of meters away. Then, Zhou Zhou and the others saw dense fog monsters surge over from afar like a tidal wave. Among them were monsters running on the ground and flying in the sky. He could not see any gaps at a glance, giving him an extremely despairing feeling. With a thought, Zhou Zhou sent a message to the 500 diamond-tier soldiers under the city wall and asked them to wait for the city gate to open. Then, they would leave the city and kill their way out. Then, they would immediately return. The soldiers accepted the order. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun beside him. "Bai Yun, you're in charge of leading the team this time. At that time, temporarily hide your heroic aura among the soldiers. If the other party's hero attacks, counterattack and immediately lead the troops back." "Yes, my lord," Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he quickly walked down the city wall and led the team. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou told Zheng Yu about this. "Open the city gate." Zheng Yu frowned slightly. In a situation where the difference in strength between the enemy was huge, the best way to defend was to defend the city. Opening the city gate was a very dangerous action. However, he quickly thought of His Majesty's orders, and his eyes became firm. "All right, I'll get the soldiers to open the city gate now." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Opening the city gate was also a last resort. Previously, a large part of the reason why he could make his soldiers jump down from the city wall and charge into the enemy camp before jumping back to the city wall was because the city wall was not tall enough. As a diamond tier regional territory, the mighty kingdom's city wall was 1,000 meters tall. At such a high distance, even if his 500 diamond tier soldiers could jump down without being injured, it would be difficult for them to jump up again. Since that was the case, it was better to let Zheng Yu be prepared now. Don't worry. My soldiers will be back soon. When the time comes, just close the city gate immediately. Zhou Zhou comforted Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression was still a little serious. Soon, the door of the mighty kingdom was opened. 500 soldiers and Bai Yun immediately rushed out of the city, turning into 500 afterimages as they charged towards the other party's 600,000 strong army. When they saw these 501 soldiers, not only were the fog monsters opposite them stunned, even Zheng Yu and the other soldiers on the city wall were stunned. Then, Zheng Yu's expression shook. This was because he could tell that these 501 soldiers were actually diamond tier experts like him. Oh my god! Zheng Yu was stunned. City Lord of the Blazing Sun, are those your soldiers? He swallowed and asked Zhou Zhou carefully. He could not help but use the honorific your. Chapter 414, Bai Yun's Arrow, 2. Yes. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Zheng Yu swallowed again. No wonder. No wonder this lord dared to let 500 soldiers attack the other party's 600,000 strong army. There were a total of 500 diamond tier soldiers after all. Even though they could not kill all the fog monsters opposite them, the other party's 600,000 troops would definitely not be able to stop these 501 diamond tier soldiers without the hero appearing. They might be able to escape with slight losses of some soldiers even if the hero from the opposing side attacked, with the strength of these 500 soldiers. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu thought even more highly of this Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The name of the Lord of the Blazing Sun had been circulating in the Aurora Kingdom for a long time. However, at that time, the legendary tier Lord of the Blazing Sun was a lord with good potential. He could try to rope him in. He did not just have good potential from the looks of it. This was clearly because his potential had already turned into strength. Moreover, he might already be stronger than the current Aurora Kingdom. He had more than 500 diamond tier soldiers alone after all. Then the total number of other low-level soldiers would probably be hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu instantly felt deep reverence for the Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him. Zhou Zhou did not notice Zheng Yu's expression. He had been looking at the distant battlefield. On the battlefield, when Bai Yun secretly led 500 diamond tier soldiers to charge at the enemy's 600,000 strong army, even though this scene stunned the other party, they quickly reacted and rushed towards the other party with ferocious expressions. Some of the high-level generals did not take it to heart even though they could tell that the other party was very strong. This was because they knew that behind them was the number 1 hero-level marksman in the Taiyan Kingdom, the Ice Soul Arrow Demon Lord Wuxin. As expected, in the next second, an illusory ice-blue arrow shot out of the fog monster army and shot straight at the 500 Blazing Sun City soldiers. To be precise, it was aimed at Bai Yun, who was among the soldiers. At this moment, Bai Yun, who was hiding among the soldiers, was a little surprised. She did not expect the other party's hero to attack first before they could even fight. At this moment, she did not realize that this arrow was specially aimed at her. However, Bai Yun did not hesitate and drew her bow. Blood-colored arrow chi condensed from the 500 diamond tier soldiers. Then, it condensed on the blood bow in a certain military formation, forming a long wolf head blood crystal arrow. This was a new hero skill that Bai Yun had just created in the past 2 days. It used the hero skill, Blood Fire Meteor, as its foundation and the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array as a modified template. It gathered thousands of blood fire arrow chi on an arrow and formed a fatal arrow. Its name was Hero skill greedy wolf devouring arrow. Roar. A divine wolf roar that seemed to come from the core of the star sounded. The next second, the blood crystal divine arrow shot out, and the image of a divine wolf in blood-colored armor vaguely appeared around its body. After it shot out, it streaked across the sky in the blink of an eye and instantly arrived in front of the ice blue arrow. Then, the divine wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the greedy wolf devouring arrow in front of everyone. Then, it went straight to the source of the arrow, the ice soul arrow demon Wuxin. Behind the battlefield, the ice soul sword demon was a tall humanoid monster with snow-white fur on its surface and light blue fur, but its face was pitch black. It looked at Bai Yun, who was hidden among the 500 soldiers, and its ice blue eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness. It mocked in its heart. It could tell that the other party seemed to have mastered a few skills to hide its traces. If other heroes came, they might not be able to see through the other party's methods. However, it was the number 1 hero-level marksman in the Taiyan kingdom. Other methods might not be as good as other heroes. However, in terms of archery cultivation and vision, he was confident that no hero could compare to it in these two aspects throughout Aurora Kingdom, Taiyan, Titan, and the Nether Bark Kingdom. Therefore, not only could it tell at a glance that Bai Yun was hiding among the soldiers, but it could also tell that she was a diamond tier elementary grade human hero. Moreover, her hero slot was not low. When it realized this, it immediately had the intention to kill the other party. Therefore, it immediately raised its bow and drew its arrow, shooting its strongest arrow. Hero skill Ice and Snow Soul Sealing. It was confident that this arrow could kill the other party with one arrow. This was because its hero skill was specially targeted at the soul. Once such an arrow was fired, very few life forms could survive this arrow. One of the 3 heroes of the Aurora Kingdom, the Dark Spirit Mage, had died under its arrow. However, its expression changed when it saw Bai Yun reflect the blood crystal divine arrow. Legendary tier arrow. She has a legendary tier hero fate level slot. It found it very unbelievable. However, even though it was unwilling to believe this fact, its body still turned around and flew away obediently. However, this arrow seemed to have eyes as it chased closely behind Wuxin and approached it at an astonishing speed. In the end, it struck Wuxin. Rumble. An astonishing explosion sounded, blasting out a huge blood-colored cloud. The cloud vaguely formed the image of a blood-colored divine wolf. This blood-colored divine wolf was biting a monster with light blue fur. It was the Ice Soul Sword Spirit Wuxin. Ah! Screams sounded one after another. 4 to 5 seconds later, the Ice Soul Sword Spirit unintentionally rushed out of the blood-colored cloud and fled into the distance. On the battlefield, both sides fell silent. The Fog Monster army was confused. They did not expect their greatest spiritual pillar and strength pillar to be defeated and driven away at the beginning of the battle. Bai Yun also looked at her bow and arrow thoughtfully, her entire body emitting an unstable pressure. However, she did not forget her mission. She immediately led the soldiers into the other party's army to kill and plunder. Then, she retreated to the mighty kingdom before the other party surrounded her. On the city wall of the mighty kingdom. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he raised his right hand without hesitation. Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 600,000 fog monsters. The next second, a total of 70,000 fog monsters' bodies stiffened. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. Then, the expression in their eyes changed and they began to feign that they were still fighting while quietly retreating. Even though there were already more than 70,000 fog monsters, they did not notice this because their hero, the Ice Soul Sword Spirit Wuxin, had already escaped. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 23,971 black iron tier fog monsters, 29,64 green bronze tier fog monsters, 11,332 white silver tier fog monsters, 1231 yellow gold tier fog monsters, 8,134 white platinum tier fog monsters, 224 diamond tier fog monsters, and 9 extraordinary tier fog monsters have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Even though insight defection made 74,865 monster subordinates this time, there were actually 9 extraordinary tier fog monsters among them, even more than the last insight defection. What a pleasant surprise! Then, he looked at the notification that had just appeared. Your subject Bloodfire Arrow Elf Bai Yun's hero biography has been updated. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 415, 2 new hero biographies. The hero biography has been updated. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Was it because she fought the other party's hero and repelled them? Honestly, he was a little stunned when he saw Bai Yun repel the Ice Soul Sword Spirit Wuxin. According to his understanding, the Ice Soul Sword Spirit was a standard extraordinary tier intermediate grade hero. Bai Yun was only a diamond tier elementary grade hero. Even though there was a difference in fate between the two, it shouldn't be so great that Bai Yun could directly defeat someone of a higher level, right? But that was the truth. With this question in mind, Zhou Zhou opened Bai Yun's hero biography. Then, he knew the reason. Subject, Bai Yun, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Bloodfire Arrow Elf. Position, Legendary Tier Hero Fate Level, Fake. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Strength Level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, a hero with both human bloodline and high-level Wood Elf bloodline. Her body contains powerful energy and she is proficient in elemental archery. She is a hero that can make enemies tremble in fear on the battlefield. Human bloodline, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, 75%, High-level Wood Elves bloodline, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade, 25%. Skills, Hero Skill Bloodfire Arrow Rain, Hero Skill Morale Stability, Hero Skill Silent March, Hero Skill Greedy Wolf Devouring Arrow, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Tree of Life Meditation Technique, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Battle Array Theory, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Wood Elemental Control, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Fire Elemental Control, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Blood Elemental Control. Loyalty, 100. Potential, Legendary Tier. Hero Biography, 1. Under the blessing of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Bloodfire Arrow Elf and became the second-generation Bloodfire Arrow Elf. The hero's personal reputation rating +1, the elf race's reputation +10,000, the High Continent's reputation +52. Bloodfire Arrow Elf Bai Yun comprehended the path of the military formation and gradually understood how to break through his own shackles and become a legendary tier hero. 3. In order to protect the friendly country, the Bloodfire Arrow Elf led 500 soldiers to attack the 60,000 strong fog monster army and used the power of an arrow to severely injure the enemy's extraordinary tier intermediate grade hero, breaking the enemy's fighting spirit. Prompt: creating more hero biographies can increase the probability of the legendary tier hero fate level turning into reality. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Good God! 2 more hero biographies. Moreover, the second hero biography also stated that Bai Yun had already comprehended the path of a legendary tier hero through comprehending the path of military formations. A legendary tier hero. A hero second only to a divine tier hero. It could be said to be at the peak of the mortal realm. A few days ago, Bai Yun had told him that she already had her own understanding of the greedy wolf howling moon array. He did not expect this. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. It was not in vain that he had invested so much effort and resources in Bai Yun. Moreover, Zhou Zhou also realized something. That was, the advancement of heroes did not seem to have much to do with aptitude and bloodline. Depending on the conditions for the hero to advance, it was often because this hero had done something special. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. In that case, even ordinary life forms with very low potential might have a chance of becoming heroes. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, Bai Yun had already led her troops back into the city. The soldiers guarding the city quickly closed the city gate. Fortunately, the other party's 500,000 odd troops had lost their command because their hero had escaped with serious injuries. The army was a little chaotic, and for a moment, no enemy could rush to the city gate. "I've something to report, my lord. We've completed the mission," Bai Yun said respectfully. Zheng Yu and the others looked at her in awe. They now understood that this female general was a hero. Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. "Bai Yun, this move of yours gave me a big surprise. It's all thanks to the Lord's cultivation and the help of teacher Wu Xian and the other siblings." Bai Yun did not take the credit at all. "You're right, but don't be humble about your own role. I'll reward you later." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Thank you, my lord." Bai Yun was looking forward to it. Even though she served the Lord only because she was loyal to him and did not care about rewards. But it had to be said. Every reward from the Lord was unimaginably rich. It's a pity that my hero fate level slot hasn't reached the legendary tier hero fate level yet. Otherwise, my arrow should be able to kill it with one arrow and not let it escape only with heavy injuries. Bai Yun said regretfully. When the surrounding people heard this, they clicked their tongues in their hearts. This lord actually had the intention to kill him? However, what the Lord of the Blazing Sun said next stunned everyone. Escape with serious injuries. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Zhou smiled. It was as if it was responding to his words. As soon as he finished speaking, a kill notification appeared in front of him. Your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, has killed an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Ice Soul Arrow Demon Heartless, Kingdom level Scarlet Hero. You have received plus 40 million promotion energy. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, has obtained an additional 800 million promotion energy points. Your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario's hero biography has been updated. Your subject Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yun's hero biography has been updated. Zhou Zhou felt that the promotion energy in his body, which was already more than 90%, had suddenly increased by about 1%. At the same time, roar. A dragon roar that shook the world sounded, as if it was quite carefree and surprised. The next second, an 800-meter-tall ferocious black-red figure flew towards the mighty kingdom with the terrifying heat of the endless fire territory. It was the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario. Everyone was a little panicked at first, but when Zhou Zhou said that he was one of them, everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised. They took a closer look. He suddenly realized that the dragon's dragon claws were holding onto a weak figure. Who's that? Why does it feel like the Ice Soul Arrow Demon that General Zheng drew for us Wuxin? Zheng Yu suddenly became excited. What f***ing resemblance? It's that monster, the Ice Soul Arrow Demon. It's... He was so excited that he was incoherent. In the end, tears even flowed out. He knelt on the ground. His body was like a mountain, and he cried like a child. The surrounding soldiers also reacted and their eyes began to turn red. Because just yesterday, one of the three heroes of the Aurora Kingdom, the Dark Spirit Mage, died in front of the mighty kingdom because he wanted to protect them and the city under their feet. Chapter 416, Loots from Ice Soul Arrow Demon Wuxin. Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. At that time, Zheng Yu, as the city lord of the mighty kingdom, could not do anything. He could only watch as the old man's soul was sealed by the other party's arrow and he fell weakly onto the battlefield. In the end, even his corpse was torn apart by the other party's monster army. That scene made all the soldiers present extremely sad. That was why he was crying so sadly now. However, it was fine now. Even though they were not the ones who killed them, they felt much less anger, hatred, and guilt in their hearts now that the enemy who had killed the dark spirit mage was dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nazario flapped his dragon wings and slowly landed in an empty space in Mighty Kingdom. The surrounding subjects of the Mighty Kingdom looked at this huge dragon that was like the god of volcanoes in reverence and curiosity. They had already heard from the patrolling soldiers that this was a dragon general from the reinforcements and was on the side of the human race. It would not harm the human race as long as it did not take the initiative to provoke it. Just as people were admiring the domineering figure of this dragon, the group arrived in front of it. It was Zhou Zhou and the others. Woo! Nazario called out and pushed the corpse under its feet over. Zhou Zhou looked over. It was the corpse of the Ice Soul Arrow Demon Wu Xin. Monster name, Ice Soul Arrow Demon Wu Xin, Kingdom level Scarlet Hero. Strength level, Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description, one of the 3 Extraordinary Tier Scarlet Heroes of the Taiyan Kingdom. It is good at using an Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade arms, the Ice Soul Demon Bow. It is quite talented in archery. Later on, it even relied on itself and the Ice Soul Demon Bow in its hand to successfully walk its own hero path. It even received the admiration of the Crimson Overlord, so it is loyal to the Supreme Will. Loot's drop rate, 1000 Extraordinary Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 400 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Hero Skill Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Skill Ice Sealed Soul, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Ice Soul Bow, drop rate, 10%, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Skill Book Heartless, drop rate, 5%, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book. Flying Arrow Avatar, drop rate, 5%, 1 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate, 3%, 1 Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, drop rate, 0.001%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystal in the loots and his eyes lit up. He had finally obtained this Faith Divine Crystal. When he used the King of Loots to loot the corpse later, he would have a Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal. He was lucky. He found the item to revive Leia on the 2nd day. He placed his hand on it without hesitation and began to extract it. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 120 Epic Tier Mist Cores, 480 Origin Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Hero Skill, Heart Arrow Heaven and Earth, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Skill Great Ice Seal, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Equipment, Snow Goddess Chant, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Flying Arrow Clone Technique, 1 Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Fragment, Hero Inheritance. Secret Manual, 7 Green Bronze Tier Hero Inheritance Crystals. Whoosh! A large number of loots dropped, but they were instantly put into Zhou Zhou's spatial ring. The surrounding people only saw a flash of light before the corpse of the Ice Soul Arrow Demon, Wu Xin, disappeared. Everyone's expressions became strange. They guessed that the reason why the corpse disappeared was probably because this famous Lord of the Blazing Sun had retrieved the loots. They did not expect that not a single loot was dropped. His luck was so bad. If I had known earlier, I would have recommended myself to this lord and let me extract it. I'm a lucky person by profession. What a pity. This is the corpse of a hero. Any item dropped is priceless. Shut up! This is our savior. How can you discuss him casually here? We're just saying. Zhou Zhou's six senses were astonishing, so he naturally heard the discussions around him. However, he did not care about their opinions. Who would have thought that I would have already exploded the loots? Moreover, even though he had a certain level of strength now and could even fight a beginner kingdom. However, making a fortune in silence was still a habit hidden in his bones. He looked at the loots in the spatial ring. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores, origin crystals, scarlet crystals, and Lord Talent crystal fragments. As for the epic tier hero skills, equipment, and skill books, he took a rough look. In the end, he realized that this snow goddess's chant was actually tied to the hero skill, Great Ice Seal. Only by holding the snow goddess's chant could he use it to use the hero skill, Great Ice Seal. Zhou Zhou quickly understood when he thought about how Wuxin had used the Ice Soul Bow as the foundation to walk his path as an archer. Then, his gaze landed on the only epic tier growth skill, Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. This was a skill with the same name as the other party's hero skill. Zhou Zhou guessed that the Ice Soul Arrow demon Wuxin should have used the origin of this skill as the foundation to gradually create his own hero skill and walk his own hero path before becoming a hero. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, it was an enhanceable skill. Therefore, Zhou Zhou could also learn it, but he only obtained the diamond tier elementary grade version. He looked over. Skill name, Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. Skill quality, epic tier intermediate grade enhanceable. Skill description, use the heart as the eye and the arrow as the end. No arrow can reach the heart. Zhou Zhou looked at the description of this skill for a long time, not sure what it meant. He did not think too much about it and learned it directly. Then, he understood the power of this skill. Its skill description meant two abilities. First, the archer could use his heart or mental strength to observe the world. The further his heart or mental strength was, the wider the range he could see. Secondly, as long as it was a place observed by the archer, the arrow he shot could hit it. It was useless even if it was related to cards, barriers, and other obstacles. This was because within the range of the archer's heart, he could even condense a heart arrow on the enemy's face and kill them. As for the upgrade of skills, it was the size of the range perceived by the heart and the power of the arrows shot out. Oh my god! Top-notch archery skills! Zhou Zhou thought after reading it. Chapter 417, Bai Yun's Shortcoming. Wasn't this referring to archery skills? Zhou Zhou was surprised. Then, he chose to learn without hesitation. As soon as he learned this skill, Zhou Zhou immediately felt a large amount of archery knowledge, skills, practical experiences, and even some mysterious archery concepts surge into his mind. After more than half an hour, Zhou Zhou was accepting this archery inheritance. During this period, Bai Yun also led 500 diamond-tier soldiers to protect her lord dutifully. When Zhou Zhou woke up, his eyes were blank. Then, they condensed again in an instant. His eyes actually felt like arrows piercing through his soul. When Bai Yun sensed that her lord had woken up, she immediately came over to greet him. However, when she saw Zhou Zhou's gaze, she subconsciously took a step back. She was surprised. This was because she actually saw the familiar archery temperament in the lord's eyes. It was as if the person standing in front of her was not only her lord, but also an archer who had been immersed in archery cultivation for hundreds or thousands of years. On the other side, Zhou Zhou was also clicking his tongue at the Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow skill. He only knew now. This Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow was not just a skill. This was clearly an archery inheritance. The Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow skill he accepted actually included all of Wuxin's memories from the first time he came into contact with archery until now. The Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow did not only increase the range of an archer's perception and mystical archery skills. It was also the Ice Soul Arrow demon Wuxin's experience cultivating from nothing, from which he accumulated the archery realm. The current Zhou Zhou could instantly become a top archer of all races as long as he was given a bow and a quiver of arrows. Taking the enemy general's head with an arrow from hundreds of miles away was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. A smile appeared on his face. It had to be said. He liked this ability inheritance more than those fancy skills. This was because skills could be banned or suppressed by other skills in some way. Or if he did not have energy in his body, he would not be able to use some skills that required energy. However, he did not know this saber technique inheritance and archery inheritance. Sometimes, he did not even need a designated professional weapon as long as he still had his physical body and strength. He could use saber techniques and archery. Bai Yun. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the other lutes before looking at Bai Yun. "My lord, I'm here." Bai Yun was stunned and hurriedly replied. "Your strength has also increased greatly, but you're still a step away from the legendary tier hero fate. This lord will give you a gift. I hope you can break through this bottleneck as soon as possible." After saying that, Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand and a skill book appeared in his hand. It was the hero skill of the Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. He was not a hero, let alone an archery hero, so he could not use this skill book. The only suitable person in his territory to use this skill book was Bai Yun, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. "Thank you for the reward, my lord." When Bai Yun heard this, she took it expectantly. When she saw this skill, she was stunned. Then, her expression trembled and her face was filled with surprise. She had only become a hero for a short period of time after all, and her foundation was still very shallow. Even though she had inherited the hero inheritance of the first generation Blood Fire Arrow Elf and grasped all its hero skills and race talents, the other party had died on the battlefield when she was young after all, so it did not give her much foundation. Her most obvious and shortcoming that needed to be made up for was her archery realm. Archery was the foundation of her Blood Fire Arrow Elf status to begin with. It was also the foundation of her hero fate. If her archery skills could not reach a higher realm, it would be very difficult for her to break through the Blood Fire Arrow Elf's hero fate level slot and reach a higher level of fate realm. Previously, she had developed her own exclusive hero skill while cultivating in military formations, allowing her hero fate level to be upgraded. Actually, it was partly because she had taken a shortcut. Even though this shortcut could not be said to be wrong, it did not allow her to completely take another step forward and reach the legendary tier hero fate level slot. Bai Yun could feel it. He was only lacking in the archery realm. As long as she could make up for this shortcoming and create some hero biographies, she could completely advance to the legendary tier hero fate level slot. Actually, it was fine not to make up for this shortcoming. She felt that she could also advance by using the hero biography. However, a lot of them might be needed. Perhaps 4 to 5 more hero biographies would be able to completely advance her to the legendary tier hero fate level slot. It was difficult to give birth to hero biographies to begin with. She did not know how long it would take to accumulate so many hero biographies. However, if she made up for this last shortcoming, she might only need 1 or 2 hero biographies to officially advance to the legendary tier hero fate level. Thinking of this, she immediately knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, my lord. This thing is extremely important to me." "That's good. Are you confident in advancing to the legendary tier hero fate level slot?" Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. "Yes." Bai Yun's expression was grit. The Lord had already paved the way in front of her. If she still could not take this step, she might as well withdraw from the army. "Okay. You can learn this skill on the return trip." Zhou Zhou nodded. He was very satisfied. The gains this time were simply rich. Not only did Insight Defection have more than 70,000 fog monsters, he even encountered an opportunity to advance Bai Yun to the legendary tier hero fate level slot. Moreover, he had obtained all the loots of a Scarlet Hero, allowing him to add another hero slot. Not bad, not bad. This trip was not made in vain. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. After that, Zhou Zhou and the others did not stay any longer. After asking Zheng Yu to convey to Li Yuangan that he had something urgent to do and had to leave first, Zhou Zhou and the others left the mighty kingdom. He had already activated insight defection on more than 70,000 fog monsters. Coupled with the death of the other party's Scarlet Hero, the combat strength of the Taiyan kingdom had already decreased greatly. Even though they were still overwhelming in terms of military strength, the Aurora kingdom had the geographical advantage. Coupled with the existence of the two extraordinary tier Aurora kingdom heroes, even if they could not completely defeat the remaining fog monster army, it was not a problem for them to not be captured. It could be said that, even though there was still a crisis in the Aurora kingdom, it was no longer a crisis of destruction. Next, he just had to wait for the Titan kingdom and the Taiyan kingdom to determine the victor before improvising. He also had to go back and continue dealing with the matters in the final battlefield. The final battlefield event would end in 2 days. At that time, the Myriad Races Lord battlefield event would be settled. He had to try to fight for the position of the strongest lord of all races before that. Chapter 418, The Gaze of the Goddess of Life. Li Yu resurrected. Zhou Zhou and the others left the mighty kingdom and took the Starry Night to an uninhabited suburb 10 kilometers away. They saw more than 70,000 fog monsters there. How many of you are left? Zhou Zhou looked at the 9 extraordinary tier experts in the lead and asked. Reporting to my lord. When we were retreating just now, more than 1,000 soldiers white silver tier and below died. We still have 73,021 soldiers left. An extraordinary tier elementary grade fog monster leader stood up and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Fortunately, the losses were not big. After that, he did not say anything else. He brought these monster soldiers into the Starry Night and returned to the mighty kingdom. He returned to the Blazing Sun territory through the spatial teleportation array. 15 minutes later in Blazing Sun City. After Zhou Zhou and the others returned, he asked Bai Yun to bring the new recruits to join the monster army. He went to the shelter of the Goddess of Life and found Carol Molly. The shelter of the Goddess of Life. In the prayer hall. Greetings my lord. Carol Molly said respectfully. I'm here to revive someone. Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. My lord, please follow me. Carol Molly didn't waste her breath and brought Zhou Zhou to the statue of the Goddess of Life. My lord, please take out the resurrection medium. Zhou Zhou waved his right hand, and Li Yu's crystal coffin appeared in front of the statue. Carol Molly's expression became serious. She raised the scepter in her hand with both hands, closed her eyes, and muttered something. Gradually, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared around him. It was the pressure of a god spirit. This was the second time Zhou Zhou had experienced it, so he did not panic. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard. The surface of the statue of the Goddess of Life suddenly emitted a gentle and rich golden light. This golden light quickly covered the entire temple. Accompanied by the golden light was the extremely intense pressure of the God Spirit law. Zhou Zhou's face gradually turned pale under the pressure of the God Spirit nomological laws. He suppressed his discomfort and lowered his head. At the same time, he did not know if it was an illusion. Zhou Zhou seemed to feel the statue of the Goddess of Life glance at him. There was no time to think too much. He only wanted this great resurrection spell ceremony to be successfully completed. After a long time, the terrifying God Spirit will finally disappeared in Zhou Zhou's perception. The moment this will disappeared, the golden light that covered the entire shelter disappeared. My lord, it's over. Carol Molly's voice sounded. Zhou Zhou looked up and immediately went forward to support the pale Carol Molly. How are you? My lord, don't worry. I'm already at the extraordinary tier elementary grade. Even though it's still a little difficult to use the Great Resurrection spell once, it no longer affects our daily movements. Carol Molly smiled. Zhou Zhou sensed her physical condition. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that even though she had indeed consumed a lot of energy, her body was indeed fine. It's good that you're fine. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. He released his grip on the other party. A hint of disappointment flashed across the depths of Carol Molly's eyes, then turned into a gentle smile. Let's go see the girl. She's fine now. Carol Molly smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded and turned back to see Li Yi looking at them. Zhou Zhou, what's going on? Am I not dead? Li Yi's expression quickly returned to normal. She touched her back and asked in surprise. She still remembered that she was returning to the capital with the diamond tier aurora crystal and was about to return to the palace to tell her father the good news when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Then, she saw a dagger spike pierce through her heart and appear in front of her. Then, she fainted. Logically speaking, shouldn't she be dead? Why was she suddenly alive? I'll tell you slowly. Zhou Zhou walked in front of her and spent more than half an hour telling her everything. Of course, there were some things that concerned his secrets that he would not tell anyone. Even though the crisis in the Aurora Kingdom is still there, it's not so dangerous anymore. Zhou Zhou said in the end. Li Yi looked confused. She never expected this. So many things had happened in just 2 days? Aurora Kingdom was nearly destroyed by Taiyan Kingdom? And her father would actually give the entire kingdom to Zhou Zhou in order to revive her? Maybe. Her father was really tired. This might be a good thing for both father and Zhou Zhou. This thought suddenly flashed across Li Yi's mind. Thank you. Li Yi will definitely repay you for reviving me in the future. Even though I don't know how to repay you, Li Yi is definitely not an ungrateful person. Zhou Zhou, I want to go back and see my father first. Can I? Towards the end, Li Yi could not help but say. Logically speaking, she should stay here and thank Zhou Zhou because she had just been revived by Zhou Zhou. However, she really wanted to go back and see her father, who had done everything for her. Sure. I will arrange for an extraordinary tier subordinate and a starry night to send you to see your father as soon as possible. He should still be supervising the battle in the mighty kingdom. Show your identity there. Someone will naturally bring you to see your father. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Zhou Zhou. Li Yi's lips moved and she said dryly. She felt that she owed Zhou Zhou too much. The next second, she felt a warm hand land on her head and rub it gently. For what? We're all friends. Zhou Zhou smiled and called someone over to make arrangements. After arranging everything, Li Yi bade farewell to Zhou Zhou reluctantly and left. Zhou Zhou did not stay here. Instead, he came to the gate of summoning and began today's fixed summoning. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou looked at the gate of summoning in front of him. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. The upgraded gate of summoning was much larger, so it only took less than 15 minutes for all 1,425 new subjects to walk out of it. Greetings, my lord. The 1,425 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 85 professionals this time. There were 30 more professionals than usual. It was obvious. These 30 professionals were the professional subjects that appeared randomly among the subjects summoned. The other professional subjects were all fixedly summoned. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with this. Then, he began to check the information of these professional subjects. Among the 85 professional subjects, were a white platinum tier elementary grade architect, a white platinum tier elementary cavalryman, a white platinum tier elementary grade archer, a white platinum tier elementary grade merchant, and a white platinum tier elementary grade beast tamer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below the yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 white platinum tier elementary grade professionals with a satisfied expression. In the past, these were 5 talents attracted by his reputation rating. Now, they had been summoned directly. Awesome! He wondered if the talent attracted by his reputation rating today would give him a surprise. It would be meaningless if another white platinum tier reputation rating talent appeared. Chapter 419, Yellow Gold Tier Monster Ranch. He did not have to worry about anything else. Zheng Yuankai had long set up a placement beside the gate of summoning. He was in charge of settling these newly summoned subjects so that they could find a suitable place for them to shine in the territory. Zhou Zhou was naturally not worried about their placement. First, he went to the golem lair and collected the 126 golems today. Then, he led his men to clean up the time ruins and led the soldiers to the monster ranch. There were already 15 monster ranches around the Blazing Sun territory, and each monster ranch had 5,000 fog monsters. In total, there were a total of 75,000 fog monsters surrounding the monster ranch to survive. His eyes were filled with the figures of the fog monsters gazing at the scene before him. Those who did not know the inside story would probably think that this was the kingdom of the fog monsters. Zhou Zhou and the other subjects of Blazing Sun City naturally did not have any misunderstandings about these monster ranches. They all knew that this monster ranch was his lord's greatest property other than the Jade Sun Fruit Forest. At the same time, it was an important source of resources for the soldiers of the Blazing Sun territory to increase their strength. The strongest fog monsters that can be nurtured in the monster ranch can already reach the white platinum tier elementary grade. It suits the current mainstream strength of the soldiers of my Blazing Sun territory. As for the equipment, skills, and other resources needed by soldiers above the white platinum tier intermediate grade, we don't have to worry for the time being. It can be provided from the territory of the high-level Scarlet Lord outside. Or we can continue to provide it when the monster ranch level increases in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou felt a little complicated. Most of the credit for his soldiers being able to reach this place without lacking equipment, skills, and other resources fell on this monster ranch. Bai Yun, Wu Xin. Clean up the monster ranch. He stopped thinking about it and said to the 2 people beside him. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them said respectfully and led the way. Then, he immediately called for the human soldiers to enter the monster ranch and begin to clean up the monsters in it. The number of soldiers in the 2 legions under his command, including the recruits he had just recruited, had reached 587,652 soldiers. With so many soldiers, the monster ranch with only 75,000 fog monsters was no longer enough. Therefore, Zhou Zhou decided to let the human soldiers use the monsters in the monster ranch to increase their strength first. After all, the monster army under his command was recruited by him with insight defection. They had a very strong strength foundation and did not need the monster ranch to upgrade them. On the other hand, his human soldiers had all advanced step by step. They still needed the monster ranch. Do I need to upgrade the monster ranch? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this problem. And now, as the number of troops under his command increased rapidly, the monster ranch could no longer keep up. 75,000 ranch monsters were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth compared to an army of nearly 600,000. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately decided to upgrade the monster ranch. He did not hesitate and returned to the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he took out 10 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fused them into a yellow gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Then, he used it to upgrade the monster ranch. A text notification appeared. As you have 3 white silver tier Lord Talents at the same time, Monster Ranch, Return to the City, Gift of the Machina, and Embrace of the Conqueror, please choose one to upgrade. I choose Monster Ranch to upgrade. Zhou Zhou said. He did not have any need to upgrade the Lord Talents Return to the City, Gift of the Machina, and Embrace of the Conqueror for the time being, so he did not need to upgrade them for the time being. In any case, he could level up whenever he wanted with the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Keeping it as a backup might come in handy one day. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt a familiar warm feeling between his eyebrows. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your white silver tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, has been upgraded to yellow gold tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. The yellow gold tier Lord Talent effect after your promotion is as follows. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, yellow gold tier. Monster Ranch, your territory has the method to build a special building, Monster Ranch. Zhou Zhou looked at the information of the yellow gold tier Monster Ranch and could not help but frown slightly. Because he realized that this upgraded Monster Ranch actually did not change in the Lord Talent information at all. He thought for a moment and decided to ask Mugu. As the Monster Ranch owner, he should know best what had changed in his Monster Ranch. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately walked out of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise and walked towards the Monster Ranch. However, he was halfway there when he saw Mugu walking towards him quickly. Behind him were 30 unfamiliar human women in white clothes that looked like herders. Greetings my lord, Mugu said. The 30 female herders behind him immediately said respectfully. Mugu, they are. Zhou Zhou said in surprise. He had some guesses. My lord, did you just upgrade Monster Ranch's Lord Talent? Just now, I suddenly felt that the Monster Ranch under my jurisdiction had undergone a tremendous change. Moreover, there are 30 more monster clergymen under my management. I guessed that this might be the Lord's doing, so I brought them to see you. Mugu said respectfully. So they're your new subordinates. Tisk tisk. That's right. I just upgraded your Monster Ranch. How is it? How do you feel? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. My current potential has already increased, and I can already nurture Lord tier fog monsters. But it's not the kind of Lord level monster created by the Crimson Overlord. It's a Lord tier fog monster that only has the strength and loots of a Lord tier monster, but no specific territory or Lord Talent. In addition, I feel that I can still manage an additional 15 monster ranches. The upper limit of the number of fog monsters each monster ranch can accommodate has also increased to 10,000. Mugu said with a smile. Zhou Zhou was delighted. He could nurture Lord tier monsters. Wouldn't he be able to obtain special loots unique to Lord tier monsters then? Zhou Zhou was already quite satisfied that Lord tier loots could be dropped even though it probably wouldn't drop anything like a Lord token or a Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. If other Lords wanted to kill Lords, they had to specially go to the Scarlet Lord's territory and find Lord level monsters to kill. His territory could already create Lord tier monsters without leaving his house. Zhou Zhou felt comfortable just thinking about it. Chapter 420, 658,245 people. Not bad, not bad. I didn't upgrade your Monster Ranch for nothing. Zhou Zhou smiled and opened Mugu's personal stats. Subject, Mugu. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Life profession, Monster Rancher. Class, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Combat class name, Monster Patriarch. Strength level, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, the Monster Rancher of the Monster Ranch is also a monster priest who is good at fighting fog monsters. He is proficient in communication, taming, and controlling fog monsters. There is a chance to upgrade a normal fog monster to an elite fog monster or even a leader fog monster. Skills, Special Building Monster Ranch, Patriarch's Imperial Token, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Summon Monster Shepherd, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Summon Ranch Monster, Green Bronze Tier, Fog Monster Control, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Communication, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Taming, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Control, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Berserk, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Taming, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Control, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Berserk, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster Appease, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. Not bad. His potential had directly increased from Diamond Tier Advance Grade to Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Moreover, even though his life class was still the Monster Ranch Lord, his combat class had changed from Monster Shepherd to a higher level Monster Patriarch. Zhou Zhou looked at the specific information of the 30 white-robed women behind him. He realized that their combat class was the Monster Clergyman class from before Mugu. Presumably, Mugu, the Monster Patriarch, controlled this group of Monster Shepherds. When Mugu saw Zhou Zhou's gaze land on the 30 Monster Shepherds behind him, he suddenly asked in a low voice, "Does my lord need them to serve you?" Even though they are Monster Shepherds, they actually have the ability to serve others. They can satisfy my lord if you need them. Aaliyah and the other two are still a little young after all. There are some things that they don't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Zhou pushed Mugu away with a dark expression before he could finish speaking. He never expected this. Mugu, you're actually so lewd. You're usually so silent. I thought you were only interested in fog monsters. But then again, these 30 monster shepherds are indeed very beautiful. Coupled with this white clergyman outfit and the ersatz exoticism. Zhou Zhou held back from thinking too much and said, "Talk to Zhao Chongxiao about upgrading the monster ranch and ask him to build 15 new monster ranches with you. We can satisfy as much manpower and resources as you need. We must build them all before tonight. I want to use all 30 monster ranches at the same time tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." When Mugu talked about serious matters, he returned to his previous cold state. Those who did not know better would think that he was a handsome ascetic. Half an hour later, the 15 monster ranches had been completely cleaned up. With the effect of the perfect loots and his titles, he obtained a total of 461,256 green bronze tier mist cores, 183,355 white silver tier mist cores, 102,554 yellow gold tier mist cores, 41,002 white platinum tier mist cores, and 1,250 diamond tier mist cores. 219,633 soldier type class change certificates. 5,612 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 5,213 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 5,896 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 18,362 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books. 35,000 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. 35,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. 72 Proof of Legion fragments. 76,325 True Faith tier Scarlet crystals. 11,022 Pious tier Scarlet crystals. 8,012 Fanatic tier Scarlet crystals. 24 White Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier mount contracts. As for loots such as the Light Drawing Crystal, the Tree Core Gem, and the Elemental Gem, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw the list. Due to the White Platinum tier loots that had already appeared in the 13 White Platinum tier elementary grade monster ranches, these loots added up to almost 2 to 3 times the value of the ranch products in the past. As for the number of soldier-type recruitment books, it also increased greatly. The number of soldier-type recruitment books produced today alone reached 7,593. It was comparable to the number of monster subordinates that Zhou Zhou had instigated from the 600,000 strong fog army today. Zhou Zhou handed the 70,000 odd recruitment books to his subordinates to summon through the gate of summoning. Then, he took out 200,000 soldier-type class change certificates and excess loots from these loots and threw them into the marketplace. Then, he looked at the advancement of the human soldiers. A total of 91,225 of the 200,000 soldiers who cleared the monster ranch this time had been promoted. Among them, 2,013 had advanced to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 27,124 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 29,630 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 11,204 people advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 1,254 people had broken through to the White Platinum Tier. He now had a total of 658,245 subordinates. Among them were 97,690 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 233,493 Bronze Tier soldiers. There were 132,583 White Silver Tier. There were 139,421 Yellow Gold Tier. There were 41,680 White Platinum Tier. 1,366 Diamond Tier. 15 Extraordinary Tier. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He felt even more confident about today's trip to the final battlefield. At this time, other than the lords of the Zergs who had specialties in breeding, his military strength could definitely be ranked at the front of the lords of all races. He was more confident that he could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of the quality of his troops. If it was a comprehensive ranking of the number and quality of troops, Zhou Zhou even felt that he was probably the lord at the top of the current lords of all races. Zhou Zhou only had the confidence to fight with the lords of those abnormal races for the position of the strongest lord of all races because of the existence of Nazario, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and other heroic generals. After that, he did not stay in the monster ranch. Instead, he returned to the lord's shop beside the beginner grade lord's paradise. Old Zhou. Has the new goods arrived? Zhou Zhou stood outside the counter and asked. At this moment, Zhou Jinmin was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and watching a television that he had obtained from somewhere. It was actually playing the former entertainment program of the Cerulean planet. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Zhou Jinglin stood up with a chuckle and walked in front of him. We're here, we're here. As he spoke, he took out 3 boxes from under the counter and placed them in front of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 421, Hero Skill Commodity. This lord's shop really had a preference for personal talent goods. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. He had only had the lord talent, lord shop, for a few days. How many personal talent goods had appeared already? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he continued to look at the talent crystal. Talent, ability to grasp situation thoroughly. Talent effect, your observation skills are naturally incomparably subtlety. You can see everything clearly and even observe the intrinsic nature of things from the surface. Zhou Zhou looked at this talent thoughtfully. Actually, he had once chatted with Wu Xian about this personal talent out of curiosity. According to Wu Xian himself, other than giving him the abilities described above, the ability to grasp situation thoroughly also gave him very sharp intuition and the ability to quickly think and make judgments. This was even very useful in his learning of military formations. The path of military formations. What he valued the most was his ability to control the army. Ability to grasp situation thoroughly could allow him to see at a glance which part of the army was not perfect when learning military formations. From there, he could make corrections in time and quickly increase the speed at which he learned military formations. This also made him a genius at learning military formations at that time. Later on, after becoming a hero, he mastered the hero skill, desired military morale. This made him even more familiar with controlling the army. His ability to learn and control military formations had also increased significantly. It could be said that Ability to grasp situation thoroughly looked very simple. However, if used well, it could completely make the owner of the talent become a cheat-like figure in terms of human heart and military morale. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately became interested in this person's talent. In terms of the human heart, Zhou Zhou had high-level telepathy and could completely see through people's hearts. This was naturally stronger than the ability to grasp situation thoroughly. However, ability to grasp situation thoroughly was still quite useful to him in terms of observation ability and the use of military formations. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and learned directly. Zhou Zhenglin smiled when he saw this and did not say anything. Learning it was equivalent to buying it. He just needed to pay for the mist core later. Zhou Zhou was soon in possession of this personal talent. There doesn't seem to be any difference other than feeling that I can notice more details. Zhou Zhou tried this personal talent for a while before feeling a little puzzled. He did not think too much about it. Perhaps this place was not suitable for this talent to be used. Then, he looked at the next item. It was a branch that emitted an emerald green light. It was a diamond tier elementary grade wood elf's bloodline. Zhou Zhou shook his head. This was useless to him. At most, they could be bought to water the sacred blood flower. Then, he looked at the last item. It was a skill book. Hero skill desired military morale. Zhou Zhou. I'm not a hero. What's the use of giving me a hero skill? My lord, why don't you take a closer look at these goods? Just as Zhou Zhou was about to question him, Zhou Zhenglin suddenly smiled and said. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before looking over. Hero skill, desired military morale. Level, special. Skill effect 1, when a hero controls an army, he can clearly sense the morale of the army under his command. He can even specifically sense the thoughts, attitudes, and moods of the soldiers regarding war. Skill effect 2, heroes can ignore distance and communicate telepathically with the designated soldiers, groups of soldiers, and even all the soldiers under their command. Skill effect 3, a hero who has mastered the desired military morale. When controlling the army, it can make it easier for the soldiers to believe in him and the army to obey his orders. Moreover, it can slightly increase the morale of your own army when the morale of the army is low. Lord Shop hint, this hero skill book is produced in the Lord Shop. The Lord can also learn it. Hey! Zhou Zhou widened his eyes and realized that there was a notification at the end. Lords could learn it too? He could really buy this hero skill in that case. As a lord, even though Wu Xin, Bai Yun, and the other generals were in the territory and he did not need to personally go to the battlefield to command. However, as a lord, it was always good to master some ability to control the army. Moreover, with the desired military morale and the personal talent he had just obtained ability to grasp situation thoroughly, he might be able to try learning the greedy wolf howling moon array. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou chose to learn it immediately. Soon, he had mastered this skill. It was different from a closed door. After learning the hero skill, desired military morale, a special energy appeared in his body. Zhou Zhou could feel that this energy was specially used to activate hero skills. Let's call it the power of a hero for the time being. He tried to drive it to take a look and realized that the power of this hero could be converted with a large amount of normal energy. Fortunately, as a chaos human, not only was the energy in Zhou Zhou's body of high quality, but there was also a lot of it. The consumption of converting the power of a hero was not too high. Zhou Zhou felt the power of the hero in his body and looked at the hero skills in the skill column. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. He did not become a hero, but he mastered the hero skill in advance. There were probably not many life forms in the entire high continent who could do something like this, right? As expected of the mythical tier, the only lord talent that can compare to the king of lutes. He can even do such a thing that goes against common sense. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhenglin. I'll buy all 3 of them. How many mist cores are there in total? He asked. Even though the Wood Elf's bloodline was useless to him, it was not a problem to feed the sacred blood fruit. Talent: ability to grasp situation thoroughly. Worth 50 extraordinary tier mist cores and 5 extraordinary tier territory tokens. Diamond tier elementary grade Wood Elf's bloodline is worth 20 diamond tier mist cores and 2 diamond tier territory tokens. Hero skill: desired military morale. It's worth 30 epic tier mist cores and 3 epic tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou said. He heaved a sigh of relief. The goods this time were cheap. There were actually less than 4 legendary tier mist cores in total. For a moment, he was not used to it. Zhou Zhou's expression was a little strange. He took out 33 epic tier mist cores, 55 extraordinary tier mist cores, and 22 diamond tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag and handed them to the other party. Thank you for your business. Zhou Zhou took it with a smile. If the goods are good, I'll naturally come again next time. But it would be even better if the goods were cheaper. Zhou Zhou could not help but say. This is the price set by the Supreme Will. I can't make the decision, old Zhou. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Supreme Will, can the goods in the Lord's shop be cheaper next time? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked tentatively. He was a lord who was being watched by the Supreme Will. Usually, even though the Supreme Will would not speak most of the time, it would still answer some key questions. He did not know if the Supreme Will would respond to such a matter. Zhou Zhou did not have much expectations. However, in the next second, Supreme Will notification: the goods in the Lord's shop are all based on your own value. You can't lower the price unless you have a designated discount item. Chapter 422, Talent attracted by reputation rating. Suan. Night Empire. Zhou Zhou was shocked. He really responded? How could he respond to such a small matter? However, Zhou Zhou thought about it and understood. After all, this was related to the Lord Talent. As the existence that created the Lord Talent, the Supreme Will would indeed answer most of the questions in this aspect. He did not ask further, lest the Supreme Will felt that he had too much to do. It would be bad if he ignored him. At this moment, a notification came from the marketplace. Zhou Zhou took a look and realized that the soldier type class change certificate and other goods he had just put up had been sold. Trade result: 812,459,665 black iron tier mist cores. He had earned 8 small goals. Not bad. However, compared to the previous profit of 12.5 billion, these 8 small goals were a little boring. Zhou Zhou calmly transferred the mist cores into his heavenly mist treasure bag. My lord! There's a wounded stranger on our property. Before he fainted, he claimed that he was here to join our territory. At this moment, Bai Yun came over and said respectfully. Why are you telling me such a small matter? Find someone to investigate his background. If the other party isn't a great villain, we can just put him in the Blazing Sun family. Zhou Zhou was puzzled. Reporting to my lord. This person is very strong. But he's not a hero. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Someone that even Bai Yun said was strong, could it be? What's his name? Where is he? Zhou Zhou asked. The other party calls himself Su An. I've already gotten someone to bring him to Bai Yuejing's place for treatment. However, old Bai said that this person's injuries are extremely serious. It's possible to treat him, but I'm afraid it will take some time. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Sounds like my reputation rating talent has arrived? Has he joined our Blazing Sun territory? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Already in. Bai Yun nodded. Take him to the shelter of the Goddess of Life and get those clergymen to treat him. He must be cured as soon as possible. When he's better, bring him to me. Zhou Zhou said. Doctors were very good at treating illnesses. However, in terms of healing injuries, it had to be said that those clerics who had mastered the divine art were more useful. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun nodded and went to make the arrangements. A moment later, Bai Yun walked over with a man. The other party was thin and wore a black and red martial artist battle suit. On his right chest was the word scratch. His hair was messy, his eyes were blank, and there were obvious bags under his eyes. At the same time, he held a blood-colored long sword that emitted a faint blood-colored light and kept swinging it as he walked. Surprisingly, the blood-colored sword did not move much, but a visible afterimage appeared. Greetings, my lord. He's the new subject Suan who just joined our Blazing Sun territory. I'm Suan. Greetings, my lord. The other party followed suit. Zhou Zhou nodded and suddenly said seriously. Why did you come to see me with a sword? That's very rude. I think it's because I lost my scabbard. Suan scratched his messy head and said uncertainty. Looks like. I'm sorry, my lord. I seem to have lost my memory. I only remember that this blood shadow sword is a very important companion of mine. It can't leave my hand at all times. As for the other memories, I only remember the basics. I've forgotten most of the rest. Suan said shamefully. Amnesia. Zhou Zhou was speechless. What kind of cliché plot is this? He squinted at the other party's head. Should I bump into him again to help him recover his memories? Suan watched as his lord kept looking at his head. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Seeing him like this, Zhou Zhou looked away. With his high-level telepathy, he could sense that the other party's heart was blank. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that he had really lost her memory. Are your injuries healed? Zhou Zhou asked. Thank you for your help, my lord. Those young ladies' techniques are very good. I've completely recovered. When Suan said this, his eyes lit up. Zhou Zhou. Why did he suddenly feel that this person was unreliable? Then, he looked at the other party's personal information. From the looks of it, Zhou Zhou was shocked. Subject, Suan. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Combat class name, Knight Rakshasa. Class, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, an orphan from a destroyed empire. He was taken away by Knight Rakshasa Tower from the Knight Empire and began assassin training with other children. When he grew up, he stood out with his epic tier elementary grade strength and became a Knight Rakshasa that only a legendary tier child of the Knight could become. Later on, he was seriously injured during a mission and lost most of his memories. However, he still retained his assassination skills as a top assassin. Skills: Talent Natural Assassin, Talent Danger Premonition, Talent Strong Concealment, Talent Breathless Walking, Talent Dragon Slaying Will, Epic Tier Elementary Grade 7 Death's Book, Yet to Master, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Blood Shadow Sword Skill, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Blood Shadow Kill, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Boundless Blood Shadow, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Child of the Night Constitution, Fake, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Hidden During the Day, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Empty Step, Elementary Grade Epic Tier Creating an Empty Puppet, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Dark Night Screen, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Physique Strengthening, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Corpse Sorting and Preservation, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Faking Death. Loyalty, 85. Potential, Mid-Level Deity Advance Grade. My good lord. Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Say no more. This must be the legendary talent attracted by his reputation rating. Otherwise, why would such a strong person come to be his subject without any requests? What surprised Zhou Zhou was that the other party was actually a dragon slayer. As the dragon slayer king. Naturally, he knew that the last descendant of the dragon slayer was still surviving in this world. Some of them knew their backgrounds, and some of them did not even know what a dragon slayer was. The other party was so young. He should be a descendant of a dragon slayer. As for the Night Empire, Zhou Zhou had heard of it from Wu Tu. It was an empire-level faction more than 500,000 kilometers away from the Titan Kingdom. It was only recorded in books and very few people had seen it even in the Titan Kingdom. He did not expect this guy to come from the Night Empire. Welcome to Blazing Sun territory. By the way, how did you get here? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. I forgot. Suan said straightforwardly. Zhou Zhou nodded and gave up on asking. He had probably forgotten. In a while, we'll go to a battlefield. At that time, you can follow me. Let's see what you're made of. Oh yes. To avoid misunderstandings. When you're with us, you'd better bring a scabbard for your sword. To avoid accidentally injuring others. Zhou Zhou said. Sure. Suan nodded. Zhou Zhou smiled. An epic tier elementary grade powerhouse would be entering the battlefield with him. It seemed that he had gained a lot from today's trip to the final battlefield. Chapter 423, Lucaires to the rescue. Zhou Zhou looked at Suan in front of him. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. Not only had Suan reached the epic tier elementary grade, but he was also the strongest person in the Blazing Sun territory. Moreover, the other party's potential had also reached the mid-level deity advance grade. One had to know that the other party did not rely on anything. In fact, his potential had reached this level without even a hero slot. It could be seen how amazing the other party's potential was. At this moment, a soldier walked over. Reporting to my lord. There's a lord at the Night Temple who wants to come and see you. He claims to be Lucaire. The soldier said respectfully. Lucaire. Zhou Zhou was stunned. She came back after meeting her teacher? He still remembered that Lucaire said that she would return before she left last time. He didn't expect her to really return. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and asked the soldier to bring Lucaire over. Soon. Lucaire arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. I'm here again. Lucaire said excitedly. Then, she widened her eyes and looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. You? Why are you at Diamond Tier elementary grade? I remember the last time I saw you, weren't you only at the Yellow Gold Tier level? She stuttered. She had seen many experts, but she was the first to see such a huge increase in strength in such a short period of time like Zhou Zhou. I have my fortuitous encounters. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not explain further. The Supreme will really favors you guys. Lucaire was stunned for a moment before muttering softly. Then, she didn't think too much about it. She looked at the surrounding soldiers and said expectantly. Are you going out to fight? Can you bring me along? Even though I'm not good at fighting, I'm a very powerful battlefield doctor. I can help you treat many injured people, and I don't need any compensation. Why did you do that? If you want to repay me for resurrecting you, there's no need. The Night Temple has already given me the reward. Zhou Zhou was puzzled. I'm a doctor hero after all. How many lords want me to join their territory and help them treat the injured? How can you ask me why? Lucaire did not understand Zhou Zhou's thoughts even more than he did upon hearing Zhou Zhou's question. The first reason why I said that, is because I'm very curious about your territory. This is because in our entire human race, no human lords managed to master the method to revive others even in the empire-level human factions. However, you actually did this in such a short period of time after coming to the High Continent. Moreover, you performed very well in other aspects, so I wanted to come and take a look. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to gather information. I'm just curious. Secondly, it's about what you said. You revived me, and you seem to need help now, so I thought of coming over to help you. For me, treating the sick and injured is my specialty. Lucair said matter-of-factly. The place I want to go is only accessible to my subjects. Zhou Zhou shook his head. This was the rule of the final battlefield, and he could not change it. Ah! Why is it like this? Lucair was stunned. Obviously, she did not expect this situation. However, she frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, she tilted her head and said, "I'll temporarily join your territory. You can remove my status as your subject later on, right?" Zhou Zhou was stunned. "Can I do that? Let me try." Zhou Zhou first added Lucair to his Blazing Sun territory before trying to bring her into the final battlefield. In the end, everything went smoothly until he faltered at the last step. The final battlefield reminded him that Lucair was not allowed to join for the time being because her class was too high and she had a hero slot. He couldn't even bring in external help? Zhou Zhou was helpless. However, he could only tell Lucair this news. "What am I supposed to do? I really want to help." Lucair was also at a loss. "How about this? You can stay in my territory for now. If my subordinates are injured, I will immediately send them back to the territory. You and my territory's doctor can treat them then. If you really want to find something to do, you can teach the doctors in my territory some medical knowledge. This way, they can save more people. You can be considered to have helped me a lot." Currently, he had more than 600,000 soldiers under his command. Even if Bai Yun and Wu Xin activated two greedy wolf avatars at the same time, they could not completely shelter all of the soldiers. Therefore, the days of fighting without any injuries were over. The doctors and clergymen were going to be busy again. Hence, he was not wrong. "Okay. I'm good at this." Lucair's eyes lit up when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. She came from a famous medical family and was the personal disciple of the Holy Light Physician King. The medical knowledge she knew was something that many normal physicians could not come into contact with. Hence, she was still very confident that she could teach the doctors in Zhou Zhou's territory. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, he informed all the alliance members in the Star Alliance's chat group and led the soldiers to the Blazing Sun territory to meet up. They would set off for the final battlefield together in a while. The lords cheered. After the Insight defection yesterday, they had gained a lot of new troops. In addition, Insight defection had been refreshed again. Therefore, they, who wanted to show off their skills, were already filled with anticipation for the final battlefield. Therefore, after receiving news from their leader, they immediately began to prepare their troops to head to Blazing Sun territory. If other lords who didn't know better saw this scene, it would be hard to imagine that they were actually a group of lords who specialized in life professions and not lords who specialized in combat. A moment later, the 311 lords were all present. The number of soldiers they led added up to more than 600,000. Among them were more than 500,000 subordinates. They were all subordinates of the monster. It was the 311 lords who had turned the tables yesterday. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, even though he was already prepared, he could not help but take a deep breath. Was this the power of the Lord Alliance? In just one day, these 311 lords had almost caught up to the total military strength of the two armies under his command. He was silent for a while before a smile appeared on his face. Establishing the Lord Alliance was indeed the right choice. This was only the result on the first day. Now, if he led these people and his own people, he would have more than 1.36 million soldiers. This was already comparable to the strength of a basic kingdom. It was even stronger than some newly established basic kingdoms. Moreover, this was only the first day. In the future, Zhou Zhou did not even dare to imagine how quickly his military strength would expand. Still, the more soldiers, the better. In this world of the Lord of all races, no lord would despise having too many soldiers under his command. Chapter 424, Returning to the Final Battlefield. The solitary Suan. Moreover, the other lords might feel uneasy because they had too many soldiers and generals under their command, afraid that the people underground would rebel and seize their power. However, Zhou Zhou would not feel that way. This was because he had peace and prosperity. No matter how many soldiers he had under his command, he did not have to worry about betrayal. This was destined to be his loyal army that had always belonged to him. At the same time, the 311 lords opposite Zhou Zhou looked at the million-strong army and were a little excited. They had never thought that as a lord, they would actually be able to see this scene today. Moreover, he was one of the protagonists himself. Looking at the million-strong army in front of them with burning morale, all the lords believed without hesitation that their star alliance was the strongest lord alliance in the entire Cerulean planet. They believed this with all their heart even though it had just been established. On the other side, Lucair, who had just joined the Blazing Sun territory, was also stunned when she saw the million-strong army. She could not help but hesitate. So many people. She probably won't be able to treat them in time even if she was a diamond-tier elementary grade doctor hero. Wenyi. Send another starry night. No, send all of them. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. One starry night could hold at most 1 million of the 1.36 million troops in front of them. In addition, they needed another one to store loots. Therefore, they needed at least 3 starry nights for today's trip to the final battlefield. As for the other starry nights, he would bring them as backup. Yes, my lord. Wenyi replied. Soon, 9 starry nights flew over and hovered above the million-strong army. Under the arrangements of Bai Yun and the others, the 1.36 million troops entered 2 starry nights in an orderly manner. Then, the clergy, war machinery, and supplies teams, as well as the other battlefield personnel, entered starry night. After everything was ready, Zhou Zhou returned to the final battlefield. The final battlefield. The blood-colored sun hung high in the sky, emitting a scarlet light that illuminated the blood-colored ground. A star-like dreamy spaceship was flying in hiding in space. Occasionally, sporadic scarlet lord forces of all races, and some special forces would appear on the blood-colored ground below it. However, most of them did not notice the spaceships flying in space. Even if some existences noticed it, they were not interested in chasing after it or shrinking back from the extreme flying speed of the starry night. At this moment, buzz, 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 buzz. 9 consecutive hums sounded. Then, 9 identical starry night spaceships appeared out of thin air on both sides of the starry night. Then, they immediately activated spatial invisibility and flew at the same time as the starry night in the middle. In the starry night in the middle, Zhou Zhou sat in the main seat of the captain's cabin and looked at the chat group in front of him. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how do you feel? You don't feel seasick, right? Laughing. My lord, you must be joking. This starry night doesn't move at all when it flies. Who would get seasick? Spaceship experience maxed out. I'm in the cabin. I feel good. President, when are you going to start? My saber is already unbearably hungry. Ahem, can everyone act more like life professionals? Haha, we're probably the life professionals that don't act like life professionals at all. I feel that this is quite good, haha. The lords were all very excited and harmonious. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Wenyi. How far are we from the destruction violent storm now? If we stop, how long will it take for the destruction violent storm to catch up to us? Zhou Zhou asked. He had to pay attention to the shrinking circle no matter what. Reporting to my lord, we are already 3,176,420,000 kilometers away from the destruction violent storm after a night of flying at maximum power. If we stop moving, the destruction violent storm will sweep to our location in only 10 hours. Wenya immediately reported. 10 hours, is enough. Then stop. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Wenya replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 starry knights stopped in unison, but they were still in spatial concealment. It shows the Scarlet Lord faction and the Lord faction of all races that you discovered during your night of flying. To showcase a faction that can be broken through by today. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The next second, a virtual map representing the final battlefield appeared in front of him. There was a dense red dot on it. On closer look, there were nearly 100,000 of them. These red dots were of different sizes. The larger the red dot, the stronger the power and strength. However, no matter how strong he was still within their range under Wenya's precise calculations. Zhou Zhou looked at the red dots and nodded. Then, he immediately held a Lord conference. As he shared the map with them, he told them that he was about to set off to attack the Scarlet Lord faction and the Lord faction of all races. Most of the Lord members were inclined to attack the Scarlet Lord's strength. After all, the Scarlet Lord had many more subordinates than most lords of the myriad races. With a wave of incite defection, he could also instigate more subordinates. Zhou Zhou had no objections. After all, 20% of the incite defection's military strength was his. Since they had decided to attack the Scarlet Lord faction, Zhou Zhou decided to lead his army to attack the Lord faction of all races to obtain the ranking points on them and increase his ranking level. In the last 2 days, he had to increase his ranking as much as possible. Otherwise, he might not have the fate of being the strongest lord of all races. After making up their minds, Zhou Zhou and the others immediately began to take action. First was the distribution of the Starry Night. Among the 10 Starry Knights, he distributed 2 to the Lord members and asked them to find the strongest Scarlet Lord faction to instigate incite defection to their heart's content. Among the 10 Starry Knights, he distributed 2 to the Lord members and asked them to find the strongest Scarlet Lord faction to instigate incite defection to their heart's content. He also had to bring his 760,000 soldiers to deal with the strongest Lord faction among these red dots. In one of the Starry Nights, Zhou Zhou was in a meeting with the generals. I plan to split the 8 Starry Knights into 2 parts and fight separately. I will bring Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Nazario, and most of the troops with 7 Starry Knights to find the strongest Lord faction of all races and deal with them. As for the last Starry Night, I'll leave behind 50,000 yellow gold tier soldiers, 10,000 white platinum tier soldiers, 300 diamond tier soldiers, and 2 extraordinary tier generals. And you? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Suan, who was sitting in the corner. Suan. I'll leave this Star Knight and the soldiers to you. As a top-notch assassin, I request you to bring this Starry Knight and the soldiers to hunt those non-human lords of all races. I don't need you to deal with the subordinates of those lords. You just need to deal with the lords themselves and bring their corpses back to see me. Can you do that? Zhou Zhou looked at Suan. The rule of the final battlefield was that as long as the lord died, even if the soldiers under his command were not injured at all, the lord who killed the lord could obtain all the other parties' ranking points. That was why Zhou Zhou arranged this. Of course, he also wanted to use this opportunity to see the strength of this Knight Rakshasa. Leave it to me. Facing the unfamiliar yet familiar assassination quests, a certain cold characteristic gradually awakened in Suan's blank eyes. The blood shadow sword behind him was also trembling slightly. It was as if it was excited and looking forward to it. Chapter 425, Light Spirit Dragon Lord. Negotiation. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. He got his subordinates to split up. As for him, he followed Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others to hunt down the lords of all races. A moment later, above a blood-colored city occupied by a lord of all races, 7 starry knights were looking down at the lords below. Only creatures that could sense the power of space could discover the starry night. And there was clearly no such existence among the Lord of all races below. Therefore, even though Zhou Zhou and company had been observing them for a while, they had not discovered them. In the middlemost starry night, Zhou Zhou was looking at the forces of the Lord of all races through the virtual screen. A total of 26 dragons covered in pale white dragon scales and emitting pale white fluorescent light were gathered here. Every dragon emitted a terrifying dragon might that was enough to make ordinary life forms of the normal race retreat. It's actually the Lord of the Light Spirit Dragon clan. I didn't expect to encounter a lord of this level as soon as I came up. Zhou Zhou lamented. The Light Spirit Dragon was a pure-blooded dragon comparable to the Lava Dragon. They were definitely amongst the top lords. However, the order he gave Wenya was to find whichever red dot was bigger. Zhou Zhou was not surprised to meet such a powerful lord. Or rather, this was the opponent he wanted. Do it. Let's get this over with. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and said calmly. These light spirit dragons were limited by the fact that their bloodline was too high level and required too much promotion energy. Currently, the strongest lord was only at the yellow gold tier elementary grade. The others were all below the yellow gold tier elementary grade. To the current Zhou Zhou, it was not even as threatening as the territory of a white platinum tier scarlet lord. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun and Wu Xin accepted the order. Then, they immediately gathered the soldiers and flew out of the starry night. As they flew, 400,000 of them activated the greedy wolf howling moon array and transformed into 2 greedy wolf avatars. They landed on the ground with a bang. The remaining 300,000 soldiers landed behind the greedy wolf avatar and stared at the light spirit dragons like tigers and wolves. So what if they were enemies with the dragon clan? No matter how strong the dragons were, they had become pets under their lord. Therefore, even though they were facing such a mythical tier creature, the Blazing Sun Territory's soldiers weren't too afraid. Instead, they were eager to give it a try. Not to mention, all of them had the dragon-slaying will. If it weren't for the fact that their lord had told them not to use the power of the dragon slayer easily outside, they would have let these light spirit dragons know where the title of dragon slayer came from. Howl! The 2 extraordinary tier greedy wolf avatars seemed to have sensed the soldiers' endless fighting spirit and roared arrogantly at the sky. These 2 wolf howls instantly attracted the 26 light spirit dragons in the distant city. When they saw that the 2 greedy wolf avatars actually dared to give them such a ferocious gaze, they instantly felt offended as if they had seen ants wanting to eat tigers. Roar! An extremely angry dragon roar sounded, and the 26 light spirit dragons flapped their dragon wings and flew into the sky. An even more terrifying dragon might erupted from the 26 light spirit dragons and focused on suppressing the 2 greedy wolf avatars and the human soldiers behind them accompanied by dragon roars. However, in the next second, something unbelievable happened. The dragon might that they were so proud of was actually useless against these little bugs. These little bugs only stood on the spot and looked at them as if they were looking at a dead dragon. The dragons were extremely intelligent and instantly realized that something was wrong. Then, they discovered something unbelievable. The 2 tall greedy wolf avatars had reached the limit of the extraordinary tier. The human soldiers behind them were also extremely powerful. There was no lack of yellow gold tier and white platinum tier human soldiers. There were even diamond and extraordinary tier human experts. You call this a lord of all races? And a lord faction of the human race at that? Are you kidding me? At this moment, the light spirit dragons began to doubt their dragon life. They even felt that the Supreme Will had made a mistake and sent the indigenous forces of the human race to the final battlefield. Otherwise, how could there be so many human experts? Just as both sides were ready to attack. In the starry night, Zhou Zhou looked at the situation below, where the battle was about to begin. After a few seconds, he looked behind him. Nazario and Augusta were standing behind him, looking at the 26 light spirit dragons displayed on the virtual screen with complicated expressions. Can't bear to see us fight the dragon clan. Zhou Zhou suddenly said. The two pure-blooded dragons shook their heads hurriedly. You don't have to do that. Pure-blooded dragons are rare to begin with. If you encounter other dragons in your life, there's an 80% chance that you'll become friends. Now that we see so many pure-blooded dragons as our enemies below, you will definitely have some thoughts. I can understand. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Hearing this, Nazario and Augusta remained silent. Their lord's words had hit the nail on the head. However, they also understood their position and knew who they were loyal to. Therefore, even if they were enemies with their own race, they would definitely not say no. Since you're my favorite subordinates, I can give them a chance. At this moment, Zhou Zhou said slowly. You can go and try to recruit these pure-blooded dragons. If they are willing to surrender, I can spare their lives and give them the same treatment as the Blazing Sun territory subjects. However, if they refuse to surrender, then the only thing waiting for them is death. At that time, don't blame me for not giving them a chance. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Nazario and Augusta looked at each other in surprise. They immediately flew out of Starry Night without saying anything and hovered in midair, roaring at the light spirit dragon below. The 26 light spirit dragons quickly discovered Nazario and Augusta. They looked a little surprised. Clearly, they did not expect two pure-blooded dragons with bloodlines comparable to theirs to appear in the human lord's faction. Then, the tallest light spirit dragon flew out from them and communicated with Nazario and Augusta. It was the lord of these light spirit dragons. In the following time, Nazario and Augusta kept communicating with the light spirit dragon lord. The humans on Zhou Zhou's side could not understand what they were saying. Only Zhou Zhou and the other light spirit dragons, who had received the dragon race's inheritance, could understand what they were talking about. However, even though Zhou Zhou's subordinates did not accept the inheritance of the dragon race, they could tell from the increasingly obvious anger on Nazario and Augusta's faces and the increasingly loud dragon roars that the process of communication between the two sides did not seem to be going too well.